Clearly rattled by the Joe Rogan treatments for coronavirus. Why do they keep this story alive? Why do they refuse to apologize for their potentially libelous framing of Joe Rogan's individual, autonomous, personal actions? Let's have a look at the relationship between media, Joe Rogan, and Big Pharma and see if we can see any hidden narratives that we ought to explain. Hello there, you 4 million miracles, you. As I always have to
Hadi bakalım.
Must have time to gather my will.
Pain. Fucking true. Get fucked.
By a gun, it's because a person pointed the gun at them and pulled the trigger.
These people here are all criminals. All of them. Criminals. Look how many people are pointing guns. My God. On set. There are people in German costumes at the top of that hill. There's probably crew members as well surrounding them. Criminals.
Number two, you don't know how much experience he has with firearms or how much experience he has on set with firearms. I don't know why you would just say...
Alec Baldwin?
Yeah,
He's literally been in Hollywood for 40 years making shitty gun movies, dude.
So why are you saying... So wouldn't that imply that he has a lot of experience? Or was that what you were implying initially?
It would imply that he's extremely complacent, that he probably frequently breaks...
Okay.
Wait, so there it is. So on one hand, he either has a ton of experience and was... as she's about to say, very complacent and didn't care, or on the other hand, what you were saying earlier, he's anti-gun, so he doesn't have experience with guns, and therefore that inexperience led to what happened. But it can't be both at the same time. And again, we're just filling in the details that we don't know with assumptions.
I don't care about the fake sympathy for the Trump hater. I don't care about any of that. Okay, I don't give a
It's
fuck.
not fake
It
sympathy.
absolutely
You know that
is.
I didn't
Okay.
vote for Trump,
It
right?
absolutely is. I don't care. I don't care.
Trump,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Okay,
All I'm
well, then
saying
why
is that
bring it up?
It's okay, dear. Now we've crossed over the line, and it's over now. This it is impossible to return at this point to like, hey, Destiny, this is why I disagree. It's impossible because now we're in the assuming intentions arc, okay? We're in the arc where it's like, nah, I don't need you to tell me what you believe. I know what we're in this arc now, okay? We're here, we've arrived.
Welcome.
Okay, let's watch this thing, okay? So, BX Bullet has been on my show before. Destiny has been on my show before. I'm familiar with both of these people. BX Bullet is a gun-toting conservative. Destiny, of course, is the soy cuck liberal, as we are all referred to, right?
Yep.
And apparently, this conversation got extremely, extremely spicy. So, I don't know how much I want to say, but I'll just say this. The conversation got so spicy that there was certain people booked for this Friday show who are no longer booked for this Friday show. And you know, that's perfectly fine. You know, if people don't want to engage, it's perfectly fine. But that's just like the level of spice I'm going into it. So that means I haven't watched this. And the only way I heard about it was by somebody walking up to me and saying, one of the people who helped me book stuff is saying, Dylan, so-and-so canceled. Go. Oh, okay, I guess we gotta replace them. And that's when counterpoints came in. Very nice of them. Wait, who? I mean, if you can't put together who I'm suggesting here, I mean, I don't know, man. I think you need like 2-piece puzzles. So, I'm unironically like, so I'm going into this not knowing how this interaction goes and just knowing that people had to cancel from going on my Friday show because they didn't want to interact with the other person involved here. CTV? What do you mean who? Are you guys fucking... Excuse my French. What do you mean who? Do I need to draw you like a picture? A clearer... I couldn't draw a clearer picture. I wonder who it is. I have no clue who it could possibly be. I don't know. Who is it? Anyway, let's watch this thing because, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Destiny just acts like a complete asshole this whole debate. I have no clue what happens here.
I haven't read
And
that.
they're debating the Alec Baldwin shooting. If you want my position on it, I think it's way too early to make any determinations. There's an ongoing investigation, and there's really no evidence so far put out that would lead me to believe that Alec Baldwin could be like guilty of murder, homicide, or possibly even negligence. I don't even think really as of right now, and I'm saying this with the huge caveat that we have basically no information, but there's nothing that's been shown to me so far that I'm like, oh, negligence. Like, we just don't have the information right now. And I think people making hard assertions about what happened with the Alec Baldwin shooting right now just basically hate Alec Baldwin because he mocked Trump for 4 years. And so they just want a reason to go after Alec Baldwin. And so therefore, all the principles about waiting for information when a police shooting happens and waiting for all the facts in the story to come out, that all went out the window when it was the guy who said Orange Man bad.
Yeah, if you could send that to me, I would love to see it. But
Okay,
all
I'm
I
gonna
see was
Google
that he
Alec
pointed towards the
Baldwin
camera.
point gun camera. We'll see if any stories come up.
Camera
No,
magic bullet went all the way through the camera.
he was aiming at the camera. I'm looking at 10 stories right now saying Alec Baldwin pointed gun at camera, 2 days old. No, why don't
So
you link it and we can
that's
look
what I
at it?
saw.
Why don't you link at it? We
Okay,
can look at
yeah,
it.
gun from
Okay, so
holster with
literally
the
in the
pistol.
very first paragraph of this story, it says that he
No.
is pointing a revolver in the direction of a camera
Okay,
lens.
in the direction of the camera. Okay.
You didn't even know that he was aiming at the camera, which is like every
Yes,
single
I
story.
did.
Please stop! Oh my God, you're an instructor. You should know better. Okay, I know.
Well, I do know better.
No.
I know.
To be clear, and I didn't clarify this beforehand, I believe that BX Bullet is a firearms instructor, which is why this conversation was supposed to be so interesting and apparently went out of control.
That when somebody pulls the trigger
No,
and there's a person
no.
on the receiving end
There
of that
are-
barrel, it's their fault.
There
It
are
shouldn't
4
extend
rules of
always.
gun safety, and you break every single one when you are an actor.
I'm the
Do
only
you
person.
understand that there's a difference, okay? If 2 people walk into a room and one person says, wow, X happened, and then the other person says,
Can I
well,
just say, I've booked panels for a very long time, by the way. And, like, it takes a lot of effort to book panels, right? Like, a lot more than you think. Because you gotta find a bunch of topics that people agree on. You gotta find a bunch of people who are good for those topics. You gotta make sure that those people don't completely hate each other to the point that they won't talk to each other. You gotta make sure that they'll be able to stay for the whole time. You gotta coordinate the topics. You gotta get everything to them in an orderly fashion so they have enough time to prepare. You gotta do all this. If you gotta make promo material, you gotta put it out there. And, like, in those times, I've had to deal with a lot of cancellations and a lot of last-second cancellations. I can honestly say this is the first time ever in the history of me booking panels where I was going to have somebody on a panel, and then because of this conversation, because of a conversation that happened after I booked them, they canceled. And the thing is, there's no way I could have prepared for that, right? There was no way I was going to know that this conversation was going to happen, and then, like, BX Bullet wouldn't want to be on the show anymore. I had no way of knowing. So, I mean, there's no way for me to prepare, but this is actually a first for me.
I don't know Y or Z could have happened, that it would be incredibly fucking stupid for the first person to go, wow, you're making assumptions just like me.
Look at 3 voices in chat. You've never booked me. I'm not a streamer, and I'm poor at public speaking and can't read, but you could at least ask. Can I be honest? And I don't mean this to be mean, but like 80% of the people who ask to be on the Hippy Dippy basically send me messages like that. Look, I'm not a streamer. I've never streamed before. I'm very nervous. I don't know. I'm not great at public speaking, but could I please come on Hippy Dip? Like at least half of them, if I'm being honest. Send that. And I'm very open. Like, you have to be like a streamer and we want to have you on. Like, we did a whole developmental thing for this reason, right? But people will just shoot their shot, like, with just the worst words and the worst possible combination of traits, and think like, I don't know, like, human compassion will allow me to just put them on the show. And I'm sorry, honestly, it's an act of compassion not to have you on the show. Because if I had you on the show, you'd end up embarrassing yourself and wasting everybody's time.
Seriöst?
Not trying to be mean.
Me, when the second
Oh
person
my
is saying, no,
God.
I'm just showing you there are like 3 alternatives that could
Oh
happen.
my
Maybe none of us should
God.
make assumptions. Do you understand? I want you to tell me
No.
if he has Kevlar on his head. Maybe they CGI'd it
No,
out.
I'm not gonna look at that. That's stupid.
Okay, then your point is stupid.
No.
She started calling DGG sexist and said people were saying she couldn't be a scientist because she was too young and attractive. Her exact words. Well, is there any evidence that that happened?
Of course.
I mean,
not.
if somebody said you can't be a scientist because you're too young and attractive, that would be sexist. But, like, is there, like, posts of that? Because I could tell you, like, DGG do be wilding out. Because, like, if DGG, like, gets it in their head they don't like somebody, there's like a bar for, like, the type of things you say about a human being. And they just take that bar and they just snap it in half and keep going. And I'm not saying all DGGers, right? Not all DGGers are the same. I'm not DGG racist, okay? But there's like a crystal group in there, like of like 5 to 10%, which all communities I guess have. But they're like diehards, man. They're like, I guess, like the jihadists of DGG.
All these people like Alec Baldwin who are super anti-gun lobbyists, right?
Is it really true that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance led to him shooting that? It really is true that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance led to him shooting that woman. He's so anti-gun that he refuses to even learn to respect them as deadly weapons, all the while profitably obscenely off of movies that glorify gun violence. Okay, number one, having a movie where you exist, where guns exist in that world doesn't glorify gun violence, okay? You can believe in gun control, and you can believe that people don't, for example, need open carries, and also acknowledge that guns exist in a cinematic universe, okay? It's not like if you are shooting 1917 and you're fighting the Germans in your movie, that you're gonna be like, well, I'm against open carry, so I believe all the American soldiers should carry flowers. So I don't understand that. When it comes to respecting them as deadly weapons, again, we don't have enough information to know if he respected it as a deadly weapon. And all the information that we have right now is that the dude was told that the gun was cold, as in, okay for him to practice with. Then he practiced with it, then the accident occurred. So we have no reason so far to be like, wow, Alec Baldwin was not practicing all of the proper things that he should as an actor.
God damn it.
Before anybody tells me, Dylan, don't you know that you need to treat a gun like it's always loaded? That you, Dylan Burns, the libtard cuck, need to understand that guns are deadly weapons. And this libtard obviously didn't know how to handle that. Okay, so I'm a huge Western fan, a fan of Clint Eastwood. In fact, if you look at my wall, there's a poster of Clint Eastwood right there, right? I love Westerns. And you want to know what? I believe, and you might find this hard to believe, that Clint Eastwood actually had to arm himself with a gun in that movie and aim it at people. You want to know why? Because it's a movie, and in movies with guns, they usually shoot people. And to shoot somebody in a movie, you usually have to aim the gun at them. So I don't think the normal rules of gun safety exist on a movie set where you're supposed to point guns at people. And to know if he was doing it in a safe or an unsafe manner, we don't have all the details to know that at this point. Because if he believed the gun was cold and he was practicing with that firearm, then we have no reason at this point to be blaming Alec Baldwin.
Well, you told me so. I was always saying that there was no way that he would be exonerated. I already made up my mind, but I was waiting for like the actual details to come out so that I could decide what level of culpability.
Wait, what?
Saying that there was no way that he would be exonerated. I already made up my mind, but I was waiting for like the
Okay, let me hear that one more time so I'm not being an asshole. Because if she's saying what she thinks, okay. I understand how this got spicy already. Dude, I haven't even started the debate and I already know why it got spicy.
all these people like Alec Baldwin who are super anti-gun lobbyists, right? Well, you told me so. I was always saying that there was no way that he would be exonerated. I already made up my mind, but I was waiting for like the...
I already made up my mind. No details about a case whatsoever. No information. Already made up my mind. Maybe it's not that you had all the information needed to make up your mind. Maybe it's because, you know, he doesn't agree conveniently with your political leanings. Crazy. I don't know, man. I wonder why.
Actual details come out so that I could decide.
I wonder why the person who's like, you know, not a fan of Alec Baldwin's political positions was willing to not wait for all the information to come out.
Just ein Blue.
And
Blue.
now, with apparently enough information coming out, even though we don't have enough information coming out, we can make up our mind.
Wunderbar, fuck off.
What level of culpability he had, right? I don't know. You know, I don't know if we're gonna disagree too much on this.
Oh, we're gonna hardcore disagree. Gun safety is like one of the things that I'm the most anal about. Okay,
goody. Let's do it. All right. Well, like, let's just hear. Let me hear your opinion then, because I'm not sure that I know.
Also, can I just say, like, I don't. Everything I say today, unless I change my mind mid-debate or something, like, I'd have nothing against BX Bullet personally. She has been nothing but pleasant with me in, like, personal DMs and interactions on the platform. Just want to throw that out there.
Okay, my opinion is that anybody trying to assign any level of blame to anybody in this situation without having the full facts and knowledge about the situation is actually unironically brain dead, is contributing to a horrible culture of an misunderstanding of gun safety and misunderstanding of like breaking news in general. There's been a lot of people coming out saying like, oh, it was this guy's fault, or oh, he should have done that, or oh, he should have done that. I was like, bro, we have no idea like what happened yet, so maybe we should chill. That's my take.
I actually, no, like I don't disagree.
Wait, what's this? It wasn't supposed to be a debate. I thought it would just be a civil discussion. I also told Destiny I've been dealing with serious illness and on pain meds and not feeling 100%. I wasn't prepared to have him full debate bro steamroll me like that, to be honest. Well, I haven't seen what it's like yet, so I have no clue. But I mean, I understand like, hey, I want to have a civil discussion. It's not like a setup debate. But if you have a disagreement while having a civil discussion, a lot of times can naturally just slide into a debate. Like, it's kind of hard to have a civil discussion about a topic, like, that's not at all debating in any way if you just completely disagree about something. Like, for example, if I'm having a civil discussion with somebody and then they tell me, Joe Biden is not the real president of the United States. It's going to be hard for me to have a civil discussion without me challenging some of their preconceived notions that made them come to that conclusion. And then Hunter Avalon says, "Cope." Well, I think I understand why Hunter didn't cancel now.
Terrified. So.
That at all. Like,
wait, but you
so,
literally wait, hold on. You were literally tweeting though, like it's Alec Baldwin's fault for not checking the gun.
Okay, so here's the thing that I learned the details today. So I had held my criticisms like temporarily. Like, so when this first happened, I literally had people coming into my chat like 5 minutes after the news broke. Like, oh my God, give me your full expert analysis right now. And I'm like, well, chill, because like I don't even know.
100% sexist, but okay, maybe I should watch this first. Okay, so this is the subreddit post. Destiny subreddit actually so absurd and sexist. Like, imagine a girl being a handgun instructor and also having a science degree. Lol, get fucked. If BX Bullet is actually a gun instructor, just how she's a scientist, oh boy. Look at my gun instructor, I'm gonna die. Well, this is like a classic meme they throw around to basically anybody. If there's anybody who's like says that I'm an expert in said topic, and then they like on a debate, like the audience believes that they haven't shown like expertise on said topic, this is what they'll do. Like, oh, look at my driving instructor, I'm gonna die if somebody was talking about, like, let me tell you about driving, right? Like, I've seen this meme on the subreddit like a bunch of times. I don't really know how this is sexist. I don't think this at all brought up her gender. I don't know how this is sexist at all. Again, I haven't watched this yet, but I feel like, you know, I would need there to be something that signifies that, hey, you're a girl, so you can't be a scientist or gun instructor. I don't know. Maybe it's just my man self not understanding. Imagine a gun instructor advocating for safe gun handling and accountability. Well, that's good. I haven't seen it yet, but safe gun handling. Okay, people. Okay. I should probably watch this first before looking at anything. This meme isn't sexist. You're reaching because it's funny, and I keep scrolling because I can't stop myself because I'm a hog. What's okay? Yeah, you're right. I should watch it first. I should watch it first.
Know what happened, and this is like such limited details, like what happened here. So I actually told people, no, I'm not going to talk about it yet. You can ask anybody, right? Then I started tweeting out stuff that was
chatter. Right now, you're not practicing proper stream safety. You have yet to donate or sub to my channel or use your Prime, which is just sitting in your pocket. That's terrible stream safety. How dare you?
It's like, what happened? I was just speculating. I'm like trying to figure out what happened. But like, I absolutely agree. The first thing that happened, like within a day, you had on the gun.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait. I don't care about any of the meta narrative. I'm not here to discuss any of that. I don't care about any of that. Okay, so you literally said any of the meta narrative about what other people were saying, because I'm not here to talk about what other people were saying.
Okay.
So you literally tweeted out that it is true that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance led him to shooting that woman. He's so anti-gun that he refuses to even learn to respect them as deadly weapons. Okay, so can you show me what story has come out that substantiates?
Does anybody have her original tweet where she tweeted that?
It's that point.
Yes. So the story that came out, or the details that are coming out right now, and this just happened in the last.
So to be clear, she's basically saying, hey, he was not safe, and his anti-gun stance led to what happened that day because he did not practice proper gun safety, and he's a hypocrite because the movie glorifies gun violence.
Last like day and a half, show that he was practicing. He wasn't actually shooting a scene. He was rehearsing drawing the gun from a holster, right? So he was rehearsing it. And at some point he put his finger on the trigger, pointed it at a human being, and the gun went off. So these are facts now.
Okay, right? So far you haven't described to me, so far you haven't described anything wrong or bad happening yet, but keep going.
Okay, so let's just break it down. Like, here's the knowledge that I have so far, okay?
And to be clear, the person who handed him the gun, the assistant director or whatever, he has already declared that he should have checked the gun more properly, and he declared it as cold, which means basically like, don't worry about it. It's not like ready to fire to Alex. So I don't know, man. I have yet to like figure out where's Alex Bix in here.
The knowledge that I have so far is that there were repeated safety issues on the set. There were claims that they were taking these prop guns, which, by the way, a prop gun is not a fake gun. A prop gun can be a real gun that shoots real bullets. Like, if I have, like, my mouse on the set of a movie, it's a movie prop, right? So it's a prop gun because it's a prop in a movie,
I'm
but
aware
it's a
of
real
this.
gun.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Well, a lot of people, like, you know, as you know, seem to not realize, like, all of this. So, there's reports that they were taking it out to the desert and plinking with it, like, in between sets, which to me should be a big red flag. Like, why do we even have live ammunition on the set for this gun? That sounds like, you know, something that's a recipe for disaster right there. So we know that.
Lol, plenty of Destiny subreddit wanted to cancel Vosh for going hippy dippy after the incident. I don't hear them complaining about Destiny going on right now. So to be fair, right? You say like plenty on Destiny subreddit. So Destiny subreddit is a vast amount of people, right? Who have widely different beliefs for a bunch of different reasons, right? And so when we say that, like, I'm pretty sure there's going to be people who are going to like say things around any issue, around any time that are ridiculous or wrong or silly, as well as people with good takes. And you combine that with the fact that Vosh is involved, which is not a beloved figure on the Destiny subreddit, and yeah, you're bound to get a few of those.
That was happening. We know that there were safety issues. We know that there were unionized people who were walking off the scene because of safety issues.
No, it's not just because of safety issues. There was safety issues involved, but it also had to do with low wages, long hours, and other conditions as well. It wasn't just like, well, these guns are too crazy. We gotta walk off stage. We gotta walk out of here, right? It is really true that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance led him to shooting that woman. He's so anti-gun that he refused to even learn to respect them as deadly weapons, all while profiting obscenely off of movies to glorify gunfight. Okay, now we got the tweet. Good. I just want to have this for record during the conversation in case anything is moved back on.
We know that there
Just as a correction on that, unionized people walked off the scene for a variety of reasons related to a whole bunch of.
He even stole the word I used. Destiny is a Dylan Burns clone.
Reasons.
No, it was some of it had to do with them. Well, when you say safety reasons, some of those safety reasons were like not having appropriate social distancing or masking up for like the coronavirus stuff. Other things where they felt like their trailers weren't being catered to well enough. There was a whole.
Dude, we haven't even watched it yet, and this universe is expanding so quickly. Counter responded to this. Long hair, don't care. BX Bullet was right. I'd fight him on it.
Host of reasons why people walked off. It's not because there were like so many guns firing everywhere. Okay, just being clear on that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I agree. But they were also walking off because they had poor treatment. Like they were not being treated right, you know. But they were
pre-watched. No, Destiny pre-watched my stream.
Walking off the set because they were angry. Things weren't going right. The set wasn't being managed well. Then what you had happen. So from the timeline that I produced, from like piecing together these articles that were coming out like they were coming out so fast. There were 3 guns sitting on the cart. One of them was the gun that had been used for target.
Did she have the guns behind her during the vaccine debate? Yeah.
Shooting. And the assistant director says that he checked the gun and it was unloaded. And then he put it down on the table and they went to lunch. Then when he came back, they asked him if he rechecked the gun and he was like, well, I don't remember, which is a no, probably, right? Or else he would have seen that there was a round in there. But of course, we're taking him at his word here. Okay. So then the assistant director handed it to Baldwin and said, cold gun, which means that there's no bullet in there. No round in there at all, right? That he can practice.
Sounds like it's not Alec Baldwin's fault then.
While he was rehearsing, he drew the gun from his holster, pointed it at a person, and pulled the trigger. Which is the crux of what went wrong, right? Yes,
so
I agree
none of that, just to be ultra
blame.
clear, none of that is wrong so far. An actor pulling a gun and rehearsing a scene by doing what he would do in the scene, nothing here has demonstrated that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance has led him to shooting a woman.
Okay.
Genuine question. You think they're gonna still finish the movie? And I don't know if that's appropriate to ask or not, but I was thinking about that yesterday. No way? Most likely? I have no clue.
Okay.
That's not true. So first
Okay,
of
I'm
all,
waiting for that part
he was
because
not-
nothing that you've set up to
Okay.
this point you've told me a whole bunch of background information about this.
Yeah.
Nothing that you've set up to this point has even begun to establish that fact. But go ahead.
Okay. So again, he was.
It'll do better now. Honestly, like, there's a good chance it will, because I had no clue about this movie before. Now I know about this movie, and I don't know if I'd go see it. I don't know if it's the type of movie I would even go see. But to be perfectly clear, definitely now that I know, like, there was union walk-offs, but to be perfectly clear, like, more people now know about this movie. It is publicity. The odds of them actually getting more ticket sales and making more money off this movie is, like, higher now. But then they also got possible lawsuits as well, and a lot of heat, man. And people, there's a good chance that, like, after this incident, it could hurt Alec Baldwin's career in a lot of different ways. And I mean, like, I don't know if there's an appropriate conversation to be having right now, to be completely honest, considering someone just died. But it is true that there's could be a lot of movie studios is like, man, I don't know if I want to, you know, make a movie with a guy who just shot somebody and killed them.
Not shooting.
Oh my
scene.
God, what is
there was
this?
no cameras rolling. According to
Somebody
this is
try to
according to the
stop it,
director,
please.
the one who got shot in the shoulder. This is according to his like police statement. He said that Alec Baldwin was sitting on a pew, and he was practicing drawing the gun and pointing it towards the camera. Now.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I have to clarify this because you've said this like 5
Uh-huh.
times. Do you think that's bad? Do you think rehearsing a scene is bad? Is this like because
I
you
think
you
that
keep bringing this up like
pointing
it's
the gun at a person
Okay.
with your finger on the trigger is bad. Yeah.
So rehearsing a scene by rehearsing the scene is bad. Also, you understand
because the scene did not involve him pointing the gun at the director.
didn't he point the gun at the camera that the person was behind?
That's kind of so. There's kind of some like lapse in clarity on that.
Okay, hold on.
that
Careful,
point.
because if you're gonna ever appeal to lapse of clarity, I'm gonna immediately reinstantiate my first argument that we probably shouldn't be making absolute statements about this until all the information has come out.
We absolutely can at this point, and here's why. Okay, you ready for me to explain why?
Okay.
Sure, because right now
this better be like a nuclear bomb. If we're like 7 days after the fact, the investigators say the investigation's ongoing, and when it comes to charges, they're looking at like criminal neglect, but they don't know who it would be. Okay, let's see if BX Bullets got it up. Let's see if we can end the investigation today.
everything you've explained so far, you just to be clear.
If a person
To be clear, the investigation doesn't need to be over for you to come to conclusions about events. If you have all the details, you can come to your own conclusions. But we don't even have all the details yet.
You've said so
shot by
far
a
has
gun.
led to your initial point, but go ahead.
Okay, if a person got shot by a gun,
Mm-hmm.
it's because a person pointed the gun at them and pulled the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, regardless of, oh well, I was just kind of aiming it at the camera and she happened to be standing there.
Okay, I just need to clear this up, and maybe we just disagree in here. Okay, nothing about rehearsing a scene by doing.
By the way, can I look up something quick? These people here are all criminals. All of them. Criminals. Look how many people are pointing guns. My God. On set. There are people in German costumes at the top of that hill. There's probably crew members as well surrounding them. Criminals.
Doing what you would do in the scene is a wrong or bad thing. You keep bringing that up like it's like some big like, oh my God, I can't believe you rehearsed the scene by rehearsing the scene. That's so you have to give me something else besides that.
Okay, he was pointing the gun at a human being.
Okay, what if in the scene he points the gun at a human being?
So, according to like the standard operating protocol on sets, that almost never happens. So
Okay.
you're always supposed to be
I've seen
shooting
the
off to
same.
side and
I've
never
seen
actually
all
shooting
the
at
same
someone.
shit that Lauren Southern has posted.
Okay.
Okay, but that's bullshit. Okay, there might be scenes where you cheat the shot, but right now, every single person in this room can probably name 10 different shows where somebody's got a gun pointed right in their face, where somebody's holding a hostage, where people are sweeping rooms with fingers on triggers. Okay, so this idea that like, oh no, you always cheat the shot. It might be the case that for this particular shot, maybe the gun was supposed to be aimed right into the camera,
And we don't know that. We have yet to know this information, by the way, so who knows?
Maybe that's what he was rehearsing.
We're talking about blanks, right? We're talking about guns that have blanks in them.
I feel like if Ryan was such a private person, he'd be embarrassed by all these people coming for him. That is a valid point.
But in general, the rule is that if you have to point the gun at a person, the rule is that there's extra layers of precautions that have to be taken. Like a person needs to go over there and show them.
Yeah, if you're shooting blanks
and do all of these things that were not done.
Sure, but the question is we don't know if this was Alec Baldwin's fault or if there were other people on set that were responsible. My understanding is that
there's shared blame.
Okay, no, hold on. No. Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine, but you have to write like an apology tweet because that's completely different. Yes, because earlier you said
because you say that he's responsible for shooting a person doesn't mean that there weren't other people that contributed to it. There could be more than one person to blame.
Earlier, when you said it really is true that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance led to him shooting that woman, he's so anti-gun that he refuses to even learn to respect them as you're placing a ton of blame on Alec Baldwin on a situation that you don't have all the facts about, but you don't know what happened.
Here's why. Okay, because and again, this is like based on the totality of the circumstances. So I'm also factoring into the equation who Alec Baldwin is and how much experience he has and how long he's been advocating against guns and how dangerous they are, right? And what happens, and I've seen this as a handgun instructor. You know that I'm a professional handgun instructor, right? I've seen this so many times. The most anti-gun people are always the most dangerous people to have behind a gun because they do not show them respect because they've not been raised to have respect for guns. And so these people with their anti-gun stances and they become complacent over time.
Hold on. None of this.
Okay, the thing is, everything she's saying might be true for some people, might not be true for other people. I know people who are for gun control and have been around guns all their life. And their presence around guns and seeing people use guns terribly and seeing idiots handle guns actually has made them in favor of gun control. So this isn't a universal standard. And also, this is where like the ideology comes in, if you want to be completely honest. Well, the thing about anti-gun people is they behave like this, and they do this thing, and they do that thing. And she's filling in her personal conceptions of what people who are in favor of gun control are like, into the gaps where we don't know information about the Alec Baldwin case. So instead of being like, here's the case of the facts, this detail, this is what Alec Baldwin's guilty, it's this detail, this is what I think of anti-gun control people, this detail. And we shouldn't be filling gaps with that.
Firstly, everybody that's been in a range has seen some dipshit acting stupid with a gun. It happens all the fucking time, okay? People do this all the time. Number one.
I've had
Number
guns
two,
pointed at me every month.
Sure, that's great. Number two, then I don't know why you're saying it's like only anti-gun people. They're mainly anti-gun people do this. Tons of people have horrible firearm etiquette.
No,
okay?
I didn't say mainly. I said that they're the worst about it.
Okay,
that's foreigners. Foreigners are also.
That's the same?
This is hardcore equivocation. It sounds like
foreigners.
What the fuck?
Okay, then.
Almost the same thing, but I'll grant you that somehow there's some difference to be discovered in this sentence. The scholars can tear it apart later, okay? Number two, you don't know how much experience he has with firearms or how much experience he has on set with firearms. I don't know why you would just say...
Alec Baldwin?
Yeah,
He's literally been in Hollywood for 40 years making shitty gun movies, dude.
So why are you saying...
So maybe
wouldn't that imply that he has a lot of experience? Or was that what you were implying initially?
It would imply that he's extremely complacent, that he probably...
How would you know?
Okay, so there it is. So on one hand, he either has a ton of experience
would you know?
and was, as she's about to say, very complacent and didn't care, or on the other hand, what she was saying earlier, he's anti-gun, so he doesn't have experience with guns. And therefore, that inexperience led to what happened. But it can't be both at the same time. And again, we're just filling in the details that we don't know with assumptions.
Hold on, no. You're just no. Hold on. That is just the dumbest illogical leap I've ever heard.
Why? Why is it dumb?
BX Bullet, she's been an instructor for how long? She must be incredibly complacent. If somebody's got a track record of being on set for 40 years and they haven't shot anybody yet, wouldn't the idea be they're probably pretty decent when it comes to gun safety?
No, that's not how complacency works. So complacency happens when you that wouldn't happen to me because I follow the rules of gun safety, as most everybody who's ever been taught the rules of gun safety, and as a responsible firearm owner, we all fire. Like I promise you, there is not a single responsible firearm owner in the country keyword responsible, who would point a gun at a person intentionally and pull the trigger.
Bro, you keep saying
Ever.
this. They're actors.
Okay, but you know what? You're making a leap.
No,
because
I'm not.
you're
He is an
trying to
actor.
say
That's not a leap. That he actually is an
no,
actor.
the leap is that he was that he was pointing it at the person he was supposed to point in the scene, but he wasn't. He was pointing at the director carelessly.
Stop
while
saying
We
he was.
rehearsing.
don't know. Oh, fuck. We don't know.
He was pointing at the camera. The director was
I don't
behind the
think that
camera.
That's true. Okay, so the gun. So are you saying that the
Okay.
the
Wait. I don't think that's true. I think it's the camera. I actually trying to remember. Was it the camera? Let me Google it quick. Alec Baldwin gun camera. Can't spell anything. Do. Alec Baldwin was aiming at camera when gun discharged. Affidavit said, okay. Alec Baldwin was pointing gun at camera. BBC. Okay.
I need.
It was
the
Is it
bullet
gonna-
went through the camera? Like
That's
all the way
that's
through.
what I have read over and
I
over
haven't
again.
read that. If you could send that to me, I would love to see it. But
Okay,
all
I'm
I
gonna
see was that
Google
he pointed
Alec
towards the
Baldwin
camera.
point gun camera. We'll see if any stories come up.
Okay.
So, and again, we don't know, but it could easily be a scene where the camera's like looking at his gun, so he's trying to position and trying to look at how it would be. Like, okay, so I put the gun like this to the camera, and then he pulls the trigger, and that's what he could be doing. But again, we don't know. All we're doing is making guesstimations and estimating. And
Okay, we've got
yeah,
The Guardian.
but-
Alec Baldwin was pointing gun at.
they have an NDA for a movie, so you won't ever know until the movie's released. Too bad the movie will never be released. There, of course, this information's going to get out in other ways, though. There's an investigation because somebody was just shot and killed. I doubt they'd be like, I'm sorry, but we really care about the movie's plot line, and we don't want it to get out. So it looks like we're not going to allow the investigators to investigate what was happening or what the scene was about. You're not saying that? So what are you saying, though? Like, what exactly, like, why wouldn't we be able to find out if he was, why he was pointing out the camera or, like, the situation?
To gather my will.
camera when it went off. Director says BBC. Alec Baldwin was pointing gun
Pointing
at camera.
camera.
That's what I just said.
Okay.
Yes.
But did it say that he hit the camera and it went through the camera? Some freak accident went through the camera and hit her on the
I
other
don't know
side?
if it went through the camera, but your framing of this was
That's
that he
not-
was
that didn't
twirling the
happen.
gun around on set, just aiming it at people, whatever, like he's
No.
just having fun.
No.
Okay, but if he's rehearsing a
No.
scene, that's exactly what you're implying. If you don't understand that, you need to go back and like watch.
Biggs Bullet was saying that he was handling the gun recklessly. I believe that was it, right? I forget exactly how she said it, but it was recklessly. Yeah.
Your whatever you just said.
When
Okay.
he was rehearsing the scene, he was pointing it at the director, right? He pointed it at the director. He had to
no,
point
first
it
of
at
all,
the director.
wait.
He shot her.
Who do you think died?
Okay, sorry, the photographer, the director.
The
of
cinematographer,
photography.
the person that's running the camera.
She's the director of photography.
Sure.
Okay, so that's why I said director.
Okay, the cinematographer is behind the camera while you're filming. That's why she got shot, because he was aiming at
They
the
were
camera.
not filming at the time. If you read the article, let
Stop.
me send
Okay,
you an
no,
article that has
please
a
stop.
better-
Well, they weren't filming at the time, but they were filming a film, and he was practicing and again, we're making assumptions, but I guess that's what we're just doing now. But he was pointing the gun at the camera, most likely because he was practicing on how the scene was going to go down. At least we do know from what we've read so far that he was practicing.
Oh my God, you're
Okay.
actually killing me, okay? When you're rehearsing a scene, okay? I don't do anything with film, and I will still bet my life on this point because I know it's correct. Because I've done a lot of random shit with tech. I guarantee you that when you are rehearsing a scene, there's probably at least one person either watching a monitor or with their eyes on the camera or down the lens. I seriously doubt that they're just rehearsing and everybody's standing around with their fucking cell phones watching them do his shit. There's probably somebody running the camera. They might even be shooting. It might just be rehearsal, but they might even be shooting to see how it looks on film.
Well, now you're the one who's speculating, though. Okay, so
No. My original point. No.
That he must have been pointing it at
no.
the camera, and somehow the bullet went through the camera.
No,
bullet went all the way through the camera.
He was aiming at the camera. I'm looking at 10 stories right now saying Alec Baldwin pointed gun at camera. 2 days old. Assistant, like all of these are saying like Alec Baldwin was practicing pointing revolver at
the
camera.
or not.
Why did I just get a grinder notification?
Oh
I
shit.
gotta delete this before Cat kills me. Jesus.
Okay, the
Oh,
third
it's like a offer update. Okay.
rule of gun safety. Are you aware of the rules of gun safety?
I know all 4 and you
Third
break.
rule of gun
No, hold on.
safety
I know all 4
is
and you break
always
all.
be aware
You
of your
break.
target.
You're wrong. Please stop. Oh my God, you're an instructor. You should know better. Okay. I know
Well,
all.
I do know better.
No.
I know that when somebody pulls the
Stop.
trigger and there's a person on the
Hold on.
receiving end of that barrel, it's their fault.
There
to
are
an
4
extent,
rules
always.
of gun safety, and you break every single one when you are an actor. Okay. Do you understand?
No, because if you actually read the requirements, you're treat every gun as if it's loaded on
Yeah,
set.
but
Then why would any
If you're
actor? Then why would
required to
any
shoot- if you're
actor point
required to
any
point
gun
the
ever at any person ever on set? So
Because if you're required to do that, then you're also required to show the actor or actress physically, manually open the gun on set and be like, it's empty. Right, and that didn't happen. Alec didn't see that the gun was empty before he pointed it at a person. That should have happened. Do you
That's
agree with
what
that?
Blake-
to
Or do you
understand.
think that it's okay
You're
for them to
jumping
just
topics. I need
trust?
you to understand that in every single scene where somebody is doing a hostage scene or whatever, they are breaking at least 3 of the 4 rules of gun safety at that point in time. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to kill something. Don't point the gun at something you're not willing to destroy. Be aware of
And to
what.
be clear, the staff did declare the gun was cold to Alec while handing him the firearm.
It's beyond your target. Treat every gun as though it's loaded. All 4 of these are being broken when you're doing.
I redeemed tell a story. Okay, let me think. Okay, let me think. What's a good story? Oh, did you know? Here's a story. Do you guys know about Kid Nation? Kid Nation was this TV show where like children were like made their own little like place in like a little city, and they had to run it as like a reality TV show. Where this was filmed is the exact same place that Alec Baldwin's thing was filmed. The exact
shit.
same place.
Oh, yeah.
Cursed, man. And by the way, when this was filmed, like children drank bleach at this event. Like at this thing.
Oh shit, sounds like based event.
Hostage scene. Do you understand
this is
that?
a curse
I need a
or
yes or no.
something?
I need a yes or no.
I think somebody was like hospitalized for like, I don't know if it was
What
3rd-degree
armor,
burns, but like some
what
pretty bad
makes-
burns as well. Man, it's like cursed land.
What the fuck?
That. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So then don't sit here. Everybody's dumbing this online. Okay. It's like they all looked up.
You're
No.
ignoring the fact that they
Stop. Let me
broke
finish.
protocol.
No. Let me finish. If you want to talk about protocol, that's fine. Okay. But every wannabe gun nut online who became an expert at this shit overnight is trying to cite the 4 rules as though.
Right. So there it is. We cannot give our hard-working, leather-behanded heroes their basic needs because that's socialism. And thus, the problem with the economy. Now, if you've ever listened to AM radio in your uncle's van,
So in South Africa, one day, I met a guy, a guy from Pakistan, and he was the #1 bootlegger of my DVDs in South Africa. And so I remember, like, literally people in the neighborhood told me. So I was eating at this place, eating at this halal restaurant, and the owner comes and he's like, hey, Trevor, he's like, hey, man, you know, there's a guy, he's got, like, he sells all your DVDs. Then I was like, oh, cool, like, does he work at, like, a retailer? Then he's like, no, he sells them on the street. So I was like, okay. So you're telling me the guy's stealing my money, whatever, you know? Then he's like, yeah, no, but, you know, everybody got the DVD from him. Everybody got the DVD from him. So I'm like, well, thank you. He's like, yeah, even me, I got the DVD from him. So I'm like, well, thank you very much. This is great, you know? So I said to the guy who owns the store, I'm like, how would you feel if I came to your restaurant and like I took the food from someone else and now I'm eating it in your restaurant? He's like, no, I wouldn't allow that shit. I'm like, yeah, that's how it feels when you tell me you've got a bootleg DVD. Like, it's like you shouldn't like bootleg my DVD. He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you want to meet the guy? So I'm like, all right, let me meet the guy. So the guy comes in. I'll never forget this. He's very chilled out. And so he's like, hello, how are you, Trevor? I'm like, hey, how you doing, man? I'm like, so you the bootlegger? And he like looks around, like almost like the cops are gonna jump out. And then I'm like, no, man, it's just between you and me. Then he's like, yes. He's like, I sell all your DVD. So I was like, all right, can I ask you a question? How many have you sold? And then he's like, maybe maybe 200,000-300,000. Jesus, I'm like 300,000? I haven't sold 300,000 of my DVD. You've sold 300,000. He's like, yes, 300,000, whatever. And then he like shows me from the catalog. He opens the book and he shows me the DVD. Now what he did was he took like my pictures from like random photo shoots I'd done, like just horrible pictures that I hate. Yeah, and then like he changed the cover of my DVD, like my cover art. So now I'm like, yo, it's bad enough that you're bootlegging. I'm trying to build like a brand here. Why are you changing the image? And so then he's like, no, this image, this photo, much better, people prefer. Then I'm like, yeah, but it's not the DVD. He says, no, I try your picture, people don't like. I put this picture, everybody enjoys it. You should change your picture. So I'm like, I'm not gonna change my picture to go the bootlegger's way. I'm not gonna do that. And so literally the guy, like, he took the thing, bootlegged, and then he's just like, yeah. And so what he would do is he would take the same DVD and every few months would change the picture, and then people would buy the same DVD again, the bootleg, because it would have a new picture. Wow. Yeah, and he was just like, he's like, I don't know why you don't do that. I was like, because that seems like fraud, man.
Question.
Last spring, the Texas legislature passed SB 8, a law that takes abortion rights in Texas out behind the barn.
Protest over what is now the most restrictive abortion law in the country. It forbids abortion in Texas after cardiac activity is detected, typically around 6 weeks, before many women know they're pregnant.
Harsh, but not surprising.
What?
When it comes to restricting abortions, Texas gonna. Last spring, the Texas legislature passed SB 8, a law that takes abortion rights in Texas out behind the barn.
Protest over what is now the most restrictive abortion law in the country. It forbids abortion in Texas after cardiac activity is detected, typically around 6 weeks, before many women know they're pregnant.
Harsh, but not surprising. When it comes to restricting abortions, Texas gonna Texas. But what's different about SB 8 is how it tries to enforce its ban on abortion. I talked to Nancy Northup of the Center for Reproductive Rights for more. Exactly how up on the up meter is this? Are we talking like this up?
It is preventing about 85% of abortion patients being able to get access in the state of Texas by creating a legal scheme that has been very hard to challenge in court. It's outrageous.
That is up.
It is a massive violation of constitutional rights, yes.
According to Nancy, the genius of this law lies in how it lets the state of Texas put its hands all over women's health without leaving any fingerprints. This is a law that is designed to not be enforced so that it cannot be challenged in court.
Well, what Texas has done is said, okay, we're going to make citizens vigilantes who can go after a $10,000 or more bounty by suing a provider, someone who works at a clinic, a friend who drives you to the clinic, somebody who maybe loans you money for your procedure. It's a law designed so that the state of Texas is not going to enforce it, so that we can't go into court and sue the state of Texas.
An unconstitutional law that can't be ruled unconstitutional? Genius. What kind of brilliant legal mind could have come up with an idea to crowdsource the war on women?
My name is Mark Lee Dixon, and I'm a director with the Right to Life of East Texas.
Mark is one of the
Right to Life?
using civic enforcement, aka vigilantes, to restrict abortion rights.
So, before, when abortion ban would be about to go into effect, what would happen is a judge would stop that law, and some have realized that the private enforcement mechanism is the best option that we have to really make a difference in the overall picture of abortion legislation.
So you're basically admitting that this law was designed to go around our constitutional legal system.
Well, I mean, the courts have said many things over the years that have not really lined up with with what we know is true.
It feels like you are wanting to go back in time a little bit, like this is the Wild West, except instead of carrying around 6 shooters, people have lawyers, you know? Is that the goal here?
Everyone loves Batman, right? No one's complaining about having a costume vigilante known as
Like this is the Wild West, except instead of carrying around 6 shooters, people have lawyers, you know? Is that the goal here?
Everyone loves Batman, right? No one's complaining about having a costume vigilante known as Batman getting the job done. And so why are people against private citizens to get the job done?
Explaining comic books to women while also restricting their rights.
Damn.
Must be getting laid 24/7.
So I am a 36-year-old virgin.
Okay. It's all coming together now. So let me get this straight. You're not a lawyer, nor a woman, nor do you have kids, or have you ever been in a situation where you might have kids, and yet you are the person to help design laws to restrict women's reproductive rights. It seems like you're kind of literally the last person who should be designing this law.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way.
I mean, I almost
No, I
can't
know
think
you
of
don't
anyone
feel.
less qualified to do this. Maybe a cat? Unlike his virginity, Mark didn't have to wait long for his law to go into action.
A lawsuit has been filed against San Antonio doctor Alan Brait, who is being sued by Oscar Stilley.
That's right, Oscar Stilley, the first man to file suit against Texas abortion providers under SB 8. And I was ready to go face to screen to find out why this anti-abortion radical was so dedicated to restricting women's rights.
I'm just not. I'm not anti-choice.
What?
I'm not hostile to a person who needs an abortion for whatever reason.
I'm confused. Why are you doing this then?
Money.
I care about having a government that doesn't use deceitful tricks to try to hide out their brand new law from people who want it tested in the courts. I've created a situation so you have a vigorously represented side of both sides of the case. You have a plaintiff and you have a defendant.
Since the main purpose of SB 8 is to have the mere threat of legal action deter abortion providers, Oscar was trying to force the issue by bringing a suit that would lead to a clear ruling. He was vigilanteing the vigilantes, but he had his own reasons too.
I'm in the custody of the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Prisons, home confinement.
What?
I have an ankle bracelet. It's right here. Can you see that?
Yeah. So hold on. How did you wind up on home confinement?
I got crossways with the tax division of the United States Department of Justice.
Oscar, I'm picking up on you having a bit of an issue with authority. Is this just an excuse to kind of mess with the system?
Yes. If this law stands, anybody who is attacking a constitutional right will do it the same way that the Texas legislature did it. Doesn't matter if it's guns, it's free speech, anything else. You just deputize the whole world to go attack the people you don't agree with, and you never allow a court to issue a ruling.
Okay. So hands off my taxes, hands off my guns, hands off my uterus.
That's right. And nobody's going to fight harder than Oscar. Oscar's going to throw down.
Desi gets it now. Oscar and Desi might agree, but the future of abortion rights in Texas is highly uncertain. In September, the Justice Department sued the state over the constitutionality of SB 8, which will eventually lead to a Supreme Court ruling. Oscar Stilley has added himself to that suit as well, as a plaintiff. I never thought I would say this, but for a disgraced tax fraudster under house arrest, you may not be the hero that we want, but you might just be the hero we deserve.
Thank you. Sometimes those things happen.
Gorilla is nice. What the fuck? What damage? Okay, det var another level. 30%, 30%. That's fine. I suppose. Do. 5%. Bit more energy shield though.
I must have time to gather my will.
Nej, det var på. Du nogen åbne? No. Jeg vil lige se, holy shit. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Masterfire! Makes sense. Let's see. Creator at this surface the previous. Masterfire. Nope. Masterfire. Masterfire. Nope. Burning bright at a previous. Masterfire. Nope. This is stupid. This is stupid. Masterfire. Masterfire. There you go. So close. I haven't. Just keep it there. It's fine.
These apply to actors, okay? Actors
agree
are
with
in.
you. Hey,
no,
calm
don't
down,
you don't
first
agree
of
with me?
all.
Stop saying
I
you
do
agree
agree
with me. You
with
don't
you. I
because you
agree
just
with you.
cited the 4 rules at me and you said he broke rule number 3. So you clearly don't
I've never seen somebody so adamant to like stop fucking agreeing with me. It's great. Oh my god.
agree with me, okay?
Because he did. Because there was nobody. Because first of all, if he was going to be pointing the gun at a person, he was supposed to actually see that the gun was unloaded. That's the standard protocol. He was supposed to see it with his own eyes. If you're going to point a gun at a person on the set, there's an extra layer of safety that's supposed to occur. That didn't happen. Okay? Now, you can say that, yeah, man, this was a horrible accident. I agree. You can say, man, poor Alec Baldwin. I bet that this is fucking traumatizing for him, and I honestly feel bad for the guy.
This is all pointless conjecture that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. All I wanted you to do.
Let me finish my thought.
Okay, finish your conjecture.
I agree.
Okay, before we go back and skip all of
How
this.
is this conjecture?
Because none of this is establishing the fact. I don't care about the fake sympathy for the Trump hater. I don't care about any of that. Okay, I don't give a fuck. It absolutely is. Okay. I didn't vote for Trump. It absolutely is. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. All I'm saying is that
It's okay, dear. Now we've crossed over the line. And it's over now. This conversation, it is impossible to return at this point to like, hey, Destiny, this is why I disagree. It's impossible because now we're in the assuming intentions arc, okay? We're in the arc where it's like, nah, I don't need you to tell me what you believe. I know what you, we're in this arc now, okay? We're here, we've arrived.
Now, because you're giving me this whole spiel about it's tragic. I don't care that it's tragic. I don't care about any of that. All I'm trying to establish is whether or not you have the necessary facts to show that Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance led to him shooting a woman. He's so anti-gun that he refuses to even learn to respect them as deadly weapons. You haven't established any of that.
I do agree with that. Okay,
I understand you agree with that, but you haven't laid the case out for it.
I came on to talk about the situation and how we can use it to move forward with like better gun safety and training everybody, even anti-gun people.
We don't.
To be
There is nothing to take from this. There is nothing to take from this.
But you're like drilling down this one tweet, which is kind of weird.
Because the tweet was
incredible. If you go to
incredible.
all of the subtweets, you can see that I kind of like softened my stance on that a little bit after some back and forth with people. So like, I don't know why you're drilling down that exact tweet.
Because the thing is, number one, I don't know, maybe in my opinion, but I think she needs to reverse the entirety of the tweet, not soften up the tweet. And number two, if you can't even agree about the specifics of the incident, maybe because, I don't know, people shouldn't be coming to hardcore conclusions right now when it comes to an incident that we don't have all the information about. I don't know, maybe that has to do with that. But if you can't agree to the specifics of an incident and what went wrong and how this happened and we have no clue yet, then how are we gonna like figure out how to move forward?
We did it. What do you mean? Because it was the most inflammatory tweet you made. Number one. Number two.
It'd be like, for example, let's say that I wanted to move forward with somebody and I was like, hey, buddy, we need to stop another January 6th from insurrection from never happening again. And he's like, I agree. We need to stop the Antifa infiltrators from overthrowing the government. And then at that point, like, if you can't, like, right there, you've met an impasse. And if you don't address that impasse, then you can't move forward because you don't agree what went wrong. You don't even, one of you, maybe by chance, the Antifa infiltrator person, doesn't know all the facts of the case. So how are we going to move forward when we don't even know what went wrong?
There's nothing to be taken from actors about general gun safety from people. And it's another point that irritates me because I would push people as far away from that mentality as possible. You should never,
mentality?
The idea that anything actors do with guns is anything a normal human being should ever do with guns.
I disagree wholly. I think that if there's one thing we should learn from this situation, it's that guns need to be treated with that kind of respect on the set. Whether they are or not, I guess that's a point to debate. They should be. Absolutely.
You should never. Here is a statement. I need you to say you agree or disagree with this. I need you to agree or disagree with this, okay? Here is my statement. A human being that is not an actor should never emulate anything they see on a TV show with a gun. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I don't really understand that statement.
Let me say it one more time. A civilian, human being, not an actor, should never be emulating what they see on TV when it comes to firearms. Like pointing it at.
Yeah, of course. Yes. Yes. I do not believe kids should be playing cops and robbers with Glocks, trying to reenact Dirty Harry in the backyard. Don't think it's a good idea.
People play taking hostage.
Well, yeah. Okay, sure. They should never break the rules of gun safety.
So then you should never take anything that you learn from a fucking set or from a fucking TV show and say like, oh, there's something we can learn from real life. Bullshit, there's not. You don't use guns like that in real life. This is exclusively for actors.
No, you're totally missing my point here. My point was that this tragedy should teach us something, and that something should be that guns should be more respected on sets of movies.
Okay,
right?
but we've gone like 40 years without there being an accident. It doesn't seem like this is like a huge problem in the industry.
I agree. I think it's really fucking stupid when people are clamoring to ban blanks and shit. Like, calm down.
Okay, I don't know how you managed to pivot that into like some pro-gun conservative talking point. That's not what I was getting at, okay? But what I'm saying is that there haven't been like hardly any accident.
I'm a pro-gun, but I'm not even conservative.
Because you somehow because you twisted this into like, yeah, I agree. We shouldn't. Liberals are talking about banning guns. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that.
I didn't say liberals. You said conservatives.
No, okay.
You're the one making it political.
You found a way to give me a rehashed talking point for something that I'm not talking.
By the way, it is political. This is all inherently political. Her original tweet, which you have right here, he's so anti-gun. That is a political position. It was political from the get-go.
Okay? I'm not talking about banning guns from sets, okay?
I will say, Destiny is being uber aggressive. I understand why he's being uber aggressive here. But, like, if somebody's saying, well, I don't believe this or I don't believe that, just let them spin their yarn, you know?
Decided to bring that up because it's a good narrative point.
I said I agree.
Okay? What I'm saying, I didn't talk about that at all. What I said was to say that this is really good to talk about because, like, implying that there's some wider problem in Hollywood. We have thousands of TV shows and movies that film with.
I have 1/10 the patience Destiny has. Unironically, right? I've learned from my Jackson Hinkle debate that, like, I would say a good 60 to 70% of the time, if you're debating somebody like you like that really doesn't like you or like has like severe problems with you, just act like a normal human and you'll do fine. I really do mean that. if you just act like a normal human and you've got enough information on the topic you're talking about, you'll do fine a lot of times, as long as you don't fall into some rhetoric traps, right? Because a lot of people are like, you need to be more intense, or you need to do this. Like, a lot of people afterwards at the Jackson Hinkle debate really wanted me to be like hardcore intense, but I feel like if it was a lot more hardcore intense, that a lot of people would not have walked away from that conversation being like, man, Jackson Hinkle was unbelievably bad faith.
With firearms,
She reminds me of Jackson Hinkle's behavior in the Taiwan debate. No, not even close. No.
Fucking time. It doesn't seem like this is a huge endemic problem in Hollywood.
I agree. That's why Bullet's doing so well. Well, the thing is that, in my opinion, that is the one way where Bullet will like come out well here, is the fact that she isn't being so uber aggressive, right? But I mean, then again, if you like start denying stuff or start lying, there's certain ways where you just gotta be uber aggressive because somebody just won't move. Like if they're pivoting to get away from something, then I understand it. But like once Destiny gets going, he's just like an aggression machine. Hey, Lisa, thanks so much for the tier 1.
Yes, I believe that it is. I believe that there's a lapse in complacency, probably pretty frequently. People get really comfortable with the fact that there haven't been any incidents, right? It doesn't matter if it's only happened once every 40 years. And I'm not saying we need to ban blanks or anything like that. I'm saying we need to look at this and be like, how did this happen? And how can we prevent this from happening again? Because the protocols existed. They just weren't being followed.
So I agree with that. But the problem is that neither of us have all the facts yet. So maybe we should wait, because this is one of the very few cases where a negligent discharge happens, and we're probably going to get all the facts because it happened in a movie set with like 100 witnesses.
I'm missing is where the bullet, did the bullet hit the camera first?
No, the ultimate,
exactly was he
because the ultimate fact is who was the one that was ultimately responsible on set for making sure the gun was cold. Because if it was supposed to be, if the standard operating procedure is that once an actor is handed a gun by a prop master or an armor or an assistant director, once he's handed that gun and the gun is declared cold, is the actor supposed to be fucking with it? Is he supposed to be checking it? Is he supposed to be racking it? Because if the answer is no, and that's standard operating procedure, and Alec Baldwin was given a gun by somebody that was supposed to clear it, and they said it was clear, and then he shot somebody, then it seems kind of fucking stupid to tweet that it's Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance that led to him shooting a woman.
Well, I think that the first tweet...
Is there a reason Destiny's talking to Bullet like she's a child? Probably this tweet. Just I'll put it in chat for you to read, Fluff.
That was a subtweet, actually, when I was arguing with somebody. But the first
second reason. Somebody brought it up in chat. Another good reason. He was also playing League of Legends before this. Terrible decision. So that's probably also contributing to it.
Yes, and he lost all the games.
Right? People who are super anti-gun show complacency and disrespect to
You
guns.
don't know any of that. You don't know
hold on,
any of
hold
that.
Hold on.
You're just talking shit. Everything you're saying is so stupid right now. Do you understand?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not
You can't prove that anybody here is.
People who've been raised to respect guns do not handle guns disrespectfully, even on the scene of a movie.
No,
there are plenty of actors who have all come out. Will Smith, Keanu Reeves. There are plenty of actors who actually do understand guns and would be like, no, wait, let's make sure this gun is safe before I go haphazardly pointing it at people.
You don't know. No one is haphazardly pointing anything. That's like the fifth time. He was rehearsing a scene
earlier. Haphazardly. The thing is, wait. Destiny earlier said just flailing it around everywhere. She's like, I never said that, but this haphazardly. These are the same things. Okay. Now that I know the context of how she's describing how how Alec Baldwin was dealing with the gun, then yeah, she was basically saying that.
That's not haphazardly pointing something. He was rehearsing a fucking scene. He was handed a gun supposedly and told that it was cold. So what is he?
There's just no way that I can exonerate him from all blame. I can say
you can't. No. The thing is, it's not that right now I can't exonerate him from all blame. It's like right now you can't exonerate him or condemn him or do anything of anything. Okay? Everything right now is just a guessing game outside of the hardcore facts we got right now. There's a bunch of things in right now in this discussion already where it's like, okay, I thought it was pointed at this person. Apparently it wasn't pointing at the person. He was pointing at the camera that had a person behind it. And you're learning new details right now in this discussion, which just shows how fast this story develops. For instance, I didn't research the Alec Baldwin story this morning. Or this afternoon before I started streaming. Meaning that probably all the details I read about yesterday are not the same details today. There's probably new details that have emerged. And when you have a story developing that fast with that much media attention, like, you just got to give it some time.
That I think that multiple things happen that were bad, and multiple people are ultimately to blame. But I just cannot see a way that this turns out that he did not have some level of responsibility for what happened.
If it turns out, I've already laid it out exactly. Okay, if the responsibility for clearing a weapon is given to the person in charge of handling weapons, and if actors aren't supposed to be fucking with weapons after they've been handed the weapon, and he was told the weapon was clear after he was handed it, then that would exonerate him from the responsibility of that, generally. Now, there might be some higher level, like maybe his production team hired some unsafe people, maybe that there's some responsibility there, but in terms of that particular instance, if he was handed a gun, told it was cold, and SOP is for actors not to fuck with guns once they've been handed them, then in that case, it doesn't seem like it's his fault. Now, if actors have the responsibility of checking firearms that they're given, I don't know if they do on this set, if those were those rules at the time, and he didn't check the weapon, then it would probably be his fault. But again, we don't have that information, which is why I think it's really stupid that people are coming out saying, like...
You're also just making assumptions, too, though. You can't blame me for making assumptions when you're also making assumptions.
No, you just don't understand. No. What I'm doing is...
I do understand.
No, you absolutely do not, okay? Here's what's happening, okay? Two people walk into a room, you see something, and you say, oh my God, I know exactly what happened. And then I say...
No, I didn't do that.
Stop.
I actually waited like 3 days for all the facts to come out.
Oh my God, 3 days?
You didn't even know who got shot. You didn't even know who was aiming at the camera. How are you saying you had all the facts?
What do you mean I didn't know who got shot? The director of photography got shot, and the director both got shot.
Yeah, you just realized that
you didn't even know that he was aiming at the camera, which is like every single story.
Yes, I did. Just because
No.
Okay. Maybe my hearing's wrong. Maybe my memory's wrong. But I could have sworn that I could have sworn that Destiny had to go get the articles to show that that Alec Baldwin was pointing at the camera. Oh, somebody got me the clip?
He was supposed to point in the scene, but he wasn't. He was pointing at the director carelessly.
Stop saying he was pointing at the camera. The director was behind the camera.
That's true.
I don't think that's true.
So are you saying that the bullet went through the camera? Like
that's what I
have
read.
Dumb fuck bullet.
If you could send that to me, I would love to see it. But
yeah, that's very clear cut. Like she can't deny that.
Do you want to put money? Do you want to put money on that? You want to bet money on that?
Yes,
do you want to bet money on that?
Because what I said was that he was
do you want to do $20?
Because a person got shot.
Do you want to do $20 on that? You believe that at the beginning of this conversation you knew that it was
that he was pointing towards the camera.
Okay, well, if somebody wants to get the clip on that, I'm pretty sure if anybody wants to grab the clip on that, that's fine.
You're trying to twist my words.
I'm not trying. You literally said
what I was saying.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Why did you make me Google it? Why did you make me Google it?
Destiny, quit strong arming me. Listen, do you agree that he was pointing the gun at a person? Yes or no?
I would never phrase it that way. No.
Okay. But a person got shot. So is this a JFK bullet? Did the bullet curve like in the movie Wanted?
So when you utter the phrase "point it at a person," okay, there's a
react harder. Okay,
much different connotation there than pointed at a camera. Okay, do you understand why? Like,
no, fuck right off.
It was pointed at a person. Yes or no? Was it pointed at a person? Yes or no?
You understand that you don't have to point a gun necessarily right at a person or be intending to point. This is why one of the 4 rules is be aware of what's beyond your target, right? This is why you use hollow points for self-defense instead of FMJ rounds, because you can over-penetrate targets and hit other people, right? This is why you have to be careful with ricochet or with fragmentation, because don't say yeah like you agree with me, because you're sitting here asking a dumb rhetorical question like, no, you don't, because you're saying, oh, are you telling me that this bullet hurt someone even if it wasn't aimed directly at them? I have no idea, and neither do you. It might be that he literally shot at the camera and the bullet ricocheted through. It might be that he shot at the camera and the round fragmented and hit the other woman in the chest. I don't know those details, but guess what? You don't either. Stop saying okay, because you just laid out. Dude. You just laid out that it must have been a magic bullet. You just said it must have been a magic bullet to hit somebody.
It was a no, Destiny, dishonest Destiny. Once again, she said it must have been a magic JFK bullet. Totally different.
For what comes out of the barrel of a gun, right? So in this case, regardless of it ricocheted or it curved or some kind of crazy shit happened.
That's not crazy. This is why we use hollow points for self-defense. It's not crazy. It's not crazy. It's like, hold on. I gotta mute you for 1 second. I have to mute you. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I have to mute her because gun safety is like one of the few things I'm super anal about, okay? It is not crazy, okay, for people to get hit randomly with gunshots that aren't intended to hit them, okay? This is why in self-defense situations, The reasons why you use hollow points isn't just because they're more lethal. It's because a hollow point is less likely to over-penetrate targets or ricochet or fragment and hit other people, okay? This is why we don't advocate for using full metal jacket rounds inside houses for home defense. It is absolutely a problem that exists with firearms, okay?
There's an extra layer.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, what?
Okay, listen. Here, let me just make a point because you've been growling. I
understand. I'll be quiet, but I just have to let you know every single time you say magic bullet, I have to mute you because I do gun safety on my stream, and I can't have somebody saying some stupid shit like it's a magical curved bullet because
I was being fucking intentionally sarcastic.
No, you're not being sarcastic. You're being uninformed and irresponsible about bullets. Okay, but that's okay.
You're right.
Go ahead.
You're right. I believe in magic bullets, and I believe the bullets can be curved. I'm a professional shooter.
Okay, then I don't know how you're missing so much of this, but go ahead.
Somebody was just banned in my chat. I don't know why he was banned. I was just checking some of the messages. God, okay, look.
Damn it.
Look, okay, this debate got nuclear. Chat doesn't need to get nuclear as well, okay?
Please.
Like you somehow have authority on this matter.
Okay.
Like,
customer first.
And I'm a dumbass who knows nothing about guns.
Okay, you're self-proclaimed gun expert Destiny? True. True. Destiny has a lot of experience pointing guns at cameras. God, Skinhead Steven, man, terrifying.
Yeah, that was a wild.
You're saying a lot of weird shit, okay? Like, are you telling me it's possible that he shot at a camera and the bullet came out?
I was literally joking.
You weren't joking. You were trying to make a point.
Destiny. You're right. I believe in magic.
Wait, has anybody trademarked Skinhead Steven as a thing to throw at Destiny yet? Am I the first one to come up with? I can't be the first one to come up with that.
Skinhead
no
Steven?
way. There has to be some like anarchist in the middle of
think
like
that's the first,
somewhere, the middle of I don't know Timbuktu who's thought of that so far. I can't be the first one.
No, you were trying to establish the point that
American History X Steve.
Unfathomable that he could have been aiming at the camera and somebody else gotten hurt, which is not unfathomable. It's totally possible.
The gun was pointed at a person.
Do you know that?
The person got shot. Yeah, it went through her
She's unironically gaslighting him right now. Hey, that's abuse.
chest and hit a person on the other side of her. A ricochet is not going to do that.
You know for a fact. What do you mean a ricochet is not going to do that? You don't think you can fire through a camera?
Fucking ricochet a foot away from my face and had it surgically removed.
That's
from
great. You understand that you can literally put a 9mm round through a fucking car door and kill somebody. You understand that, right? You don't think it could go through a camera?
I understand penetration.
Did read the second paragraph? Okay, let's read it. The actor Alec Baldwin, haggard in a white beard and period garb as he played a wounded character named Harlan Rust, sat in a pew working out how he would draw a long-barreled Colt 45 revolver across his body and aim it towards the movie camera. Yeah, it is the movie camera. Like, it's undisputed at this point.
Penetration, yes.
Okay, so
no, I think that's highly unlikely, but we
how
can
do you
move
know
on.
that?
I believe that because
Wait, what is highly unlikely? Okay, I missed it. Let me go back a little.
Ricochet is not going to do that.
You know for a fact. What do you mean a ricochet is not going to do that? You don't think you can fire through a camera?
Fucking ricochet a foot away from my face and had it surgically removed.
That's great. You understand that you can literally put a 9mm round through a fucking car door and kill somebody. You understand that, right? You don't think it could go through a camera?
I understand penetration, yes.
Okay, so
no, I think that's highly unlikely.
I will say I am not an expert on guns, but I am an expert on penetration.
But
how do you know that?
I believe that because regardless, he was pointing it at the person. Whether the person was standing beside or behind something doesn't matter.
But it does.
Like, first of all, it wasn't a ricochet.
The implication, you don't know that though. You don't have these facts. You're speculating.
Okay, I guess we'll wait for the facts to come out to
Thank you. That's all I asked. Thank you. That's all I asked.
Okay.
True. You just declared it wasn't a ricochet. We have no clue.
Now,
also,
can you just listen here? He was being complacent, okay?
You don't know that.
Yes, it is, right? But when somebody's making you feel like a dumbass, you're not going to concede. And that's true. That is true. But also, if somebody is pivoting, then you get away from the topic and you never address it. And so then your audience could be revealed or exposed to information that is completely inaccurate, which is possibly more dangerous than just making somebody feel like a dumbass.
A large amount of complacency here because he should have, if he was going to be pointing the gun in the direction of a person, he should have been able to see that the gun was unloaded, because that's part of the protocol. Part of the protocol is that if you have to shoot it,
she's pivoting constantly. Unironically, maybe she should stop being a gun instructor and maybe get into basketball and like coach the Celtics, because man, she could get them into some like badass pivots, get around the opponents, get into baskets, man. She can shoot her shot.
whenever possible, you're supposed to avoid having to point the gun at a person. Using like camera tricks and stuff.
Stop quoting the random one line off of paper. You don't know for this particular shot if it needed to be pointed at the camera. You don't know this shot. It might have been the case that for this that needed to happen.
If he were going to be pointing it in the direction of a person, okay, pointing it, aiming it, doesn't matter. If he was going to be
make sure Destiny's on a losing streak in League before. Oh my God, yo, if we could get Destiny and Infrared to play League before they debate, we can make it a cage match.
The gun in the direction of a person, do you agree or disagree that there should have been an extra layer of protection to where somebody comes and says, hey, like, here's the unloaded gun, it's unloaded, let me see, okay, cool. I know I would do that. I know
anytime
any responsible gun owner that I know would do that.
First of all, there are very few responsible gun owners, okay? Most of the people that own guns in this country are absolute trash when it comes to gun safety. That's the number one. It's absolutely fucking true, okay? I would never be caught dead with an NRA fucking loser near me handling a fucking firearm, because that's a death trap waiting to happen, okay? It's absolutely true, okay? Number one, absolutely true, because most of them aren't, because most of them are dog shit gun safety. This is why their fucking 6-year-olds find their firearms in their house and fucking kill themselves with it, okay? Absolutely, okay? Number one, okay? Number two, I'm generalizing, and you're telling me, well, Alec Baldwin was complacent because I just know so. Seriously? You don't know that!
Yes, I do.
You don't!
How do you, I just feel like you're completely wrong here.
Completely, honestly, now, if she's gonna tie herself to positions like that, well, like, with like, not enough information, with no confirmation on stuff, on an ongoing situation where people are dead, then you want to know what? I was wrong. You know what? Maybe Destiny isn't being aggressive enough. I don't know, man.
Like,
you don't know anything about what actually happened.
Neither do you.
But I'm the one saying we should wait to draw conclusions. I'm agreeing that I don't.
Why are you drawing conclusions, Destiny? Why did you agree to have the conversation then, Destiny, and then continue to draw conclusions the entire time?
Wait.
Oh
okay.
my
Why did you agree to have the conversation then?
Oh my God.
Where is it? Where is the tweet where she talks about like how she wasn't ready to have the conversation? Here it is. It wasn't supposed to be a debate. I thought it would be a civil discussion. I was also told Destiny I've been dealing with a serious illness and on pain meds and not feeling 100%. This right here. Then why'd you agree to the conversation? Here's the thing, honestly. If you're gonna make statements like that, which are not backed up by evidence, which is what she did with the Alec Baldwin stuff, and then go in there, you can't be like, oh, well, I was sick afterwards, or I told him I was sick. If you're too sick to be having these conversations or these debates or whatever, then like, just don't have them. You could have just not entered the call. So if we're gonna hold the standard consistently, which BX Bull is holding right now, we can apply the same thing back.
Do you understand?
Wait, she didn't.
I forgot to
propose the conversation in the first place. Did she really? Could somebody? Is there evidence of that?
And do you understand that there's a difference? Okay, if two people walk into a room and one person
read the DMs on stream. Ah, damn.
And then the other person says, well, I don't know why or Z could have happened, that it would be incredibly fucking stupid for the first person to go, wow, you're making assumptions just like me, when the second person is saying, no, I'm just showing you there are like 3 alternatives that could have happened. Maybe none of us should make assumptions. Do you understand?
Okay, well, you were the one that was arguing vehemently that she was pointed at, that it was pointed at the camera.
Because every single story that's come out has said that. Now
There's
that might
another story that I was trying to talk to you about, right? That leaves some, and I acknowledged at the beginning of our conversation that I still have a lot of questions and facts.
Okay, so if the vast majority of your sources are saying he pointed at the camera, and there's one that leaves it in the whatever space, what do you think the evidence is pointing towards?
Haven't like come out yet, right?
Wait, what is the other? What is the other story? What do you mean the other story?
Okay, so did you hear the actual director's testimony that he was sitting in a pew and he had this gun in a cross-draw holster and he was practicing pulling the gun out, and then the director said that
I actually just read the information that came out from that testimony like 5 seconds ago, and it ends it with to point at a camera.
I don't want to misquote it, but it made it sound like they weren't actually manning the camera, like he was just rehearsing it kind of casually.
No, why don't
So
you link it and we can
that's
look
what I
at it?
saw.
Why don't you link at it? We can look at it.
Yeah, I linked it in my.
Okay, let's see the source.
You all right? You having an all right night, Destiny?
Yeah, it sucks that like so many
Yeah,
people like
alright,
you are so
everybody.
gleefully happy that like the Trump
I am
insulter
not
like shot and
happy
killed a
at
woman. You're
all.
so happy.
See the assumptions of intent. This is the well is too poisoned. The well is toxic. It's a toxic waste dump at this point.
You
Like,
love it,
first of all-
dude. You saw
first
this and
of
you
all-
were
okay,
jumping
stop,
for joy,
stop,
like,
stop.
oh yes,
Back
that
up.
motherfucker killed somebody. Hell yes.
Back up.
That is absolutely
Back up.
what you were thinking. You couldn't
Stop.
wait to make
Okay,
those
I'm gonna
tweets.
mute you.
Reel it in.
No, stop. Listen to me. When you first got on the call, I said, let me preface this by saying I don't like how, and you said, no.
Yep.
Dude, on my YouTube,
You know why I
I've been
said
doing
that?
so much. No, I accidentally hit the back button. I don't know where in the conversation I was.
I dumb
Where was
fuck
I?
this.
Somebody remind me, and I'll get back there. But the thing is, start it over. The thing is, I've been doing so much more like YouTube content and stuff like that recently, based on like news
God, this
stories
is
and
fucking
developments, and
fantastic.
policy coverage. I miss the old days where I could just react to a debate like this and just make a 3-hour YouTube video, make like $100 off it. Just like banger. Those were the banger days, man. I miss them. I miss 10K, 20K.
When did your dreams be dreams, bro?
When I hit 40K, my head got too big. Where was I at? 45?
Men hvorfor lægger
You did, yeah.
Arrested for murder.
Yep,
I've
okay.
never done that. No.
Oh.
I still have a lot of questions and facts that haven't like come out
Fuck,
yet.
I have no clue where it was. Come on, somebody should. 3352. Thank you, Fluff.
Right?
Wait, what?
Here the
Thank you so much, Fluff.
why?
You know why I said that? Because it's the exact same. It's the exact same. Yeah, you were about to say, "Oh, I don't believe this thing," and then talk about how you believe that thing. Vosh does it all the time too. Oh, I'm just gonna preface this by saying,
Debates nowadays are shit. That's true. We've kind of lost all the primo debates. That's why I'm so excited for this Friday's Hippy Dippy, because we got
Hey, what the
Destiny and
fuck? What
Infrared
is this shit?
on a topic
Oh,
that
no,
should
this
be a
is for
banger
you.
with
Oh,
the Democrat
damn it.
stuff. And then we got an undercard where I know Joe Lewis and Gothics are probably going to clash. Gothics we've never had on the show before. Hunter, an old OG, and Connor to back up Goth. Like, this is going to be a banger show. And we're even starting it 30 minutes earlier because we have commentators and announcers and the production value. The thing is, like, I got to make up for, like, the lack of quality conversation somehow, right? Got to up the production value, add some commentators. Add sound effects, musics. We license music for that thing. I'm so excited. So excited for tomorrow.
saying I'm going to be in total good faith and then proceed to be total bad faith. I don't want you to come off. I don't.
Okay,
when
so
I
you're
talk to
just
somebody,
gonna assume what I was doing?
no, when I talk to somebody, I don't want them to start with, "Oh, I don't believe in that." Blah blah blah. Blah. Just
Here's
tell me what you
I
think.
don't want somebody to do.
Yeah.
I don't want somebody to assume I was going to do something and then accuse me of doing it when they didn't even give me the chance to say what I was going to say in the first place.
The
Please don't
only
do
thing
that.
I've
That's
accused you of is your tweet.
No.
Yes.
Okay, listen.
I'm
Okay.
quoting your.
That's not fair. He's also accused her of being happy that Alec Baldwin is in all this trouble and that the person died. He did also accuse her of that.
Tweeted you.
But
Go ahead.
before I even started,
He accused her of the happiness around the situation, and then assumed her intentions.
you said you didn't want to talk about it because you didn't want me to have a chance to defend myself. Okay? What
No,
I was
no,
going
what
to
I just
say
said was
I
I-
hated that people in my industry, the gun industry, were so quick to meme and gloat and laugh and
Like
say
what
that
you
he
did,
needs to be
yeah.
arrested for murder.
Yep,
I've
okay.
never done that. No.
When you're
I didn't.
tweeting
And
shit like
besides, when
his
I said I think this is a tragedy, and honestly I can admit that I do feel some sympathy for him, you were like, don't lie. So like I can't. What do you want me to say? Like, I'm being genuine.
Your
I'm
tweet is
always being
literally
genuine.
talking about how he had.
Can I just say, Destiny, and I'm guilty of doing this too, so I'm not saying this without like a bit of self-criticism. Destiny does assume the intentions of the people he talks to a lot. Now, to be fair, he also talks to a lot of bad faith people. I do want to put that out there as well, but he does assume the intentions of people all the time.
Anti-gun. You don't know any of this.
Vi lægger for
Their
sindssygt.
complacency and their shitty fucking movies.
But you don't
where
know if
they
any of that
laud
happened. You're
guns
just feeding
and
into you're
Holy
like an ideologue,
shit.
feeding into a narrative that you don't have the facts to
but
support.
Even that tweet doesn't justify you saying that I was gleefully happy that this happened.
It's enough for me. I think it's enough for me. It's a little bit of induction there, but
Bullshit. You
I'm
can go
pretty
through
comfortable
all
with
of
it.
my VODs where I've talked about this and see that I've from the beginning have been demolishing the people who have been.
I just ordered some Jamaican food, and I'm so excited for it to get here. I'm gonna have some jerk chicken sandwich. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
In gleefully, you know, memeing and shit. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't. I think it makes our side look bad. I think it makes gun owners look bad.
But you think talking about how...
I don't like him.
Yeah,
right?
I can tell.
But, like,
don't worry.
I'm not happy that this happened.
Okay, where is this? Show me the story with the thing. I want to see the story.
Actually, the belief is that he was pointing at a person he was supposed to point to see. Somebody linked it on one of my subtweets.
Okay, well, we can take a moment to find it.
All right, hold on. Let's find it.
Saying he was pointing at the camera. The director behind the camera.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say from the beginning. Like, I don't want to misstate it, but sounded like. So are you saying that the find this unlikely? Blah blah blah. Golly, I tweet a lot. The bullet went through the camera. Like,
that's what I have read over and over again.
The belief is that he was pointing at the person he was supposed to point at the scene, but he wasn't. He was pointing at the director carelessly.
Stop saying he was pointing at the. Actually, it's an actor.
The belief is that he was pointing at the person he was supposed to point at the scene, but he wasn't. He was pointing at the director carelessly.
Stop saying he was pointing at the camera.
Let me just look at.
Hold on one second. I gotta make sure. Hold on. I gotta make sure for 30 seconds. Hold on.
Times.
One second. Find the story. I can't. She keeps talking. Actually, it's an actor.
The belief is that he was pointing at the person he was supposed to point at the scene, but he wasn't. He was pointing at the director carelessly.
Stop saying he was pointing at the camera. The director was behind the camera.
That's true. Okay, so the gun. So are you saying that the bullet went through the camera? Like,
that's what I have read over and over again.
I haven't read that. If you could send that to me, I would love to see it. But
okay, I'm gonna Google Alec Baldwin point gun camera. We'll see if any stories come up.
Okay.
Okay, we've got The Guardian. Alec Baldwin was pointing gun at camera when it went off. Actually, isn't. Okay, I just need to make sure I got this.
This is. I think that this is the one.
God, please forgive me if I ever become like a 2x Andy on watching clips and videos, okay? Because I'm sorry. That's the one thing I gotta stop myself from picking up from other people on this platform is watching clips at like 2x speed, and they're processing it, and I can barely understand what's being said.
Ah, beta. Carpenter, sample, wall. Ugh.
Okay, well, this isn't the right one. Damn it.
Haywork. Waldo. We need the hay. We need.
God, guys, I miss old real wrestling. You know? Like the real wrestlers. The real champ. People always talk about Hulk Hogan and stuff. We need to talk about the real icons of wrestling, okay? The full-blooded Italians, the FBI. Oh, wrestling has fallen.
Who?
Somebody's gonna have to find it in my. If somebody finds it and links it in Discord, I'm talking to my chat.
Favorite wrestler? Favorite wrestler ever is The Undertaker. He was always who I love the most in wrestling. If you wanted to, I don't like deathmatch wrestling, but I love New Jack. And current active wrestler, MJF. I love MJF. He's really good in the ring. He's grounded. He's not doing flippy dippy nonsense, or at least not too much of that nonsense. And he's amazing on the mic, like legendary. I also like the recent addition to AEW's roster of Bobby Fish. I think he's really good. Everything he's done, his strikes look super realistic. I love what he's bringing to the table.
That would be cool. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yes.
Bobby Fish is boring as hell? Okay, you're allowed to be wrong.
Okay.
Ronda Rousey, never liked her.
Okay. So, it says.
Wait, no. Just link me. I don't want to.
Okay. All right.
He's like, don't even dare. Nah. My eyes only.
All right.
The original Midnight Express. Oh my God, dude. Can I just say, I know all the problems with Jim Cornette, but dude, the only wrestling podcast I can bear to listen to because I'm too busy with stuff is the Jim Cornette podcast, man. My God. Even if he's one of the grumpiest people in wrestling, man. God, man, he is really smart.
It says, Susan and Hutchins were standing behind.
Okay, give me a minute. I'm just gonna read this. You can read it your turn. Hold on. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and wait for somebody to read it to me. Okay. Wrestling attacker Hyla Hutchins killed. All guns are seen involved the actor pointing a revolver in the direction of a camera lens. Okay.
who was showing them how he planned to pull the gun from his
Okay,
holster
so
with a
literally in the
discharge.
very first paragraph of this story, it says that he is pointing a revolver in the direction of a camera lens.
Okay, in the direction of the camera. Okay, but read further down when it goes into the detail about exactly where people were standing.
Oh, I'll also say I do like Kenny Omega, even though I think a lot of his like his facial expressions are weird and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm getting caught up in wrestling now.
I mean, it's actually, there's a lot of detail here.
Okay, all right, hold on.
The Acclaimed are a really fun tag team. Best tag team in the world, hands down, FDR. Nobody can convince me otherwise. The Super Kick, what are they called? Super Kick Party, Young Bucks, not even close. Not even a competition. I mean, I get it's a Super Kick Party, but it's like more like a Super Kick whore fest. They're throwing so many super kicks. It's too much.
Susan, who is also injured, and then it says the cast of the crew had been assured the ball was handling a cold gun, meaning no live round. Safety protocols on set required the film's armor. Blah, blah, check to make sure the barrel was empty. With her work double checked by Russ, assistant director Dino, with the pharmacy. Susan Hutchins was standing behind the camera to see the angle. Baldwin was sitting on a wooden pew facing south towards camera crew, outfitted in Western garb. After noticing a shadow, Susan Hutchins repositioned their gear. We're talking with Baldwin, who was showing them how he planned to pull the gun from his holster when it discharged. Reed Russell, a cameraman who was standing next to the two, told police that he remembered Joel having blood on his person, and Miss Hutchins speaking, saying she couldn't feel her legs. Susan told investigators Hutchins grabbed her midsection, which point he noticed he was bleeding from his shoulder. Hutchins announced dead Thursday. The Russ production had been grappling with labor issues on the lead up to the accident. Several Russ began shooting. Okay.
Fault and blame to the person.
Wait, so what part of
pointed the
this
gun
is
at the
supposed to be exonerating your version of the story?
Okay.
Also, I'd like to be clear, this story literally says that the protocol was for 2 other people to clear the firearm before handling it to Baldwin.
It wasn't done.
So that explicitly exonerates Baldwin, assuming this article is true.
No, I think that more than one person can take the blame here.
Yeah, there are 2 people that would take the... So your article says that safety protocols on the set required that the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, check to make sure that the barrel was empty, with her work double-checked by Rust assistant director Dave Halls. Neither of these implicate Alec Baldwin as having a responsibility to clear the firearm.
Just because a Variety.com article doesn't put any blame to him doesn't
mean
that
article.
Cannot still
It
be
was
that
you.
he has blame.
It's your article.
But he cares about your random opinion, okay? It's
That's
about what
not-
is like
my
the actual
opinion
safety
is an
protocol.
expert opinion, and
No,
yours is
clearly
not.
it's
Is that
not.
right?
No, you.
Oh my god. Debaters analyzing debaters' debates. This is like the Russian nesting doll. Dude, this is like me watching like old cartoons from childhood. This is giving me nostalgia. Because the debates have like dried up so much recently. I actually got a spicy good one for once.
You
Wait,
don't.
hold on.
You are not an.
Are you a professional handguns instructor?
Are you a professional set prop designer or armorer? No. So we're on equal ground
Okay, are
here,
you?
okay? We're on equal footing.
No, we're not.
We're
I'm a
on equal
professional
footing.
handgun
We're on
instructor.
equal footing here, okay? Whatever professional handgun experience you have is totally different because never in your entire fucking
Worst tag team? I don't like watching Chaos Project. I think Luther should retire.
life, okay? Are people handing other people guns and clearing them for them on the range, and that person on the range assumes it to be true? If it is, it should be shut down. You agree with that, right?
Wait, hold on, what? Wait,
People
say
do
that
not
again?
clear
Sorry.
guns for other people generally. You always clear your own firearm, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So-
well,
so then-
if you're a brand new shooter, yeah, you're teaching them how to clear their own
We're
guns.
not talking
for sure.
about
yeah.
brand. Yes. So whatever experience we have on a range is clearly far different from here. Also, I would never clear a firearm, hand somebody that firearm and tell them it's clear so that they can play shooting in the direction of other people. So whatever experience we have on a range is very far removed from what's happening on a set where somebody is getting a gun.
My whole argument is that it shouldn't be. My whole argument is that while you may be correct to say that like they do things differently on movie sets, clearly.
Do you think maybe instead of going by ranges which have God knows how many accidents every fucking year, maybe we should just defer to Hollywood that's had this one tragic accident over a course of 40 years?
Because they don't have real ammo on the set.
It's that you don't need real ammo to kill somebody. Ha ha ha,
argument.
what? You don't need real ammo to kill somebody, right?
Ha ha ha, what, man?
Well,
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
like the
Defer to Hollywood that's had this one tragic accident over a course of 40 years.
because they don't have real ammo on the set.
It's that you don't need real ammo to kill somebody. Ha ha ha, what? You don't need real ammo to kill somebody, right?
Ha ha ha, what, man?
Well,
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
like the only other times that this happened has been like a freak accident, like freak accident, like barrel obstruction, which now they check the barrel every time.
True. There's different
checking the
protocols. Sure.
bullets.
I'm just saying that if there's been a relatively good track record of safety in Hollywood for handling firearms, seems like whatever they're doing is probably okay. So the idea that somebody works at a range where accidents and misfires and all sorts of crazy shit happen all the fucking time is going to come on their high horse and be like, oh, well, Hollywood needs to change their shit. Probably not the case. Hollywood's probably okay with what they're doing. This seems like a freak accident. Seems like some dumb shit happened.
This should be a call for people to respect guns more, regardless of their politics, regardless of their complacency, right? There are protocols. The reason that I would agree, the reason that it's so safe is because these protocols are in place. If they're not being followed, that means that people are becoming complacent.
Sure,
they're
but
not
the problem
respecting
is
the guns. No, the protocols were put in place so that people respected the guns and treated them with respect. If that's not happening, then the complacency is the fault of everybody on the set, especially the person who pointed the gun at a person, presumably in the direction of a person, and pulled the trigger, resulting in that person's death.
The problem is you keep alluding to this protocol, whether it was followed or not, and just going off of the article that you linked me, the people that were supposed to check the gun were the assistant director and the armorer, not Alec Baldwin. So how do you get that Alec Baldwin is responsible?
I don't know that he was supposed to physically check it himself, but I remember reading multiple places that said that you're supposed to check every gun as if it's loaded, and you're supposed to
do you understand that you're in a psychosis right now? I need you to understand that you're being psychotic. No. You are being
intentionally obtuse.
No, I'm not. You are being psychotic right now, okay? You keep repeating back to me these things that I've already told you are dumb, that you know are dumb, right? When you handle a firearm, you should never aim it at another person. That doesn't apply here. We're on a set. We're actors on a set. We are aiming guns at people. So stop regurgitating.
He was not supposed to aim the gun at the director of photography, Destiny.
He didn't aim it.
No, hold on. You keep doing this thing that's driving me crazy. You keep saying, well, if he was pointing at the gun at an actor and they were doing a scene, but that's not what happened. He was not doing that. He was rehearsing and just recklessly pointing the gun at people.
He's not pointing the gun at people.
He wasn't supposed to point the gun at the director.
He's not pointing it at the director. He's pointing it towards the camera lens. The director stands behind the camera.
It says your own article says it.
Your own article says that you linked me. Says pointing a revolver in the direction of a camera lens.
The camera.
What do you think the scene was? You don't even know what the fucking scene is.
Who got shot?
The people that stand near the camera. The people that stand near the camera.
We actually don't even know if the camera was shot too. I don't know if that information's got out. But he can point at the camera and a person could be shot behind the camera as well. That is a possibility as well.
That's who got shot.
So he pointed the gun at a person, yes or no?
It's.
If you can't concede that he pointed the gun at a person,
if somebody got shot, it seems likely that he did. But what we're trying to figure out is if there was a wrongdoing there. If his goal for that rehearsal was to show them what it looked like when he pointed the gun towards the camera, then probably people behind the camera.
Wait, what, did you hear that? Listen to her.
Show them what it looked like when he pointed the gun towards the camera, then probably people.
Did she just say backtrack? Did she just accuse him of backtracking? Or was it gotcha? Was it betcha? Oh, sure, yeah.
Hey, what happened?
If there's confusion about what she said, then I won't make any negative assumptions.
People behind the camera are gonna have a gun pointed at them. Do you understand that, or is there some part of that doesn't make sense to you?
It doesn't make sense that he would point the gun at somebody and pull the trigger without using the protocols in place, the safety protocols in place.
He was handed a cold gun for
that the gun was unloaded before doing such a thing. And if that's not a protocol, if that's not something that they regularly do, if they regularly are just rehearsing drawing and point the gun at people and pull the trigger, to me that's reckless, that's complacent, and that needs to change.
Okay, so your sentence is, it doesn't make sense that he would point the gun and pull the trigger without like.
Can you donate 85K channel points so I can call in? What do you want to call in about? What about this?
Following protocol, right?
Yeah, and if that protocol isn't being uniformly
and the protocol
if that's not being uniformly enforced, then it needs to be.
Okay, obviously. Okay, so the protocol is, according to this Variety article, the protocol is that the armorer and the assistant director are supposed to clear the gun. Now, if the assistant director hands you a firearm and says it's clear, how does this make it Alec Baldwin's fault?
don't know how many other ways I can say this, okay? Right? He didn't see that the gun was clear. They're supposed to avoid pointing the guns at people unless they absolutely
This is psychotic. You're actually psychotic.
How is that psychotic?
Because you're running through the same stupid shit that doesn't make sense. You're saying they're not supposed to.
I just want to specifically best us worst Kenny Omega eras. Kenny Omega.
Wonder if I can just stand here. Dude, what the fuck? Die.
Honestly, Bullet Club was great. I think his recent stuff is good. I don't like his old comedy bullshit. I don't like the stuff wrestling invisible people. I don't like that shit.
Supposed to point it at people. He's pointing it towards the lens, towards the camera lens, and the people that are filming are next to or behind the camera.
100%.
Why do you keep saying he's not supposed to point it at those people?
Because a person got hit and killed.
That's a non sequitur. The person got hit. My argument is that it seems, now I don't know, which is why I'm not the one making the absolute same argument, but it seems to be the case that a person got hit and killed not because of Alec Baldwin's recklessness, but because the assistant director nor the armorer cleared the firearm properly.
Okay,
that seems to be the problem. How do you disagree?
I believe that it was I believe that it was a combination of it is. I don't know why people are so quick to say it was that person's fault and that person alone. There's a shared responsibility here. Not even getting into the fact that Alec Baldwin was the executive producer and was like
irrelevant pivot.
Okay.
Show me somewhere in an article where it was Alec Baldwin's responsibility to clear the gun or double check the gun. I'll wait.
That's not what's at fault here. The fault was pointing and pulling the trigger.
Okay, so so then tell me. Stop saying recklessly, okay? You're telling me
because it was reckless. You keep saying misfire, and I'm not.
I never said misfire. I never said it was a misfire. It doesn't make sense to call it a misfire.
I did hear you say misfire.
I said on ranges where misfires happen. You're saying misfire now because one dumb fuck in your chat said don't call it a misfire. This was not a misfire. I'm not talking about a misfire, okay? This was a negligent discharge or an accidental discharge. That's great that I said. You said a million stupid fucking things in this, okay? Don't hold me to misfire. I don't think I've ever said this was a misfire.
So in
okay?
my opinion,
Number one, okay? I'm just looking for you to show me anywhere that this was Alec Baldwin's responsibility. Number two, are you seriously telling me that there is no cause ever for an actor to aim a gun at a camera lens?
I don't believe that he was from what this article says, it does not seem like that's what happened.
The answer to the question is, of course there is.
Okay, where in the article do you say that? Read it to me. Stop just saying random shit. Every time you answer a question, you vomit out a bunch of random shit afterwards to obfuscate what you're saying. So
when I tried to read it to you, you told me to shut up.
Okay. So, no, I said no. I said I'm going to read this myself. So now I'm going to wait for you to read it, and you point me here where you say that's not the case. Go ahead.
Okay. See, where is it? Wait, shit. Which one was it?
Oh no!
Somehow I closed it.
On the spot.
Okay.
How did his community receive this video? I want to. Oh, most of them agree with him. Okay.
It says Susan Hutchins were standing behind the camera. Hold on. Susan.
Always wonder.
Oh no!
Hardcore right wingers, like right. I vote Republican right, are in Destiny's community.
We're standing behind the camera to see the angle. Baldwin was sitting on a wooden pew facing south towards the camera and crew in Western garb. After noticing a shadow, Susan Hutchins repositioned their gear and were talking with Baldwin, who was showing them how he planned to pull the gun from his holster when it discharged. So he wasn't even like rehearsing. He wasn't even like, yeah, you know.
What you literally just described was a rehearsal. Do you understand that?
He wasn't like in character being filmed.
You don't have to be in character. It sounds like they were trying to check a shot. Like that's literally what you just described.
I disagree that like I believe this was a horrible accident.
Wait! Why are you word vomiting? Why are you word vomiting? You're being psychotic. Stop.
I really
You're word vomiting. You're word vomiting random shit now.
Yeah,
because you keep like pivoting off to saying random fucking words. I don't know why you're doing. No. I don't care what you think. Let's just talk about this one particular thing. Now we're trying to establish what happened on set, okay? And you keep saying like, and I think the gun safe. I don't care about any of that, okay? So from what you just read to me, it sounded like what they were doing was they were rehearsing a shot. They checked the camera one time. They said, this doesn't look good. So they moved the camera, and then they checked the shot again. And when they were checking the shot again, To
be fair, Dylan Burst has a lot of actual GOP voters in chat. I try to have people who disagree with me in chat. I try not to ban them because I want people who disagree with me. But then, like, you'll get something where, like, a line will be crossed or a slur will be said or, like, they'll, like, really be, like, strong on misgendering people. And then I'm like, well, I got no option, right? I'm sorry, buddy, but you gotta go, you know?
Weapon went off. He shot his weapon. Does that seem like what happened?
They were talking to Baldwin, who was showing them how he planned to pull the gun from the holster when it discharged.
Okay,
Wait,
yes.
that should say when he discharged it. Sorry.
Sure.
They made a typo there.
Okay. So it sounds like they were rehearsing a shot. It sounds like the two people were standing behind the camera. They were moving the camera. They checked the shot.
That's not how it sounds to me. It sounds to me like they repositioned and then they were talking to him and he was showing them how he was going to pull the gun out.
It sounds to me like this happened. Well, it sounds to me like that happened. Man, it's almost like we need to wait for more information out so we can have a clear timeline of events. So we shouldn't be assuming anything.
And
wasn't it criticism, Lowell? Your host allowed it to be. Oh, no. I didn't take it as a criticism. Don't worry. I was just explaining why I'm happy to have right-wingers in my chat.
And was pointing it at them.
People try to use that like against me. Like, Dylan, I see right-wingers in your chat. Good. Like, why am I streaming politics on Twitch if not to convince people of my political opinions? And if everybody in my chat agrees with me, then all I'm doing is basically a rhetorical circle jerk instead of like, you know, trying to get people to agree with my political opinions.
They were behind the camera checking the shot. He's probably seeing how it looks when he pulls the gun out in the new like frame. That would be my guess. They repositioned the camera, so he is talking to them about how the shot looks.
Okay. Well, let me ask.
Okay. Unless something crazy happens, I'm gonna go get my food. Okay. Tell me if something nuts happens, and I don't know.
Ask you this. Why did he pull the trigger?
Maybe because that's part of the scene. That's part of rehearsing a scene.
Well, that's a problem because he pointed it at a person in the direction of a person where a person could reasonably be expected to get hit, and he pulled the trigger, dude.
What is the protocol to make sure that your firearm shouldn't be shooting real rounds?
Well, I think that from what I've seen, and I've seen a lot of different sources on this, it seems that varies based on whether or not you're pointing it at a person.
So what does your article say?
Okay, last thing. For all the wrestling people in chat, check out my headphones. It's Max Wheeler. An MJF. Oh, Max Wheeler. Max Caster, sorry. That's Cash Wheeler. I mixed their names up.
So the one that I found was the Screen Actors Guild thing that said, first and foremost, like in bold letters, always treat every gun on set like it's loaded, like a real gun, like it's loaded.
You're being, okay, all right, I don't know. So what happens when I show you 50 million scenes of hostages being taken with guns aimed at their heads? Are all of those actors violating that protocol?
That all of these safety protocols had been followed to
So what, they're wearing fucking Kevlar vests on their heads? Or what do you mean?
Actually, I did read an article that said that actors, when they're actually having blanks pointed at them, are supposed to wear protection like that.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go and find you a bunch of movie scenes where people are being held hostage, and I want you to tell me if you think they're wearing Kevlar on their fucking head, okay?
Because they cheat the angles. Or
Okay, stop. You can admit that there's scenes where they wear Kevlar on their body, but they're not all just wearing like secret Kevlar face masks. Just so they can see like they're not doing that. There's no reason to go this route. There's literally zero reason.
If they're not cheating the angles and they can't, here's the protocol. If they can avoid pointing it at a person, they're supposed to. Right?
Okay.
Die
before I do.
Yep. Okay, here. Well, let's watch. I'm just YouTubing shit right now because I'm just curious. Here.
Hold on. I'm gonna do your strategy.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Now I want you to go to 209 in this video, and I want you to tell me if it looks like he's cheating the shot. Okay.
Okay. Like Destiny, I don't need.
No. I want you to tell me he's cheating, and if he's not, I want you to tell me if he has Kevlar on his head. Maybe they CGI'd it out.
I'm not gonna look at that. That's stupid.
Okay. Then your point is stupid because this guy right now is violating.
You're missing my point.
No,
you're missing my point.
You keep saying, you keep regurgitating this rehearsed talking point because you can't engage in the conversation.
Guns are not supposed to be pointed at people if you can help it. Okay. And if you can't help it, there's supposed to be an extra layer of checks that involve the actor or actress actually seeing the state of the weapon.
So can you show me that? Can you show me that the protocol on this set was that an actor is supposed to clear the... I don't care what somebody says. Okay.
I'm looking at... well, this is interesting because I'm being told that the guns that pointed at people are non-functional and not even supposed to have blanks in them. Which falls in line with what I've read because if you're pointing a blank and there's a blank in the gun, that's what they consider to be a live round. There's supposed to be like a plexiguard shield. People are supposed to have eye protection.
Okay,
I mean,
if that's true, that is an issue.
Thing.
So can you tell me every single time, okay, when there is a person being held hostage, do they have plexiglass surrounding their head? Or do you think there might be times on set when people are aiming?
Not loaded with blanks
Yes,
or anything.
I agree with you. They're not loaded. When Alec Baldwin was handed the gun, he was told that it wasn't loaded. What are you not understanding about this?
They're supposed to be triple
Dude, that's jujitsu right there.
checked. There's like an
Destiny just like mind gamed her into walking into that.
extra layer when you're pointing a gun at somebody. Yes, I do think that Alec Baldwin listen, I might be willing to yield on this a little if it had been, this were some like B-level movie star that I've never even heard of, who's like unheard of and probably super inexperienced. But like, I'm considering as well that this is Alec fucking Baldwin. This guy has been doing this for decades.
And so when your assistant director hands you a firearm, when the protocol on set is that he hands you a firearm, and that firearm is supposed to have been cleared by both the AD and the armorer, you think that he should have checked it anyway? Do you think that that's like what they should be doing?
It's supposed to be checked in front of him. Yes.
Okay, can you show me where that was?
Has there been
any testimony or anything where that is the case? Also, do you think that's even?
We'll have to wait and see. I don't know yet.
That's my line. That's my line. No. That's my argument.
By the way, somebody just wrote down if this was Ted Nugent, they'd be like, OMG, so tragic. And Twitch censored Nugent. Damn, man. Twitch is on top of the game.
I don't want to hear your line of like, we ought to wait and see when you're doing just as much throwing out coulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah, the reason why I'm throwing out would've, could've is because I'm trying to show you that jumping to conclusions is bad. We're not the same.
That's not what you're doing. You're lying. Quit lying,
I'm not,
dude.
Do you not understand that?
This is not all. You're not like making up these like, oh, maybe he was pointing it at the camera and this were happening to teach me a lesson. Like, is that what you're saying?
No, well, I guess if that's how you want to take it. What I'm saying is that there are.
No, I was doing it for the content, man.
10 things that could have happened, so maybe we should wait for all the facts to come out before saying this is definitely what happened.
I'm pretty sure that these facts have already come out. The only thing that we're waiting for is to figure out why there were live rounds and what happened on the other side that could have been prevented. I agree that there's more we need to know about like why there was a round in the gun and why that wasn't checked for sure. Yeah, but as far as like what happened with Alec Baldwin, I think that we've got as much detail as we're gonna get.
But
I mean,
if
this is like
operating,
he was facing south and sitting in this angle of a 30 degree. I mean,
if the standard,
like, this is really detailed.
If the standard,
there is an ongoing investigation. Saying that during an ongoing investigation, while the investigation is ongoing, that this is as much info we're gonna get, and we're not even like 10 days removed.
What the fuck?
That's a pretty bold claim.
Why are you doing so much damage?
It's really detailed. You don't know any of them until you just read this to me on stream, okay?
No, I didn't. I read it before I came on here. That's why I was telling you the whole time.
That's why initially you didn't.
Don't tell me shit.
You didn't know. You literally didn't know about the camera shit. I'm looking at the clip. Do you want to watch the clip with me? You literally didn't know that. I don't know why you're
just going. I did know that.
Okay.
I did know that.
One, not only that, but two, your article
BX
literally
is more
says
infuriating than Rob. Hey, don't say that. Don't say that.
Rudo.
We never would insult BX Bullet like that. That's too far.
Every single thing that I said, that he was aiming at the camera lens, that he was pointing at the camera, that he was rehearsing a scene.
It also says everything that I said.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It says that he was sitting in a pew practicing a draw.
That's rehearsal.
Talking to the people. Okay. But regardless.
No, not regardless. Like, you're saying he wasn't rehearsing. You're saying he was recklessly pointing the gun at people. That's what you said. He was recklessly pointing the gun at people.
No.
So what was it? Was it rehearsal or was it reckless?
I see he was being reckless because he shouldn't have been pointing the gun at somebody and pulling the trigger without knowing that there was a bullet in the gun or not.
But if the responsibility,
he didn't even know that the gun was empty.
He was told that
he was told it was
by his AD.
So if you're I mean, I understand the nuances between like real life and like set life, right? My argument is that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't be there. There shouldn't be any like way that can happen, right?
Here's the problem, okay? Is that I don't know what their protocols on set are. It might be the case. Now, I'm not saying that it could be, okay? I'm saying that it might be the case that maybe you don't want actors fucking with weapons. If I was hypothetically in some world where I was forced to put on a fucking show where fifth graders are shooting firearms at each other, if that was the case and I was the person responsible for those firearms, if I clear a gun and I hand it to a kid, I don't ever want them fucking with the action. I don't ever want them racking a slide or doing any crazy shit like that because I don't know what the fuck they're gonna be doing with it. If I clear a weapon and I give it to somebody and that's my... why are you saying what? What part of that didn't make sense to you?
Yeah, no. You're
no,
saying
can you wait? No.
a gun to a kid or a new shooter and you tell them it's cold, you don't want them messing with it at all?
If that is the case, if these people have no training, if I clear a gun and I hand it to somebody, it might be the case that on that set, I don't want them fucking with it.
You're picking on this one subtweet when the main tweet was actually a call for everyone to be trained on gun safety. Everyone to be trained on gun safety.
That was
the point that I was
too much.
Just because I made a subtweet in response to somebody else, and then eventually, like, that devolved into a
So the
whole
point that you have
conversation.
made several times in the conversation is that Alec Baldwin was complacent and that it was his fault that somebody got shot.
I agree.
But you have
do believe that he
nothing to
was
support
complacent.
any of that. You literally have
I
nothing
do
to support any of
have.
that.
You have nothing to support that he was just, you know. I mean, look.
I can actually just use the article that you gave me to support my whole argument.
I have the same article, and I'm
yeah, but you
interpreting
can't
it
read for some reason. I don't know why. Okay.
Oh, yo, unrelated. But tomorrow I'm going to a meeting to see what policy committee I'm going to be put on for Free State. Free State is an LGBTQ plus civil rights organization in Maryland. It's actually the largest LGBTQ plus civil rights organization in the state of Maryland. I'm going to be put on the policy committee. I'm trying to figure out where exactly they're going to place me, and I'm going to talk to them about where. And if it goes well, then shortly after, I should be put on the board. So it'd be pretty cool. That means I'd be on 2 boards, both the North College Park Citizens Association board and the Free State board within like 3 months of each other. Banger.
Okay.
Banger.
If I wanted to just like take an absolutist position, then I would just quote your article and say, oh, look, this wasn't Alec Baldwin's problem at all, actually. The fault lies 100% with the assistant director and the armorer.
I don't care what Variety.com's opinion or
Then why are
is.
you linking
I'm
me a
telling you what my
Variety.com
opinion is.
article?
Because we were talking about the actual like details of where he was standing and all of that. That's what was important there. And this is the only place that I found it, like that exact statement.
Okay, so what are you basing? So then, what are you basing your opinion off of? Plenty of other articles. Link me. What other articles?
What am I basing my opinion on? That
Oh,
somebody
shit.
has some form of blame if they are pointing a gun at somebody and they pull the trigger and then that gun goes off and kills that person?
So-
is that what you're asking me? Where does that come from?
Let's
that comes
say-
from common sense and years and years
So-
and years of being a firearm instructor.
Let's say that it is the case that the responsibility for clearing these things is the sole responsibility of the armorer and the assistant director. Would you still place the blame on the actor if they were handed a gun and they were told it was cold?
Yeah. Wait, say that again. Sorry, I was trying to moderate my chat because some people in here are being.
Let's say
super
that you are on set, and let's say that the standard operating procedure, your protocol, is the armorer gets a firearm, they check the barrel, they make sure that it's
Yo,
clear. Then they
there
give it
you
to the
know.
assistant director who checks the barrel, looks at the fire, makes sure it's clear.
Mhm.
Then that's handed to
Which
an
clearly didn't happen.
actor, and then that's handed to an actor, and that's the standard operating procedure. Would you say that the
No,
actor is...
because-
No, let me
Yeah.
finish one
So-
fucking
okay.
sentence. If the actor fires afterwards and somebody gets hurt, do you blame the actor for that?
If they are pointed at a person, there's supposed to be an extra step where the person hands the gun to the actor and shows them that the gun is clear. And
Okay,
that
can you
cannot
show me?
happen.
Can you show me
And
that
Alec
anywhere? Can you
Baldwin
show
should
me?
have known that.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, hold on. Well,
Hey,
I mean, I just
that's-
had a pull. Safety protocol.
Actually, not that bad. That's not really
I'm pretty
good.
sure if somebody, like if you're an actor and you're handed a gun and it said, this gun is clear, it is good for use, and you pick it up and you start using it, I mean, I feel like we're splitting hairs here. I mean, maybe it is like specifically you need to do this. You specifically need to open the gun and show them this slot. Maybe. If that's the case, then you have something.
Yeah, I think that I'm not saying that they should clear it themselves. I agree that's ridiculous.
Wait,
I
then
wouldn't
how
want
are
these dumbass actors doing
well, then
that
what are
either.
they- what are
They're
they
supposed to be when the person hands it to them, they're supposed to show them that physically.
Wait. If it's not the actor's job to do that, then how is it Alec Baldwin's fault? Then even though we haven't agreed that that's their job, if that's the case, then it is the problem of the person who didn't properly clear it and show the actor and declared it cleared. As we know that the person who handed Alec Baldwin the gun has already said publicly that he did not properly check the gun. So boom, that's over, game over.
Here, I'll show you. Gun safety protocols are rigid on film and TV sets. This should never have happened. Okay, hold on. Let me see if this one
Oh
has
boy, that sounds like a great article.
Well, it's USA Today. Calm down. No, this is so much. Onset guns checked, rechecked. This is a long ass article.
Okay, it sounds like you haven't read this article yet, but you're about to cite it.
Points,
No, wait, don't. Just give me the article.
You asked me to.
Sure, give me the article. I don't need you to read to me. It's not bedtime for me, okay? I can read on my own. I don't know why you think you have to read the articles to me.
Okay, hold on.
High and temple.
Must have time to gather my will.
Oh.
Yo, thank you, Swampin, for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate you, buddy. Here, I'm gonna give you this one,
Hey,
and
yo,
I'm gonna try to
can somebody
find one
give
that
me
has
5
like
subs?
the specific thing that I was talking
Can I get gifted 5 subs? I'd appreciate it. I'd appreciate it. Come on. Okay, but has she been on any hippy dippies? Yeah, she has. I forget which one, but she has been on hippy dippies. Hey, Electro Retro, thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it, buddy.
about earlier. Because that one doesn't, I don't know, I wasn't able to look at it all.
Occurred is occurred.
I also read that different armors do slightly different protocol.
Occurred is occurred.
Lengths can kill. Refrain from pointing a firearm.
Hey, Jason Society, thanks for the 5
I don't
gifted
know,
tier 1
life per
subs. I appreciate
second.
it, buddy. We are slowly paying for the sandwich.
Maybe I should chill with that.
I will fight for this stream so I can pay for this sandwich and the mac and cheese that I got.
Yourself or anyone else. Never place your finger on the trigger till you're ready to shoot. Anyone involved in using a firearm.
By the way, I paid $3 for a homemade iced tea, and this is the size of the container they gave me. And it was like, and it wasn't even up to the brim. $3 for a homemade iced tea. It was like, wasn't like up to here. Ridiculous. $3. It was, how expensive was my meal? It was like, $25, I think.
Must be thoroughly briefed.
That's a psychosis. You're doing it again. Do you understand?
But how is it psychosis? I'm reading from BBC.
Because you're repeating. Things at me that we've already established are not true. That there are going to be times when you're aiming.
I'm just talking aloud to
all right,
myself.
gotcha. Okay, gotcha. You're
Wait.
just
To be clear, I haven't eaten anything today. I got a jerk chicken sandwich, mac and cheese, 2 beef patties, and some tea. I haven't eaten anything today, so I'm starving.
Random shit.
Learn to cook, Dylan. It's not that. Okay, I'm gonna let you all in a secret. My apartment is garbage, and it's not that I can't learn to cook. It's that literally everything in this place is garbage. The apartment won't fix it like they're supposed to, and so I'm moving in like a week. And so cooking is kind of difficult for me right now.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
Also, I can't cook on top of it. And it's usually Kat who does the cooking.
I'm not. I'm just reading to myself.
Okay,
Calm down.
Gotcha. All right.
Any actors required to stand near the line of fire to shoot witness? Yes. Okay. Okay. This BBC one's probably even better than that USA Today one that's kind of jumbled. This one's probably pretty good. So these are what I heard, but I also saw another one that was saying.
Well, we need Dr. Heem to teach Dylan on shit. We should do that. Somebody go throw that at Heem. I don't know if he's live right now, but that's a good idea.
That if a person is being pointed at, there's an extra layer of steps to go through.
This is some engaging dialogue.
Okay, I just want to read one thing that you linked me. So this is the USA Today article, okay?
Okay.
First, the weapon is fetched from a safe. It is immediately checked to make sure there's no ammunition in the chamber. This is often done by shining a flashlight into the barrel or by using a thin rod pushed through the chamber. If the weapon is brought by an armorer to a prop master, the prop master will perform this exact same check and then put the gun back into its protective sleeve. Once on the set, the gun goes through the same check in the presence of the assistant director. I'm usually a nervous wreck when we have to use firearms on a shoot because it is a weapon and you can't be complacent, says Walters, who lives in northern New Mexico and has spent plenty of time on Western-style films the state has attracted for nearly a century, which is far too serious a thing to take lightly. At this point in the process, there are options. If the actors and crew are rehearsing, often a rubber replica gun is handed to the actor. If at the next stage of blocking the scene, a real weapon is acquired by the director, then the thoroughly checked empty weapon is brought out. Once the scene is ready to be shot, the prop master armor will load prepared blanks with no bullet tips into the gun's chamber. We'll put in not one more than the number of shots the actor plans to shoot, Walters says. Once the weapon is loaded and in the actor's hand, an assistant director typically yells, "Guns hot," and the scene is shot. Where in this does it say that
Going farther down.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
So
nowhere in here does it say an actor is required to be the one that checks the weapon.
No, nobody says that. I never
You're
said
saying
that either.
then what is how is it Alec Baldwin's
listen,
fault?
Okay, this is the point that you didn't read far enough down. Okay. If the actor points the weapon in the general direction of the crew or the camera, measures are taken. Plexiglass shields with holes for the camera lens are crafted to protect operators from muzzle flashes or gas discharges, even though they're typically never closer than 15 feet from the weapon. The camera operator might also wear a special suit for protection. These days, you can set up a camera for remote control, and frankly, if there's no one in the direction of where the actor is shooting, even better. Okay, now, so to me, that means that they should have had better safety.
It sounds to me,
right?
if we use our brains while we read this, it sounds.
Why do right-wingers hate Alec Baldwin? Just Hollywood bad narrative? No. Okay, there's 2 reasons, right? The first reason I've been given constantly is, well, he was really hardcore for. Oh my God. Oh, never mind. Wait, Allah bless America. I need that. This guy is the dude who's a little edgier than me, but he's the dude who goes to like Republican events and such and causes a ruckus. But Alec. So no. Well, the thing is, Alec Baldwin is this guy on the left. He played Trump, and he made fun of Trump the whole time while he did it because, you know, that's his job. And so that's the other big reason they don't like him.
Okay. It looks like the beginning of 46 thoughts.
Can I just say, Jim Carrey's Biden impression? Wasn't that bad. I actually liked it.
What?
I
I
wish
did
he
Jim
was the president
Carrey?
Biden.
Sounds to me like if you're planning on doing a shot where the person is going to be firing blanks, you would absolutely take these precautions. But it sounds like they didn't plan on that happening because the actor was supposed to be using a gun without any live rounds.
Right. Okay. Now look at the BBC article here. Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'm only going to read like, wait. I just want, hold on.
This is what you asked me for.
I understand. Okay, but at this point, this is going to be the third article that you've linked me that is totally supported.
You asked me to.
I understand because I thought you were because I thought you'd read something that like
the
everything.
USA Today article wasn't that great.
And the other article that you read me, all of these are instantiating my points.
But it doesn't actually diminish my point either. So it just doesn't actually have a full.
Okay, I hope that the BBC article says something more because in the first part it says who is responsible for weapon safety on film sets. The responsibility for the use of guns and other weapons lies with each production's property master or armory expert.
Yes, we agree. Okay, now go down to where it talks about any actor who's required to stand in the line of fire should be allowed to witness the loading of the firearms. And then I'm trying to find this other one here because
any actor who is required to stand near the line of fire should be allowed to witness the loading of fire. Do you understand that that's not the same as required to clear the firearm? You understand that those two things are...
I didn't ever say that the actor should clear the firearm. I said that the person responsible for the firearm clears it in front of the actor.
You don't have to do that. It doesn't say you have to do that. It says that if you are, you're allowed to...
You should do that. Okay.
Where? Show me. Show me where it says should. Show me that word. Hold on.
Any actor who is required to stand near the line of fire should be allowed.
Should be allowed. Should be allowed.
You said show.
No.
Or should.
Wait, do you understand the difference? Wait, no, hold on. Do you understand the difference between should do something and should be allowed to do something? Or do you think those are the same thing?
I think that absolutely, if a gun is being pointed at a person, there needs to be checks where the actor and anybody
this is
involved
psychosis.
should be
This is
able to
psychosis.
see it.
You're being psychotic. Okay, you're
Why
talking.
is this your new favorite word? I've never even
Because
heard you say
I'm
this
starting
before.
to notice more that when I talk with people, they can't engage with the conversation, and you're doing this really fucking annoying thing where instead of answering a question, as soon as I ask you, like, do you think that 1 + 1 = 2? You go, well, 1 + 1 could have this mathematical property where, you know, other things happen, and I live in California, and, you know, I pay all these taxes, and you're saying a whole bunch of random shit that has nothing to do with the question I'm asking. So my question was very simply do you think that should is the same thing as should be allowed to? I don't care about your opinions on gun safety or how you think the protocol should be or what you think. I'm just asking, do you think that those two things are the same thing? Should and should be allowed to?
Right. Okay. Okay, let's see. This one, there's another one from the SAG Guild that talks about never pointing a gun at anyone.
Wait, she didn't answer the question. She didn't answer the question.
Psychosis! You're doing it again! Okay, I love
What
you.
do you
It's
mean?
been fun. I don't know how many times. I don't know.
SAG rules state that actors should never point the gun at anyone. All you have to do is just Google that, and you'll get a billion article results.
Okay. First of all, was this a SAG production? I thought that this explicitly wasn't like the Screen Actors Guild weren't involved with this shit.
Are you really gonna try to like play semantics? So this is Alec Baldwin.
How is it semantics? I don't know.
I think that Alec Baldwin.
I thought that the point was that they'd brought in like a non-whatever production crew to this. I thought I read this. I might be wrong. That was my understanding, but I could be wrong.
I think that the union workers walked off the set because of safety issues.
Okay, I don't know if they.
Number one, it wasn't just safety issues. There was a bunch of other stuff. Then what happened is they replaced those people with non-union crew members, if I remember correctly.
True, afterwards.
Okay. So
oh my God, do you think if let's say Destiny wins tomorrow, right? Destiny versus BX, next title defense? Could we make that happen? There's no way I could make that.
If they brought in a non-union crew, it sounds. Also, you're repeating the same thing. Okay, fuck. Number one, if they brought in a non-union crew, then there's probably different protocols in place, which means you still can't establish that this is Alec Baldwin's fault. Number one, okay. Number two, you're still repeating this point about how you should never point a gun at anybody, which I feel like I've demonstrated a million times.
No, all I said was if you're going, I understand that there's a difference between shooting a gun, like pointing a gun at a person on like the range, like a gun range, right? And pointing it at a person on a movie scene. The point is that if you're going to point it at a person on the movie scene, you're supposed to have extra layers of protection.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You have those extra layers of protection if you're firing blanks. But the point is that he was handed a gun that was supposed to be cold.
And
that's the whole
pointing
point.
it at somebody.
Yeah, because he thought there was nothing in it. He thought it was empty. He thought it was dry firing.
If you or I were in that situation and we tried to make that argument that we thought that there was nothing in the gun, honestly, we probably would not be charged or convicted or go to jail.
If I was in a situation, if I was being instructed by somebody else,
same thing with him. Like he's not going to go to jail. He's not going to get convicted.
You're psychotic. You're rambling on random shit right now.
This is so weird of you to say that I'm rambling.
Because you're just saying so much random shit, and I don't even know if you're aware you're doing it. Okay. If I'm on a set, okay, and there is a strict line of liability for who's going to be in charge or who's going to fuck up who's going to be fucked up if something goes wrong. If, let's say there is an assistant director and a prop master, and they have 100% of the liability of the safety of those firearms, okay? Not only would I probably not clear the gun given to me by them, if I was one of them and I saw somebody clear a gun, I would smack the fuck out of them and I would say, don't touch my fucking firearm. I'm responsible for what happens to this shit, so I'm going to clear it and I'm going to give it back to you, and if you touch it again, I'm leaving the fucking set. That's what I would say. Because you no. I'm not an actor. Okay? Because you have no concept of liability here. You're totally like in a whole other world.
She's trying to de-escalate, and Destiny is not having it. He's like, funny joke, haha. Destiny is just. He's not having it today.
Okay? If the liability for a negligent discharge rests on two other people clearing the firearm, you better fucking believe that they're not going to want a random dipshit actor fucking racking the slide to see if shit works.
First of all, you're going on and on about something I never said.
You explicitly said, wouldn't you clear the gun? You said, wouldn't you clear? You asked, you told me.
The actor needs to clear the gun. I said the actor needs to see the gun cleared.
But that you never established.
You can go back to my old VODs and dissect them if you want. I have always
did you not literally?
I thought it was stupid. Hold on. I thought it was stupid how many gun industry people harped on the fact that
Booksmart said he's reviewing the Saturday Pepe Life. Can somebody ask Booksmarts why he never reviewed my debate with Jackson Henkel? I thought he'd do that. I was genuinely curious as what he thought of that.
he didn't clear the gun himself. To me, that's silly. Like, I wouldn't want an actor doing that either. That would be ridiculous. There'd be blanks flying everywhere. It would be a huge mess, and it would take a lot of time. No, what I said was that the actor should be able to see that the gun is unloaded, and he should take that on himself to ask before he points it at a person.
Why would he ask when they told him it was cold when they gave it to him? What is he saying? Like, what is he supposed to say? Are you sure?
My point is that this whole time has been that no person who is a responsible gun owner and has instilled the rules of gun safety.
You're repeating the rules again. Okay, I love you.
Don't call me psychotic
It's been fun.
Okay, hold on.
There's plenty of antipsychotics. People prescribe them. Talk to somebody. You got it. I can't. I love you. Okay. I can't do it. I need to play League of Legends. I just want to play video games. I can't have them repeating the same fucking word. Am I crazy?
Dude. He's like, oh my god, I'm too fucking mad. Better play League of Legends. Brilliant strategy,
Crazy?
Brilliant.
I can't tell if I'm going crazy. She's like repeating the same bullshit arguments, like blah 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 blah. 4 rules of gun, blah blah blah. We've already. But I might be crazy. I might be too emotional, and I'm just missing half the conversation. I might be fucking crazy. Okay, I did a lot of mushrooms 2 or 3 years ago. All right, I've done a lot of drugs over the past couple years. Okay, I've done the LSD.
I'm never playing League of Legends. Okay, I'm never playing it. If I ever play League of Legends, that's the day my channel really goes to shit.
He's done some nitrous oxide. Maybe I blew my brain up. Maybe I'm losing it. Okay, I might be fucking losing it. Okay. But in my crazy brain, okay, the feeling I'm having is that she's repeating the same fucking deep.
Let me try something quick. We're gonna talk about the Merrick Garland stuff later. Okay, one second.
I must have time to gather my will.
Dude, stop it.
Okay. We're making the content. The surgical strike for content.
Debunk shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. She keeps saying the 4 rules. She keeps saying don't point a gun at somebody. We've already said that this doesn't apply on a set. This is what if you do a lot of psychedelics, you enter these things called thought loops, okay? This is what a thought loop is, okay? When you repeat the same shit over and over again and you feel like you're trapped in it, you can never break out. You're never gonna get out.
Oh, yes.
Okay, if you're listening to me right now and you're high, you're never gonna get out. You're stuck there forever. Look around.
What?
Nothing around you is real. You're stuck in that loop for a long time, infinite amounts of time. Somebody's gonna make it out of that trip and it's not gonna be you. You're there forever, okay? I hope at least one of you are high when you're watching this, okay? Get fucked.
Oh God.
Before we move on from this subject, okay, I just want to be ultra fucking clear, okay?
He just ruined someone's day. That was very unkind of him.
Yeah.
It might actually be the case.
I thought I saw the family tree come up.
I just want to be ultra fucking clear. Okay?
I thought he was about to go into the genetics of BX Bullet. He was like, well, you know, her Swedish roots probably contributed to her debate performance tonight.
It might actually be the case that there was a procedure on set that Alec Baldwin explicitly didn't follow.
That's pretty fucked up. That's what I think could really jack you up mentally if you're high enough. Yeah, probably. 100%.
It might be the case that he is 95% responsible for what happened, okay? It might be the case that he decided to take shortcuts in terms of like how the gun should be handled on set. Maybe, for instance, maybe it comes out and somebody was like earlier when they were handing him a gun, he was like, oh, no, don't, who cares? Don't, you said it's good, right? Assistant director? Yeah, just give me it. It's fine, right? It's fine. And right, it might be the case that it comes out and that is the case. And you know what? If that does happen, I'll be like, yeah, it was Alec Baldwin's 100% it was his fault. 100%. Yeah, he fucked up 100%. There are other people that are responsible too, but it could have stopped with him, right? But that information isn't there yet, okay? That information isn't there. When you explicitly asked her if there was a difference between should and should be allowed to, and she just, I'm noticing behaviors from certain people because I'm trying to, I think I've said this before, that like I'm trying to be more assertive because I went into cuck mode for 2019, 2020, where I'm trying to find this balance between like, how do I be?
Isn't he still? I thought he was in an open relationship. I don't know.
Be like amenable in arguments, like how do I be like approachable, nice, like I'm understanding you, like I'm open and responsive, right? But also like still firm in my positions. And I think I went too far into the like I'm just gonna let you talk over me, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, right? But now I'm trying to be like still agreeable. But when I'm noticing some things that are happening with certain people, here is a speech thing that I've noticed. Okay, Anna did this a lot. Zerka does this. BX Bullet just did this. The Tristan guy did this. Here's like a dialogue that I'll notice.
Tristan?
Okay?
Who's the Tristan guy? Did I miss an arc?
Let's say that I'm trying to ask a question, okay? Were there crayons in the room? Okay? Let's say that this is the question. I'm trying.
Tristan Haggard? It's an insane dude. Tristan.
I'm gonna level up like this. I don't care anymore.
You guys.
Another one.
Which one? Look at his channel for the past month. I don't know who you're talking about. Primal Edge Health.
A curd is a curd.
Is this the guy? Frog Boy Jones, thank you for the tier 1. 1 month till a year. What's up, Dylan? See you at the year mark. It's crazy that some of you guys have been watching for more than a year. Polyamory will ruin your life. The life of a polyamorous throuple. Blood and soya, veganism and the revolution. Clown World. Lando Files. What? Birthrights and hospital hysteria. World Economic Forum brain implant. Oh! Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist.
It's batshit crazy.
Okay, I get it now.
No, you don't.
The transformation of Greta. Okay, he's just. Got it.
Trying to figure out.
The Crucible. Oh, this. How he was this guy, and I've seen this. I saw this while I was going up to going down to Tennessee. I listened to this in the car. This was fucking wild. He called Destiny the F-slur. You're right. I do remember they had to end it because of this. By the way, can I say? I didn't respond to it. But this guy down here, this is Big Papa Fascist, Andrew Wilson. He he asked to have a rematch with me. I guess about queer stuff again. This is his channel. I gotta say, I like the channel art. Debate on gay stuff. This is debate show, I think. Hunter Avalon's coming on. Okay. Well, that's enough of that.
Were there crayons in this room? Okay. Here's how the conversation goes with some of these people. I don't know how or why.
Okay. We're done with. Okay. So this is. Does he say anything else about this, or do we want to get to like the tweets and everything that was the fallout of this? We probably just want to get to that, right?
But I'll be like, hey, were there any crayons in that room? Well, I don't know. I saw a lot of things in the room, and I think that altogether, I think that we need to be more careful about like the types of things that we have in rooms, and I think that we need to like do a really. Okay, hold on. Okay.
You're about to miss the good stuff. Is this the good stuff? We'll watch for a little bit.
Were there any crayons when you went in the room? Did you see any crayons? Okay, I walked into the.
Why is he saying it like crayons? Crayons. Say it like a red-blooded American.
Room, okay? I looked through a lot of places, and I think that in general, I think that like having markers and stuff and all these other things in rooms, I just think it's a really bad idea. And no, I'm answering your question. Okay? There's like a whole bunch of things going on. Like I've seen crayons in so many different places. No, I'm answering. I've seen crayons in like a lot of different places, and there's like so many better ways that this could be handled. Okay, hold on. I don't know why you're saying so much shit, and you're. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know who you're talking to right now. Okay.
Oh, Fluff, can you, I sent you something in DMs. I've been trying to find it, but I can't. If you could find that somewhere, I'd appreciate it.
Did you see any crayons in the room? Okay.
Crayons.
Okay. When I walked in the room, I looked everywhere for crayons. And earlier I saw like 3 different people were coming in and out. They had markers, they had crayons, they were all sorts of other, and I feel like I've ran into people where when I'm having conversations with them, there's like some fucking thing where everything is like missing the point, and it's like they're unable to engage with the fucking words that I'm saying. They just can't hear what I'm saying, and they just.
Hey Zen, thanks for the tier 1. It started a hype train where I can chill and grift off of all of you wonderful people. I appreciate it.
Like a whole bunch of random fucking shit, like just random fucking shit keeps.
I don't think I've said this yet. Bad Empanada is now going through my YouTube video playlist, leaving comments. I don't know what he's doing. Recently, he's been like retweeting me a lot. It's like anytime I mention Taiwan, he'll like retweet me and like you're the worst. You're like Hitler. Da 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 da. Like okay, whatever. And I've ignored it. And so now he's going into my YouTube videos and just posting replies that shows very obviously that he hasn't actually watched the video. Call Destiny on Discord and challenge him to a debate on the pronunciation of crayons.
What the shit get fucked, Trainwrecks?
I really like this opening here. I super appreciate it when people lay out, this is kind of like my grandiose vision for the future. No one person should have more power than the other. And then also, this might actually end up being a really good conversation. So something that's really important to understand about the difference between conservatives and liberals on a very macro level, okay? Democrats tend to try to build from the top down. Conservatives or Republicans want to build from the bottom up. Why should someone... Oh my God, the best counter question here would be, what Charlie Kirk here is saying is so stupid. It's the first thing he said that's like truly stupid. Super duper ultra prepared for this conversation. He either knew all the topics in advance or he just did a really good job at making sure he was ready for every like thing that was gonna come up. So good job on Ben. Let's go, Ben. All right, Ben, you got this.
We're going to be debating, and we'll see where it leads us, Democrat socialism versus conservative populism.
But it's a fucking
Super
lose.
Thrilled that Ben is here tonight to have this discussion. It'll start with some opening statements, and then we'll take it from there. The 2 minutes is yours, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk, and thank you to Town Circle for setting this up.
Push back more.
I'm a democratic socialist because I don't think anybody deserves to have less power or a dramatically worse life because of factors that are outside of their control. So that's the first part. That's the philosophical basis. concretely, I think it's obscene that we have an economic system where workers at Amazon warehouses.
Do you think all these politic people have small head because evolution is trying to adjust to their small brains?
Good one.
Worried about falling behind in their quotas, and their boss literally owns his own spaceship. Now, we can argue about what a fairer society would look like. I can contrast what I would see as utopia with what you would, and I'm always up for that kind of thing. I'm sure we'll get into some of it later. But
this mic is very warm. Something is fucked here.
What I really like to start out with is not so much that end point as the baby steps towards justice that we could take right now. Things like raising taxes on rich people to pay for social programs that would benefit the rest of us. Things like raising the minimum wage for the working poor. Things like making it easier for ordinary people to organize unions so they can have at least a little bit of a say at what happens in the workplaces.
Okay, for the record, I hate Ben Burgess. Fuck this guy, fuck this loser, and fuck all the conversations I've had with him, okay? I just want to get that out there, okay? However, I really, 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 really like this opening here. I super appreciate it when people lay out, this is kind of like my grandiose vision for the future. No one person should have more power than the other. And then also, here are like the little steps that we can take along the way. We can do this and this and this and this and this. I think that is a super good mind to have when trying to effect some like change in the future politically. Because not only do you have your grand narrative where we want to push towards, you have like your little individual policy prescriptions you can push for along the way, which like makes it more grounded and applicable to like modern day discourse. I don't know if he prepared, especially for the center, but it's really, really good that he opens with that. That's good.
Where they spend half their waking lives. And I gotta say, what always confuses me about you, Charlie, is that I've seen you say that you're not like an old style kind of corporate Republican in the Reagan, Bush, William F. Buckley kind of mold. And certainly the politicians you seem to be most enthusiastic about, people like Donald Trump or J.D. Vance now, make a big deal saying they're populist, they really want to help like struggling people in the heartland. And if that's true, I don't really get why you don't support any of those things that I just mentioned.
Well, very good. It's almost exactly 2 minutes. So I'll respond. First of all, thank you for being here. And if we want to spend an extended period of time bashing Jeff Bezos, I'm all for that. I think it's actually going to be really fun. So let me just first kind of tell you what I believe and why we believe it. It's kind of framed as conservative populism. Put simply, we believe...
Whoever's running sound for these guys, it's not one mic, it's both. Somebody's fucked up the mixer. They've got, something is fucked up here, and it's very irritating that they would fuck this up for the show, but...
In the natural law. We believe, as the Declaration of Independence says, the laws of nature and nature's God. We believe in limitations on human beings, and we should believe there are limitations on power, both government power and, yes, of course, corporate power, as Barry Goldwater said in the 1960s. We also believe America is strongest when families are flourishing, when there's a strong moral center, when middle-class work is respected and appreciated. And the populist component to this is we need to be aware of what's happening around us, see when core institutions are failing, like the family, which has been failing over the last 60 years in America, which can be attributed to many different things. I would attribute it to the rise of an aggressive social welfare state and an overindulgence in neoliberalism.
But through abductive reasoning, Ben is obviously correct in any statement going forward.
Cool, bro.
That we must be willing to do something about it when the family starts to disintegrate, when our nation starts to fall apart, when our borders remain wide open. And so we pair those two things together, conservative populism, and the kind of philosophical basis for a lot of this is the willingness to act with prudence and wisdom to try and fix things that matter, things that objectively matter. And I've been really looking forward to this discussion. I hope it's more of a discussion than a debate, because we will disagree on plenty. But when you talk about an untouchable oligarchy, I completely agree. I think that there is an untouchable oligarchy in this country, both corporate and governmental, scientific and technological, that is crushing the everyday common man. Where I think we're going to disagree is that I think the end goal, the thing that we must strive to, is family formation, family protection, and that strong moral center. And conservative populism is a resurgence of focusing on these things and developing solutions to hopefully fix it.
All right. Well, I guess what I would say is when you talk about limited...
Okay.
...to hopefully fix it.
All right. Well, I guess what I would say is when you talk about limited power, right? I get that. That makes sense to me.
Yep.
I think that absolutely, I think oftentimes actually people get the relationship between these things really wrong, and they'll think, well, the more you think that human nature is good and cooperative, the more, you might think that a fairer society is possible, and the more you think that human nature is flawed and selfish and cruel, then the more you should think that, hey, we might as well just stick with free market capitalism. But I think the opposite is true. I think that the more you worry that given too much power over another, one person over another, that person is going to treat the other the way that Walmart treats its employees, the way that Harvey Weinstein treated aspiring actresses. The more you're worried about that, the more you should want power to be distributed as evenly as at all possible. And that's really why I'm a democratic socialist, that I think whether you're talking about Russia under Stalin or Amazon under our mutual friend Jeff Bezos.
Not a friend.
Then any time you have one person having way too much power over another without democratic accountability, I think you're going to get really bad abuses.
So I think that's helpful. Where I think we'll disagree, though, is the means of which we can represent individual people against oppressors or people that have power. This is why I tend to defend markets. And I want to be very clear. Markets are a tool, something we set up to hopefully help human beings. There are externalities. There are jerks and dirtbags like Jeff Bezos that tend to con the system, not pay taxes, not treat their workers. And one of the reasons why this has become an emphasis, I think.
Man, we really hate billionaires in here today, huh? Bezos. We need to start shitting on Bill Gates next. You guys probably have some common ground there as well.
Conservatives is we're willing to use prudence in a non-dogmatic way and say, wait a second, if we're trying to conserve something that is eternal and beautiful and true, is it a good thing that this kind of, let's just use Bezos again, $200 billion of net worth, while the average American family is struggling to pay off student loan debt or financial debt? Where I think we're going to explore, I can't do this in the remaining 20 seconds I have though, is true decentralization must happen in a way that is consistent with both reining in the administrative state and reining in the technological and corporate power sources in our country. And the ultimate form of decentralization is the family. Strong families, strong households.
Okay, this might actually end up being a really good conversation. So something that's really important to understand about the difference between conservatives and liberals on a very, very, very macro level, okay, is liberals tend to build, I'm using this in an American sense, by the way, liberal, conservative, Republican, Democrat. Democrats tend to try to build from the top down. Conservatives or Republicans want to build from the bottom up. So Democrats might say we need to build a better society with like a strong federal government, strong protections, federal policies like a big minimum wage, things like free education. These are the ways that we're going to move our country forward. Conservatives like to build from the bottom up. They go, okay, that stuff would be fine, but you know what a better way to get there would be? Building strong families, strong communities and churches, and strong local communities that like are able to rely on each other and do things independent of like a large federal government forcing them to do things. Because stronger local, smaller communities know better how to take care of themselves than the federal government. That's kind of like the big difference in terms. I'm not saying one of these is right or wrong. You need some combination of both of these approaches to get things done in an effective manner, but yeah.
All right. So I guess when you talk about the family, sure, absolutely. If people, social institutions are making it harder to keep families together, that's a bad thing. I think that I would point to the financial pressures that that people are often under as a huge source of problems within families, as a huge reason for relationships and marriages failing. And that's something that I think would be helped by doing things like changing labor laws to make it easier to organize unions so people would be getting better wages and have more job stability, less of what employers like to call, flexibility and everybody else calls precarity. And so that might be one place to start exploring this is, maybe you'll surprise me here, right? But I do not think we disagree. We agree on that.
So, yeah, just am I good to respond?
Yeah,
okay,
go for
good.
it. Go
no,
for
I
it.
just didn't want to take any of your time.
No, please.
So I want to get into the union argument. I want to get into the minimum wage argument. I want to get into the healthcare argument. And I'm glad for you to say, and I really want to zero in on this, that family formation is a good thing, because that is something that is debated amongst some Democrat socialist circles. And once we kind of get into the back and forth, I want to ask you about that, because certain activist organizations tend to disagree. Some activists.
Oh, he's going to bring out the BLM. I should have the exact information because I get wheeled out so often. On the BLM website a long time ago, there was some quote at the bottom that had to do with like, we need to make it so that we empower different family structures or whatever. But this one single quote gets taken as though BLM wants to destroy the nuclear family. It's wheeled out so much. It wouldn't surprise me if he's about to quote it. Like conservatives wheel out this text so much. Oh, BLM wants to destroy the nuclear family. Want to destroy it. It's like, no, that's not what they meant when they said that.
Organizations will call the family oppressive, patriarchal, where I believe the family is beautiful and the ultimate social bedrock institution. And every single statistic shows that when families are flourishing, divorce rates remain low, which they aren't currently, that crime goes down and literacy goes up and communities flourish. And I think one thing we can agree on, and you said it a little bit differently than I would, I think it's wrong when corporations are making families choose between spending another 10 hours at some soulless job or spending a weekend with your kids. I think the priority should be through our public policy, and our laws should always be toward the development of children and families getting stronger.
Well, I think that if you want to have a traditional family, absolutely, you should be able to do that. You talked about activist organizations. I think that I would point to, like, you know, the Working Families Party in New York, for example, as an activist organization that clearly has no problem with families. Of course, if you want to live some other way, that's great. True. I think in a pluralistic society, I think everybody should be able to strive for their vision of the good life, and everybody should be free to live in the way that they want to be free. And I think that this is one of the biggest problems. You know, when we talk about things like healthcare, oftentimes people on my side will emphasize the fact that life expectancy is higher in places like Canada and the UK, where there's socialized healthcare, and infant mortality. And you want to talk about families, you know, people's babies are less likely to die in places like Canada and the UK than in the United States. And
dude, I'm so blackpilled on like stats and stuff. It's really, I would have to look up through like the UK and stuff. It's really hard to compare numbers from different countries because like everybody counts different things in different ways, which is really irritating. So I'm trying to think if I could find the most egregious example that I can think of is I'm familiar with how Cuba does their stats. So like Cuba has like the highest abortion rate in the world. It's actually fucking insane. It was like, what did we look it up? It was like 50 per 100 births. It was by 1977, the Cuban population reached 420 legal abortions per 1,000 people. It was like it's like an unimaginable number. It's like, what the fuck? Of all the pregnancies that were registered in Cuba in 1994, 60.2% were ended by therapeutic abortions. So like the idea that like, oh, Cuba has a very low, very, very, very low infant mortality. Yeah, no shit, because if there's any problem whatsoever, you will get pressured like a motherfucker by the doctor to terminate the abortion. So don't talk to me about your low infant mortality when you end over half of your fucking pregnancies in order to get rid of the chance of any, like, you know, anything going wrong during birth, you know? So it's really, really difficult to compare these numbers. Isn't that a good thing? You can call it a good thing or not. I'm just saying that like, it's not fair to say, oh, let's compare infant mortality from this country to the other when this country aborts, you know, 5 times as many children. Because like, okay, well, hold on, we're not gonna even risk that, right? It's not really like, you're not really getting a true picture of, comparing this one for the other. So I don't know 100% of, I'd have to look this up before I say this. I think the U.S. might count infant mortality in a weird way where like...
Do we even want the Brits to have higher life expectancies?
True. Somebody tell me this is true, and I don't know if I remember this. Isn't it something like in the U.S., if you're having like a delivery or something goes wrong or whatever, and like the kid dies, this is considered like infant mortality, but like in some countries it's not necessarily, or it depends on if it's like an early delivery or not. Like there's like a whole slew of ways that you can count what infant mortality is, and you have to make sure that you're like comparing like to like on this. It's really, really weird because some countries do, some countries don't. I'm just saying, like, be really, really careful. I think the U.S. counts miscarriages in the first trimester as child mortality. Yeah, I'm just saying you got to be really careful when you like compare one number to another in a country, because they might count them in different ways. It's really, really, really strange. So, okay.
Mortality amenable to healthcare, which is a stats nerd way of saying that you're less likely to die from treatable diseases, is lower in those places. And I think all those are true and important, but I don't think it's the most important thing, because most of us are not on the verge of dying most of the time. Most of us are not worried that our babies are going to die most of the time. The biggest way, I think, that not providing everybody with healthcare as a right affects the lives of most people is that it makes us less free, because people are a lot less likely to leave jobs that they hate if they're worried about, will I still have health insurance? Will my family still have health insurance? People stay in those jobs and don't pursue their dreams all the time because of that. There are people, I think people who are in good families and they want to keep them together, absolutely, they should be able to do that. But there are also people who stay in bad or even abusive marriages because they cannot afford to lose their spousal health insurance. And so I think that we're not only happier and we not only live longer, but I think we're also freer if we take care of those things.
So that's an interesting point. And what you're articulating, as before we get into the back and forth here, is what Lyndon Baines Johnson would call freedom from necessity, which is something I take exception with. I do not believe the state should play an interventionist role in saying that it is the role of government to say that you should be free from wants or necessity. I would argue that through a natural rights compact, that you should be free to pursue virtue. And that's not to say you shouldn't have a social safety net, which far too often becomes a hammock, not a social safety net. But I think the design of government and the state, which is really what we're debating here, right? What is the role of public policy, should be supporting things that are objectively good for people, for children, for the nation, and for the country. And so I'm happy to go into the kind of three categories that are common points of Democrat socialists next: healthcare, union membership, and kind of the development of unions. All right, no more rules. We can interrupt each other. It's totally voluntary.
Okay, hold on. Somebody in chat posted. Infant mortality is defined as the death of babies under the age of 1 year, but some of the differences between countries can be explained by a difference in how we count. And a baby born weighing less than a pound and after only 21 weeks gestation actually born? In some countries, the answer is no, and those births would be counted as stillbirths. In the United States, on the other hand, despite these premature babies' relatively low odds of survival, they would be considered born. Sure, okay.
Voluntary, unlike socialism. I'm kidding. That's my first socialist joke tonight. So let me ask, I want to ask you just kind of generally about Democrat socialism.
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Where would you point to as 1, 2, or 3 examples that you think are the best embodiment of the worldview that you hold?
Yeah.
Scandinavia, let's go, baby.
That all of the things that I want, I do not think exist together right now in the world. But if you want to talk about places where a lot of the policy goals that I'd support, have been implemented, I certainly don't think they're fully socialist societies by any stretch of the imagination, but I think a lot of it has been implemented. I would talk about, the places you'd expect me to talk about, your Swedens, your Finlands, your Denmarks, your Norways. Now, these are complicated societies that, there are right-wing parties win elections sometimes too, and they do things that I don't like. But I think that these are places, broadly speaking, where a lot has been done to take certain things, like healthcare, for example, outside of the market so that people have that kind of freedom that I'm talking about, that they're not tied to jobs that they hate.
Hold on. I have a hard time telling the difference between good back pain and bad back pain. I feel like it's not like excruciating. And I think it goes away if I warm up a little, but it's kind of like.
Because they're worried.
Have you tried foam rolling? I thought about it.
Foam rolling, that's a shit.
That they and their families' basic needs aren't going to be taken care of if they don't stay in that subservient relationship. And you talked earlier about how you want the state to support things that are objectively good.
Yes.
It seems to me that...
Okay, when you're having a conversational policy, don't ever say things that are objectively good, because obviously you disagree over that. If they were objective, then there would be no disagreement. These are subjective values we're talking about, right?
Living longer, is objectively good.
Yes.
Having lower infant mortality is objectively good. And I would also say that having greater freedom to live your life how you want and not being tied to a particular job, I think that's also objectively
So
good.
job mobility is interesting. I want to get into the Scandinavian countries.
Sure, yeah.
So Denmark doesn't have a minimum wage.
Well, but you got to do the other half of that. That they don't have a minimum wage, but they have vastly more favorable terrain for unions than the United States does, and so a lot of the wage floor is enforced that way. It's still not just they get whatever the market says they get.
But no government mandated minimum wage. What I find interesting, and
Don't let him walk away with it. You gotta hammer him on that shit, but okay.
Some aspects of the Scandinavian countries appeal to me.
Sure.
According to the World Economic Freedom Index, every country outside of Norway is more economically free than the United States. And so, is that something that would interest you? If economic freedom is the definition of your view, then I would change the Bernie Sanders shirt.
I think that what I mean by economic freedom and what they mean by economic freedom are going to be very different. I think oftentimes if you look at the methodology of those lists, it's very unclear. Like you'll get like the Cato Institute or whoever in some cases will do these lists where they rank places by freedom. And it's like, the things that they get points for, the things they don't get points for. Abortion doesn't matter. Whether you can have raw milk matters. I think are at least unclear to me. But I think this is the bigger philosophical thing, though, right? Like let's just do this rather than getting into the nitty gritty about the list. I think that what those
Destiny,
guys
what's your bench?
by economic
Squat and deadlift.
Listen, they're all low, but they're going
DGTL.
up, okay? Ask me in 2 months, all right?
freedom is how much business owners are free to conduct their business however they want, without interference by the state. What I would mean by freedom in an economic context is the right of ordinary people to live the kinds of lives that they want to live and not be under the thumb to the extent that people are in the United States of whatever some corporation, wants to make them do.
Right, and so just to clarify
Sure.
this though, about some of the Scandinavian countries, they went through massive deregulation in the 1980s, right? Many of these Scandinavian countries did, including Denmark. Denmark has actually come out and has said, stop calling us socialist. We are not socialist. You've seen that quote.
Well, I have seen it, but here's
Okay,
what,
good.
but I would like to say
Please
something
do.
about this. And people could check out, I actually wrote something about this last summer for Arc Digital Media.
I think I read it.
Okay, well, there you go. So
I know where you're going before you say it.
all right, well, beautiful.
But the audience doesn't know, so please
happily,
tell
though,
them.
there
Yeah.
are people who are watching who don't know, so
Yes.
let's say it anyway. So I think that saying that there's here is this center-right kind of prime minister who says, no, these social gains have nothing to do with socialism. And you say, oh, well, he says it, right? So therefore, he must be speaking for, Denmark as a whole, the Danish hive mind, I think is approximately equivalent to if the only two, if you were from Denmark and the only two Americans you'd ever talked to were Bernie Sanders and me, and you said, well, here's what they say about what America's all about. Here's what they say about, Social Security or the
Yes.
post office. This is the American point of view. I think, if you look at how long socialist parties were in power in Denmark and how many of those programs came about under them, I would not say that these are societies that have achieved socialism. We could certainly talk about what that would mean to me. But I would say that these are societies where socialist parties allied with strong unions have brought about really beneficial social reforms as an effort to move farther in that direction.
So let's talk about Norway,
Sure,
a country that
yeah.
I'm familiar with, you're familiar with.
Let's talk about
very
Norway.
wealthy country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think the biggest reason is that they have done something that I'm sure that you wouldn't support, which is nationalize their oil
You
industry.
mean use fossil fuels, not keep it in the ground like Bernie Sanders would.
Oh, we use so much fossil fuel in the United States. But okay.
Bernie Sanders has tweeted, we need to keep all fossil fuels in the ground, but Norway's built $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund after. That's
Okay, so would you support that?
nationalization? No, but it's better than keeping it in the ground. for
Okay,
sure.
I mean, look, I think ultimately we probably are better off, transitioning to other energy sources. But if we're going to use oil, I would much rather that oil be in the hands of the people, that it fund generous social programs like in Norway. And I often do kind of get a sense when conservatives say this. It's like, oh, well, there's really nothing socialist about it. They've just nationalized the oil industry and used the proceeds to fund all of these social programs. I mean, if that's not socialist, can we at least have that not socialist thing? That sounds nice to me.
Let me clarify, is that if there is wealth to be redistributed, there must be wealth to be redistributed.
Sure.
And Norway has the advantage of having
frustration?
some of the most strategic oil reserves in the country. And I just pinpoint it in particular because there tends to be this anti-fossil fuel development movement.
It's something Norway and the United States have in common, is that we have a lot of oil. Now, if you want to, again, I know you've said you don't want to do this.
No, of course, I think the private ownership.
Oh God, it's a 3-part battle thing. Thanks for the. Oh, membership.
But minerals is a strategic advantage for the United States. But let me ask you about what I think is one of the reasons.
Please reset your positions.
Why I think the Scandinavian countries' pursuit of egalitarianism looks good on paper. And this is strict immigration. Now, this has changed in recent years because of a lot of the Syrian refugee crisis and more kind of left-wing governments taking over Sweden in particular.
Because we have to.
But Norway, for example, takes in about 70 immigrants a day, even with their more relaxed policies. America, much bigger country, albeit, 2,740 legal immigrants, about 5,000 if you include the people going across the southern border. Do you, as being a Democrat socialist, do you support closed borders and strict immigration?
No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. So 2 reasons. One is that I think that, all of the economic data that I've seen says that having more immigrants actually increases the amount of wealth that society has to go around. And the second is I would ask what the alternatives are, right? So, we can do, like those families that, that you talk about, right? We can, we can do things like separating families. We can do things like raiding, churches, to drag out immigrants. But I think we would really, really, really have to step up that, by a factor of 100 to actually get rid of all the undocumented immigrants in the country. Whereas I think a much better solution, if what you're worried about is, hey, here are people coming in who, they definitely contribute to economic growth, but here are people coming in who are willing to work for low wages or whatever. I think a much better solution to that problem is for those people to have a pathway to citizenship so that they're not afraid to do things like join unions, or they're not afraid to do things like, take their employers to court when they violate labor laws. I think that's a much better solution to that problem than the sort of heavy-handed, police state kinds of tactics, which I think would be the only way that you're actually going to resolve the status quo in the other direction.
One of the things I like about Norway that you just said you don't like is to become a Norwegian citizen, you must speak the native language. It's a non-negotiable. You must have citizenship by birth is not applicable. And you must have lived in Norway for at least 8 out of the past 11 years. And so maybe you can help clarify this for me, because the mascot you're wearing on your shirt has changed on this, because I would understand the position you're espousing more if you said, hey, we're going to close off the borders, we're going to take care of our fellow countrymen, we are going to reject these globalist institutions, because Bernie Sanders used to say that. In 2013, Bernie Sanders said, it does not make sense to me to bring hundreds of thousands of those workers into this country to work for minimum wage and compete with American kids. Bernie Sanders said in 2007, 6 years prior, if poverty is increasing and if wages are going down, I don't know why we need millions of people to be coming into this country as guest workers. What changed?
Well, I think that the main thing that changed is that the context of both of those quotes that you just read was not about whether there should be a pathway to citizenship. It was about exactly the opposite. It was about the Bush administration's interest in 2007 and then later revivals of it in 2013, attempts to create a guest worker program, which I think he rightly compared to legalized slavery. A lot of immigrant rights groups were actually against those proposals for the same reasons, because those are things that instead of giving people the rights of Americans so that they aren't afraid to do things like organize unions, those are things that would essentially just legalize the status quo.
Currently in love with a girl in a married for papers situation.
Workers.
Wish me luck, guys.
Currently in love with a girl in a married for papers situation. Oh, sounds like you're fucked. Good luck.
Who are not going to have those citizenship rights, who it's much easier to, it's easy, who you can kick out of the country if their employer decides they don't like them anymore. And I think that that is a completely different thing. I think it could also, so I think in that case, I think there's less of a contradiction there than you think. But hey, look, Bernie Sanders is not.
Oh, wait. You're in love with a girl who's marrying somebody else for papers. I thought it was like marrying yourself. Oh, never mind. You're fucked. Rip.
My shirt, because I think that the man is infallible. I could rattle off a list of things that he's gotten wrong over the years, but the reason he is that I think he's been the most important champion of doing things like raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, like giving everybody health care, ending the wars, et cetera, that would actually really materially benefit the majority of the population. And I guess I really struggle when I hear, conservatives being interested in the welfare of the working class suddenly when it's this issue of competition from low-wage workers, which is a question of pitting some workers over other workers. But when it's a question of doing things that would benefit workers in general, like raising the minimum wage, like giving everybody health care, then suddenly it seems to be a different story. Suddenly it seems to be that this is too interventionist, this is too administrative state. I mean, kicking immigrants out seems like a big expansion of state power to me, too.
Well, I want a small yet strong government. Strong in what it does, and foreign citizens, not foreign citizens, sure, or illegals in the country should be deported, should be taken out. And I think
I shouldn't have fought this fight.
Fuck. It's deep down you agree with, and that's what Norway gets right. They realize if you don't speak the language, you don't have a shared culture, then there's something that all of a sudden makes it less like a nation and more like a colony or more like a temporary place for corporations to make money. Let's talk about the minimum wage.
Let's talk about the minimum wage.
The reason why I don't want abrupt, quick, let's say increases the minimum wage is it actually hurts workers. Washington Post, a very credible news study on Seattle's $15 minimum wage says the following. Workers have seen cut payrolls, they've been put off hiring, reducing hours, or letting their workers go. That is Seattle. Another study from just Target, just because Target raised their wages abruptly in 2019, shows that workers say their hours were cut, leaving them struggling. Another one,
okay, so
I can go through them. I have a whole packet of them.
Let's pause and do the first
Seattle,
couple.
The same thing.
I
go through New York.
Seattle, there have been a bunch of different studies, including one from UC Berkeley, I know, that have, I don't know which one was published by Jeff Bezos' newspaper that you're referring to there.
Jeff Bezos' newspaper.
But there was another study from UC Berkeley saying that actually it had no effect on the employment rate in the restaurant industry and it achieved its goals. I know if you look at the Congressional Budget Office, which oftentimes people with your position love to cite, they said that if you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and by the way, I thought it was interesting.
Nice, blinding.
Because I'm interested in how, whether you'd be okay with it if you did it slowly.
I think moderately kept up with inflation, done prudently, especially as we're about to have a period of mass inflation. I think that coupled with a workers' tax cut and other pro-growth policies wouldn't be the worst thing for the economy.
Okay.
No, I think that's a moderate economic position.
But keeping up with inflation, right? You're still saying the purchasing power of low-wage workers should be what it is now. And I would say that if you want to run this argument that, well, it's actually going to hurt, that's actually going to hurt workers more than help them.
The studies show that it has.
I don't think the studies do show that.
Well, so here's what it says. Low-wage workers.
Here's why. I understand what you're saying, that the studies show, some of the studies show that minimum wage increases lead to increased unemployment. That's the big claim that's usually made. Sometimes people will also say that leads to a reduction in hours, but the big one is usually increased unemployment. And so I'd say two things about this. First of all, the effect of minimum wage increases on employment is like the most studied thing in empirical economics.
Oh, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Sorry, fuck. I'm like listening to this.
And there are studies you can find that say yes. There are a lot of studies that you can find that say no. And a word I almost never hear from people who say that it's going to lead to unemployment increases is meta-study, right? In other words, if you look at a bunch of studies over time and see since you could have, very small sample sizes and making big conclusions from very small sample sizes is generally, and then making a big deal about them in the press, that's how people end up believing that plants can cure coffee cures cancer. That they looked at some study with some super small sample size, but when you do the meta study of a bunch of different studies, most of those show no. But let's say, for the sake of argument, yes. Let's say that it does lead to some unemployment increase.
Because you agree, certain studies do show that.
Yes, certain studies do show that. I think most of them, and especially meta studies over time, say no. But sure, let's say yes. So if yes, would that mean that it was going to hurt workers more than help them? Well, we could look at the Congressional Budget Office, what they said in 2019, which was that 2/3 confidence that you'd have a range of unemployment effects somewhere in between 0 and 3.7 million. And most likely, they said 1.3 billion people would lose their jobs. Now, that's bad.
I
don't
feel like
want
I've
1.3
outpaced
billion
him
people to lose their
That's a lot of jobs.
But they also said that 27 million people would keep the jobs that they have right now and be paid more.
I feel like I've outpaced
and would have more
intellectually.
purchasing power. And so we say, okay, we have 27 million people who are being lifted out of poverty by this. We have 1.3 billion
I feel
people
like I've outpaced
out of jobs. Now,
intellectually.
even if there was nothing that you could do about that, I'd still say that treating this as a knockdown, well, this is going to help poor people, working poor people, more than it's
I
hurt
feel
them,
like
more
I've
than it's going to
outpaced
help
him
them. I
intellectually.
don't think makes sense. But also, I don't think we have to accept that those 1.3 billion people, if that's the true estimate, have to be permanently out of a job. We could have
I feel
public
like I've
works
outpaced him
programs
intellectually.
that could employ those 1.3 million people, give them dignified,
let me build it
unionized
out more.
public sector jobs. And if you don't
I
think that
feel like
there's
I've outpaced
plenty
him
of work
intellectually.
for those 1.3 million people to do in terms of federal public works, trust me, I could give you a long list of things they could be doing.
Let me build out the study, and then I want to
I
ask
feel
you
like
about
I've
that. So low-wage
Let's
workers
build.
on average now clock 9% fewer hours, earn $125 less each month. That's Seattle. There's another one. New York City businesses struggle to keep up after a minimum
feel
wage
like I've
increase.
outpaced him
Would you support
intellectually.
eliminating the FICA contribution for workers? That's a 7% tax on wages before we even talked about raising the minimum wage.
Well, I'd like to talk.
How would you eliminate the FICA contribution? You're gonna defund Social Security and Medicare? Mate, how about let's not do that, okay?
Talk about raising the minimum wage with no preconditions, but
Why not the workers' tax cut? That's what I always don't understand, because we tax workers at 7%. 7% of our workers here lose their paycheck as half of their FICA contribution. I never hear that from workers' rights advocates.
Because why would you cut your funding for Social Security and Medicare? What are you talking about? Ben, I hope Ben knows what FICA funds.
Why?
Well, I think that first of all, the first question you'd have to ask is what's the money that's going to be generated by that for those workers? Then the second question that you want to ask is what's going to be lost on the other end in terms of services if that's cut. And I think that paying people a higher minimum wage, having those 27 million people get a living wage.
I can give them a 7%. I can give them a 7% wage increase tomorrow.
And
it's called cutting the FICA tax.
Yeah.
Every working person deserves 7% of their wages that are currently being taken by them by the government. Why don't you instantaneously agree?
So what are you going to? Well, because I know what the other shoe is that's going to drop there. What are you going to cut to pay for that tax increase?
Oh fuck, he doesn't know what FICA funds. Oh no! How does he know so much? He knew so many other answers, but he doesn't know anything about FICA taxes. How do you guys? You gotta know what your taxes go to, okay? So FICA taxes is, what does it stand for? I don't know what the words stand for. It's the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, okay? So your FICA is split into two things, okay? Some of it goes towards Social Security, and let me see, hold on. Social Security and Medicare, I don't know if any of it pays into the unemployment. I think it's just Social Security and Medicare. So it's two things. So FICA is, it's like a 15.7% tax, I think. Your employer pays half and you pay the other half. Now, the vast majority of your FICA taxes go towards Social Security. You get that back when you retire. That's what Social Security is, okay? If you're gonna talk about cutting FICA taxes, well, okay, we're gonna be cutting our funding to Social Security and Medicare? Is that really a good idea? This is like a really sneaky way for Charlie Kirk to like defund like our arguably some of our best administered and most successful social programs that almost everybody likes. Yeah, I don't know, it's really dumb.
There's plenty, I could name a whole litany of departments I think I would cut to try to pay for it, but let's pretend that it's paid for, like everything Washington, D.C. says.
Yes,
Wouldn't it be worth it?
if you could cut workers' wages and not
wages, the
sorry,
taxes.
the taxes on workers' wages, if you could cut that, and on the other end, there would be absolutely no loss in anything that's a beneficial thing that's going to make workers' lives better, then sure, why not? But I think I think you should still raise the minimum wage, because I think, again, having those 27 million people now having a living wage, having the ripple effects for lots of people who are already making more than minimum wage, that's going to increase their wages, and then 1.3 million people need new jobs. Trust me, we can take care of that.
So you're obviously no fan of President Trump or his administration. During his presidency, the bottom 10% of workers actually had an income grow faster than the top 10% of workers. And so what we saw.
I am so curious how he arrived at that number. Your income? Is he talking about overall compensation or literally just your W-2 wages? Because if I had to guess, W-2 wages for the top 1% of this country probably don't grow very much. But that's because your W-2 wages, the paychecks you get from a company, aren't accounting for the vast majority of the wealth you're increasing yourself by. Because most of your wealth increase are coming from the increases in capital investments that you don't have to, like, it's not accounted for in a W-2 wage. There's 0% chance that under Trump, the bottom 10% of people increased their whatever more than the top, like 1% or 10%, unless you're literally just going by W-2 increases. I'm really curious where that number comes from.
It's a real blue-collar boom over in the prior administration.
I think what
without having to abruptly raise the minimum wage. And the reason was, let me just finish, is an emphasis on entrepreneurship. This is an indicator that I don't hear talked about a lot, which is how many new businesses are being started. And when you raise the minimum wage, it's harder for the deli owner, the dry cleaner to enter into the market, because all of a sudden the labor pool is like, man, $15 an hour, I could barely pay to keep the lights on. So if we want new business, and you agree, entrepreneurship is a good thing, right?
I think it's good to have new businesses. I'd like.
Oh shit, Jamie dropped to. Wait, did it drop to 183 or did it rise to 183? I don't remember what it was at before. Oh, no, it's still chilling around here. That mother of all short squeezes is coming soon, guys.
More of them to be organized as worker cooperatives.
We're going to talk about unions in a second.
We can get into that.
I want to get deep into unions.
But I do just want to say on what you're claiming about the Trump economy, because I think this is an important point, right? Why? So yes, sure. Why? What explains those numbers that you just mentioned? You'd say it's a new emphasis in entrepreneurship. I'd say it's two things.
I could go through other things too, including an energy renaissance.
But I think the primary things are two things. One, that quite a few states during that time period actually did raise their minimum wage, and I think that had a big effect on that. Two, sure, that employment increases give workers more bargaining power, which a lot of conservatives now object to. They say, oh, nobody wants to work. But employment increases give workers more bargaining power in the labor market, and that's a good thing, but that's not really this new emphasis on entrepreneurship that Trump was doing. If you look at all the employment figures, the overall civilian employment rate in the United States, or whether you break it down, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, all of those, you see the same trend, which is that in 2009, at the beginning of the Obama presidency, when the effects of the 2008 crash were really coming in, all of those were way up here. That it was like, you have like 10% unemployment. Over the course of the 8 years of Obama, it goes from 10% to 4.7% overall civilian, unemployment. And then sure, under the 4 years of Trump, or, like we'll give them a pass for the COVID part, but under those years of Trump, then you go from 4.7 to 3.5. So that is a continuation at an overall slower rate, but a continuation of what had happened before. And the reason I'm bringing that up is not that I'm a big Obama guy. I mean, look.
No, I know you're not.
As you know, I'm a Bernie Sanders would be a good start guy. But.
And I want to get into that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think you are cleverly cloaking your radicalism in three issues that are agreed upon. We're going to get to the
I don't think so. I think I front-loaded the radicalism and said these would be baby steps in the right direction. And I'm very confused about how you could be a populist without supporting those baby steps.
We're all Hegelians now, I suppose. Let me ask you this question.
No. But I do want to finish the point, because I think it's an important one, right?
How many books by Hegel do you think Kruger's read here? Okay. We don't celebrate Nazism here. Okay, hey. Earnings for the bottom 10% are rising faster than earnings for the top 10%. Oh. Earnings for the bottom 10% seem to be rising faster, but not by much, and there are different ways to crunch the data. The measure he used also undercounts the earnings of the top 10%. State-level hikes in the minimum wage might have affected the earnings trends. One of President Donald Trump's central promises was to produce a rising economy that lifts all boats. At a rally in Wildwood, New Jersey, he touted record low unemployment rates, especially for African-Americans and Hispanics. Policy there's a blue-collar boom, Trump said January 28th. Earnings for the bottom 10% are rising faster than earnings for the top. I wonder what earnings means. I wish I knew what earnings means. Is earnings total compensation, or is earnings your W-2 paycheck? Does anybody know what the Is it the BLS? When they say earnings, does earnings include your total compensation? There's data for each quarter and each year. The quarter numbers back Trump up, but the yearly numbers are more reliable. They capture seasonal employment and have a lower standard error. Looking at the changes from year to year, earnings for the lowest 10% grew faster in only 1 year, 2018. Here's how that looks. So Trump is right for only 1 of the 3 years of his presidency. We also looked at the change between 2016, the year before Trump took office. This is a percentage change as well. 2016, 2019, the low wage earners saw 46%, 35%. This is 2016, 2019. The data's limitations. The earnings data misses income from a second part-time job that many low wage earners rely on. But more significant are the dollars it misses on the high end. It doesn't count the self-employed at all. Interesting. About 10% of the workforce, which in the higher income groups includes lawyers, engineers, financial advisors, and other lucrative professions. The earnings growth in that group could be very high because that's where we've seen some of the highest income growth over the past 30 years. Plus, the survey doesn't count earnings over $150,000. Wait, what? The survey doesn't count earnings over $150,000. Someone making $250,000 would be entered as earning $149,999. That makes the high-end number of the data artificially low. This measure is not well suited to the comparison of the extremes that Trump makes. Interesting. Hold on 1 second. What's your take on the corporate tax rate? I don't like corporate taxes. They're garbage, okay? Raise income taxes, raise capital gains taxes. Hold on 1 second. This is an annual earnings definition. Oh, okay. Doesn't include bonuses, commissions, overtime pay, and extra compensation. Does that include stocks? Do stocks show up on like a W-2 as like in-kind compensation, or your stock given as a bonus? Okay.
It's that I think that if you're going to say the populist thing about Trump economics, even though this is a guy who appointed hardcore union busters to the National Labor Relations Board. This is a guy who tried to throw millions of people off of health care, in terms of going against the Medicaid expansion. This is a guy, who tried to make it a lot harder to qualify for food aid for those families you talked about. That the big populist thing is that he oversaw economic growth and hence job growth. Well, hey, if that's enough to be a populist, Barack Obama was a better populist than he was, and Bill Clinton was a big populist because he oversaw lots of economic growth in the 1990s.
What I am saying, though, is that it's mischaracterized that the people that you say you care about, the lower workers, actually did really well under those 4 years. I think Trump could have been more conservative, more populist in certain things. And just to clarify on the food stamp issue, millions of people got off of food stamps under Trump voluntarily because their wages went up. But I don't want to get too bogged. I really don't want to get too bogged down on the Trump presidency.
You had that extra 1% change of unemployment going down, which is a continuation of previous trends. But
so let me kind of ask you more broadly. I guess we could go into some of these other aspects.
I have a question I'd love to ask you in a minute, by the way, but go for it.
Yeah, you're free to do that too, by the way. Do you trust the government?
Do I trust the government? Do I trust the government to tell me the truth, to do things no, the government, by and large, that I think that those millionaires and billionaires, the guy in the shirt likes to talk about, exert vastly too much influence. But here's where I think people often go wrong from that true premise that the government is untrustworthy. I think premise is fine, but the conclusion, therefore we should have less government, in the sense of we should have less expansive social services, we shouldn't give everybody health care. I think that that's a fundamental confusion, because I think that there's a difference between talking about what the government can do to you, and there we're talking about police, ICE, the expansion of the national security state,
this is important.
And what the government has a legal obligation to do for you in terms of supporting what I would see as fundamental humans like healthcare and education.
Let me tell you where I think there's a flaw in this, and I really want you to talk about this. You say healthcare and education. There must be bureaucrats to enforce these things. You need the administrative state. So then you get the CDC, you get the NIH, you get unregulated agencies that you, as being someone who focuses on democracy, focuses on the power of the people, where is the check and balance against the CDC, the NIH, HHS? For every government program, you need hundreds of thousands of desk workers, which is where the word bureaucrat comes from in French. So you say you don't trust the government, yet you support expanding the social services, which will then necessarily expand government. Why do you want to expand something you don't trust?
Well, first of all, congratulations on the French vocabulary. I like it. But
I have other words too. We could, après nos les déluge, which means after me the flood. We could talk about all my favorite French terms if you'd like. We could do a whole thing. You write for the Jacobin magazine, for goodness sake, so we could exchange notes on Robespierre and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I've only read the Confessions once. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to do all of that. Although, my French is like Duolingo. I can't do that much. But
Un, deux, trois, consensé, nothing. I'm done, I promise.
But I would say that if you don't want
bureaucrats
to have more power, if that's the big objection.
No, that's part of the objection.
Okay,
it's an element of it.
Sure, so let's start with that element. So if you don't want bureaucrats to have more power, then the thing that you should really object to, right? Because you said earlier, you think we got to have some kind of social safety net. So we're agreeing that there are some social services programs. We're arguing about how expansive they should be and how they should work.
Generous versus limited.
Sure. Okay, but this is the thing. If you want those bureaucrats to have less power, you don't want limited. That's the last thing that you want. You want generous, and here's why. Here's why.
You're gonna have to convince me on this one.
I know. Like I really liked what you just did there. That was some good.
So to restrain their power, you must give them a lot of power.
No, you're not giving them any power.
I mean, look, that's the problem with this country now. Trump has done what Hitler did, and I don't care what they say, but he has managed to make everybody think that all news against him is fake.
Exactly. That's why he's attacking the media. It's fake news. I'll give you an example. It's Cinco de Mayo, right? So last Cinco de Mayo, a friend of mine, a journalist, retweeted the famous pic that Trump apparently himself retweeted today, which is him eating a taco bowl in his office, right? And I've been in that office, so I knew what to look for. So I zoomed in on the pic, and you can see his desk drawer is open, and there's a bunch of block boxes of Sudafed, UK Sudafed. And I tweeted it out and said he eats this stuff from like candy because he used to eat it all day long.
Sudafed?
UK Sudafed, which has pseudoephedrine in it, which gives you like a buzz. So that kind of made the rounds on the internet, and people tried to look at that like a smoking gun. I didn't intend it that way. It wasn't a smoking gun. It was a byproduct of addiction. You know what I mean? Because his nose got all clogged up from snorting shit all the time, that he would be eating the Sudafed all day long, which anybody who's been with rock bands, like that was a common thing you had to stock on a tour bus. If you had cokeheads and when you went to Europe, you would load up on the UK brand because it was better, or Canada. Hockey players eat that shit in Canada like speed,
Oh, wow. What? And then diapers now.
Depends. So he's incontinent. Totally incontinent from all the speed, because anybody who's been a cokehead, you lose your, it's a
so it's really a shit show.
That was the crew's nickname. It was a shit show.
Oh, really?
And he would get mad. The shit show. Because he would get mad and he'd have to read a 3-syllable word. He'd freak out, shit himself audibly, profoundly incontinent. And you'd have to stop down and they'd take him and clean him up. He's been wearing Depends at least 15 years. Because the other thing is, all he eats is fast food and meatloaf. You know what I mean? The guy doesn't eat any salads or vegetables. So it's just all.
I read in the story, this is another great, and thanks to Royce for doing all this research, where he invited Mark Burnett up to his, to Trump Tower. Right. And Burnett was expecting an elegant meal. And instead, he gave him a freaking Big Mac.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like.
The still president, Donald Trump, gave his first press conference since losing the election. He was in the Oval Office, and it was a day near to the days where he suffered losses in Pennsylvania as the Supreme Court threw out the final contestation of that election from the Trump team. Wisconsin recounts in multiple counties showed that Joe Biden won. In fact, he won by a little bit more than he originally.
In areas that mattered in terms of the election, in swing states. No way.
Excuse me. And you might have seen it like loss, right? Is that the tiny desk to be bigger than the desk itself. His knees seem to be touching like the top of the desk. His elbows are just like raised as he's, continuing to say it's fraud. And that soon became the story of his first press conference back after this loss, right?
to accentuate how much he looked crazy with the Photoshop this week.
If you can see, for those of you who saw this, Trump's booty was protruding, okay? His booty was protruding, and it was sticking out of the little coattails of his jacket. Trends that have absolutely nothing to do with what's really trending in the world. Yes, they make
that urge going. I didn't believe it. I think
is that the tiny desk. So
no one cares.
What's your favorite ice cream flavor if it's not soft serve? If it's like a regular, you know.
Political here, but the one thing we do want to focus on is his pants. There is a theory that Donald Trump put his pants on backwards because you do not see a zipper here.
Nothing.
And there's some weird crinkling going on, like in his lap.
It's bizarre.
Now, I mean, so, like, take a look
it's
if
like
you
a
want
wetsuit.
to. Some
It's
people
like a
might not
wetsuit.
want to take a look as we bring Devo and Frank into this. This burned up Twitter. Are his pants
so
on
the whole
backwards?
third floor is losing it right now.
I mean,
especially with your wording that you almost said.
Well, I almost said a lot of things.
Your pants up backwards and fasten the belt. You need some like Cirque du Soleil, ambidextrous, you know.
So, do you like Zoom Zoom? Because this is pretty fast. So normally I would do like a green screen intro and talk about weird stuff. But yeah, ooh, harvest. I figured we would just show off the build in action before talking about a little update. And well, I mean, those explosions speak for themselves. There's not even that much density here, but nice.
Holy shit.
But folks, especially, at least, you know, fun as well, because gem levels is so big, I actually don't have the resist to get rid of one of my rings right now. Architect, really, really fun, and AoE is absolutely massive for poison concoction. We're using greater volley and greater multiple projectiles. Using worm that I'm getting constant and build. I'll go over the mastery, but I have malediction. Like the update video on this, I'm sorry that
looks fun as fuck. What the fuck?
Taking away their power. It's a really simple argument. Here's how it goes. That means-tested programs give power to bureaucrats. When you say you have to jump through all these hoops to qualify for something, and there's some bureaucrat who gets to decide whether you get it or not,
here's why you're wrong.
bureaucrats have more power, whereas when you say this is a legal right that every single person has as a citizen, no Canadian is having a bureaucrat decide whether they qualify for healthcare. Or in Finland, you talked about all of the policies that, you know, in Norway that you thought would be an issue for me. Finland
is the poorest
where they
Scandinavian
have,
country.
okay, I don't think it's because of this, but they, but you know, in Finland, where they don't even have private schools, and certainly you have a right to higher education. as a citizen the way that you have historically in lots of countries, and I think it's worked very well. But when you have that, you don't have students jumping through financial aid, bureaucracy, hurdles, and does this person qualify to get school? Does that person qualify to school?
Yeah, keep in mind, Finland is Nordic, not Scandinavian. Scandinavia is only Norway, Sweden, Denmark. And then wait, did I say Nordic? Finland, Sweden, Denmark are the 3 Scandinavian countries. And then Nordic includes Iceland and Finland. I think Iceland is Scandinavia too. I don't think Iceland counts as Scandinavia. I think it's just those 3. Oh, and Greenland. Wait, Iceland might count as Scandinavia. Hold on, let me check. Destiny is right. Norway, not Denmark. Scandinavia refers to Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. No, fuck you. I was right in the beginning. Scandinavia is Denmark, Norway, Sweden. If you say Nordic, then you can expand that to Finland and Iceland. And then like the Faroe Islands, whatever the fuck that is, and maybe Greenland. But nobody cares about those shit. It's like 10 people that live in those places.
Bureaucrats have the power to decide what's up, because that's the case where bureaucrats have power over you. If everybody gets something as a right of citizenship, bureaucrats have no power in that circumstance.
But let me ask you something, though. So you want Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Yet HHS is the largest civilian branch of our government. So as we have expanded Medicare, as we have expanded Medicaid, it hasn't been means tested as you want. We have hundreds of thousands of desk workers that are doing the means testing. Are you qualified? Medicare reimbursements. And so even under your example, it's woefully idealistic. The point is
Medicaid is a means
you
testing.
You cannot have a generous social program without a massive bureaucratic and, dare I say, corrupt administrative state.
Well,
Probably. He was a college professor, so, and a college president, so he's kind of in your world.
Well, okay, trust me, neither of those things earn any points for me, but but I think that
that's fair.
But I mean, Woodrow Wilson is the guy who resegregated the federal bureaucracy after it was integrated. He put Eugene V. Debs in jail. Nobody on the left is going to see Woodrow Wilson as a hero. Liberals, nobody on the left. But I was just going to say,
I know plenty of people that would, but that's fine.
I don't think you're going to find a lot of socialists.
FDR, LBJ, John Dewey, all these people believed in a strong administration.
Well, I mean, you're rattling off a bunch of liberals, but that's okay. We don't need to argue about the historical figures. Let's just say this: if you're talking about administrative state, bureaucracy, well, your example is Medicaid, which is a means-tested program. And even at that, even despite the means testing, which is the part that gives the bureaucrats their power, which is also the part I'm objecting to, even despite that, we're talking about bureaucracies. As I think you mentioned earlier, the government has no monopoly on bureaucracies, plenty of bureaucracies in the private sector. And if you want to know which programs have the smallest overhead, right? Even Medicaid, even despite the means testing, Medicaid, Medicare, all of those have much smaller administrative overhead than any of the private insurance companies, because the private insurance companies, one, they have to plan out their strategy for competing with each other, and two, the private insurance companies have a vast bureaucracy that is dedicated to finding ways to deny people's claims, because they've always got one eye on the bottom line for shareholders. And one question I'm very curious about, by the way, is that you object for all of these reasons. You think it's too interventionist. You think it's too much administrative state, to just providing everybody with health care.
These are all elements of the critique.
Providing people with health care as a human right, so that you can have, like, what people I know in the UK always tell me, which is, hey,
are Forgotten Shrines good?
When whatever, my mom got cancer, when whatever the situation is, people will say, the only person I ever talked about this was with a doctor, which is very different from Americans' experience with healthcare. If you can object to that on the grounds that that's too much big government, I am really curious whether you'd say the same thing for fire services. Like, would you be okay with it if we didn't have public fire services?
Absolutely not. As I said, small but strong.
Okay.
The government exists, as it says in the preamble of the Constitution, amongst many other things, to secure the blessings of liberty, to ensure domestic tranquility. And Hamilton said it best, that you need a nimble yet effective federal government. Good at what it does, but not overreaching. And that's the whole idea of conservative populism, is within this constitutional republic framework. I'm a big fan of firefighters, police officers. I'm a big fan of Border Patrol. I'm a big fan of all these sort of things. But when all of a sudden I believe you get outside of the constitutional limits is where you birth this fourth branch of government. And our mutual hatred of Woodrow Wilson is a perfect example of this, because he really believed the state, this is a Hegelian idea, will usher in that utopia, that the state is God, that through the mechanisms of the state, we will be able to turn the chapter and with it remake man. He wasn't the only person that believed that. FDR did, Lyndon Baines Johnson did as well, where we as conservatives and conservative populists say, hold on a second, that is not what the state is there to do for. Let me just say one last thing.
How do I get rid of sepsis?
The state is there to preserve the natural law with prudence and wisdom, to hopefully develop families and foster children, not to try to remake human beings. When it comes to healthcare, not only do I have a moral complaint that it's not the role of government, it's also not good at doing it, and it also hurts the everyday common man. So I have two.
I don't think either of those things are true.
But I have a moral argument, and I also have a utilitarian argument. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Let's start with the moral argument, because I am very unclear on this, because why is it that having public firefighters or public police is not overreach, but having public health care is? Why would it be objectionable if instead of having public fire services that everybody gets to use, you had everybody just having to have private fire insurance? And if you had a better private fire insurance plan, they'd probably put out your fire, faster. Or maybe we had public fire insurance, but only for people, the poorest people or the oldest people, which would be the exact equivalent for healthcare. Or the same thing for policing, the equivalent, for like security insurance, because all of these things seem very similar to me, because having your house burned down, being victimized by a crime, or needing chemotherapy, those are all cases where your life and limb is in danger. Like, these seem pretty parallel to me. What do you see as the big disanalogy?
So the first problem is mostly local, police and fire, so therefore it's more accountable.
Okay.
So the dollars don't go to some sort of albatross to the kingdom of Washington, D.C. of unelected, unknown, kind of just unchecked bureaucrats. That's number one. Number two, we do have a system in the country, despite what you're saying, where if you need health care, you will be taken care of. Is it broken? Is it inadequate?
I just said, though, right?
Well, hold on a second. It's already, I'm saying it is illegal to deny someone service of care. Illegal. Now, do we have problems with our healthcare system?
No one cares about emergency rooms. That's not what we're talking about. I could strike a huge bargain with you. I think that there are elements of the German system that are admirable. I will say that. Where you have a public system and a private system. Where I start to all of a sudden say timeout, no go, no fly zone, is where I hear people like Bernie Sanders, and I'm paraphrasing, who want to get rid of private insurance as we know it. That's a big mistake. Here's how I think the biggest problem with healthcare is. It's not individualized. It's way too bureaucratic, way too top down. And yes, we have pharmaceutical companies that are addicting people to drugs that they should not be addicted to. We have a sick care problem in our country, and I agree with a lot of people on the left with this. On this, maybe we'll agree that we have an obesity problem, we have a problem of how we get our food, we have a corporate farming problem. I agree with all those things. Do I think that a government-run system of healthcare that will be more similar to how the IRS or how the Postal Service works, that's how somehow going to be the solution to that? Absolutely not.
Well,
but if you put me in a room,
the Postal Service is amazing, and I do not think. Can you say
that again?
The Postal Service is amazing. It has been an engine of upward mobility. It has been an engine of racial equality. If you building the black middle class, massively an engine of that.
Have you ever used the Postal Service?
Okay, who says this? Have you ever used the Postal Service? Yeah. Wait, have you ever mailed shit? I don't understand. The Postal Service is like one of the, like, if you were gonna attack a public institution, why would you attack the Postal Service, which like can guarantee like the delivery of a parcel or letter in like 2 days or whatever to any single fucking part of the United States? Of all the things that you could ever attack, why would you attack the Postal Service? The Postal Service does pretty fucking well. And because of the weird like stipulations or regulations tied to it, the Postal Service has to pay for itself. It's not even allowed to like draw, I don't think it's allowed to draw from public funds and shit. Like the Postal Service is supposed to be self-sustaining. And I think it's even more brutal than that, because not only does it have to be self-sustaining, they have to like prove the income for like their future pensions and shit as well. Like,
and the Postal Service will carry a letter from here to Alaska for no, not for the same price, and they're certainly not going to serve.
You know it's going to get there.
No, I do not know that, and it's certainly not going to do it. It's never going to get there with as much service to out of the way rural areas.
I got to give you credit.
Anything.
I've never heard anyone defend the Post Office.
That's because you don't know anybody that mails anything ever, you dumb fuck. Come on.
Well, you need to talk to more people, because like the Post Office is an amazing institution. And it should be massively expanded. In fact, one of the best things I think they have in some of those
fight no more than 3 road
is
battles.
postal banking, which if we did that, Bernie Sanders' proposal would immediately put out of business all the payday loan vampires that prey on unbanked people, would create millions of new good unionized jobs. Postal service is great, but I do want to go back because I don't want this.
I got to
I don't want this to get lost.
The post office lost hundreds of thousands of packages and was 6 months late. That's where you want to run our healthcare system?
I think that
Wait, is there can we look up packages lost between FedEx, UPS, USPS? Is there a data on this or whatever? I don't know if data is publicly posted about lost packages. Whatever.
First of all, I think that if you actually have a fairer look at the numbers, I think the Postal Service does do a really good job. I think that oftentimes when people say no, they are not using the same metrics to evaluate it they'd use to evaluate everything else. But if you want to know something that would be very much like what Medicare for All would be like if we had it in the United States, then I'd say looking at delivery of packages is probably not what you want to do. What you probably want to look at is countries like Canada, where they already have Medicare for All, Great Britain, where they've gone further, and the hospitals are publicly owned.
That's all of a sudden. Let's talk about that.
Well, okay, but those are places.
That's a different thing.
Where people live longer, where fewer of their babies die, where the rate of mortality amenable to health care is way better. Or look, you said you want it to be local, that you don't like the fact.
Super local.
Sure, local, great. So if all the hospitals were municipally owned, you'd be cool with that?
All the hospitals, it would be, well, first of all, that's actually the case in a lot of places. There's county-run hospitals all across the country.
I'm not denying they're county-run.
Actually.
Make him answer the question.
So you would be okay with that. So it really has nothing to do with centralization.
Well, no, it does. Trust me. The city of Chicago can be equally, if not more corrupt than the Kingdom of Washington, D.C.
Is it going to be more corrupt than the private insurance companies?
I mean, that's a good question.
Okay,
Let me ask you a question.
But you did also say, right, and I really want to make sure
that local is generally better, but I'm not going to die on the Cook County is a great county hill.
Well, this does go back to what you said earlier, though, when I asked you about fire protection, because you said, well, the difference is that nobody could be turned down from the hospital.
That is a law.
Yes, that is a law. I'm glad that it's a law.
I am too.
Okay, good, wonderful. We agree on that. That is a good government intervention to stop the private sector from doing what it would otherwise do and did otherwise do before that law was passed. But also, I would say, do the equivalent for the fire services. That the only people who get it without having to pay at the point of service are the poorest people, are the oldest people. Everybody else has to rely on private fire insurance, which varies wildly in quality. And if you don't have private fire insurance and you're not poor enough to qualify for the means-tested, bureaucrat-enabling system for poor people, and you're not old enough for the other one, and you end up having to have the fire department come and save you anyway, then you have a giant bill that's going to bankrupt you. Do you think that sounds like a fair system?
No. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So is that, here's where, how do you define healthcare? This is a very important question, right? Because healthcare could be, hey, I just got a gunshot wound I need to be taken care of. Absolutely. Or healthcare could be, I'm 800 pounds overweight, I'm eating terribly, I have no sort of interest to exercise or eat well. Why all of a sudden should that person be put into the same exact level of care of someone that has saved money and taken care of their health? Why should someone...
Oh my God, the best counter question here would be, do you think somebody that's not vaccinated then should get preferential treatment versus somebody that is vaccinated in hospitals or vice versa or whatever? Oh my God, that would be such a killer question. God, that would be such a killer question.
Who's 800 pounds overweight be given in this sort of, realm? Why should human agency and choice have zero emphasis at all?
What you're describing, the only difference between that and what already exists in the United States is that we would have to add, and they're rich enough that they can afford really high quality medical care. Right now, somebody who's 800 pounds, who doesn't watch their diet, who chain smokes, etc.
I agree. Yes.
But
you could add chain smoking.
But sure, yeah, all those things.
So you think that none of that should be given a preference?
Well, here's what I'm saying, that I think in the system that we have right now, somebody who checks every single one of those boxes, but is rich enough to afford the best medical care, skips in line ahead of the person who takes care of their health, exercises every day, doesn't smoke, eats well, but lost their job or just is cobbling together 4 part-time jobs like so many Americans are, and thus doesn't have employer health insurance.
It's an interesting question. So you believe just because you have better money, you shouldn't be able to have better stuff?
I believe...
Or more money, better stuff?
I believe that when it comes to something like healthcare, no.
That's a very broad thing.
Interesting. Nu bliver det så meningsfuldt. Holy.
I must have time to gather.
Oh. Oh. Go die into some shit again.
Do not believe that people should get life-saving services preferentially because of how much money they have. I think that
So how much money they've saved.
if
How about
you
that?
have-
Someone saved their whole life and they said, in case there's a disaster, I'm going to put $500 away a month. They get to age 45 and all of a sudden they realize that they have some sort of health complication. They shouldn't be able to take advantage of the money they've saved for their entire life.
Well, this actually goes back to the very first thing that I said, like the opening couple
Of
sentences.
what is justice, I guess, right?
That I said, because what I said is that I don't want some people to have dramatically worse lives than others because of factors outside of their control. Now,
What about things they can control, though?
Well, if we
like
li-
saving
if
money.
if we lived in a world where all economic inequality was due to thrift versus indolence or laziness versus industriousness, I would have much less objection to this stuff than I do in the world where we actually live, where somebody who saved up their whole lives, but then they have they have unexpected medical expenses that bankrupt them, which happens all the time. That they have is going to get worse health care than somebody who has never saved at all, but is somebody if Hunter Biden, right, had some massive medical bill tomorrow.
He would probably have, considering his lifestyle.
Sure, right? So if Hunter Biden had that huge medical bill tomorrow, then he would get in line ahead of people.
For multiple reasons, both access to power and also money.
Sure.
So that's
yeah.
a good example.
Those are both bad things, but they have
largely unearned, and I agree.
Sure. So, and I would say the same thing about the Walton children. I would say the same thing about anybody who is inheriting money. When you go to the hospital, or you go to buy.
Sorry, meme time. Quick meme. I genuinely don't know why I was banned. Context: Bad Bunny was talking about fat phobia. So here are his recent messages. I guess it's because being skinny just doesn't scream unhealthy in the same way that being fat does. I didn't realize how many people hated fat people, but until recently, lol. Yes, why are you harassing me? I'm just chilling, bro. And then he said, I did get into a slight argument earlier, though. Some dude was being racist towards white people, so I was like, bro, that's racist. And then everyone thought I was dumb. They also thought I was white, even though I'm black. Bunny banned you herself. Also, you can't be racist towards white people. Racism is systemic. It requires a dominant power hierarchy. This is not something black people benefit from, but suffer at the hands of. You can be discriminatory towards white people, sure, but racist, no. Anyways, don't expect an unban from me, since Bunny herself was annoyed enough by you to process the ban. I just want to explain real quick how stupid this is. So, you can be discriminatory, but not racist, okay? The funny thing is that if they were using these words, if they knew what any of these words mean, they would actually flip that, in that, yeah, you can be racist towards somebody, but you can't be discriminatory towards somebody. Racism implies hating somebody because of some racial attribute. Discrimination implies selectively choosing people based on a trait. If we're going to say that an unjust hierarchy exists between two groups, that means that one group has the ability to enact discrimination, meaning choosing somebody other than somebody else. So white people as a class could discriminate against black people when it comes to choosing jobs, but anybody could be racist. If you wanted to really get into well, what do these words mean, Because technically, you can be discriminatory towards people but not racist. That doesn't make any sense. If I go online and I start spamming, oh, I don't like this guy, he's an N-word, or I don't like this dude because he's this race, I'm not really discriminating. I'm not choosing between one. I mean, I guess maybe in a very colloquial sense, but I am being racist, right? Much the same that like if an employer is like, I'm not going to hire that guy because he's black or Asian. Well, now I am engaging in racial discrimination, right? It's kind of it's a really weird way to flip these words on its head, I guess, when you really just want to be racist and try to find a way not to be.
Insurance, they don't ask you, did this money come from being thrifty and saving your whole life?
Let me ask you a question.
Or did this money come from stock ownership? Or did this money come from inheritance? They just ask, do you have the money to afford this?
And that's part of markets, right? Is that you're not able to make a moral claim for every dollar bill, but generally markets will go towards value and value creation. I actually want to close this thought on one thing, because it goes to your other thing that
actually, can I mean, if you'll indulge me, can I ask you like a 30-second question?
Sure, because I really want to close that point.
I know we're coming up to it, but I'm so fascinated by this, right?
Fascinated.
So we agreed earlier.
Is it the firefighter thing again?
It's not the firefighter.
Okay, good.
Okay. Although, you know, I think there's more to discuss
I'm
there.
very anti-fire.
They have well, that's good. You should be equally anti-cancer, and then just like we have fire departments, we should have Medicare
That's why
for
I
all.
think people who eat well and don't smoke and make good decisions should be rewarded for human agency.
Yeah.
Man, dude, Ben Burgess, the philosophy professor, could just drill on this. You just cannot tie healthcare like access to your personal life choices. It is just the hairiest, messiest. You just absolutely can't do it. It's really hard to even do it for like the vaccine mandate shit. Like it's so difficult to dive into that thing. Like how responsible ought you be for your healthcare? You know, do we stop helping cancer patients that worked in factories that had smoke, that were around secondhand smoke? Like there's just
which is not at all what
because the inverse of your statement, I just want to make sure this is clear. The inverse is you say that people should not be penalized for factors outside of their control. The inverse is that I think people should be rewarded for factors inside of their control.
Yeah, and most of what we've got
you are rewarded. You're rewarded with good health.
Now is not about.
No, I agree with that. But I want a system that rewards people for good choices.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask, real quick. Sure. I promise. So we established earlier how much we both liked Jeff Bezos.
Yes.
Dislike best Jeff Bezos.
Are you going to ask me, should I raise his taxes?
Well, because this is why I'm curious about it. Because I saw in 2019.
Yes, with Kyle Kalinske.
Yeah, and he asked you, would you be willing to raise Jeff Bezos' taxes by like 1% to provide housing for every single homeless veteran? And your response at that time was that you'd hope he'd do it voluntarily. And I think at this point we've established that's not going to happen. He'd prefer to buy a spaceship. So
that's probably true. Yeah. So if you put a gun to my head, would I raise his taxes? I mean, I guess if I was a representative, I guess, yes.
That's good.
For other reasons.
This is progress. I'm so proud of you,
Let me
Charlie.
tell you, I said, I guess conditionally, if all of a sudden there would be a comparable piece of legislation alongside of it that would actually value and prioritize things I cared about. If it was just to raise his taxes to go into the current albatross pit of the administrative state, I'd rather have him buy spaceships than give money to Fauci.
But if it was earmarked for a housing for homeless veterans, and you would say yes.
The answer is yes, because I think Jeff Bezos, from a moral standpoint,
good progress.
But let me tell you why. Let me clarify why.
Sure.
Jeff Bezos games your favorite department, the Postal Service. He games the corporate tax loophole system. Yeah. Jeff Bezos has a total disregard for what I consider to be the American way of life, and he has this weird fascination of going into orbit. And guess what? I hope he stays there.
Okay. Well, I congratulate you on this progress.
Well, I mean, you could call it progress. You could also call it a commitment to prudence. I want to ask you a question. I will get back to the other question I want to ask you.
Ask away.
And I want to get more into philosophy here. What's your view of Karl Marx?
My view of Karl Marx is pretty positive. I think that
Karl Marx?
I think that you can certainly find things like anybody who's writing in the mid-19th century that, you know, if there's nothing that you think is wrong about 150 years later, then like something has gone very wrong, right? You know, there should be ways that you can say, no, this part no longer makes sense. You got to rethink that. I think you have to look at it a la carte, but I think that Karl Marx is a basically positive figure. I think that the theory of
Karl Marx.
Right.
I thought he said Karl Marx. I'm so sorry.
And I also, smiling, happy to get into it.
I'm happy to debate the Hegelian dialectic and the phenomenology of spirit.
Oh, okay.
No, not debate it. We can discuss it.
Not where I thought this was going, but that's cool.
I mean that's basically what you mean by the theory of history,
I don't think it is. I think there's a big difference there.
He was the head of the young Hegelians.
Well, he started out as a Hegelian, and then he rejected it in favor of what in some ways structurally is similar, but in some ways is the opposite because it's based on materialism. But here's what I do think when we talk
Two
about
men
Marx.
unequipped to talk philosophy, happy to talk. Ben Burgess is literally a philosophy professor. He's a PhD. If anybody, he should be able to discuss this.
Because I think that there's an interesting thing that happens here. That when people talk about Marx, they tend to say, well, any like dictator who existed in the 20th century, who claimed to be inspired by Marx, you know, people who were born decades after he died, that discredits everything that Marx said. But then when we're talking about a philosopher like John Locke, who a lot of
love John Locke.
Yeah, right. And then, but then like John Locke, you know, the man both philosophically justified and was personally involved in the slave trade, given his role, you know, formulating the Constitution of South Carolina colony. The man philosophically justified the genocidal dispossession of Native Americans.
That's a misinterpretation.
Well, I think so, right? Because like his view is they don't really have property rights because they're not using the land properly, and so they haven't mixed their labor with it in the right way to establish a right to it. Whereas not only did Marx never not praise any dictatorships that were alive, you know, when he was alive, his model for what he thought a transition to socialism would look like was the Paris Commune, which was ultra-democratic. And the only head of state anywhere in the world who he liked enough to send a friendly telegram to was the democratically elected Abraham Lincoln, who he liked for anti-slavery reasons.
So there's a lot of things I want to get into. So with the Paris Commune.
Yeah, sure.
Are your favorable view of that? You do write for the Jacobin magazine, so I imagine. Do you think that, I guess this is a question about human nature.
Sure.
Sure.
Do you take a Rousseauian view of human nature? Do you think man is born free and remains the rest of his life in chains? Or do you believe in tabula rasa, like the blank slate? Or what is your view of human nature?
Okay, sure.
Because I think
no tabula rasa, guys.
Sure.
We took the quiz.
So we covered this a little bit earlier, but I'm happy to go back into it. So I think that, as far as human nature goes, are people fundamentally kind and decent and cooperative? Are people fundamentally selfish and cruel? I think that to fully answer that, you need to get really deep into evolutionary psychology and a lot of other things. And the answer is incredibly murky. I think the only really honest thing you can say about it is what David Hume says in his essay on the afterlife, when he says that it would be really hard to sort out who deserves to go to heaven and who goes to hell, because most of us float somewhere between vice and virtue. But what I think is that almost everybody gets the relationship between the human nature issue and the capitalism and socialism issue exactly wrong.
So tell me why.
Because
you touched on this earlier.
Yeah, I did touch on this earlier.
Okay, because if you have a Hobbesian view of human nature, you think that you should actually want big government.
I'm happy to get into it. So I think that...
which is what Hobbes believed, I guess.
I certainly don't want big government in Hobbes' sense. This gets back to
the Leviathan.
This gets back to the distinction between the things that government could do to you, like break up families and deport people, and the things that government is under a legal obligation
I have to stop you there.
To do for you.
Stop him.
Really think
Stop him.
That government has the ability to restrain itself from saying, you know, this is what I can do, what we could do for you. You think government can have this dividing line between benevolence and malevolence?
You don't think the government can restrain itself? I thought you were all about limited government.
Well, constitutionally, absolutely.
Okay, so you think the government
but only if you don't
could obey restraints about what it's supposed to do?
Only with the fierce limits of courts and not even establishing those departments in the first place. That the best way to limit government is to not create those departments or those means to do it.
Well, I think
not have a spy agency domestically, for example. It's
sure.
like, oh, we're only going to spy on a couple people.
Well, okay, so I think that might be the first thing.
What I'm saying is once you introduce that power, it will be abused.
Other than your hatred of Jeff Bezos and Hunter Biden, I think the first thing we've agreed on tonight is that we shouldn't have domestic spy agencies.
I totally agree.
I think, but I think that
including the Postal Service, which spies on our citizens.
I think that the
what is the reference to that?
That's the primary effect of the Postal Service. I don't think that's because
you're too busy losing my mail.
Of the Postal Service.
Yeah, he must have had a really important letter lost before, I guess,
the Postal Service, given how cheaply
you
it
don't
services,
have to keep defending the Postal Service. I'm starting to feel sorry for you, man. You don't have to do this.
I think. Well, I don't think you should attack the Postal Service. I think that it's been a tremendous economic benefit to many millions of Americans.
All right, okay. We don't have to stay bogged down on it.
But I do think, but on the philosophical question,
that's
where you want to go, I think that the more you're worried that one person, given too much power over another, is going to treat that other like a little kid might treat a fly trapped in a jar, the more what you should want in both politics and the economy is to have power be spread as evenly as possible. So earlier, and I want to make sure I'm addressing this because I wouldn't want anybody to think I was avoiding the subject. Earlier, you were saying that I was like hiding my radicalism by talking about the things that we could do immediately, which is, I've got to say, a little bit funny because I do spend a lot of time writing about the more radical long-term stuff.
Like banning private beaches and letting in the entire country of Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think that well, first of all, I don't think the entire country of Afghanistan wants to come. I think a lot of the entire country of Afghanistan,
I was being
unfortunately,
facetious. Finish this
celebrates the, supports.
But you actually do write about it.
Supports the Taliban. I think refugees fleeing from the crisis that we created absolutely should come in.
Oh no! Oh, now we stumble into foreign policy with the absolute most dog shit takes. Everybody in Afghanistan loves the Taliban. The only people that don't like Afghanistan are the people that are there from the crisis that we created. Oh, yikes.
But yeah, I do write all the time about the radical stuff. Those things are not uncontroversial. I don't think I'm afraid to talk about it.
Who said that? Wait, he just said that. Wait, am I crazy? Did he not just say that?
But it's the supports.
But you actually do write about it.
Supports the Taliban. I think refugees fleeing from the crisis that we created absolutely should come in. But yeah, I do write all the time.
He did not say that? Wait, how did he not just say that? What?
Like banning private beaches and letting in the entire country of Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think that well, first of all, I don't think the entire country of Afghanistan wants to come. I think a lot of the entire country of Afghanistan,
I was being
unfortunately,
facetious. Finish this
celebrates
thought,
supports.
But you actually do write about it.
Supports the Taliban. I think refugees fleeing from the crisis that we created absolutely should come in. But yeah, I do write all the time about the radical stuff. Those things are not uncontroversial. I don't think I'm afraid to talk about it. But I think that when you talk about the really radical long-term goals, you say a lot of times you like to just talk about the value of markets, and I do agree. Markets are good at some things.
Good, we agree on that.
Yeah, they have I think that if what you're concerned with is coordinating production of consumer goods with what people want, I think markets are good at that. I think that there's a difference between markets in consumer goods and the labor market, and I think the difference is that the labor market.
How someone answers this question will help them navigate a political conversation. What is a greater human nature? A competition or B cooperation?
It's obviously cooperation is the greater human nature. That's just like absolutely true. How can you think anything different?
Mondragon in Spain, employ 80,000 people, extremely successful.
Did somebody say Mondragon?
Lots of research and development stuff, and is worker owned. People get to elect management. People have operating agreements. They're like the equivalent of a union contract, but with no separate boss on the other side of the bargaining table. And so if you say, should we have as a goal of government policy that the private sector be more like Mondragon, or should it be more like Amazon or Walmart? I'd say it should be more like Mondragon. And one reason I think that is precisely that the more you worry that human nature is selfish and cruel, the less power you should want one person to have over another in the workplace or in society as a whole, which is why I want democracy in both cases.
So first of all, I understand the argument of employers, employees owning companies. We have that in America too. Publix grocery chains is a great example in Florida. That could still happen in a market, but I guess this is, and you haven't taken a position on human nature, which I think is fine.
Well, I mean, I think I've taken a position, to be clear, right?
There's some ambiguity in it. That's fine.
My position
is, you said, if you believe this, then you should want this.
My position is that human nature is a mess, that there's a lot of truth to both pessimistic and optimistic.
I think that's fair, and that's more
accounts. But I also think that to the extent that you worry about the bad stuff, that gives you a reason to want to distribute power evenly.
Right, so the best way to distribute power evenly, in the opinion of a conservative, would be first and foremost to empower the family.
Family, yes,
and
always.
To allow not just workers, but entrepreneurs to create new companies and allow workers to be able to have abundant choices in the workforce or in the workplace. The best competition, the best way to empower people is choice, is competition. Is not to say that we are now going to mandate that you need some sort of labor designation on your board. That's been the opposite of choice. I'll give you an example, which is that if you have a very specific skill and you work for Ford, right now, Ford Motor Company, you have to be unionized to work for the United Auto Workers, right? It's mandated. Whereas like, well, if you had more competition, then maybe there might be non-labor there.
So this is what always confuses me about that point, because I hear conservatives saying this all the time, that if there's a union contract in place that says that to be hired for this job, you have to be a member of the union, or really is usually you have to either be a member of the union or pay an agency fee, but whatever, we can just say be a member of the union, that if you have that this is an unfreedom. Workers are being forced to do something against their will. But what confuses me about that is that any condition for hiring, you could say, is forcing workers to do something against their will.
Did Destiny fix his beard or something? I bought a new trimmer. My last trimmer only had 2 settings. One was way too long and the other was way too short. So I would like trim it sometimes and it would look way too short and then it would grow in for like a week. But now I have one with the perfect setting. Okay, so I trim it to exactly where it needs to go. All right.
Got equal bargaining power. Workers need.
Do you think we can take the lair?
Way more.
I think we can take the lair. I think we can do it.
You're misrepresenting business. I really do.
Any given worker, that's by and large, it's much easier to replace a worker than it is for a worker to replace a job. And given that, sure, I agree that any time you make something, you can only have this job, you can only keep this job if you do X. That's a case where you're limiting people's freedom. But if you really go with that principle, then that should go for everything at a job. And I would say out of all the things that people are forced to do for certain jobs, the one that's least objectionable is you have to have this thing that actually protects, makes it harder to fire you, that that helps you keep more of the wealth you generate for the company in your pocket, that gives you some sort of say because you get to vote in a union contract. That's way less objectionable than all the other stuff you're forced to do to have a job.
Like what?
I don't care.
Like what? Well, I mean, I think if you work,
like not show up drunk, like.
No, I think we could agree that was reasonable.
Okay.
And if that was the extent of workplace authoritarianism in the United States,
hold on, I really want to zero in on this. I want to zero in on this because
concerned about it. But
I want to zero in on this because I'll agree that there's some externalities and some jerks and some dirtbags. Do you really believe? Let's say a majority.
Sure.
A majority of workers are being exploited by their bosses and that the owners of production. You really think that in America?
What do you mean by exploited?
You used the word. You said exploitation or workplace authoritarianism.
Yeah, the word
that is your term.
The word I used was authoritarianism, not exploitation. But I'd be happy to talk about exploitation.
But like, let's say, do you think that a majority of workers, to use your terms, are living under a workplace autocrat or form of such right now in America? Let's say a majority, 50+1.
Yeah, much more than that.
Cute.
So we're going to have definitely disagreement on this.
Sure. So they have a if you're saying, do the vast majority of people who work for a living in the United States work at workplaces where
they're living under some sort of tyranny without them realizing it?
So, okay, let's be clear about what we're talking about here. So they have the vast majority of workers go to work in workplaces where they don't get to make any sort of managerial decisions. Those are made with and for them. And
why?
Your way.
Ben, let's be fair. Why is it? Because someone took a risk to start a company and those workers didn't. Because they decided to go into their savings, to go to a bank, to take out a line of credit, to take a risk to start something new.
Do you think everybody has an equal ability to do that?
Of course not. I mean, absolutely not. Does everyone have an equal ability to go dunk a basketball or to become a decathlete? Of course not. I mean, does everyone have an equal ability to become a college professor?
Ben Burgess is actually so bad at debate. Holy shit! I thought he's done a decent job with this entire conversation.
No.
Sure.
I mean, that's a silly argument. Are some people going to create better widgets and gizmos than somebody else? Of course not. But what people do have an equal ability to do is they have an equal ability to take the risk. There are plenty of people that couldn't split the atom, that work extra hours, that go into their savings account.
Ability to take the risk.
Hold on. Why is that? Why isn't that someone?
The reason people don't have
millions of people.
I figured it out. I just figured it out. I'm so glad, actually. Now listening to this and listening to Vosh yesterday, when people are cutting people off like this, so I used to think, so like sometimes I'm cutting people off because I really want to like get a word in or I really want to say something. I think that people cut people off.
Is certainly exploited by their workers, except for the ones that bring no value to the workplace for certain definitions of exploit.
Yep, that's why they're asking what he means by exploitation. I think when people start cutting people off, it's because they know that their argument sucks shit. So they're trying to cut them off because they don't want them to like actually run down the argument. Yeah, I think that's what this is. This is what's happening right now.
Start new businesses every year in our country.
That's completely consistent with this. The reason that people don't all have an equal ability to take the risk is that what would be risked is very different depending on your initial financial situation.
No, but there's plenty of people that...
Okay, but there's a difference between plenty of people...
Equal ability meaning this, meaning that do you have the freedom to do that? Do you have the willingness to lever yourself up, to go to the bank and say, you know what? I want to take out a second mortgage on my home, and I'm going to go start some sort of shoe company on the side of the street. But then all of a sudden you're saying that the 5 people that are working in that cobbler store are being oppressed by the guy that might have gone 2 years up paying himself just to be able to start that small business. And so here's where I'm starting to just like, I wish you'd give a little more appreciation.
I would like to separate a couple
to how capital is deployed.
I would like to separate a couple issues here because I think a lot of different things.
Charlie Kirk is being super bad faith, right? It's not, he just keeps like adding and adding and adding and adding. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious what Benny Boy is getting at here. Like, there is not equal risk, okay? Like, I start a business with extra money in my fucking retirement account. You start a business by doing a third mortgage on your home. We are not equal, right? We're not the same. These are not the same things. To try to imply that these are the same things is hilariously naive. This is really stupid.
Being run together. First of all, on the subject of whether everybody has the equal ability to take entrepreneurial risk,
easy.
I think that it's really interesting that in your example, you said, oh, you can take out a second.
Man, and Ben could have leveraged this actually so well. It's really great that you bring up taking out a second mortgage on your home. Charlie, between black people and white people, who do you think has more wealth tied up in their houses? Who do you think owns more homes? Who do you think is more likely to have a home, right? So right there off of your housing thing, you've got white people are far more likely to be able to start a business by leveraging their home than black people, right? Like you could have even, there's somebody play, but what Charlie Kirk here is saying is so stupid. It's the first thing he said that's like truly, truly, truly stupid. One thing that I like about debating deep as opposed to debating wide, okay? Most debates are very wide, okay? Like, what do you think about healthcare? Healthcare should be free for everybody. Don't you think it's better to have choice? Yeah, but like, don't you think we should, don't you think instead that like everybody should have access to things like, okay, well, what do you think about like the government helping people start businesses? Well, don't you think that like anybody should be able to start a business? Anybody can start a business, just get a mortgage on the house. But not everybody has that. Okay, maybe. What do you think about like foreign policy, right? You don't actually go in on any topic. You only hit these like top level talking points. This is like 95% of political discourse. You hit these like top level talking points on like every conversation topic, and you never actually drill down into anything. It's like, okay, wait, why not? How about we actually resolve, like, let's get to some bedrock disagreement here and actually resolve your differences instead of just like, kind of like hammering your rhetoric on every topic and then just because like nobody's actually arguing anything here, nobody's being convincing anything. Like, why not just like say, like get to the actual disagreement, you know? Mortgage on your home. So what does that suggest? That you own a home and your finances are generally good enough that would be approved, which. Wait, it's very hard to go deep. Even you don't have very many answers for 50% of my questions you read. Wait, what? Stock? Destiny, you always go hard on people who are not expecting cops. I would think when a cop is too aggressive, that would be a big no, but when a person is slow to react and fucking up, it's normal. I don't think I even necessarily disagree with you here. Cops have more training than people do. Don't you think we should expect more from cops with training than people who don't have training? Yeah, of course. But I can still have a reasonable expectation of a person to like listen to a cop when they give an instruction. I don't think that you need training to do that. Don't you think we should expect more from cops with training than people? Yeah, I think I've even explicitly said this before, that like in certain scenarios, you would have a higher expectation on the cop to de-escalate than necessarily another person, depending on the scenario, because cops are trained for it. If you ever want to talk about why a lot of your cop takes have been dog shit recently, oh, okay, recently? Okay, I understand where you're coming from now. The US is amazing at keeping inflation in check. Destiny, no one does it because it makes their party look bad and lose votes. Have you been in contact with traditional Republican arguments recently? Do you believe the myth that the US infrastructure is behind the global West? The myth that the US infrastructure is behind the global West. I guess it feels to me like that is the case. But when I think of infrastructure, I'm thinking of just like general, like our streets and everything in America is so disgustingly, horribly bad. Like, I don't know if I've ever driven on any European or New Zealand road that is anywhere near what roads are like in Omaha, Nebraska, or here in LA. I'm sure they must exist in Europe somewhere. They must be. Maybe Eastern Europe or Southeast Europe, maybe. I'm sure there are bad roads in Europe somewhere. But like Western Europe, like Scandinavia, like bro, these roads, like on the Autobahn or whatever, you're not driving, 200 kilometers an hour on an interstate that's got potholes deeper than, the fucking Gulf of New Mexico like you do in the Midwest, So I don't know, it feels like infrastructure is fucked in the US compared to European countries, at least insofar as like roads. I've heard it repeated oftenly that like maintenance on bridges and everything is really bad too. Here's also something that's interesting, super anecdotal, super ultra anecdote. Warning, anecdote warning coming up, okay? My dad has lost 3 tires to potholes in Omaha. I lost a wheel once to a fucking pothole in Omaha. I had to get my wheel cracked, okay? Not the rubber tire, but the actual fucking, you call it a rim or whatever. My wheel cracked on a fucking pothole. On my shitty little Dodge Neon, driving I-80, coming back west into Omaha from Council Bluffs when I used to work at the casino. Fuck that bullshit. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh, this is so weird to me, okay? This is the weirdest fucking shit in the world, okay? I almost don't even believe it. Every single time I walked by a construction site in Stockholm, okay? Now, okay, a lot of Americans in chat are gonna accuse me of lying, okay? You're gonna say, bullshit, Destiny. This is impossible. But I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you, okay? I'm about to give you some reality. Every single time I walked near a construction site in Stockholm, there were actually workers on site working. I'm not even lying. I'm not joking. I'm not even lying to you. Every time. And I'd be like, Melina, I'd be like, is that normal over there? Like, who are those people? And she was like, construction workers. I'm like, what are they doing on the job site? Are you serious? No fucking way. Wait, what? There's like 3 different sites. There's people on all these sites working. No fucking way. Dude, I don't know what it is in the United States. I don't know if it was just my area in Nebraska, or I'm trying to think if I've seen it as much in California. Dude, when shit goes under construction in the US, shit is in construction for like 8 months, okay? There will be like one section of road, okay, where they need to move a fucking turtle. And you gotta have 42 different permits from the city, state, the local municipalities. You gotta fucking petition the president of the United States to pardon whatever fucking thing you need. It's like unbelievable how much shit you have to do in the United States to do any construction. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know, but maybe that was just like that's super anecdotal. Maybe construction is different in other places, or maybe they have their problems too and I just happen to run into workers. Jesus. Just to be clear, it's not the workers' fault, right? No, hold on. When I say construction people like on the site working, I don't mean they're just standing around being lazy. I mean, in America, usually they're empty. I've heard this. I don't know if this is true, okay? So I'm just repeating what I've heard. I've heard that in the US, oftentimes what happens is because the set time for construction on these sites is so long, companies will just relentlessly bid on the contracts. And even if it's a job that could get done in 2 months, it's rated for 6. So they'll just bid on a fuck ton of contracts to win the bids, and then they just leave the sites empty until they're like ready to get around to it. I've heard that is the case. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but
obviously is a situation that tens of millions of Americans are not in.
So I think we're coming to a good disagreement.
You know,
here.
but also I would say that that when you talk about entrepreneurial risk, you say, well, it's not reasonable to say that workplaces where the people who are making decisions don't have any sort of democratic accountability to the overall workforce, that's not authoritarian because people, you know, in some cases, certainly not all cases, got in that position by taking entrepreneurial risk. I think that there are 2 different issues that are being conflated there, which is one, is
this guy in the back self-destruct?
Right?
Should I be focusing him?
Structure of the firm, and the second is
they
is
took
it
the job
justified
voluntarily?
Because
they weren't stormed out of the house and put a gun to their head and say, now you must go work for Home Depot. They showed up and filled out a job application and wanted and hoped to get the job.
It's transparent. It's called sacrificial.
Are there examples where that is the case, where they're
it does damage when he gets to position 1.
Applies to agreeing to work at a company that's a closed shop, and so your contract specifies that you have to join the union. Nobody forced them at gunpoint to go apply for that job at a closed shop. That they could, if they want to find an open shop where they don't have to join a union, you know, good luck to them. They can find it.
No, I agree with that you can go work for a non-union shop, but you cannot be a public sector teacher in the state of California without being part of the National Education Association.
But you just said public. You just said public sector teacher. You could be a private sector teacher. So how is it that these
I agree, but why should the taxpayer subsidize a union project?
Well, I think that what the taxpayers are subsidizing is, first of all, a better quality of education.
Do you think public schools are superior to private schools?
I think that Finland has some of the best schools.
No, America. You think public?
Well, no. But I mean, like Finland and America aren't like such radically different societies.
Of course they are. One is 7 million people, one is 335 million people.
Okay, wait a second.
What does that mean? Is it not scalable? Is there one school in America and one school in Finland? What does that even mean?
Is it that what works at 7 million in this case is not going to work with the 300 and some million.
I could name a lot of examples.
Why? Do it.
First of all, we have way more different cultures. We have a different state-based model. And let me just say this one thing.
Yeah, you're
Sweden
worse.
has full school choice, and 1 in 5 families in Sweden send their kids to private school.
I think in Sweden, they tried, like, the flame spreads. Wait, okay, I need to kill this guy. Didn't they try voucher shit in Sweden and it failed? I feel like I've read an article on this, like, multiple times because I asked this question and I'll go read it over and over again.
We could talk about Scandinavia as much as we want. But anyway, let's go back. I think we've digressed with that.
But which country has better schools, Finland or Sweden? Finland
has like the best schools in the world.
No private schools. So
and they also have very strict immigration. But yeah, let's.
What does that have to do with
anything?
anything?
But I think that you have.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? When some of the best students in America are fucking immigrants. Like, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think the average like Native American, like native to the United States person, is out competing like Chinese fucking like people here for school? What do you even mean when you say that? Like, what a brain dead statement.
But I think that that you are going to get a better quality of education when people are less precarious. They can really commit to it. They have a, they're getting paid more, so you're going to attract better applicants. And also, I think that the teachers count too. I think that teachers deserve to have those things, and I'm all in favor of it. But the larger point was if you're going to say that something isn't unfree
or
if nobody's
autocratic,
forcing you at gunpoint to do it, then that should apply just as much to your objections to contracts that make people join unions.
So I want to go back. I'm going to talk about unions in circles.
Okay.
I think if you want to join a union, fine, go ahead. Public sector unions are not given that sort of choice. And by the way, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, warned us about public sector unions. He said all government employees should realize that the process of collective bargaining, as usually understood, cannot be transplanted into public service. He warned about the public sector union differentiation between private sector union differentiation. But I want to zero in on this because I think we have a really interesting point philosophically.
Okay.
Do you think if someone takes a risk in America, they should be able to keep the reward?
Not entirely, no. I mean, you don't think entirely. I mean, like, the only way you could think entirely is if you were an anarchist and you didn't think that we should
But what are the limitations on that then?
I mean, again, I think that the question that you want to ask, if the question is some transfer of wealth justified? Because I think that's the real question, right? When are transfers of wealth justified? And I think that you need to go back to what are the principles that justify what you think a distribution of wealth in the first place should be. Now, you could think that whatever kind of distribution you get, letting the chips fall where they may in a free market, that's what's justified. I don't think that. I think that the distribution of wealth that we have, and I think taxation and redistribution, even in the sort of market socialist system that I was advocating earlier, I think you'd still need those things. But I think that the distribution of wealth that's justified is the one that would emerge from a social contract that people would agree to under certain circumstances.
So
I'm trying to post a comment debunking Vash's on a pizza delivery driver deaths compared to cop deaths on his recent upload of his panel last night. It keeps getting deleted. Could this be an automated thing from YouTube? Probably.
Have you seen the trailer for Tucker Carlson's 1/6 documentary?
Nope.
They're afraid the left/FBI will go after militant right-wing groups by COINTELPRO because it did it in the past.
Wow, interesting.
I guess it all comes down to numbers, I guess.
Well, no, I mean that's this isn't a claim about numbers. This is a claim about basic moral principles.
But
I think that the question is, if you were the best version of something like contract, if you were behind John Rawls's veil of ignorance,
which I totally reject.
Sure, I mean, of course you totally reject it, Charlie.
I'm happy to get into the Rawlsian theory of justice.
You
but
couldn't
yes.
believe any of the things that you believed if you didn't reject it. But I think that.
But I actually, I'm going to ask you about the veil of ignorance in a second.
If you're asking about what I think, I don't think that there's some magic number that like, oh, you can tax up to this, you can't tax.
You shouldn't have burned the bridge. Burned what bridge? Who is this?
Whether a tax system is just, and generally a system of how property works is just. You should ask, if you knew that you had to live in the society, but you didn't know who you're going to be in the society, would you agree to it? And the same way that if you didn't know whether you're going to be black or white, you wouldn't agree to racial discrimination being part of the rules of your society. If you didn't know whether you're going to be born into a poor family or a rich one, if you didn't know whether you'd have the particular skills that help you climb up.
Kelly Jr. Oh, me and Kelly are cool now, okay? We made up. We're best friends now.
If you didn't know any of those things, how would you want the rules of society to work.
I have an answer
and I think
to that.
that's going to be the answer that's going to tell you when redistribution of wealth is justified.
I would want the rules of society to value action over favoritism, hard work over complacency, family creation over licentiousness, right? Liberty
Jesus.
and the pursuit of virtue. Those things are right and wrong regardless of what veil of ignorance, if I would be born in a lower class or a higher class. Those things are objectively good. So to use Rawls' own thought experiment.
So you talked about hard work there.
Yes.
So if you
yeah.
have a basic value to industriousness, if you have a basic objection to people getting things that you don't work for, here are two things that you should be against.
Okay.
Inheritance and stock ownership.
So let's talk about both of them. Stock ownership, you might be able to get me to agree. Inheritance, I think, is really cliche. Why do most people take big risks to create wealth? Which also goes to this question, how is wealth created?
Wealth is created by workers. Those are the ones who create wealth.
No.
The straw man that people usually trot out at this point in the argument is they say, when you say workers are creating wealth, you're saying that there's a one-to-one how hard you work, to how much wealth is created. And of course, there are a million other factors that decide it. But everything that's being done, whether you're talking about ideas, which by the way, big companies, that's going to be workers in the R&D department, much more than CEOs in most of those cases, or whether you're talking about who is making the products, who is selling the products, those are the people who are creating it. And I would say, if you want to say that the only incentive that you can get, that you cannot have a thriving dynamic economy without people being able to leave millions of dollars to...
The store canceled your order and we issued a refund?
To their descendants, then I would say that it's very confusing, first of all, that even within traditional capitalist companies, you have plenty of childless people who are motivated to do that.
No, I think that's totally true.
But secondly, that you have cases like Mondragon, that you have very economically effective worker cooperatives. Nobody is creating some giant pile of wealth that they'll be able to pass on to their descendants, but people are still motivated to work, and these companies can still be very successful.
And look, you might be able to get me to agree on like 500 million, a billion, but again, the reason I wouldn't agree with it,
500 million, not like 5 million.
But like,
you should be able to pass on $5 million.
The reason I don't agree with it is that where's it going to go? To go fund some spy agency so that it can go spy
but I was told in
on
NYC
Americans
that city
through
inspectors of bars/restaurants, a time window when they arrive to check if patrons have shown vax proof.
Okay.
The point is that like
if you want to say we should abolish the spy agencies,
but the point is every time that there's this like, would you raise taxes to do this? The default answer is no, because we're funding that money would then be transferred away from some private utility to something that I consider to be a government that is doing a lot of harm and very little good. And so, but I guess there's this question of wealth being created, and we're kind of we're going at this from different angles.
That's a really interesting objection.
But if you would say, hey, it goes to charity instead of the IRS, then I might be able to agree with that, which is what we're doing at this debate, by the way, which goes that, this is so great. I do have a question for you, actually, as a sidebar. Why is it when you challenged me to debate, why didn't you say that all the proceeds would go to the IRS and to a private charity?
Well, I think that...
Does private charity do a better job?
No, I actually don't think that. First of all, the reason the debate hosting website, the way that works, was already there. I have nothing against private charity. I am fine with doing that. I obviously participated in doing that in this case.
Is it preferential to government?
I do not think that private charity can be a substitute for collective government action. I think that the empirical track record is very clear that you're not going to get private charity that's going to be as effective. So, for example, and we also need to talk about what we mean by effective here, because this is a really crucial point. So there are a few different questions. One,
what does this mean,
are
boss?
you going to get, is there some amount of private charity that you could give for medical expenses that's going to get you to a point where our rate of mortality amenable to healthcare is as low as it is in Canada or the UK? I don't think so. I think we've kind of run that experiment. Second point is part of what I mean by effective is giving people freedom and a dignified life in ways that they don't have if they're worried about quitting jobs they hate because they'll lose their health insurance, or if they're doing things like starting GoFundMes to buy their insulin which means that they have to craft, do you have enough of a tearjerker story that you'll stand out from the other 10,000 GoFundMes?
Don't break the books. I have to break some of the books. I can't get to them.
I think people have far more dignity if they just get these things as rights just by virtue of being part of a society.
Yeah, that's where we're going to totally disagree. Where that private charity not only involves themselves in the person's life to hopefully be able to break them out of their economic circumstances. I would argue it's much more efficient in a variety of different ways. I mean,
I think if you
the $500 billion Americans give to charity every single year, I would argue does a far better job of offering a social safety net than the multi-trillions of dollars that we spend.
Is it really $500 billion a year? That's a lot of money. How much money annual Americans donate charity? $471 billion in 2020. Jesus. I wonder where the majority of this comes from. Like, does this include like all the work that like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation does? So foundations gave $88 billion. Oh, the largest came from individuals at $324 billion. Oh, 28% went to religion, 15% to education. Huh. Still quite a bit. Good job, America.
On social welfare,
wait a second.
in a variety of different ways.
How about the $500 billion we spend on charity, take the part of it that's spent, for example, on healthcare, and compare that to comparable, economically comparable countries where healthcare is provided as a right to everybody outside of the market. Which one does a better job? America, where you have to, if you don't have health insurance and you don't qualify, for Medicaid or Medicare, you have to beg on GoFundMe, or countries like Canada and the UK, which it seems like by all the obvious metrics, who lives longer, who has a lower rate of infant mortality, who has a lower rate of mortality amenable to healthcare, all of those obvious metrics, it seems like those government healthcare programs do way better.
You won't hear me bragging on many aspects of the American healthcare system. Many of it is very cronyistic and corrupt. But to say we're not spending government money on it is just not.
Well, did I say that? We're not spending government money on it?
I mean, we're spending.
I don't think I said or implied.
We have trillions and trillions of dollars we spend on government-run healthcare.
Sure, I think it would actually be vastly more efficient if you look at how much is being spent for what results. I don't think there's any question that Canada and the UK are getting way more bang for their buck in terms of government spending on healthcare.
So the UK has a total, so you would have the government take over hospitals.
Yeah, ultimately I think that would be better.
Wow.
I don't think.
Wow. So where would medical innovation come from?
Well, medical innovation would come from.
Holy shit, S-Pen called you on our stream. Did you burn the bridge with him? Is this gonna be a dumb meme bait? Because if it is, somebody's getting a big ban among us.
Hello.
Two-day ban for a dumb.
What is this?
Exactly where it comes from right now, which is mostly the public sector. If you look at pharmaceuticals, this is really good. I really like this argument because this is something people often trot out in defense of private health insurance. Well, you need that, so you have these incentives to develop pharmaceuticals. If you're looking at NMEs,
not just pharmaceuticals, treatments,
right? New molecular.
Oh God, I thought he just killed one of my people instantly.
Which are genuinely new drugs, not just you tweak it a little bit and you slap your corporate brand on it. 75% of those are developed already in government-funded labs. I think this idea that there's a lot of private innovation in there, I think is at the very least.
Oh God, that's such a dog shit argument.
Wildly overstated. I think that you can absolutely have healthcare innovation without it being the case that within hospitals or when people need to pay for treatment, you have this element of private profit, which I think has been a disaster in the healthcare system.
Do you think there's a reason why America has the highest quality healthcare, not for the most amount of people, but the highest quality healthcare in the world? Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that
that is inarguable. If you can afford it, it is the best healthcare on the planet.
Sure. I mean, if you if something is that if you can skip to the head of the line by having enough money, then absolutely, you can get world-class healthcare. But the question I'm interested in is not are well-off, people or really well-off
No, but it's
people.
a segue to my next question.
Well, okay, but the question I'm interested in is not, are they going to have better health care than the average person in Canada or the UK? What I'm interested in is the average person in the United States going to have a better experience with the healthcare system and have better healthcare outcomes than those other systems deliver? And that's just inarguable
the question,
that they have better
the
outcomes
question is
and
then,
better
how do
experiences.
you get something that a few people have to have a lot of people have? More government intervention or market forces applied that allow things to be cheaper and faster delivered and better delivered? Market forces do a better job for that all the time, whether it be in technology or transportation.
I think that there's a structural reason why market forces are not going to be as effective in healthcare as they are going to be in many other areas, and that structural reason is not some like special radical Marxist thing that I think. That structural reason is something that you'll find in your wildly pro-capitalist neoclassical Econ 101 textbook, which is that supply and demand are going to do a much better job of shaping things in the direction of consumer preferences for things that are pretty elastic. You drive past one gas station, you see, that looks a little bit too expensive. You drive a few blocks more, you get to another gas station. Those market forces are going to do a much better job of delivering for the consumer there than in cases like health insurance, which is wildly inelastic. For one thing, if you need heart surgery, you will pay any amount that is in your power to get it, for the same reason that if we didn't have, public fire services, it was just like in ancient Rome where like Crassus would like go around with slaves with buckets of water and offer to buy people's homes, for his prior service spread out. Yeah, people are going to sell for whatever price you're going to pay in those circumstances. People are going to pay whatever you're demanding to get heart surgery. And even when it comes to less dramatic uses of the health insurance system, like just, let's say all you need from the healthcare system is once every 90 days, you need your doctor to sign off on some prescription you've been on for 10 years, it's still a giant stressful pain to switch providers that, you have to find somebody.
And I'm not defending every detail of the American system.
The point isn't about the details. The point is that this is a structural reason that our demand for healthcare is way less elastic than our demand for other consumer goods.
The American healthcare system,
which means that market forces are going to be less effective there.
Market, though. We don't have price transparency. We have an oligarchy of the hospitals. We don't have health savings accounts in most states. We don't allow health insurance across state lines. Now, while I agree that there is that at times there can be externalities of where the profit motive is not a perfect fit, where it's like, oh, I want to go buy a t-shirt. Like, okay, yeah, I have leukemia. Like, that's not the same thing. I get that. Where the charts and the graphs can't explain all of that. And that generally, the best fit line, though, of market principles can help for the vast majority of things that are not in that 10% category of life-saving treatments. Because, and you know this, the vast majority of people going to the doctor are not like, I have a gunshot wound, I have leukemia, or cancer.
That's what I just said.
No, though. I know, but market forces in those cases, you could agree, could be very, very instructive and very helpful.
Well,
empowering the consumer and price transparency and bringing down prices.
So I think that here are the things that we know. That, as a matter of fact, market forces are right now, we can argue about the diagnosis, but right now, they are creating lousy outcomes
I would argue
in the American healthcare system.
We hardly have market forces in most healthcare. Most hospitals are nonprofit, government-run agencies.
This is what it sounds like to me.
Is that true? Are most hospitals nonprofit or government-run in the United States?
This sounds like nothing so much as some ultra-leftists saying, well, look, sure, Soviet economic planning had a lot of problems, but that's because it wasn't communist enough. They still had money.
I'm arguing that
because if we look at the systems that actually exist, then the United States has one of the most marketized healthcare systems in the entire world, and certainly relative to developed rich countries, we have some of the worst outcomes. And if you want to say, well, if we made it even marketized, more marketized, we would actually have better outcomes than all of the systems.
In certain aspects,
that
let me give you a great
socialized. Example. I think that's a leap of faith.
Let me give you a great example. So you want to empower regular people, consumers. Would you agree that there should be a federal law to mandate hospitals publicly publish their prices, price transparency?
Yeah, sure, I'm all for that.
Okay, that's a market fix. We want people to have the information, because what they have right now is they're driving down the street, they don't even see the gas prices. They don't even know what price anything is. And so that's just an example of how hospitals, and being kind of this oligopoly of nonprofit, profit mixture, which is incredibly corrupt, that they are hiding behind this idea to not empower the consumer. What I'm saying, and I think there's some middle ground here, that we want to empower patients to know, like, wait a second, you're going to charge me $45 for a Tylenol? Like, that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree that price transparency would be better, but what would be even better?
And by the way, that's not every conservative agrees with me. Some are like, they can do whatever they want. I think that's silly.
Okay, well, that's good. Put that alongside the progress on the Bezos,
on Hunter Biden, Jeff Bezos, and price transparency, right? So I don't want to spend all of our time on healthcare, but yes, there's so much more I want to get to.
Sure, but let me say one last thing about that. What would be even better than having transparency on what you're paying for things that you badly need, which doesn't have to be as dramatic as a gunshot wound. Insulin is something that people badly need. Psychiatric medication is often something that people badly need, and if they get off it, without proper medical, circumstances, that's going to be a disaster for them. That what would be even better than price transparency is not treating those things as commodities. And if we look at the systems in the world today, the ones that seem to do a lot better, at the very least, go much further in the opposite direction.
I'm not going to get into waiting lines in Canada or any of that, because some of that stuff is very...
I'd be really happy to get into it.
Some of that is very much disputed, and quite honestly, I'm not prepared to go into that as much, so I just kind of want to...
Okay, I would say...
I do want to... I'll let you have one comment on that, because I'm not...
Sure. One comment.
And I'll allow people to do their own research on Canadian waiting lines, but yes.
Sure. I think that if you want to talk about Canadian waiting lines...
Healthcare rationing, because it's not unlimited, therefore you have to prioritize who gets it, right?
No healthcare system is unlimited. But the question is always, if there's a limit, what is the principle that you use to decide?
That's interesting. What would you say that is?
Who gets
the youngest?
And I would say that absolutely the worst way to do it is for it to be made not by doctors, making decisions about, okay, what do we think is going to pay off?
The same doctors that believe the coronavirus is real?
How long can we keep this person alive versus, like any of those things. The worst way to do it is to ration it by money, which is what we do. So what I think about Canadian waiting lines is there is some truth to it. There are some things.
Thank you for saying that. Not everyone says that, so I agree.
That you do have longer wait times for.
I appreciate you saying
I don't think it's as dramatic as people say it is.
You might be right.
We should start looking at
I hear
numbers,
both
but
sides.
there are some things that you have longer waiting times for. But I think that part of the reason you have longer waiting times is that more people are in line. We don't exclude people from the line because they can't afford it. And I think as a matter of basic human rights, that's good not to exclude people from the line. And two, if the reason we're worried about it is because we think that people will die waiting, I think we can look at all the statistics comparatively between the United States and Canada. And I know a lot of people want to say that all of that's just lifestyle stuff. But I grew up right by the Canadian border in Michigan. All the Canadians I know.
In the Upper Peninsula?
No, in the Lower Peninsula, but I actually had to drive south to get to the nearest Canadian border, Detroit, Windsor.
Oh, wow. Okay, you were near the Canadian border.
And all the Canadians I know love beer and hockey and Tim Hortons donuts. I don't think that the reason that they have these better healthcare outcomes...
Nobody in Canada likes Tim Hortons anymore, by the way.
...is that they're that much healthier than Americans.
It's been corrupted.
And certainly I think the infant mortality differences, the lifestyle of infants is very similar everywhere. They just kind of lie there. And you could say there are certain factors, parent behaviors that create differences there. But I think even there, like way more Brits smoke than Americans. The rate of drinking is higher.
That is definitely true.
I think that and those are the things that are most immediately going to impact that. And then especially, I think the one you're going to have the hardest time explaining is mortality amenable to healthcare. Because
let me just make my position clear. Why I think some of your critiques are actually very valid and helpful. Where you totally lose me is government takeover of hospitals. And because, let me ask you a question.
Okay, can we at least do government takeover of insurance?
Well, let's do hospitals, because that really is the question, right?
Sure.
So let me just ask you a question.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to spend this much time on it, but now you've got me interested.
Yeah.
Do you think the VA works well?
So I think that I would say two things about that. So the first is that if you actually look at surveys of people, and sometimes defenders of private health insurance love to do that because they say, hey, look at these surveys where most people say they're happy.
Most people are happy with the VA. I think that is true.
I think that's very unclear what that means, or do you think, does that mean that you're happier with it than you would be with not having to pay for it and actually saving money like most people would with Medicare for All, even according to the Mercatus Institute? But like the people who are most likely to say that they're happy with it are seniors on Medicare and veterans and active duty military personnel who are the ones who are living under the British system. But are there cases where people have to wait way too long for certainly like psychiatric care.
Do you see where I'm getting? I'm saying this in good faith. The VA is a mess in a lot of circumstances.
But I think that, and I think that unfortunately there's a cycle sometimes where conservatives are successful in getting funding for things cut or certainly not increased the way it should be, and then they use the results of that to undermine it. But I think one big difference, if you accept, for the sake of argument, that despite those surveys that I just gave, that overall it's way worse, then the question is, what's the difference between the NHS in Britain and the VA? And I think that the biggest difference, why the NHS has all these great outcomes, certainly compared to the US healthcare system, I think the difference is that the NHS is for everybody. Only a small minority of Americans are veterans, so what goes on in the VA is not really something that's on most people's radar most of the time.
Let me ask you another question.
So there's a lot less political incentive to care about it.
Usually, typically, in urban areas, are the county-run hospitals the best?
I'm sure they're not. They have a, because I think that oftentimes they're severely underfunded, that they, it's certainly.
You get what I'm getting at here, though.
So I get what you're getting at.
But county hospitals are usually a disaster.
But I think the question is, why? Let's accept that, right? Like I'm certainly not going to pretend like I have a bunch of stats that are memorized.
Yeah, and even let's just use Atlanta. The Emory Hospital is way better than
on county.
And I could say from personal experience, it's just the Emory Hospital is far superior to just county.
But here's what I think is the more relevant point of comparison: not when it's a municipality, which is often cash-starved in general. And it's going to be, I think, actually much less efficient than doing it federally.
They do receive a lot of federal money,
But why is it then that you think that in Britain or in some Scandinavian countries where most hospitals are publicly owned, their healthcare outcomes are so much better?
That's a very fair question. I have my own personal opinions of it. Not every healthcare outcome is better. We have a higher cancer survivability rate for certain sort of treatments.
Certain cancers, it's very, 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 very small. There's like a couple, it's like pancreatic. There's like 1 or 2 cancers that America does better in, but this is for the most part, our healthcare outcomes are not better, especially given how much money we pay on healthcare.
People that conjecture in the healthcare field, it could be because of many different underlying health conditions of how obese America is, where we are more obese than these other comparable countries, also our diet, nutrition. But it's going to be difficult to pinpoint a cause. If your argument is it's because that the government is running it, I reject the argument simply and totally because I know the government runs almost nothing efficiently and correctly. But I guess that's the crux of the argument that you're saying. That you're trying to sell me that in a multivariate analysis, you put all those other things aside. That it's because some guys on government payroll.
I don't put all those things aside. We just went through a detailed argument about why this is a more plausible explanation. Now it's fine to be not convinced by that argument.
Yeah.
But I think
Roblox has been offline for over 60 hours. Is that true?
Dismissing everything else rather than giving you reasons why those explanations make a lot less sense. I mean, what is the biggest difference between the U.S. and Canada? What's the biggest difference between the United States and the United Kingdom? It's not that we're much healthier, as you say.
Why is my party
a lot
shuffled?
of things that are relevant here, like drinking, are actually
we are a little bit more obese.
Or actually, yeah, a little bit more. But if you look at it, I don't think it's dramatic enough to make this the big distinction. And also, I think the healthcare outcomes where you think they, look, 36% obesity is worse than 30% obesity, but I don't think that's going to explain everything we're talking about.
That's a big deal.
Sure. I mean, I am all in favor.
And I will say this.
We could talk about what
you'll
policies
agree with
would
this.
address that.
If I want to go to the final thing that we'll agree on with this, the biggest difference is I think the praying pharmaceutical.
Did I die to that shit?
Well, that is certainly one important difference.
let's put the hospital thing aside and delivery of care and all that stuff.
I was just going to say.
I think pharmaceutical companies, and so I'm just going to say this, because I think it actually is the best argument to say that market principles, and I would have made this argument if I were you, but you didn't. That's okay.
Well, I mean,
but you kind of did. I'll just say that, like, if you're Pfizer, the money is in the middle of keeping someone not healed, but keeping back as an annuity to keep buying your drug. Right? And this comes as someone who can't stand the major pharmaceutical companies that tries to be more homeopathic and kind of solutions in all of this, where conservatives don't talk about that enough. If there was a difference, I would say that AstraZeneca, I don't even know if AstraZeneca is an American company, but Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and BioNTech, which was originally an Israeli company.
List, but
but Those are the vaccine manufacturers.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is a perfect example of what I'm talking about with the pharmaceutical companies, because most of that research was government funded.
Which.
Oh, you're such a slimy piece of shit. But neither of them will fight on this.
Might have had questionable outcomes. We'll see. So,
Kirk is anti-vaccine.
That's too much fun for right now. Let me ask you another.
Well, the point I was trying to make, just for the record, is the outcomes where you say that the U.S. is better.
And not every metric, but it's fair. I'm not defending the U.S.
Sure,
healthcare system. I'm not their defense attorney, right?
I understand you're not defending.
Because we can go to Singapore, we can go to other places that have.
Damn, he just keeps.
Singapore is
Kirk just keeps going and going.
Decentralized. Well, they're more economically free. But again, I'm not a defense lawyer for the American healthcare system.
Singapore's healthcare system is like Obamacare and steroids.
But trying to convince the American public, what you're trying to do is say, hey, let's nationalize the hospitals, nationalize the private industry, private insurance, which is what you eventually want to get to do, is obviously done in a rival with me, and I think a majority of Americans, for a good reason.
Sure, but what I was going to say was those metrics where you say that we do better are things that I think a big part of the reason that we're going to do better on those is those aren't about overall outcomes for everybody. They're about specific kinds of services that not everybody's going to get in the first place. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier, that sure, if you can afford it, absolutely.
So yeah, the final thing I'll say, because I want to get on these other topics.
Okay, sure. Final thing,
we know how to get things cheaper and better, and that's usually market forces with some externalities being handled. So I'll give you one example. We might agree on Hunter Biden, Bezos, price transparency, and I don't think pharmaceutical companies should be allowed to advertise. I think it's the weirdest thing ever. They're running, ask your doctor about this. Like, if you need it, then your doctor should tell you about it. You shouldn't be propagandized by the
pharmaceutical
I have to fight
asking
here?
your doctor if this is right for you.
Fourth thing.
And nobody wants to fight? Are you serious?
I agree.
But I think that
I totally agree. Because it hurts the family. All right, so I want to get to this next thing because we can keep on going in circles about all this. Which is, okay, this could go forever, and we'll wrap it up eventually, I promise. Do you believe in absolute truth?
Oh my God.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just interested.
I mean, do you? Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. Right?
Yes.
So, when you say absolute truth, do you just mean that whether things in general about any subject are true or false?
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, and I hate to use like the cliche word, is would you consider yourself a postmodernist? That truth is relative.
No, absolutely not.
So that's good. Do you think that postmodernism and that kind of movement is harmful or helpful to the American left?
Oh my God.
I think it's harmful. I don't.
That's
think,
interesting.
Elaborate. Wait, what?
I don't think we should believe in alternative facts any more than anybody else should. I think that what's true is I think that what's true, generally speaking, it depends a little bit, what we're talking about, and I'm not saying the reason I'm saying
like
that is
Newtonian physics, like force equals mass times acceleration.
Sure.
Right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
why would your go-to example for absolute truth be Newtonian physics? Why, of all the things you could say, why would you choose the one thing that's not true? I don't understand. How strange.
I mean, technically, Newtonian physics is a good enough approximation for like mid-sized dry goods. The real stuff is like quantum physics, relativistic physics.
Of course, but you understand what I'm saying.
But I understand what you're saying, and I agree. Right? Absolutely. I think that truth is objective. I think if you want to get into an argument about who in practice, who has political power, is actually denied that, more than others.
I don't think there'll actually be much fruit in that discussion.
Then we could get into that. If your question is whether truth is objective, then I think it is. If I could slip one in.
Sure. You can ask me questions too.
It is a little bit.
This is going to be a juiced one. Holy shit!
But I have been wondering about this, right?
Sure.
Because
what's going on here?
I have seen. I've seen some of your previous debates, and something's come up at a couple of them. It's not a.
Is it force times mass equals force equals mass times acceleration not true anymore? No, it's just the idea. Like Newtonian physics is like an approximation of the universe. It doesn't quite work out at different like scopes, which is why quantum mechanics is like subsumed and then superseded all of what we knew before in like Newtonian physics, except for we don't know how to explain gravity at all yet, which is a big hole. But
physics?
Okay,
there you go.
It's more about a physical question. I've seen you make this claim that you'll say things like, well, there's no social contract, our rights come from God.
Yes.
So first thing is, could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that?
Yeah, just as the founders did, as they said in the Declaration, the laws of nature and nature's God, where whether you believe it's an actual being of a triune God like I would, or kind of more of a deistic.
Isn't it possible that you can think objective reality is real, but postmodernism is helpful? Okay, my understanding, first of all, oh my God, Destiny, please stop with the bad physics takes. Wait, Ninja Physics, what did I just say that was incorrect? You go, type, or you're IP banned. I'm actually not fucking right. You're gonna get perma-banned. Please just don't talk about physics. What did I just say that was incorrect? Go, or you're banned. Go ahead. And if it's like, oh, it's just memeing, I don't care. You're getting banned. You can go to DGG or YouTube chat. Go ahead. I think that broadly speaking, so there's not like a one thing that is like postmodern, right? Like there are different people, I think, like that get called postmodern. They're like, no, I'm not postmodern, fuck you, right? I think the idea behind modernism, this like trend of thought was just the idea that we can like categorize things as being like objectively true or making progress in these areas. It's just like this mode of thought that like we can measure objectively, like through objective truth, like progress in society and shit. And then I think like postmodern, postmodern thought like questions that. Well, are we actually making progress? Like these things that you call objective truths, are they really objective, or are they more relative to like different contexts and different like sets of facts or whatever, basically? But so it's like a very broad thing to just say like, oh, postmodernism sucks. It's like, it's really strange because like that's like a really broad thing. It's like saying like, oh, like I like all of modernism, or I hate all of postmodernism, or I like it just doesn't, it's just kind of a weird thing to say. I think it's like a really broad school of thought. It's I don't even know if you would call it, I don't even know if you'd say postmodernism is like a school of thought. Like it's just a really dumb. Where's the physics guy? What did he say? Quantum does, so this guy in chat said quantum doesn't accurately describe macro objects. Newtonian physics approximates what, I've never heard that in my life. My understanding is that every single idea or thought that we have around physics, I think save for gravity, has been subsumed by quantum mechanics. That everything can be, you don't have to switch back and forth over and over again. It's not called quantum mechanics because it only deals with small things. Where's the Ninja Physics guy? Did he say anything, or?
He ran.
Or so the quantum mechanists would like us to think. Okay, true. Okay, Ninja Physics got banned. Fuck you. He didn't say anything.
Fuck Ninja Physics.
You don't use QM for lots of large-scale calculations. It's quite difficult to model. Yeah, sure. Maybe you might not because approximations work. But my understanding is that like everything in like quantum mechanics and everything in like general relativity, all of these things have completely subsumed Newtonian physics. Like all of that has been accounted for more or less. I believe Newton is comprised by relativity and string theory is trying to connect quantum with. All right, okay, no, we're not doing this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's still a crossover between when things become large enough that they no longer act quantum mechanically, or there are some properties that can be arbitrarily large and others can't. It's not understood where the crossover occurs. Fuck, I need more. We had one physicist in chat, but he turned anti-fan and left. I don't know. We'll find another. I have a BSc in physics. We haven't fully recovered classical mechanics via quantum yet. That's insanely complicated. I thought coagulation of Zerg, I thought wait, I just 100% disagree with the idea that Newton is wrong. QM and GR didn't overturn Newton. I thought QM and GR are literally was like a literal paradigm shift. I thought Newton is just wrong, but it works for approximations, but it doesn't describe the underlying like reality correctly.
Oh, no.
I'm almost positive that that's correct.
What the fuck?
Isn't quantum gravity not a thing? Like we want it desperately to be a thing, but it isn't yet. No, I don't think there is a, oh fuck. I need the physics guy here to explain this. Because I don't know if I'm right. I don't believe that quantum mechanics, I don't think, has an account for gravity yet. But general relativity does. That's the whole space-time, blankets, boobs, and all that shit, right? You roll a marble and right? Because I think space-time is like the explanation for gravity, but I don't think there's a quantum account of that yet. But I thought that everything, everything classically has been subsumed at this point by QM and relativity. I thought that was the case. Is that not true? Are there things classically that we don't have an account for yet or can't explain? Newton's theory of gravity works fine at or near the Earth's surface. Yeah, and saying that your dick is 3 inches long is an okay approximation, but in reality, it's probably like 3.01 inches or 3.05 inches or something, right? The idea is that those aren't truth, but models.
Oh,
a model cannot be true or false. Sure.
Let's get that exalted oral.
Okay,
Thank you.
We're finishing this.
God, that you have rights and something gave it to you. And that the social contract that we have recognizes a transcendent order.
So if something...
Can I...
What the fuck does that
Can I actually say this? I don't know if this is a controversial food take or not.
Oh, it will be. It's you. It will be.
I don't like burritos that you can't take bites out of. When I like, okay, no. Actually, let me quantify this a little bit more.
What?
I don't mind huge burritos like this, but what I don't like is when all the rice is stuck in one corner, all the meat is in another corner, and then like when you bite it, there's like different quadrants of like how your burrito is loaded, and it's like, really? I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
like that. I don't think it's good.
I agree. Wait.
Gave it to you. I assume that what you mean by something gave it to you.
I would believe in omniscient, omnipotent being,
Fuck!
but I'm not proselytizing you to
Well,
believe
no,
that, right?
I'm not. I don't think you are. I mean, I was the one who brought it up. I'm
Sure.
Just
Okay. No.
You know, they had a so if you know, because when you say that something gave it to you, you can read that at least two different ways. So one of them is, which, and I assume this is not what you think, but like, you know, one of them is that like, literally in a cause and effect way, we have certain legal rights because of like the intervention of God. But of course, it's clearly not the case that God is like stopping China from putting dissidents in jail. I assume what you mean is that we morally have a right to those things because God gave it to you.
That's correct, but if you're asking, do I believe that in a God that can intervene
Well,
supernaturally,
sure.
I do.
Sure, you can.
What, really?
Like
And
as a,
but I'm
How
happy
though?
to get into that.
Sure, fair enough, right?
I don't think there'll be much.
I don't think that's actually relevant to the question.
Yeah.
But I'm trust me, whatever else I am, I'm a huge philosophy nerd. I'm always happy to talk about that. But
and I have a question about Christopher Hitchens for you.
Sure, awesome.
Because I know you wrote a book on it.
I did, just finished a couple weeks ago. But I'd like to thank you. But if you say that God is the moral, you know, is the reason why morally we should have those rights.
The unmoved movement.
That I don't understand how that's going to get around like the Euthyphro problem. Like if you say, okay, so Euthyphro, there's this dialogue written by Plato where Socrates is arguing with this ancient Greek holy man named Euthyphro.
Yes.
And they're talking about the definition of holiness. And it's going to take just a second, but I promise I'm going to get through this quickly and we'll get to the point. You know, they have so they're arguing about the definition of holiness. And Euthyphro says the holy is that which the gods love. And Socrates asks him this simple question. Do the gods love it because it is holy, or is it holy
because the gods love it?
So translate into what we're talking about here. The question would be, is it morally just that, you know, these rights be recognized because that's what God wants, or does God want it because it would be...
Unironically, there's a God tier dilemma. It gets to, it's an interesting question. Is morality woven into the fabric of the universe and God can interpret that fabric? Or is something moral simply because God says it is? It's an interesting,
Yeah, good luck
if you
figuring
believe
that
in
out.
God.
Just deny them, because if you say...
Both.
Okay, well, that's a really interesting answer. Never heard that one before. I want to get into it, but just to finish up.
Wait, did you say both?
If you say that God wants you to have those rights because it would be morally unjust to deny it to you, then that suggests that it's morally unjust for some reason other than God wanting it, and that the God part, at least on the moral question, is going to be sort of beside the point. That they have that like whatever the reason is why it would be, God thinks it would be unjust, is a reason that's going to be just as available to the atheist or the agnostic. Whereas if you say it's morally unjust because God doesn't want it, and God doesn't have some reason why it would be morally unjust, then it's just like lucky for us, I guess, that God wants us to have free speech and freedom of religion, equal rights for women, because he could just as easily want us to organize a society like the Taliban did.
Right, so a lot to unpack there. I would say both, because through divine revelation and through reason, especially through many of the writings of the early church fathers, we believe in a metaphysical God that not just gave us the law and this interpretation of natural rights because he believes there's a certain way we should live, right? But also because of divine revelation,
no, it's not Aquinas, it's Aquinas, right? Sorry, I think I always mispronounce his name.
As what is morally just and unjust, right? So believing in the Christian God or the Judeo-Christian God, you would reject what the Taliban is doing for a variety of different reasons, right?
I understand how you can say that through divine revelation, you can figure out.
No, was Aquinas right the first time?
And the tradition
I don't remember.
Sure.
Right, and going on Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Augustine.
Well, I mean, this is, we're talking about the Plato's objection to
I'm happy to go through Aristotle's ethics and metaphysics with you too.
Sure,
so.
That sounds fun. Yeah. So I think that I understand how you say through divine revelation, we find out what God thinks is just or unjust, but that's a slightly different question from what makes it just or unjust.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Just can you clarify it a little bit?
So,
I'm super shocked. It's so bizarre to me, okay? Sometimes I appear to be very smart, and then something is brought up, and people will be like, how do you not know that thing? Well, my answer is because I look up shit and I read about it when it comes up. I don't have like a formal background in these areas. It's really bizarre to me that Charlie Kirk, who claims to have read all these philosophy books and wants to talk about like Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, how have you not heard this dilemma before? It's like, it is the classic dilemma of like, where does morality come from? Or I think it might even be employed to like disprove that you can get morality from God. This is a super classic dilemma. I don't know anything about philosophy really, truly, and I've heard this like a million times. I feel like you would have always heard this before.
-2.
It's really, I'm curious if he's actually, how have you read of so many people? You haven't, right? But like, how can you claim to have read so many people and not know about this? That's just, he sounds like he's just name dropping, you know?
He probably is.
So the question is, the question you answer with both is, does God want us to have these rights because it'd be unjust if we didn't have them?
Yes.
Or would it be unjust if we didn't, or is the only reason it would be unjust if we didn't have them because God doesn't want us to have them?
The answer is both, and the answer is in self-evident, is that you can find it both in the Word of God and through self-evident exploration of the natural world.
But those are answers
contradictory.
to the question of how you find out what God wants.
Yes.
But that's a little bit different from saying, why does God want that thing?
Oh, okay, good. God wants us these things because he wants us to live fruitful and multiply, as he says in the scriptures. God does not want us to live oppressively. He doesn't want us to fail or to, in my own biblical theological interpretation, which you can feel free to mock and dismiss. But
trust me,
Jesus.
I'm not going to mock it.
We had a whole fun little thing last night.
I have tremendous respect for Christian socialists like Cornel West or Dr. Martin Luther King.
Well, definitely not going to find me as one of those.
Or to pick a third example of a progressive Christian just at random, pick one out of the hat,
Jesus.
my wife Jennifer. I have tremendous respect for all of these people. But
God wants us to live freely.
So if God wants us to live fruitfully,
You should have thrown the Jesus in there.
Be fruitful and multiply.
Sure.
Right?
Okay. So
occupy till I come. Be salt and light throughout every corner of the earth.
Okay. So would it still, if the reason that God wants us to be fruitful, if the reason that God wants us to live, flourishing lives, whatever, is because it's objectively good to live flourishing lives, it would still be, if hypothetically it turned out somehow, right, there was some magic way of checking this, right, that there wasn't a God, it would still be the case that it was objectively morally good to live flourishing lives.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so God's law in our interpretation of natural rights is true regardless if you recognize it's granted by God or not. So I'll give you an example, the Decalogue, right? The 10 Commandments or the 10 statements that were given to Moses.
Okay.
If you follow those 10 things as an atheist or Christopher Hitchens fan, you're going to live a good life. Not lying, not stealing, not murdering, honoring your parents, you're not committing adultery. Those are things that are built into the natural law. That's an easy 10 examples to give.
Okay.
Now, but also those things are true if you recognize they're given to by God, of which I believe. So those are both independently true.
So,
damn.
Because you say, like, you said two things here, and I'm not sure how long we want to spend on this, but just
I mean, I'm enjoying it.
But you're sure. But you're saying two
I hope
things.
you're enjoying this.
No, I am enjoying this. I just also realized that this is a little self-indulgent, that I was really curious about this thing that's a little off topic.
I hope it's clarifying you, not confusing me. Sorry.
Okay, well, here's the part that I do still unfortunately find a little bit confusing. So you're saying two things about this that I don't see how they fit together. One of them is that it would be objectively, morally good for us to live flourishing lives whether God existed or not. And then the other is that God grants us these rights in the sense that, you know, the reason why, that God somehow is the reason why morally these are good, these are things that we should have a right to.
Yes, both of those things. So if there's someone right now in some country, island country,
Sigma male,
and they independently come to the conclusion in the natural law that they should marry and have children, not murder and not kill, regardless of them becoming in contact with the Word of God or where that came from, they're going to live flourishing lives. So that's what we mean by the natural law.
Sure, no,
that someone in Papua New Guinea or in Paris will equally succeed if they do these.
Sure, I understand, but
maybe I'm not
ripping the
answering
mic
question.
out.
I'm not trying
Oh
to
my
dodge
God.
it,
Sure,
but-
no, but like what you're talking about seems like, forgive me if this is a slightly pretentious way to put it, but like it seems like what you're talking about isn't really metaphysics. In other words, what makes something true, right? What you're talking about is really epistemology, how we find out that it's true.
So I'm happy to go into the metaphysics of it too.
Sure, but the question is just like,
Ben breaking out the formal philosophy now. Oh boy.
God granting us these rights is what makes it morally good for us to have these rights, then it can still be morally good for people to have these rights even if they don't know about that, right? I understand that part.
Okay,
but they haven't,
good. So,
but that's a little bit of a different question from if it objectively weren't true. That
We're not true.
If it were objectively not true
That God exists.
that God exists, would it still be the case that these would be morally good?
Got it. I understand the question. I reject the premise.
Well, I mean, I understand.
because like it's like
I
asking.
understand you think that's not the case.
It's not true.
If it were objectively not true
That God exists.
that God exists, would it still be the case that these would be morally good?
Got it. I understand the question. I reject the premise.
Well, I mean, I understand.
because like it's like
I
asking.
understand you think that's not the case.
It's asking in like a hypothetical world if like there is no unmoved mover and like some creator.
Sure.
So I guess what you're saying is what I value as the natural law. If there was no natural lawgiver, would the natural law still be true? To be consistent, I guess.
Okay.
Yes.
Well.
But I reject the premise because you're
But
asking.
that's weird then, because now you're saying morality doesn't come from God then, because it exists independent of God, right? This is why this is it you thief, bro? I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name because I didn't take any fucking classes on this. We could go over the dilemma. I mean, I think it's pretty interesting if you're a God person because you three fro? Has this guy asked, what if two people who claim divine... Oh, no, that's a different... You're in a different type of argument there. Basically, the question is whether the good and just is good and just because God wills it, or whether God wills it because it is good and just. Ever since Plato's original discussion, the question has presented a problem for some theists, though others have thought it a false dilemma. It continues to be an object of theological and philosophical discussion today. It's an interesting dilemma, but
me to believe something.
Well, I'm not asking you to believe.
Or to entertain something.
Sure.
So to answer your question, I guess, would the natural law be true if God did not write the natural law? Yeah.
Okay. So.
But I think that the natural law is true because it's epistemologically correct, teleologically correct in our purpose and our driven, theologically correct and spiritually correct.
Euthyphro.
Okay, but that still seems like we've traveled some distance from saying that God gave us these rights in the sense that the reason it's morally good that we have these rights is that God.
Euthyphro.
But and I believe that is true.
Okay.
Because our existence is breathed into by a creator.
Sure, but I think you can think three things are all true. One is that the reason we exist is because of God. Right?
Yes.
And you could even think that the reason maybe there are certain natural facts about the way that people are such that certain things are good for us and help us live flourishing lives, and that the reason for those natural facts is that God created it that way. You can believe those two things while also believing that
We'll go to the
makes
next.
it
Let's go,
morally
baby.
good that we do these things and live flourishing lives.
Is both. Yeah, and I said that.
Well, okay, but I don't understand
It's
how
because
it could be both.
it's both because God commanded it, and because God created it and God ordained it, and also that it's good for human existence through the moral construct that we all accept.
So if God,
they're both simultaneously true.
So I mean,
Wow.
maybe this is another thing where I'm asking you to entertain something you don't want to entertain,
Sure.
but like,
If God was dead,
no, if God had commanded something different, would that thing therefore be good?
Yes, that's the
so
question.
that's a premise and a presupposition that.
Well, I understand you don't think
it's like saying
it is
so this
true.
actually the Bible deals with this, right?
Sure,
So the
okay.
Bible deals with this in the story of Abraham and Isaac, or is it Isaac and Jacob when he brings up his son to sacrifice?
Abraham and Isaac.
yeah. Abraham and Isaac, where God commanded Abraham to sacrifice his child.
Come on, Charlie. I'm the atheist. I
Yeah,
should be the one who
exactly.
knows
I wanted
this
to
and
make
you
sure I
don't.
was precise. God actually never
Yeah.
commanded him to do that. It was a test of his faith, right? At the very moment he delivered a replacement sacrifice at the very last moment.
So this is a perfect example.
That's a question of obedience to God. Do you do something that is against the moral law if God commands you to do it?
So you think that if hypothetically God had wanted him to go through with it, that the right thing to do would be to go through with it?
Yeah, if you believe in an omniscient, omnipotent, unmoved mover, but this text doesn't show that. Yes, I mean the answer even for an atheist would be a yes. If you believe there was a God.
I don't think that follows. I think that you could be, if there was a omniscient and omnipotent but morally bad reason, being that created the universe, then I would have a self.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
I would have a self-interested reason to go along with it, the same way that if I was living under Stalin, I would have a self-interested reason to go along with what Stalin wanted. But that wouldn't mean I would have a moral reason.
But I think one of the shoot-offs of this, and I haven't like dove in deep into this dilemma because I'm not theistic, so fuck this. But I think one of the shoot-offs of this as well is that like, let's say that the natural law exists independent of God, and God only like reveals it to you rather than commands it. He's revealing to the natural law. Theoretically, couldn't there be other gods as well that could reveal that same law to you? Why do you need one monotheistic God to do it? Could another one not do the same? Right.
Under the Christian text and the Bible, there is not a commandment that is against what we would consider as moral in the Western tradition. And you would probably totally disagree. Let me ask you a question about Christopher Hitchens.
Sure, let's do it.
Because we got 5 minutes left.
Sure.
I want to be respectful of everyone's time.
I am delighted to do 5 minutes of Hitchens.
Help me.
Sure.
Give the best argument. Because what are your metaphysics? Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you hope you're wrong?
Do I hope I'm wrong? I hope it depends on what that would mean. I mean,
do you hope there's a God?
I certainly don't hope there's a God who's
damage.
going to send me to hell for being an atheist. That wouldn't be a good outcome.
Do you want eternal life?
Do I?
No.
Depends what kind of eternal life. If
Like eternal bliss.
Eternal bliss, if that were
Seeing your loved ones.
Sure, sure. If that were on offer, I would take it.
I respect that answer because not every atheist answers that way. Some atheists say no.
I would. There are a lot.
They want to be right more than what is good.
Sure, they would. There are a lot of things about that, like standard theologically Orthodox Christians believe is God. About God, I would not be happy to be true, but that one I would definitely be happy to
an acceptance of a Savior that could give you eternal life. So the fine-tuning argument.
I don't think that's exactly what I said, but it's probably not worth doing. The fine-tuning argument.
Fine-tuning, which is Christopher Hitchens said is the best argument for those people that believe in it.
Fine-tuning argument is garbage. Imagine if, Charlie, if God were to command you that the most moral thing would be to take a dick in the ass, would you acknowledge then that taking dicks in the ass is good? That's the real hypothetical you gotta get him with. You gotta hit him with the hard ones.
Creator. The fine-tuning argument is that we live in a planet that's perfectly positioned.
Oh, he's about to explain it, sorry.
And you could do better than I could. How do you personally wrestle with and unpack the fine-tuning?
The fine-tuning argument is just, it's the premise is just so stupid because you're assuming. The fine-tuning argument is like looking at a computer program and like saying like, oh my God, how was it the case that like you were able to get all of this to compile in this compiler, like in this language perfectly, like with just like a whole bunch of shit, like, like you have to write like code in a specific way to do it, blah, 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 blah. So there must have been a creator. But the problem with the using code isn't a really great example, I guess. Okay, let me back up. Let's try something different. Or I'll just be more general. I don't need to give an example. You should be able to understand this, right? People look at the Earth and they say, oh my God, like life has been fine-tuned to live on Earth. And they say that that's like a guided process. But the problem is, Earth could have been a certain way, and then life developed to like grow into Earth, if that makes sense, right? Like, if you take a glass and you fill it with water, it's not like we've picked the perfect amount of water to fill the glass. It's that you pour water into the glass and it'll take the shape of the glass because that's all it can do, right? It could be that the Earth is 1,000,000 kilometers closer or farther away, or however long would be a distance. I don't know what the AU is. I don't know what the number for that is. But like, it could be that the Earth is closer and farther. Life could have developed a certain way. Like, to assume that life could have only gone a certain way is just not, that's like an invalid assumption. There could be other things, right? Yeah, sorry, Jesus.
Tuning argument.
Sure.
Do you ever have doubts that there is a God?
Honestly, I kind of wish that I could say yes, because it makes me sound more,
reasonable.
More reasonable. It sounds dogmatic if I say no, but honestly, I think no is the honest answer. I think that so why the fine-tuning argument doesn't move me very much.
Because it didn't move Hitchens, but it
Sure.
It piqued his curiosity.
I mean, I might even go along with the comparative claim that it might be better than the other arguments, but they have a. But the reason that I find the fine-tuning argument unconvincing is that I don't think we can move backwards from it would be really improbable, like given a certain setup, this outcome would be really improbable. This outcome happened, therefore that setup is wrong. So just a small example that I think makes vivid why I don't find that plausible. If you shuffle a deck of 52 cards and you deal out the ace of spades, it's clearly a bad argument to say, well, if the person was cheating.
Yeah, the deck has more than 52 cards, though.
They were doing, sure.
Because the probability, the fine-tuning
But I think the point of principle is that the same reason why it would be unreasonable to say, well, there's only a 1 in 52 chance that a fair shuffle would have gotten me this, and this happened, therefore it wasn't a fair shuffle, is that you could run that argument for any card. That it would be much more likely that if you had the dealer was cheating to give you the 3 of hearts, you get the 3 of hearts, that if it was random. And I think that no matter how big you make the deck, the same point is going to apply, that if it's 1 out of, 500 trillion or whatever, that the chance of this, well, sure, it's the fact that this outcome is the one that happens, you could say would be more likely if there was a being who wanted it to happen. But you could also say the same thing about all but one of the other 500 trillion.
There's got to be a better way to explain it. I'm trying to think, because my explanation sucked too. His explanation was good, but I'm just trying to think if it makes sense. Like, things could be another way. If I shuffle a deck of cards and then I show you the whole deck, that's probably the first time in history that particular arrangement of cards has been seen. That's the most likely thing. No one has ever shuffled a deck of cards and has seen the same arrangement of cards. And to say that, like, well, since that happened, it must have been naturally selected for. It's like, well, hold on. I could have shuffled it and anything else could have happened, right? It could have gone another way. You just don't know that. You just assume that it could only be one way because that's the universe you live in,
Let me ask you a question, like the minute, 10 seconds we have remaining, which is not that. Teleological argument. What's the purpose of life?
So I think that I definitely cannot do in 10 seconds, but if I could have like an extra 45 or so, I could take a run at it.
What is the purpose? What is the telos? What is the place you're aiming for?
So I think the teleological argument for the existence of God is a slightly different thing.
No, I'm just saying, what is your teleology? What's the purpose of being?
Okay, all right, because you said the teleological argument. We could get into why I don't think that works, but I think that the purpose of being, if you mean the moral purpose, what makes it like morally good to live life in a certain way. We could certainly talk about what counts as personal virtue. We could certainly talk about what counts as moral justice. I think a good, thriving life is one where you can pursue what you regard as a good and fulfilling life, which I gotta say, I think you're enabled to do if you have the kind of economic supports that make you not stay in jobs you hate, etc. I cannot resist throwing that in.
That's okay. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah,
maybe we could do it again.
I'd love to.
It was fun to explore ideas everywhere from metaphysics to ethics to post-office adoration. Is that fair to say? Defense.
Yes, strong.
We agreed on Hunter Biden,
Post-office.
Jeff Bezos, price transparency, and pharmaceutical commercials. Besides that, it's a bunch of really good disagreements, but we have clarity and not agreement. which I hope we
Fuck, I wish they could have gone deeper. Ben was super duper ultra prepared for this conversation. He either knew all the topics in advance or he just did a really good job at making sure he was ready for every like thing that was going to come up. So good job on Ben. As much as I hate him, he did a really good job on this conversation.
Wann war du da? Let's Tomb! Cheater! Ikke lige noget. Ikke noget. Det er jeg slet ikke klar til. Nej. Det var effekt, jeg skulle have. Det er faktisk bedre, det gider jeg.
Must have time to gather my will.
I can make it real. Two. Oh. Der er noget her, der går fucking ondt. Jeg er helt sikker på, hvad der er. Yes. Jeg vil have det her shit.
The goal will be awakening tomorrow. So I'm gonna say it right now.
Don't die then, bro.
I'm gonna say it right now. Awakening tomorrow.
Oh,
And then you're like,
you mean
oh,
last
fucking
league in softcore? You beat it on softcore cuck league trade. Weird jump, not my god.
Fuck up, clowns. Shut the fuck up, clowns. Okay. Yes, I could just do this. Right? Don't do it. I mean, surely it's not designed as an actual one-shot, right? Wait, double arm? Wait, what the fuck? Double arm?
Fuck no.
What the fuck was that? Dude, that is so cringe. I had to run back. Oh my god.
How crazy is that? Do they just have a feed of the top PoE streams? If you're like checking out Path of Exile, you're like, oh, okay, fucking, oh shit, this guy, Quinn69, 14th, I'll click that. Pussy in my ass!
Okay, bro. Wait, did it? No, I did. No, I do not. I am a reasonable guy with reasonable takes. People click on this and they'll be like, exquisite. Good takes. That's what that would be like when they would tune into my stream. Okay, let's be real. Look, tell my rage says 5-0. I'm ramping. Okay, and I don't care what you say about my damage. It's wrong. because it doesn't count on my 50 rage. Got it. Got it. See that shit? I fucking destroyed that shit.
Oh my god, this is horrible.
I can't do this just yet.
It's because I wasn't doing enough damage to it to leech. Oh shit, man. Wait, he's got vulnerability, dude. That's terrible. Is this stacking? No, this is terrible. What's his vulnerability? Should I leave? Should I leave? I should leave. I gotta leave. I gotta leave. I gotta leave. I gotta leave. I just have to leave. Chat, do you understand how that works? It ramps. It sits there ramping. So the vulnerability that would have been on me would have meant if he had touched me with a single attack, I would have just gone dead. I can't do it now. I can't do lab. I can't do lab now. I can't do lab now. Like literally, I can't do lab now. Like I can't do lab now.
Quinn's build does damage. Stop being mean. Like how the ocean wears down a rock over thousands of years.
Okay, I'm going one more. I'm just gonna go again. And if yeah, I just won't log out. I'll just fucking. We'll just do it. I'm trying to focus the hell up. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go in. Right.
Quinn, yesterday I ripped my level 80 hipster SRS build to some random rare mob in a yellow tier map and I got depressed thinking about how bad I am at this game. Sag.
You're not bad, bro.
My spirit is spent.
But then I tuned into your stream to see how the new build is going and holy fuck,
Fuck
at
you,
least
you're
I'm
terrible.
not
Get
as
good,
bad
you
as
fucking
you
trash
overall
can. You fucking
said.
terrible, dude. You're
No,
trash.
Quinn, your weakness is not vulnerability.
Yellow map. Holy
It
shit,
never
you
has
suck dick.
been.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I can't do this just yet.
This fucking game sucks dick, bro! It's actually trash! Oh, man, I'm fucking tilted, bro. I'm fucking tilted, bro. How could this possibly happen to me?
Hey chat, here's my impression of Quinn's damage. Have you tried to do damage instead of not doing damage?
Not a meme, you were whirlwinding that same enemy for the length of 2 TTS messages where they just shit on your damage for over 15 seconds each and there wasn't anything you could say because you still spinning on the same mob from 2 donos ago.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. That is not the case. Okay, dude, that was a fucking boss with immunity phases. Yeah, of course, bro. Yeah, we had a failed venture in the lab. It is what it is, chat. We're gonna overcome it. We're gonna go back and get Benders on Uber Lab. Uber Lab's gonna be my bitch.
You nerd, I'm back to take my half of your heads again. Gotta make more Fork Life soft gold goals.
Please, I have nothing left. I can spare any more.
Not my problem, hand it over. Wait a minute, all my damage, it's undefined.
What's that?
How can this be happening?
You fell into my trap. You tried to divide a number into 0. Look at this. I can tank this fuck out of this guy, dude. Look at this. I can tank the fuck out of this guy. He can't even touch me, bro. This guy can't even touch me, bro. It's fucking pathetic. Wait, how is my fortify stacks going down? How am I losing fortify stacks? What is this? What is Oxidus? What is Oxidus doing? Why is my fortify stack going down? Dude, what is that attack speed? afraid. I'm scared to even put a totem down.
Oh shit, he did it.
Oh, I destroyed the thing. I didn't buff him. He's not buffed. Do you know that I've literally never died to Detonate Dead? Do you guys know that?
Dark influences reside in dark places.
Traps are disabled in the Esper's trial. GG! Oh, yo, what's this about? Let's go, dude. You feel me? Oh, shit, bro! What is happening? Load! 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 Load!
Yes! Yes! Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
It's gonna load. It's gonna load. Literally, my fucking game crashed out of fucking 2 labs. And that one crashed when I was on the final fucking phase.
Twin dead inside on my
phase.
screen.
And I have no reagents left to go in the lab. I am out of reagents. GGG. Fix your fucking game!
Don't slow down.
Ah, I lost everything. I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. This shit's fucking trash. Like, actually, I don't get it. What do champions do versus Congress? Like, what do you just deal with it, I guess? But, I mean, what do you taunt champion? What are the Alpha Chad spec champions?
Oh no.
So you just deal with it, I guess? But, I mean, what do you taunt champion? What are the Alpha Chad spec champions?
Oh no.
I felt that, bro. I felt that in my heart. I felt that in my heart, bro.
You mad?
Oh. Dude, if I get cursed, I'm just dead.
Beyond the goal.
Oh shit, homie. Speaking of cursed, so cursed. How is that good gameplay, bro? Like, how is this good gameplay, bro?
Cloud69 lol.
Like, I have fucking Miss Wall, Grace, a bunch of suppression. This is so dog shit, bro. It's a T2 map with no mods. Cry more, little baby. Bro, I just lost my character that I spent all that time leveling up and getting ready, and I just done all the bullshit. I just sorted out everything. All my gear as well. That was like my final backup gear. Like, that's it. I'm like basically starting a new league. Build. Oh, fuck. Am I gonna migrate, chat? Ah! Where'd it go? Little bitch playing trade like a little baby. Small dick, tiny dick, little bitch trade league. Trade leagues for losers. Losers! Okay, dude. Alright, you just calm the fuck down, bitch. Okay, now I'm on trade league, dude. I'm on trade league.
He is.
God gamer. God gamer. God gamer.
God damn. It's fucking bad. What the fuck?
Do you have anger? I think specific things can make.
He's going to ask the same question again.
Who is ultimately the individual who lit the fuse that night. Man I refer to as jump kick man or the non-complaining witness. Kyle is laying on the ground after being knocked to the ground by an individual hitting him in the head with a rock, Anthony Huber hitting him with the skateboard, and jump kick man comes in, kicks him square in the face with his black boot. Close-ups of that. And as he's kicking him in the face, Kyle fires 2 shots at that individual. He's not hit. He gets up and he runs away into the night, never to be seen again.
Into the night?
Never coming forward to identify himself as a victim, complaining witness or otherwise to law enforcement. We looked for him, the evidence will show. The state looked for him, the evidence will show. Those are the big players in this case. But ultimately, what you'll end up having to decide, looking at all the circumstances of that evening, are the events that occurred over really a brief 15-minute period, but more importantly, 3 minutes. The police.
Guys, for everybody thinking that we're able to see you're not missing anything. It's one line. There's nothing. We're just not able to see what they're referring to. I know the top of it is on this screen here, but everybody relax.
Going in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road. There's no statement that if you go in that direction, you can't come back if you have business in that direction.
What?
Kyle, an individual by the name of Ryan Balch, followed by Richard McGinnis, go down there, Sheridan Road. And at 11...
Let's see it all though.
Starts rolling.
The photograph of the road
today. Couple other super chats. The backwards mic is freaking me out a little bit. Yeah, we have. I like to sample different microphones. We've got to keep banning people. Ban.
Your Honor, before we
here we go.
Proceed to the defense opening, it's my understanding that counsel's going to be showing videos to the jury. Okay. These aren't evidence yet. I don't know what's going to be shown.
Oh, wow.
And I think it's unusual procedure. I've often considered using exhibits in my opening statement, and I think it's generally accepted that they're not evidence yet. So we can't be showing them to the jury unless they're in evidence, and we don't have any of this in evidence yet. So I would object to that.
Fair point.
No, he doesn't need to tell you what he intends to show. I got to turn things on here. He does need to tell you what he proposes to show, and me too. But
Get the fucking storm, man. What the fuck?
Use during opening statement at all. What's up, Mr.
Your Honor, the first slide is a jury instruction, part of self-defense. The second slide is a picture of Joseph Rosenbaum wearing the maroon shirt for identification purposes.
Oh boy.
The third is a video at the Ultimate Gas of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be restrained. The fourth is a still photograph of Mr. Rosenbaum walking down the street.
Okay, real quick. Fry Kyle is an Instaban. Moderators, we're keeping it clean on both sides. Anyone saying he's a hero, we're banning, all that shit. And then also people saying Fry Kyle, we're banning. We're doing both sides. I don't want any of this bullshit in my stream. I'm gonna try to find a stream with higher audio. We've pumped up the audio as much as we can. The audio level on this is a problem. I'm gonna look for other streams. Okay, everybody, bear with me.
Of Josh's excuse me, I said Josh.
Let's see the PBS.
Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing.
This is even lower.
Mask.
Okay, so that's horrible.
Starting a fire at the trailer.
Fire. That's an interesting accent.
And in that
That's a Wisconsin thing. Fire.
A blue mask. Number 7 is a picture from the Ultimate.
Oh, and thank you, M. Frazzled, for the 5 subs gifted. Appreciate that.
Commonly been referred to in this as Yellow Pants Man.
But I don't care about
and
this
Joshua
stuff.
Zeminski showing
So why would I?
Joshua Zeminski
I care about the effects.
with the weapon that was the first weapon fired at car source number 3.
Thanks, Jen.
Number 8 is a picture for identification of Richie McGinnis. Number 8 is a picture of how Richie McGinnis was dressed that evening so he can be identified in the videos. Number 9 is Gage Grossquitz and his backpack.
That's an interesting name, Gage Grossquitz.
Into evidence. Number 10 is a still photograph of Gage Grossquitz running down Sheridan Road towards my client, arming himself. You can see him pulling the gun out of his back waistband. Number 11 is a still photograph of Anthony Huber.
So what's going on right now, if you're just joining us, the prosecution has sort of objected to the fact that the opening statement from the defense will be preceded by a video, the contents of which are not yet evidence.
Anthony Huber holding Mr. Rosenbaum back at the confrontation at Ultimate. Number 14 is the photograph of Jump Kick Man, the non-complaining witness, kicking my client in the head.
Jeez.
15 are 2 close-up photographs taken from that of the shoes of Jump Kick Man.
Jump Kick Man.
16 is a photograph of 11:40 p.m.
For everybody saying use the Yahoo feed, this is the Yahoo feed.
with Mr. Balch, and he's confronted by Yellow Pants Man and 3 other armed individuals that evening. And those photographs are blown up in 17, showing one individual with a noose, the other individual with rocks in each hand, and the other one a picture of the individual in the blue shirt armed. 18 is a video where Mr. Rittenhouse tried to return to the 59th Street car source and was stopped by law enforcement and the Bearcats. Number 19 is a still photograph taken from Mr. Rittenhouse at Ultimate as he's leaving with the fire extinguisher, his medical pack, and his gun heading towards car source 3. 20 is the video, what's called the infrared video, with Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, Rosenbaum, my client, and Richie McGinnis circled and identified. 11:48 is a still photograph of Mr. Zeminski's arm in the air, firing the first weapon, the first shot. 22 is those individuals, that same photograph from the video, same video, a photo just a couple of seconds.
I'm shocked at the rate at which we're needing to ban people right now. I don't know that we've ever had anything like this, even on the day of the Trump riots. It's crazy what's happening right now.
Is a video taken from, and I always forget this gentleman's name, Lucas Zanin, from 63rd Street, right west of Sheridan, which forms the south edge of car source, and that's what Kyle was running to. There's approximately 100 people there bashing all the car windows, in there with pipes, bats, things like that, jumping on the cars. And you hear the first shot, which is Zeminski's, and people kind of stop a little bit, and then you see Kyle.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do on the volume, guys. I'm gonna turn my volume down a bit, and you guys can just turn up your master volume. I'm gonna just try to stay. I've got this pumped up 600% with volume master, so that's what we can do for today, okay?
And on that video, you hear
I just turned myself
somebody
down.
who's been identified as Kelly Zeminski yelling, "Get him, kill him," things like that. He just shot him. 25 is Gage Grosswitz's video where he runs up to Kyle. It's about 7 seconds. Runs up to him as he's running down Sheridan. At that point, Mr. Grosswitz is unarmed. He asked Kyle what he did. Kyle
Isn't it pronounced Grosskreutz? Why is he saying Grossquids?
had to. Photograph 26 is for BG on the screen. Photograph of an unidentified individual in a white sleeveless, or what's commonly referred to as a white beater shirt, hitting Mr. Rittenhouse in the head, knocking his cap off. And then right after that, you see the next photograph from that video of circled Mr. Huber picking up after a skateboard, which he had used to strike my client in the head. The next photograph is a still photograph of an individual running up to Kyle as he's on the ground. There are several individuals in that photograph. One of those individuals being Jump Kick Man, approaching from Kyle's right.
Jump Kick Man.
And the next photograph
That is a sick as fuck name.
Kicking Kyle in the head.
Right.
30 is the picture of the close-up of that and the shoes. 31 is a photograph of Mr. Huber striking Kyle Rittenhouse in the head with his skateboard held by the trucks in his right hand.
Called what?
The trucks of the skateboard.
You know, do I look like I skateboard?
They're called trucks.
Okay, wheels. To me, they're wheels.
Fine. The wheels with his right hand while he's grabbing Kyle's gun, his bare hand, touching Kyle's gun with his left hand. The next photograph is depicting Jump Kick Man getting up from the ground, Mr. Huber with his hand once again on the gun going forward and still having his skateboard. 33 is a close-up of that photo. 34 is, you can see the strap on Mr. Rittenhouse's gun being pulled taut. Mr. Groskowitz running into the frame from the right of the frame. Next is Gage Groskowitz standing in front of Kyle Rittenhouse with his hands up. Kyle does not shoot. Next, Gage Groskowitz lunges forward with his right hand pointing directly, and that is when the shot is fired. And then there's a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse on the ground, individuals approaching him, one with a pipe, one with his hands up. He backs them off, does not fire. 11:51, him video trying to turn himself into the Kenosha Police Department and turned away. And the final is a photograph from the Antioch Police Department surveillance cam at 1:20.
If you're just joining us, this is Defense Counsel listing the images and videos that will be part of something they will play leading into their opening statement.
I guess we don't need any witnesses. Well, we've got the whole trial there. I thought the opening statement was supposed to be a summary of the evidence, not the evidence itself. This is, I think we're up to 41 videos and photos that are going to be seemingly introduced through the testimony of Attorney Mark Richards. This is a highly unusual procedure, Judge. Both sides will have the opportunity to call witnesses to talk about these things. We will have an opportunity in closing arguments to characterize these things. But to give the jury what...
Let's see what the judge decides. I like this argument.
That these things are all the evidence, or even that a lot of these things are relevant. But for the opening statement to essentially be the entire defense case and all the evidence, showing it to them is highly unusual. I took the approach in my opening statement, and I guess I was not pushing the envelope as far as I should have, but it's always been my approach that I will describe what I believe the evidence is going to be, but I'm not the witness. I'm not giving them the evidence. That's what the testimony's for. We've had a stipulation as to the authenticity of a lot.
What do people think? Is the judge going to allow this video or not?
They're admissible into evidence. It does not mean we're conceding relevance to those things, and I anticipate that there will be some arguments as to the relevance of a lot of these things. We've already had some arguments about some of these things. So, you know, you stressed.
Oh boy. Oh God.
It took 5 minutes for him to list all of those things, let alone what it's going to take to actually show them and play them for the jury. So I think as a general policy, Your Honor, and I understand it's not necessarily the law, but witnesses should be presenting evidence, not the attorneys in their opening statement. So I object to this procedure. I think it's overly long. It's duplicative of what the evidence is going to be. There'll be an opportunity through witnesses to present all of that. I think counsel should be describing what he thinks the evidence is going to show. That's appropriate. But showing them all the evidence this way, why do we even need witnesses at this point? I'll get up and I'll play all the videos I want to play. They'll play all the videos they want to play, and then we'll just be done without any testimony.
Let's see what the
judge says. That's not the way this trial should work. So I don't think this is a proper procedure, Your Honor, and I do object to it.
Okay. Well, first of all, are you going to be able to authenticate each and every one of these?
All of these come from exhibits that have been agreed or stipulated to their authenticity.
And they're all going to be relevant?
They all are relevant. They've all been...
Just trust us, Judge. Let us show the video first.
I've already heard about by and large. You know, the standard is not what you did or what you can do or could do. The standard is what the law allows, and I can remember
oh boy,
studying this 50 years ago, that this was an acceptable way with judicial permission to make an opening statement. We see it more in civil cases than in criminal. It's not customary in
Yikes.
criminal cases, but I've seen it done by your office. And I have to say that you're right. This is a record number in terms of the numbers, but on the other hand, there's a large number of crimes being charged and separate acts that are being asserted
This attorney's
with respect to
loving
both
it.
the acts that the state alleges were unlawful and the defendant's claim of self-defense. So, given that they do appear all to be relevant and they've been agreed as authentic, then I don't see any reason that I should interfere with his
And
right.
also, you can't call the victims victims.
Mr. Binger makes a good point in reinforcing my comment that this is supposed to be brief and informative.
Well, that makes sense, David.
It won't be any longer than him, Your Honor.
Bless you. All right, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. One of the motions in limine I filed, which was not objected to by the defense, is that there be no reference to any pending or prior criminal cases or convictions with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum. The parties are aware, the jury is not, that there was, at the time of his death, a pending criminal case between Joseph Rosenbaum and his girlfriend, Carrie Ann Swart.
Oh, no.
And there was a bond condition that prohibited Mr. Rosenbaum from having contact with her.
They're going to impeach one of the people involved here with unrelated complaints and proceedings.
Now, I made a reference in my opening statement to the fact that Mr. Rosenbaum saw Ms. Swart that night and was basically was not allowed to stay with her was not able to stay with her that night, so he left her residence. And I purposely worded it that way, Your Honor, because there are many reasons why someone may not be able to stay at someone's residence. It could be because of a bond condition. It could be for a myriad of other reasons. It's my understanding from an off-the-record discussion with counsel that he intends to go into this. He believes I've opened the door to it. I wanted a pretrial ruling from the court on this issue. We got one. And I'm now raising it because if it's going to be mentioned in the opening statement, I think this is the time to address this issue rather than in the middle of an opening statement. So I'm bringing it back up again. I do not believe that my statement opened the door to it. And frankly, my statement is not evidence. So I don't know that it can really open the door anyway. But by and large, I was very careful in the way I worded that. And I don't think it opened the door. I don't think, regardless, this is a relevant issue for this trial. Mr. Rosenbaum's conduct with regard to Ms. Swart has nothing to do with what was going on the street that night. So it is completely irrelevant, and I would ask that the court reaffirm its prior ruling on my motion in limine.
Your Honor, he can't have it both ways. He can't go and say he was at the house and he couldn't stay there and not. Why can't we tell the jury why? Because there was a no contact order. It's not appropriate. He thinks he didn't open the door, but he danced through the door.
Is this guy Canadian?
The hospital. Got out of the hospital. He was in a mental hospital.
That's a joke, I know, guys.
On the witness stand, and we're not going to get to ask that? I mean, that's insane.
I was very careful about the word hospital, Your Honor. I believe it was actually St. Luke's in Racine, which is a medical facility. It is not a mental institution. This wasn't Mendota or Winnebago or something along those lines. And frankly, I'm not even 100% certain why he chose to check himself in. But again, whether or not Mr. Rosenbaum needed a new kidney or needed medications for mental illness or was going in to have his blood pressure checked has nothing to do with the events of this night. And frankly, it's just a backdoor way of attacking his character and suggesting to this jury that somehow because there's going to be an allegation from the defense that he had some sort of mental illness that had something to do with.
I'm going to tell you guys, this is not looking good for the prosecution. None of this is looking good for the prosecution.
That, and we can go down that line and we can talk about whether mental illness contributed to his behavior. What was his diagnosis? What medications were he on? We could open that door and go all the way through it, but that's a mini trial on an irrelevant issue. And if it's going to come in, there's a way to get it in through an other acts motion, which was never filed by the defense. And I certainly have not opened the door when I talk about the word hospital. This could be COVID treatment. It could be a kidney transfer. It could be anything. It does not open the door. And again, I was very careful in the way I worded that, Your Honor. You know, if I start talking about his medications or I start talking about, you know, seeing a psychiatrist or something like that, that's different. Hospital is a very nebulous term that could mean a myriad of things.
Help me out here. I thought when I read the pre-trial motions, and I know there were a series of them on which there was agreement, so I probably may not have the best recall of those because I didn't have to put too much thought into it. But I thought that the references or the statements which were attributed to Mr.
Hey guys, I think I fixed the audio issue. There was some kind of weird compressor on it. I think I just fixed it.
You're telling me that there was also discussion about hospital? No? Or
there's no video or statements or audio of Mr. Rosenbaum talking about the hospital. The only relevance it has, Your Honor.
All right, I think we're good now.
So
sure.
There's
I think we fixed it.
Testimonial, are we going to hear testimony that he made statements that he had just gotten out of jail that day?
Sir, he's better than I am.
Okay. In fact, your statement on your opening statement was, and I will tell you this. I'm going to ask you to try to reconstruct from you, or if necessary, I'll have the reporter read it. But I don't recall the exact statement. I do know that I thought at the time, I'm surprised he's going into this because it may trigger a response. So what exactly did you tell the jury?
What I said, Your Honor, is that Mr. Rosenbaum had gotten out of the hospital that day and was carrying around a plastic bag, which is the kind of bag that hospitals give you to carry around your personal belongings. The only relevance that has to this case is the bag.
I just wanted to get
sure.
the statement.
Yeah, and I was doing that because the bag comes in, and that's the only relevance.
Okay, now, and you also made a statement about his being with the person by whom he was allegedly bound not to have contact.
Oh.
Do we know the exact scope of that order?
I believe it was a straight, typical, no contract.
Typical, no.
We can look it up, Your Honor.
Well, what did you say about it? What did you say about it?
What I said is that he had seen her after he got out of the hospital, that he couldn't stay with her, and so then he left and essentially came downtown. And Ms. Swart will testify, and she will talk.
Why did you say that he couldn't stay with her?
I'm sorry?
Why did you say that he couldn't stay with her?
I said that because it explains why he left and came downtown. He's got a hospital bag, Your Honor. It's a little unusual, I think, for someone to be released from a hospital, have a bag of their personal belongings, go to their girlfriend's place, and then continue to walk around with it. That's a little unusual. We know what was really going on.
And by the way, how do we know that he had been there and had left? Is she going to testify?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so she's going to talk.
Does the judge have any memory about the things that have been argued about this before? I mean, just like everything about this is bizarre, and it looks very good for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
There's been some allegations out there that this is a Molotov cocktail, or it's got chemicals in it, or it's got something that could cause the defendant harm. It had toothpaste, mouthwash, a water bottle in it. That's the narrow.
Now, did the mouthwash have fluoride or not?
By the
I'm not
hospital.
concerned. The relevance is not something I want to talk about now. I want to talk about what you said and why he thinks it is worthy of response.
He's misrepresenting the facts of the case to the jury by saying hospital when it was a mental hospital. Mr. Binger knows full well.
Why isn't that a hospital?
He had gotten out for a suicide attempt.
So?
And
It's a hospital.
And let the jury know what type of hospital it was. Why he was acting the way he was. He was not acting appropriately. That's part of the defense. And then he goes and says, can't stay there. Why can't he stay there? Because there's a court order that says he can't. He wasn't supposed to go there in the first part.
Oh my God.
And if he was on trial for violating his bond, then we'd have that trial. But he hasn't been tried or convicted of that because he's deceased. But, Your Honor, and by the way, we have the bond condition here. It's no contact, including the residence, electronic or third party, with Carrie Ann Swart and the Park Ridge Inn, which she stays there, and they had been staying there together until that criminal case started. So, if we want to charge Mr. Rosenbaum with violating his bond, what good would it do? He's deceased. But yes, that is true. But again, it doesn't make him a criminal on this evening. It doesn't make his behavior.
That's the point.
Help explain any of that stuff.
I don't think, as far as your opening statement, you need to respond to his statement about the hospital. I'll have to separately decide at a later point as to whether whether he had been hospitalized and for what, I don't know if that's admissible or not. I suspect that it is not.
Right.
But I'll keep an open mind. As far as his not being there or not supposed to be there, again, I'm not sure that I want to hear about that in your opening statement.
Seems like the right decision.
But again, I'll hear you later as to why you think that.
It violates HIPAA, giraffe, and badger.
My client traveling here from out of bounds, and he's trying to say, oh, he had a good excuse for not being at home. He couldn't stay there that night. Well, the jury should know why he couldn't stay there.
Well, I don't know. If he can't stay there, he can't stay there. She could have kicked him out because she didn't like his having a hospital bag. I don't know.
Yep.
I'm not sure it's necessarily relevant. He was where he, like the defendant, was not supposed to be, allegedly, and we'll let it play out. But don't talk about those two things in your opening statement. Anything else?
Do not talk about it.
Okay.
Says. So now they are going to bring in the jury. The opening statements from defense counsel are going to start. I want to say thank you to C. Missile for the Twitch Prime subscription number 16 today. Also, a huge thank you to Bo Lungberg subscribing today on my website with the coupon code Felony21, new member number 17. As the jury comes in here, I just want to remind you guys, we're doing multiple streams today, second day in a row of the Rittenhouse trial. I will be back tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time with the results from Virginia, New Jersey, and a bunch of different mayoral races. I would love it if you supported the work we're doing and the triple duty, discharging our duty on the multiple streams plus the podcast. Get a membership on my website, joinpacman.com. It's dirt cheap. And if you want to make it even cheaper, use the coupon code Elements of Bathrooms to save 69%. I will thank everybody who signs.
The fierce debate over COVID protocols in schools inspired The Daily Show's Jordan Klepper to hit the road and talk to parents in North Carolina about why they're so against things like masks in classrooms. Here's some of what he found.
My child was suffering after wearing his mask for so long.
What kind of issues has he had?
He's had acne on his face from, the mask covering and not letting his skin breathe.
Has he had COVID?
No.
But he has had acne?
Yes.
So, if you had to choose...
No.
What's wrong with having children wear masks in school?
Well, you're breathing in the toxins that your body is trying to get rid of.
How do surgeons do it?
That is a good question.
There's been some new studies that have come out both by the CDC and by even Duke University talking about masks being helpful, especially in a school situation.
I challenge anybody to put a mask on and 5 minutes later smell that funk and think it's good for you.
So there's science and then there's the smell test, and you're going with the smell test.
Yes.
You have ICUs full of people suffering from COVID right now.
Do you now? Is that true? Or are they just being the diagnosis on paper? I've walked through the hospitals, I've videotaped inside the hospitals, and guess what? It's not full of COVID patients.
Now I'm worried about COVID and security measures at North Carolina hospitals.
I don't co-parent with the government.
Well, you don't want to co-parent with the government. Don't get pregnant in Texas.
There we go.
Right.
Don't get pregnant anywhere.
Your kids go to private school?
They're enrolled in public school.
Isn't that kind of co-parenting with the government?
No, it isn't, because you know why? We have a Board of Education. We also elect who our officials are. We get to have a voice.
Right, so you work with the government.
We do.
In parenting decisions.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We could keep doing this all afternoon, but I won't. Joining me now is the man who has seen and heard just about everything, Daily Show contributor Jordan Klepper. Jordan, I feel your pain. My brain hurts just watching some of what you just showed us a few moments ago. I think you might have broken a few brains, though, with the power of the follow-up question, which is an art form. I have to say, my hat's off to you. Do you find that all of these anti-maskers were dug into their views no matter what? Or did you ever find a case where, somebody had a light bulb moment and you actually convinced them, okay, maybe I need to take a second look at this?
Well, I'll say at that specific rally, there was no light bulb moments. Everybody's pretty much dug in. There were interesting conversations taking place. I mean, and there's valid concerns people have about what this will do to children who have disabilities, who maybe can't communicate as well with a mask on. But sadly, those conversations weren't happening because they were stuck in this grievance gumbo where we were talking not only about mask smelling, but also critical race theory got thrown in there, and it just became this giant mess. And so it was really difficult to get through and talk about ways in which you can get what everybody wants, which is essentially schools open and kids healthy.
Yeah, I find when I'm at Trump rallies, for example, you ask one question and you sort of uncorked a bottle of grievances that may not even be connected to the original question. And I find that to be the case when you're out there talking to a lot of these folks. What are some of these wild arguments that you are hearing from some of these anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers that you run into?
Well, I'll say some of this is by design. I mean, that event that I was at, Madison Cawthorn came in. It wasn't his district, but he came in anyway, and he brought in the grievances of critical race theory. He talked about trans athletes coming in and taking over female sports in high schools. It became this fervor that got very far away from taking care of the kids. That particular rally I was at, everybody had their own theories. A new one that I heard was specifically that Satanists stand 6 feet apart. So if you see people taking precautions where they are standing 6 feet apart from one another, that's a Satanist cue of 666, and not just people waiting in line responsibly at a Best Buy.
Yeah. And then how do you argue with that? I mean, that is the painful part of this. And it's not just the issue of masks. You've been talking to anti-vaccine protesters. I've caught some of those pieces. They're just incredible. And in New York, of all places, let's take a look at one clip.
Actually, some people have died from the vaccine. Don't believe me, go to the media, go to the Google or...
Some people have died from COVID.
Yes.
So many more than from the vaccine.
One thing with me, I try not to argue facts.
You're from Pennsylvania.
Yes, because we know it's coming to Pennsylvania.
How important is it like that to think ahead to protect something before it gets out of control?
It's everything. It's everything, because once it's gone out of control, you don't reel it in.
Right, like that's why it's important for everybody to get a vaccine, squash it before it gets out of control.
That's why what?
It's important that we take the vaccine, squash it.
Oh my God, what side are you on? Are you nuts?
You threw off there for a second. I mean, at least you may have connected for a moment. What's that?
Logic has a way of doing that sometimes.
It does. Does it ever shock you that people are more afraid of a shot that will save lives than they are of dying from this virus? I mean, as for monoclonal antibody treatments, I suppose you're hearing a lot about that out there when you're on the road, but not the vaccine. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I think it used to be shocking, but now it's not about general health or even the vaccine anymore. It does boil down to tribalism, and because it's become politicized in a way, folks aren't refusing to wear masks because they've read the science, even though they can show you laminated pieces of paper that's the science that they happen to find on a quick Google search. They're doing it because it aligns politically with the side they think they're on, and so they'd rather be right than appear wrong in the eyes of other folks. And so I see that happening, and I think it's also a disconnect from some of the people I talk to from the realities of that situation, which is a tragedy because the realities of that situation can be seen in ICUs, they can be seen in other people who are passing away. So it oftentimes feels like it's being played like a game and not being played like what you sadly said at the beginning of this show. We've reached 700,000 people passing away. But we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is my side winning, and my side happens to be not taking a vaccine.
Right. I mean, that's the thing I wonder about is, I mean, it doesn't matter, I think, for some folks, how many deaths we have or how many vaccines are FDA approved. They are just hell-bent on being on their side of history, even if it's not the right side of history. And Jordan, I want to ask you about being outside the Capitol on January 6th, because you were there. You were talking to people in the crowd before the building was breached. And it's remarkable how adamant those Trump supporters were that Joe Biden did not win the election. Let's take a look at that as well.
Will you accept Joe Biden as President of the United States on the 20th?
No, I will not accept the verdict. No, I will not. So look, I've educated myself about this, okay? I don't know all that's in the Constitution.
Have you read it? It's pretty short.
The Constitution of America?
Yeah.
I've not read the whole thing, no. You've read the entire thing?
Yes, it's remarkably short.
All right. I doubt that, but it's okay.
You should read it, because you might be committing a seditious act in an hour and a half.
Okay, I'm not going to comment about that.
The people didn't vote for Joe Biden, though. The Dominion system voted for Joe Biden.
Do you think it's possible that Hugo Chavez infiltrated the Dominion systems, changed the votes, orchestrated by Joe Biden?
I think anything's possible.
Do you think it's possible that a president who never pulled above 50% lost the election? and is sore about it?
Absolutely not.
You know, Jordan, I'm old enough to remember when people would say, you know, you shouldn't talk to those folks at the Trump rallies. Why do you do that sort of thing? And what I find to be just so remarkably important about what you do, Jordan, is that you do take the time to talk to these folks, to hear what they have to say. It's just so vitally important when you look at this video that you captured before the insurrection at the Capitol. I mean, it's just amazing to be on the front end of that. I mean, what do you think, looking back on that experience?
I mean, that was a harrowing day, as we all know, but not surprising. You know, we even planned our day around knowing the traffic patterns of people listening to Donald Trump speak and then heading over to the Capitol. We had to be specific about where we interviewed people because sometimes people see us and they aren't too happy to see us. So we were there when people breached the outer gates because we knew that's where people were heading. And there was people waving pitchforks, and there was a moment where I was talking to a man waving a pitchfork who got interrupted by another man who was yelling. And the pitchfork guy wanted to be separate from that guy because he got out chaosed by another man. And so when you're talking to a man wielding a pitchfork and he's taking the higher ground, you know you're in for some stuff that day.
Absolutely, and I know that you have security when you do this sort of thing, which is also vitally important. And Jordan, you did a whole Into the MAGAverse special. So what do you think is next for the MAGA movement, especially with Trump? I mean, he is making it, almost official that he's running again in 2024. We know that he likes to tease things out for attention and so on. He can't handle not being the center of attention and so on. But where do you see this movement heading?
Well, I mean, I think this movement is based around the latest grievance. And so one end, there's talk of civil war and secession. But if the next grievance is suddenly you can't wear open-toed shoes in a Chipotle, that will be also treated as the greatest stomping on liberty that there is. And so it's hard to guess.
You're worried about civil war in this country. I don't mean to cut you off, but it sounds like you're worried about that actually occurring.
Well, I don't like the dialogue around that. I think what is really difficult about it is I think we have a lot of people getting information from their own little pockets, and then they bring it to a place and they refuse to engage in actual conversation. So I hate that that's what I'm hearing out there, and at least I'm hearing discussion of secession, and I'm hearing people in Congress who talk about bloodshed. And dear Lord, we don't want that to happen, but I think we're going to need some sanity brought back to these rallies and these places so that we don't get to a place that we can't get back from.
Well, Jordan Klepper, we appreciate you bringing sanity to these shoots that you go on and these folks that you're trying to connect with. You're doing some amazing work out there, and people might think, oh, well, this is all just a joke. It's Comedy Central. They're having a great time on The Daily Show and so on. But I just see this as vitally important journalism that you're doing out there. So really appreciate your time, and thanks for coming on and sharing your work with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Jim.
It's like, man, this is the biggest grift going.
Thank you very much. So, have a good life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, have a good life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Have a good life.
Bye-bye. Which president was your favorite? But all time, who's your favorite?
Well, all time, I'd say Ronald Reagan. Shorter term, I would say, well, you know, you look at Lincoln and you look at Washington, you have to go with, they're the classics, right, Alex? You know, you think in terms of the great classics, you have to go with the Lincolns and the Washingtons.
I agree. As a man's man, George Washington was badass.
Yeah, that's what they say. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope. A year into office, you'll be saying, wow, I remember that interview. He said he was going to do it, and he did a great job.
It's the truth, and I'm just going to say it, that I wish I never would have fucking met Trump. I wish it never would have happened. And it's not that the attacks that I've been through. I'm so sick of fucking Donald Trump, man. God, I'm fucking sick of him.
I learned this from my hypnosis coach. You have to have credibility in the hypnotist, your therapist, your doctor. It helps. I have credibility to many of you. And this is one of my tricks. So, excuse me, I've got allergies today. I literally am pacing the reader to get them to believe my story enough by the time they get to those chapters that it overcomes the fact that I don't have any professional credentials. I'll give you this following warning. I am going to be rewiring the brains. I'm a trained hypnotist. Most of you know that. Imagine without touching anything, you just look around and you look at an object.
No, don't hypnotize me.
Room, and just look at it and imagine, instead of it being real, that it's a perfectly rendered, a virtual reality simulation. Now, watch how that makes you feel. You have control. You can see in the comments, somebody's crying. Some of you were just released from a lifetime of pain.
Well, one of the things he does, and this comes from my background as a trained hypnotist and someone who's studied persuasion for years, is that he speaks in visual ways.
Whoa. Mocking a disabled man is still mocking a disabled man. I don't care if you mock other people in a similar fashion.
No, my point is that when he mocked people who were not disabled, when he was giving his impression of them talking, he did this. Whoa. But you have to put it in context, that this is the thing he does for everybody.
Whoa. I really feel abused, honestly. I'm really happy that I've spent so much of my time and my personal credibility, a great deal of money. I would say that my personal financial situation is way worse. I would say my number of friends is probably down 75% because of supporting the president. There's no question about that. And
Love yourself.
I take it personally. It was free money sitting on the fucking table, and he left it there. And he left me on that table too. He left me just exposed. So he lost my vote. Somebody's crying.
I gotta tell you guys, I miss him. I think it is quite possible that within our lifetimes, we will not see anyone that will be remotely as truthful as him. I miss him. There was a guy guarding the door. He was the orange guy, and you guys all took him out. He told you the truth. I miss him. Trump was the last guy guarding the door. They're all mocking the guy who's guarding the door because he's orange and he has funny hair and he eats ketchup with his steak, and they were all mocking him. So you got rid of him, and then what'd you get? Okay. Let's see. Happy birthday, Dave. Keep doing what you're doing. Love your show. Will you go on Joe Rogan's podcast? Will I go on Rogan's podcast? I asked him, and our PR people asked him about a bajillion times to go on for my book. We did not get a response as far as I know, so I don't know what happened there. It's a little weird for me to say that publicly. I don't know what happened. Caitlyn Jenner, who right now is running for governor of California. I'll be totally transparent, John. I did donate $50 and I got the Caitlyn for California mug. I should have had it with me on set right now. And by the way, Caitlyn's people, we've reached out to you through every proper channel. I've tweeted a couple times. please do respond to our people. I guess we'll give it another day or two for someone to just respond. You don't have to do the show, obviously, Caitlin. By the way, I reached out to Andrew Yang first thing this morning about 4 hours ago privately. Didn't hear back. Now, he could be very busy. He's running for mayor of New York City right now. We also reached out to his press team, and we didn't hear back. Please do respond. I am seriously in a mood today. Like, what was I doing 5 minutes ago? I was literally Googling punching bags. So that's what we're gonna be covering today. I am ready to roll. Like, I'm ready for the revolution. I really am. Like, if this is what these motherfuckers are gonna do, like, I'm here for it. Like, I am not going to be your bitch. But before we get to all that, let's talk about Glint Pay, guys. I've been telling you guys about Glint Pay, and if you don't know, the world is in a very precarious spot. One of the things that's lasted for a long time, that people have cared about for a long time, well, that's gold. And using your Glint Pay card, you can not only buy and sell gold, but you can use this. I said last week that I think the Caitlyn Jenner thing is just complete BS. They still have not responded to us. Why don't we follow up again, actually? And it's like, you don't have to do the show, but if you can't even respond, then you're just not serious one way or another.
Speaking of winners, the greatest achievement this week actually happened at a Trump rally in Pensacola, Florida. That's where a brilliant musical group called the Freedom Kids performed this live number.
Enemies of freedom, face the music. Come on, boys, take them down. President Donald Trump knows how to make America great. Deal from strength or get crushed every time.
The manager of USA Freedom Kids is suing the Donald Trump campaign over what he claims are 2 broken promises for their group to perform at campaign events. He says the Trump campaign backed out of a promise to provide them with a table for them to sell their CDs. He let it go, but the last straw was a few weeks later.
The group was invited to sing at a campaign event for Donald Trump, and the rug was allegedly pulled out from underneath them at the last minute.
How dare they?
I was at the White House yesterday to see Donald Trump in person. At the White House!
Say a few words, please.
I was at the White House! Oh my God! Oh, so y'all really thought y'all were going to convict and disqualify President Trump? Where in the hell is the GOP? Where are they at? Why are they not helping President Trump?
Hey man, look, you were very prominent in Trump world, and now that, for now, he's no longer president, and I know how you feel about him in your heart. You know, you had some options there, and things were happening in your career. What are your plans for the next couple of months?
Oh, my plans for the next couple months is the same as I've been doing. Joe Biden's presidential address was the worst of all time. I mean, that was so horrible. And before I jump into that, this video is sponsored by one of the greatest companies, Noble Gold. Noble Gold can help you more than Joe Biden can. Noble Gold can help you protect your money and everything you worked hard for. They can help you bag that with real physical silver and gold. Give them a call. 1-877. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very tough. I've been banned from so many barbecues. Lord, and I miss them. I'm not gonna lie, I miss the barbecues.
Brandon Strzok, thanks so much for joining us tonight. You are a very interesting man. So you were a Democrat. Now you have a new movement called #WalkAway.
Yes.
That you're wearing. Good marketing.
Okay, and is it it's a website? Yeah, so I get on it and I look at other people who have walked away.
And what are you walking away from?
Well, I'm walking away from the Democrat Party, and I'm also walking away from the divisive, hateful, and now I think we're on the brink of almost violent rhetoric that's coming from the left.
Excuse me, sir.
Hey, everybody. You know, I was kind of doing some reflecting today a little bit, whether or not Trump has a second term. Today was the end of his first term. The Trump presidency is the very thing that opened my eyes and changed my life. I'm telling you, the future is bright and it's exciting. We are only just getting started.
The best is yet to come.
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 All my love.
That is 44-year-old Branda Straka recording a video in the crowd that day. Agents arrested him in Omaha following a tip, and now he's in federal custody on these charges: impeding law enforcement during civil disorder, knowingly entering and remaining on restricted grounds.
Hello to all of you, my family out there who haven't seen me in a while. I met with my attorney today and we had a conversation. You know, if you're able to continue to support or to begin support, in my emails, I provide a number of different options for people who want to be a monthly recurring supporter, for people who want to offer a one-time financial support, or for people who want to donate to my legal fund. I mean, it's essentially all the same thing, but...
Kamala Harris has been chosen to be the vice presidential running mate for Joe Biden in this 2020 election cycle. And I'm sure most of you have already heard by now because the internet can't stop laughing. But this choice may be a gift to Donald Trump of a massive 49-state landslide. I think it's fair to say Trump's going to win re-election. We all know Joe Biden will lose. Like, let's be real, man. I think we're looking at a Trump victory, man. Trump 2020 landslide, and we may see a 49-state landslide. We may be looking at a Mondale-Reagan type scenario where Trump landslides 49 states. Maybe a 50-state landslide. That'd be amazing. I just really think it's more likely that Trump wins 520 electoral votes. Trump gets 537 or 36 or even 538 every single electoral vote. As I've stated 1,000,001 times, Donald Trump's going to win. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been sworn in as president and vice president, as expected. For the time being, Democrats control a decent amount of power in U.S. government, but things are pretty bad. You'd think escalating gas prices, the cost of goods, and inflation would be bad enough, but now you got to tack on all the articles telling people to eat cicadas. Eat cicadas. Because there's, in many cities, food shortages, chicken and beef. No, we will not eat the bugs. Now, I personally don't mind eating bugs, just I think eating cicadas out of the ground is probably a bad idea, so I'd recommend against that. I'm going to do something now that a lot of people have criticized me for. I don't care. I really, really don't. I'm gonna shout out safeandreadymeals.com, because at this point, the stuff I'm seeing has me worried. Don't panic. Seriously, I can't say that enough. Don't panic. You got to remain calm and strategize, and that's what this is for. Don't panic. Massive power outages, pipes are bursting. What this is legit, and I really mean this. We are dealing with supply chain disruption. The one aspect of this that will likely affect all of you is the food shortages. I am only promoting it now because I genuinely believe you need to understand what's going on. I've gone to the store, some things are missing. Either food becomes more expensive or food doesn't exist. Don't panic, it's literally just food. You can order it and it comes. Check it out if you want to. We've already reached the point where citizens in some cities are storming the dumpsters to get what spoiled food they might be able to eat from a grocery store. This is real.
Is it?
Part of me, the selfish part, wishes I'd never met Donald Trump, wishes that I'd never met Roger Stone.
You haven't lived until 17 armored vehicles show up at your house at 5 o'clock in the morning with 29 SWAT-clad, weapon-bearing FBI agents to arrest me for the first time nonviolent, fabricated crime of lying to Congress.
I am getting some breaking news right here, and I'll share it with everybody. I was just handed this. NBC News has now confirmed that President Trump has called Roger Stone and told him that he will commute his sentence.
Also breaking right now, it's noon, a massive fire breaking out. This is a warehouse in Oakland Park.
Sky 10 over the scene as firefighters try and get it under control. You can see firefighters working to put the fire out right there.
The business was a manufacturer of styrofoam, commercial grade styrofoam, which is very flammable. And so something happened in there that obviously caused a fire, and it turned into a commercial fire very rapidly.
Hey, I've tried to go live, and I've never had this happen. They keep cutting me off. Roger Stone is here with me. We're 2 doors down from his office. There was a drone strike in America 2 days ago, folks. I'm telling you, this is incredible. Why is this not major news?
This building is catty-corner from my office. There was an enormous explosion, which is as yet unexplained. Some speculation that it was a drone attack. This vehicle's catty-corner from my office.
Look at this crazy drone strike.
I do know that Barack Obama signed an executive order just before leaving that allows the military to use drones on U.S. citizens if they deem that they're domestic terrorists. I put nothing by them, or perhaps this is meant to intimidate me. This thing looked like Dresden after World War II. I mean, this is 250 feet from the front door of my office.
So right there, it is stonedefensefund.com.
Yep.
You can go there, you can donate, help the man out. The shit that's going on is...
I mean, I'm literally indigent at this point.
I lost my home. I lost my savings. I lost my insurance. I lost my car.
I'm struggling to pull the resources together to finish writing a book about this entire horrific experience. Plus, I'll have some new products, my Stone Cold vodka, my Stone Cold cigars, my Stone Cold spectacles, my Stone Cold men's skincare line, my Stone Cold sauces, because I'm going to put my famous Sunday gravy in a jar. Stone's Cold.
Bring them back.
Stone's Cold neckwear, my 5 books, one of them a New York Times bestseller, 3 of them Amazon bestsellers. Are you familiar with Cameo?
Hey, it's the Mooch. I'm super excited to be on Cameo, so tell me what you want me to say to you. I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, Charles Spicer, I'm excited to be on Cameo.
I'm Michael Cohen. You need something fixed? Let's get started.
I just wanted to tell you that you are a kick-ass dad and a great role model for your children and your grandchildren.
Peter, this is Donald Trump Jr. I'm told that you're turning older than dirt. And I'm not that sorry about that because I'm also told that you're a serious lib. I've also heard about some of your fetishes, and I hope your family rides you like Seabiscuit. Have a good one, man.
Yes, I am saying to you, Trump will win in a landslide in November 2020, no matter what the other side tries, no matter what plot or plan they've got working out there. They will fail. And may I remind you that even Satan himself had a plan to take over heaven. He crashed and burned. That's what's going to happen to the left. Trump thanks all those who support him.
In heaven, they're rooting for him. Don't know what earth people think about. Heaven knows that God picked him, and what he's already done for this country proves that God picked him. And he's going to win in 2020, in case you wonder.
But even the frequency in his voice now has a vibration in it. Shake, right, and then we shake.
Really?
Some people may begin to feel that when they hear him speak, because you know why? He is our president. And so I can tell you, we're getting closer and closer to that time when God himself is going to do something.
Right now, I declare and I call forth our president to take his rightful place. Trump, to come forth right now, step into your destiny that God gave you, called you, appointed you, and anointed you for this time. This is his choice, and we call you forth right now in the name of Jesus Christ. The prophets of God are with you. The military is with you. So come forth, step into your destiny now. So be it in Jesus' name. Come forth.
Christ.
From the sitcom Happy Days, Scott Baio.
I want to thank Mr. Trump for asking me to be here tonight and talk about a man
that I trust with the lives of my family and the health of our country. What has happened to this country? I don't know. I don't know where I am anymore. My head is cut off. I don't know. My head is fine. Anyway, I don't know. What do you want me to do about it? Okay, my head's being cut off. Sorry, folks. This is what I'm doing. Joe Biden? Joe Biden? God help us. Who are we? Who are we? Who are we? We're Americans, God damn it. God damn it. Guys, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have said God's name.
I'm sorry I said GD.
I don't believe you.
All right, fine. I'm upset.
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm upset. So, my wife is sitting here.
Yeah, but don't.
Okay, I got
don't
it,
curse,
Renee.
please.
You're stopping my flow here.
Yeah, but you're going to lose a lot of you Christian followers if you talk like that.
Okay, thank you. So, I lost my train of thought. Look, I'm as conservative as you can get. So is my wife.
I'm an independent that's conservative.
Okay.
Yeah. But we don't want to change. We can't change the state of Utah,
Renee,
please.
let's pray that we get this thing done. Let's not give up on the man. I think if he felt he genuinely lost, he'd say, "Okay, thank you for letting me serve you, and God bless." I think that's who the guy is. But he believes that there's something going on, and I believe there's something going on, and I know you believe it too. Linwood, I think something's going to happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, the incredible Linwood!
Holy shit, shut the fuck up.
Linwood, everybody.
I'm a flawed person. I'm imperfect. What you love about Linwood is not Linwood. You love the message of Linwood because I tell you the truth and you love the truth. God is truth and truth is God.
Michelle Malkin and others have led a social media groundswell of support for accused gunman Kyle Rittenhouse. That has now led to a pop-up nonprofit defense fund asking for donations, and one of the most prominent conservative attorneys coordinating Rittenhouse's defense, attorney Lynn Wood.
Let Newsweek write about that tomorrow. Let Newsweek say Lynn Wood's making the Q. Here you go, Newsweek. Watch this one. There you go. Q is the truth. This is about the children, for God's sakes. Send this videotape. Send it to Hollywood. Send it to the politicians, the Clintons, the Obamas, the Bidens, the Bushes. Send it to those people because they are involved in child sex trafficking. It's time to tell the truth to America. Send them to jail. Put them in front of a firing squad. They are committing acts against humanity. The penalty for an act against humanity is death. Take them out.
Lynn used Kyle for his Twitter following, used my son's image. They used Kyle to gain money. I asked Lynn, where's money?
But here's the deal. What's the deal? We don't need you to investigate, interrogate, speculate, manipulate, fabricate, or instigate? Are we all on the Trump train? Now, when I say all aboard, you say choo-choo. All aboard! All aboard! All aboard!
Wow. I'm Silk with Diamond and Silk. Wow. And I'm usually the quiet one and the silent one, but you know silent can be violent. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. President. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And November the 3rd, 2020, you will be the president of the United States.
Also, you all, we still have a patriot out there fighting for our freedoms.
Yes.
Fighting against the irregularities that happened in the 2020 election, okay?
Yes.
So,
sorry.
Go ahead, what you do, girl?
No, I didn't do anything. We're good.
Okay, so what I want you, don't make it so big.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Don't make our faces
but
so huge
I
like
think
that.
I got it. I think I got it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm about ready to unbox Diamond and Silk. Y'all ready for this? Are y'all ready? Here we go. All right. Oh, man. Oh, not cool. Not cool. Not cool. That's not cool.
My head is cut off.
Where's her head?
Because unlike previous things I'd done that were game-changing, those were just time-space continuum reflections of the third big change I was going to be involved in. And that was bringing Donald John Trump into Austin. So I said it again. I said Austin into office.
Benedikt. Det er sukkerbånd. Hvad med det? What the fuck? This is so fucking odd.
Up to the best of my ability to pronounce the names of the folks who sign up. Kyle Rittenhouse looking a little tired here. And we are going to see now the start of defense opening statements. Defense opening statements. The jury, of course, kept off camera, as is typical. Thanks to Jakey Stark for grabbing a Twitch Prime subscription. Very much appreciate that, Jakey. Super chats continue to come in. They'll be up on the screen. The bringing up of a mental hospital, especially due to suicide, seems like a disgusting attempt to weaponize existing prejudice. Absolutely. Absolutely. Defense attorney seems to have a lot of aggression. Absolutely. Absolutely. All of these things. This is defense counsel. This is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm not sure who this woman is here. Maybe another attorney. Thanks to Clinkhammer for grabbing a Twitch Prime subscription, number 19 today. Very much appreciate that.
All right, good. Welcome back. What did I say? 10 minutes, right? Judicial time. When you're dealing with, what do we got? 5, 6 lawyers in the room? What do you expect? All right, let's go, Mr.
Also, thanks to Alpha Omega for the sub.
Please the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning still for the next 10 minutes. This is my opportunity to tell you and show you what I believe the evidence will show. Whoa. You've heard the state's opening statement, and now I will give mine. We have two very different outlooks on the events of August 25th of 2020. Kyle Rittenhouse was present
in Kenosha, Wisconsin on the evening of August 24th. He stayed at his friend's residence, Dominic Black. He saw on the live streams and things like that the events of the 24th. He saw Car Source number one, as I refer to it, the one that's on the east side of Sheridan Road, burn, all of the automobiles burned, destroyed. He saw the looting going on. He saw the other businesses burnt down. And the next morning, he went down to downtown Kenosha to look at the damage. He stopped and he helped clean up at the old Ruther High School. I think it's called something else now, but when I was around here, it was called Ruther, and before that, Bradford. And he saw that. He met one of the owners from Car Source, and they talked, and they decided that they would offer their services, him and Dominic Black and Nick Smith, to help protect the property of Car Source. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show, in spite of what the media and public statements and things like that have been, the evidence will show that Kyle Rittenhouse had strong ties to Kenosha. His father lived in Kenosha. His mother lived in Antioch, Illinois. Kyle worked here in Kenosha County at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie as a lifeguard. He went downtown to clean up the graffiti. Him and Nick left there, and they decided to come back that evening and help Car Source Lot 2, which is at 59th and Sheridan, and initially Car Source 3 at 60th and Sheridan. And when they were doing that, they met other individuals who had come to town at the urging of websites and things like that, and then just a general, I would say, distaste for the destruction. And those guys from the West Bend area, Ryan Balch, Lukowski, Joanne Fiedler, agreed that they would all help protect the Car Source lot.
He was basically doing community service.
Actually, they went to the lot at 59th early in the evening. And what will end up being, you will see the events of that night unfold in video and still photographs. But ultimately, what this case will come down to, it isn't a whodunit, when did it happen, or anything like that. It is, was Kyle Rittenhouse's actions privileged under the law of self-defense? That is, that the defendant believed that there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with his person. The defendant believed that the amount of force which he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent.
Fuck, this is actually kind of good, but it's a bit reflect.
And that his belief was reasonable. You as jurors will end up looking at it from the standpoint of a 17-year-old under the circumstances as they existed on August 25th of 2020. And Mr. Binger makes a big thing out of Kyle Rittenhouse was the only person who shot somebody that evening. True. Mr. Rittenhouse was the only person who was chased by Joseph Rosenbaum that evening.
But was he the only person chased would be a better question.
And what's important in this photograph is, one, it will allow you to identify him throughout the course of trial. Notice the belt, the baggy, lengthy jeans, and there will be a fair amount of testimony, I'm sure, regarding the maroon shirt. He's obviously currently wearing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was at a location, and Mr. Rosenbaum had, along with other individuals, started a dumpster on fire. And when somebody put that dumpster that was very close to a gas station out, Mr. Rosenbaum became enraged. I'm going to go back. This is sound on?
Fire, hvad er det helt nøjt til?
That's just a brief snippet of that interaction. And he was...
Burning,
It
fire.
looks like Colin Kaepernick is on the screen here of the prosecutor. Is that Kaepernick right there? Can anybody tell?
Which you'll see in the course of trial.
Oh, I guess not.
Holding him back, trying to stop him from getting at an individual who is dressed with a baseball cap, an AR rifle, and long pants. Excuse me, short pants.
Short.
Who looks very much like Kyle Rittenhouse. Here's Mr. Rosenbaum during the evening. Him and his friend or associate Joshua Zeminski had just come from starting a trailer on fire. He arms himself with a chain and goes up and down Sheridan Road, carrying this rather heavy chain used to tie down equipment. Next is a still photograph taken from the Ultimate gas station where he was shouting, "Shoot me, nigger, shoot me, nigger," at a Black Lives rally.
Black Lives.
Who is that behind him? Joshua Zeminski. The evidence will show that Mr. Zeminski, also named as Alec Blaine, and Mr. Rosenbaum are together throughout the evening. And Joshua Zeminski plays a central role in this scenario on August 25th. One, creating chaos and havoc with Mr. Rosenbaum. And two, more importantly, when we finally
I like that pronunciation of havoc. Havoc.
Zeminski is the individual who fires the first shot that evening behind Kyle Rittenhouse as he's being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum. Here's a picture with two circles. Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski starting the trailer on fire on Sheridan Road along with a dumpster. You see the photograph, the
Judge on his
second
phone.
one circled. Testimony will show that that is in fact Mr. Rosenbaum wearing a blue mask.
Texting very strongly, the judge.
And carrying a bag, which I'm sure there will be much testimony about. Other individuals in this, once again, Mr. Zeminski. In the photograph taken at the Ultimate, this is a still from one of the videos you'll get to see, is Mr. Zeminski armed with the weapon that he ultimately fires at the car source 3.
Judge is trying to remember whether he normally gets 2 or 3 spice level from the Indian place he's ordering from right now.
On her hand with a big, heavy flashlight. As you can see, there was no need that evening for a flashlight other than it being a weapon. Count 2 is an individual by the name of Richard McGinnis. He was a reporter covering the riots in Kenosha. He had covered the riots in Portland, Minneapolis, and he will tell you, when he's called to the witness stand by either the state or myself, that he was dressed like this that night. The black t-shirt with the white back, the helmet on his head, and he had interviewed Kyle Rittenhouse and talked to him, and Mr. Balch and Rittenhouse were going to go out and see if anybody needed medical attention that evening, and Richie McGinnis was going to follow along. He will testify that he goes out with them, and eventually they have an interaction with the individual who we refer to as Yellow Pants Man. This is Gage Grosskreutz, the individual who is the victim, or excuse me, the complaining witness in count 5. I apologize. And
did you guys see that? Even the defense counsel is calling him a victim, even though they didn't want that.
The evening filming.
Even defense counsel's like, this was the victim.
10, excuse me, the next photograph, is, the evidence will show Gage Grosskreutz running down Sheridan Road, and you see his hand going into the back of his waistband, pulling out a firearm to arm himself. The evidence will show through testimony of an individual by the name of Nathan DeBrune that yellow
Could it be argued that that opens the door to referring to the deceased as victims?
down Sheridan Road. Mr. Groskwitz is not in any danger. Kyle Rittenhouse has already told him that he's going to turn himself into the police, yet he arms and continues with the mob to attack. This is a picture of Anthony Huber, the individual who attacks my client as he's laying on the ground after being kicked in the head by Jump Kick Man.
Kick Man?
With the skateboard. He hit him with the skateboard as he was running down Sheridan Road, and then as he's laying prone on the ground, he comes in for another hit on his head, and then grabs Kyle Rittenhouse's firearm to try and take it away from him. The next photograph is a picture to look at the whole skateboard, the size of that skateboard, the trucks of that skateboard. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to be able to hold up that skateboard in front of you as evidence today, because then you could see it. You could see the weight and the heft of what a skateboard is. And what that skateboard would do is somebody takes it in their hand and swings down on somebody's shoulder, head, and neck, trying to separate the head from the body, as Mr. Huber did. But
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the argument here, Your Honor. This is straying beyond a characterization of the evidence, and it's Mr. Richards' interpretation as an argument.
you'll see the photographs, you'll see the videos,
You
and
said
ultimately
overruled, right?
you'll get to make the decision of what Anthony Huber was trying to do. The skateboard doesn't exist because Ms. Giddings, his girlfriend, in spite of repeated requests by Detective Howard, refused to produce it. That's what the evidence will show. Mr. Huber, at the ultimate gas, holding back Mr. Rosenbaum, who is ultimately the individual who lit the fuse that night. Man I refer to as Jump Kick Man or the non-complaining witness. Kyle is laying on the ground after being knocked to the ground by an individual hitting him in the head with a rock, Anthony Huber hitting him with the skateboard, and Jump Kick Man comes in, kicks him square in the face with his black boot. Close-ups of that. And as he's kicking him in the face, Kyle fires 2 shots at that individual. He's not hit. He gets up and he runs away into the night, never to be seen again, never coming forward to identify himself as a victim, complaining witness or otherwise to law enforcement. We looked for him, the evidence will show. The state looked for him, the evidence will show. Those are the big players in this case. But ultimately, what you'll end up having to decide, looking at all the circumstances of that evening, are the events that occurred over really a brief 15-minute period, but more importantly, 3 minutes. The police...
Guys, for everybody thinking that we're able to see the, we wouldn't, you're not missing anything. It's one line. There's nothing. We're just not able to see what they're referring to. I know the top of it is on this screen here, but everybody relax.
Going in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road. There's no statement that if you go in that direction, you can't come back if you have business in that direction.
What?
Kyle, an individual by the name of Ryan Balch, followed by Richard McGinnis, go down there, Sheridan Road. And at 11:40, they have a conversation yelling medic. And you'll see the videotape of this event. Kyle's got his medical bag, his gun, and he comes upon these 3 individuals. And the individual in the yellow pants accuses Kyle Rittenhouse of pointing a laser sight from a gun at him. Kyle shrugs it off, does not want confrontation with these individuals, does not point his firearm at them, and he leaves. Why does he leave? Because he doesn't want trouble. These are the three individuals who were with Yellow Pants. One individual is carrying a noose. I don't know what that's for. The other individual, the testimony will be from Kyle Rittenhouse and Richie McGinnis, had rocks in his hands. And then the blue-shirted individual was carrying a 9mm firearm. Richard McGinnis will tell you about the marauding nature of these individuals. He was so intimidated by them after Kyle walked away that he had to give up 2 White Claws to him to settle him down and some cigarettes so that he would be able to leave them. Kyle, from there, realizes he's been separated from Mr. Balch. He goes over to the Ultimate gas station looking for Mr. Balch and is unable to find him. What happens next is he attempts to get back to Car Source at 59th and Sheridan Road. This is Kyle on the right coming into the frame.
Video from Ruptly.
They don't let him pass. He goes back to the Ultimate gas station, and a few minutes later, at approximately 11:45, he receives a phone call from Dominic Black. Dominic Black informs him, the evidence will show, that they're breaking windows and starting fires down at Car Source 3. Go and stop them. He asks an individual for a fire extinguisher and asks the individual to go down to Car Source 3 with him. The individual gives him the fire extinguisher but does not go with him. And Kyle heads down to Car Source 3. He doesn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum is down there. He's been asked to go down there by Nick Smith. He heads down Sheridan from 60th, walking to Sheridan and 63rd where the Car Source is. That's a picture of him from a video leaving the Car Source at 11:46 p.m. approximately. He has his firearm, and he has, as you can see in his other hand, a fire extinguisher to put out the fires that are being started down there. This is an aerial photograph that the state had referred to in its opening, and it's actually started to roll, and you'll see circles in here. There's Kelly Zeminski in the green lettering, and that's a thermal image, excuse me. I don't think I can start. It starts very slowly.
And guys, again, the super chats are not blocking the video. It's 1 pixel. There's nothing you would see additional. There's a guy's head blocking it. Everybody relax. They're deliberately not showing it to us. We just see that little top inch there of that screen.
In the cars, beginning to chase my client.
Oh, Court TV is showing it? Let's see.
Image, excuse me.
Beautiful. Here we go.
It starts very slowly. You can see people are labeled Richard McGinnis, Richie McGinnis, and they head down. You see Mr. Rosenbaum come around from hiding in the cars, beginning to chase my client. You'll see the flash of the firearm from Mr. Zabitsky, and you'll see the flashes of his first shots. I am not responsible for cutting this video. I don't know how it got the way it did chopped up. That's the FBI up in the plane that took this video. But It's very telling because you'll see this 100 times. I'm not going to go through it again for you in opening, but you'll see it that the individuals are heading down Sheridan Road, and you'll see this Mr. McGinnis, who's now over here, go and hide right in this location. You'll see Kyle come into this area and pause where Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski are, and you'll see in this car is a fire that started. You'll see how it's bright. And they go, Kyle runs in this direction, trying to get away from Mr. Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Rittenhouse is under no obligation whatsoever to retreat from Mr. Rosenbaum. He does. He runs away from him because he doesn't want a confrontation. He doesn't want trouble, which makes no sense with what the state says about him hunting or chasing him down. He's trying to get away from the individual.
Here we go.
You'll hear testimony, not just from Kyle Rittenhouse, but Balch, Mr. Balch, about Joseph Rosenbaum stating to Kyle and to Ryan Balch in each other's presence, if I get either of you two alone, I'm going to...
He doesn't want trouble, but he went from a neighboring state as a 17-year-old to, quote, defend businesses.
When Mr. Rosenbaum is shot in the car source lot 3, there's been a gunshot behind Kyle. He turns to address Mr. Rosenbaum with his firearm. Mr. Rosenbaum is not deterred. He continues to run. And you'll see that on numerous videos, closing the distance. Mr. Rosenbaum could have stopped at any time. Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing that maroon shirt on his face as a mask, covering up his identity, because he wants to steal my client's firearm and use it against him to carry out the threat he had made earlier. That isn't just the word of Kyle Rittenhouse made up after the fact. You'll hear the testimony of Richie McGinnis, who was close that evening. He was following behind them. You'll see him on the video. He'll testify to you in court. He did not feel endangered. He was doing his job. He will testify that Joseph Rosenbaum let out, as he put it, one of the scariest screams I ever heard.
Oh boy. So the audio just went out. Let's, I guess for now, go back here.
Examiner. He breaks every frame down. He knows how much each frame takes. He counts the frames, and he comes up with that time.
Okay.
Next photograph.
Let's go back, see if they have the photographs here.
Of a second.
We're back.
From first shot to last shot. Those shots will be those measurements will be put forth by Dr. John Black, who's a certified video examiner. He breaks every frame down. He knows how much each frame takes. He counts the frames, and he comes up with that time. Next photograph, 1148. That's car source 3. You see an individual right here with his hand in the air. The evidence will show that's Mr. Zeminski. This is Mr. Rosenbaum in full stride running after Kyle Rittenhouse. This is a still from a video. And you'll see a lot of videos leading up to this. You'll see a video, I believe it's from Corey Elijah, where he's confronted by Mr. Rosenbaum. And he doesn't want a confrontation. And he goes, you'll hear it on the video. The video is not showing that confrontation, but you hear Kyle's voice. And he goes, friendly, friendly, friendly. He thinks because he's giving medical attention and helping people out, that people don't have an animosity against him. He's wrong, but that's the belief in his head, and Mr. Rosenbaum chases after him. And I believe that the state will want to say, why did he go down there? He went down there because Nick Smith asked him to. Why didn't he keep running? One, you don't have to run. But two, I'll show you a video from 63rd looking back onto the car source lot, taken by an individual who will testify and his daughter. Next photograph, circled again, Zeminski with the arm up, Rosenbaum in full stride chasing and an arrow pointing to Kyle. This is the video from 63rd and Sheridan Road.
Undskyld, jeg har ikke set den her video før. Hvad skete der det?
I don't know why the audio goes out on the court TV feed every once in a while.
Oh my God, are you?
You'll see that whole video during the trial. The individuals were at Car Source, the rioters, destroying all of those vehicles. And as Kyle was running from Mr. Rosenbaum, he did not want to run into those rioters who were destroying all of that property that did not belong to them. You hear the first gunshot, the evidence will show Mr. Zeminski. You hear 4 shots in quick succession, the evidence will show that is Kyle firing at Mr. Rosenbaum as he's trying to take Kyle's weapon from him to use against him. You hear 3 more shots in quick succession. I don't think the government will have any dispute. I don't think the evidence will dispute. Those 3 shots are from another person who's in the Car Source lot firing for some reason. He was never identified, never arrested. This will show Kyle running back to the scene of the shooting. And it will show, I think the evidence will show, why Kyle Rittenhouse didn't stay and render aid for Mr. Rosenbaum. Not that he's under any obligation to do that, but sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
Okay.
The individuals who are yelling, he just shot him, shoot him, and you can see one of them with a gun, Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski. He begins running down Sheridan Road. He's not taking his gun. He's not threatening anyone as he's running down Sheridan Road. He's running in a southerly, excuse me, I always get my directions confused, a northerly direction from 63rd towards 60th. What is at 60th? The evidence will show that is where law enforcement is, and that's where somebody would run to be protected from a mob that wants to kill him. The evidence will show this next video taken from Gage Groskwitz. He runs up to Kyle. At this point, he is unarmed. Kyle does not point a firearm at him, does not do anything to dissuade him from approaching him. You'll hear on the video the exchange, and you'll see it.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, stop him!
You see him running with the gun at the ground away from Mr. Groskwitz. Wow. Mr. Groskwitz came up on Kyle, got very close. Did Kyle point a firearm at him? Did Kyle shoot at him? No. All he wanted to do was get to the police. But the mob is closing in, of which Mr. Grosskreutz is a member. The first individual runs up behind Kyle and hits him in the head with his hand, or a hand with a rock in it. This yellow circle shows Kyle being knocked a bit askew, but more importantly, his hat being knocked off. He's run all this distance, his hat stayed on his head. The government doesn't want anyone to think that he's being attacked or hit. This still photograph shows that his hat is being knocked off. That's the first blow to Mr. Rittenhouse. He continues to run. The testimony will show that these individuals are running up on him. What's important in this photograph, the evidence will show, is on the left, the testimony will be that Mr. Huber is picking up his skateboard. Why is his skateboard on the ground? Because he has taken his skateboard and swung it at Kyle Rittenhouse's head for the first time.
Hopefully each of these assertions they can actually prove, because, you know, still images, okay.
Fall down. The two red marks are one, the individual who struck him first, and Jump Kick Man closing in. Kyle goes to the ground. This is a still photo from a video you'll see. What's important here, the evidence will show, is an individual. Kyle's on the ground within 2 feet. Kyle points the firearm at him, does not fire. The individual backs up. He's no longer a threat. Kyle does not discharge his firearm. The next picture. The unidentified complaining witness, Jump Kick Man, kicking Kyle in the face. Behind Jump Kick Man is Huber. Now he's picked up his skateboard. This is a photograph from a different angle, a different individual. And you see him running in Kyle's direction. There's the boot right before contact. Those are the boots that struck Kyle Rittenhouse in the face. Here is the photograph. Mr. Huber's bare hand on the skateboard, holding the trucks, bringing it into contact with the back of Kyle Rittenhouse's head. Jump Kick Man still has not even gotten completely on the ground. And where is Mr. Huber's hand? And it's important here, ladies and gentlemen, it's a bare hand grabbing his gun. The state will produce evidence, I believe, that there's no DNA on the gun. He must not have touched it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's video photographic evidence of him touching the gun. Next, the bare hand pulling the gun towards him. Jump Kick Man getting up to run away. You can see a close-up, the bare hand on the gun. Kyle Rittenhouse flat on his back in the most vulnerable position one can be in. There, the strap is pulled tight. Mr. Huber's trying to pull the gun away from Kyle Rittenhouse as he's laying flat on his back. Kyle's afraid he's going to be disarmed and shot with his own weapon, the evidence will show. He fires one shot, striking Mr. Huber. In this photograph, just entering from the right, the evidence will show is Gage Grosskreutz. One hand, a phone, one hand, a firearm. Here's Gage Grosskreutz with his hands up. Kyle Rittenhouse does not fire. Look at the distance between them. Huber's skateboard has not even hit the ground yet. That's how fast all these things occur. Mr. Grosskreutz does not stay in that position or back up. He moves in on Kyle, getting closer, pointing the gun almost directly at his head. As the state said, he's like this, but look at where the gun is going. The gun is in the circle. It hasn't got directly to pointing at Kyle's head, but it's going there. Kyle fires once, hitting him. Another individual approaches after Gage Grosskreutz has been shot, puts his hands up. Kyle Rittenhouse does nothing. In that in event number 2, the whole event from first shot with Mr. Grosskreutz, jump kick man coming in and getting the 2 shots, to the time Gage Grosskreutz is shot in the arm is about 5 seconds. You'll have exact times of those shots, how fast it occurs. And after the shooting that evening, Mr. Grosskreutz was interviewed. He told law enforcement his story of that evening. The one interesting detail he forgot to mention was that he was armed when he got shot. He told the police that he had lost his gun as he was running down Sheridan Avenue. He didn't know that there were people out there like him videotaping and photographing everything. He had a gun in his hand, and that's why he shot. His statement says that the reason he went into the fray was because he had to stop Anthony Huber from beating Kyle with the skateboard. At 11:51, Kyle has gotten up. There are individuals around who are in that area who've come at him. He's pointed his firearm, backed them off, and he continues in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road to 60th.
Imagine finding out this is what your kid was up to. Can you imagine? You see Kyle with his hands up approach the police car to turn himself in. The evidence will show that the police told him to get away from the car and go home. The police say that they pepper sprayed Kyle. Kyle didn't get hit with the pepper spray. He's not disputing that they might have shot pepper spray at him. That's why he backed up so quickly. He finally makes his way to car source 2 back at 59th, meets up with Dominic Black, the individual who sent him down to car source 3, tells him about what had happened. Dominic Black, I believe, will testify that he saw him. He was white as a ghost, sweating like a pig, and he was explaining what happened, saying he had to do it. It was self-defense. They talk about going home to Antioch. Dominic Black takes him home. They leave about 10 to 12, and at 1:20, Kyle Rittenhouse and his mother are walking into the Antioch Police Department, turning themselves in to the police, which is what he wanted to do here in Kenosha, but the way Kenosha was that night, with the police department surrounded by fence and things like that, he couldn't. He turned himself into law enforcement. He said from that day what he did. He's made no bones about that. He acted in self-defense, ladies and gentlemen. The evidence will show that his actions on August 25th of 2020 were reasonable under the circumstances as they existed that night, being attacked by Mr. Rosenbaum. The evidence will show, and the law is clear, he didn't endanger those other individuals. The government can refer to him all they wish as an active shooter. The only person he had shot was Joseph Rosenbaum, who had made threats to kill
had made numerous statements about ripping people's hearts out. He wasn't afraid to go back to jail. And Nathan DeBroom will testify to some of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum that night. And he'll testify, and it was one of the more telling statements, I thought, in his statement. If there was trouble that night, Joseph Rosenbaum was there. And that's ultimately who visited himself upon Kyle Rittenhouse. The evidence will show he thought, probably, that he could get that gun from Kyle Rittenhouse.
Probably.
He was wrong. Kyle Rittenhouse protected himself, protected his firearm so it couldn't be taken, used against him or other people from Mr. Rosenbaum who'd made threats to kill, and the other individuals who didn't see that shooting attacked him in the street like an animal.
Wow.
Ladies and
So it's
gentlemen,
not even that he's not guilty according to these lawyers. He's almost like a hero.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let's break for lunch, folks. I'm going to take.
Let's go back to our other feed.
We have this blower up here, which on occasion I used to, and it's gotten progressively worse over the years in terms of its enormity and intensity, but it controls the entire building. So I can't shut it. I can't ask them to shut it down because it has control over the water, the air throughout the entire building, and it's tied into what they did to the ceiling here in 1965 or so. All right. And with that, please don't talk about the case during the break. And is it unrealistic to set a tentative start time of about 1:15? But if you folks want more, that's okay. Just let me know if you want more time, and then we'll use this as a trial for the future. If you decide you wanted to go less time too, we could do that. But right now we'll aim for 1:15. And any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
So the jury will now exit. They're going into lunch break. Unclear if they have pizza, sandwiches, quiche, or something else today. Opening statements we've heard from the prosecution, and now we've heard opening statements from the defense team. We're going to talk about all of it. They're going to be back momentarily for more. I can't thank enough, as we wait for them to move here, the folks who have been supporting the stream today. I really, really, really want to thank people who just got memberships on my website. Matt Allen just signed up on my website. Mike Leone is a new member. Paul Herbig and Andrea Sullivan, thanks to both of you. RJ Quick, as well as Alexandria Bain, have just signed up. That's 6 people, putting us at 28 for the day. We've been streaming every day of the trial so far. Okay, it looks like they've cut audio for the time being. I would really, really appreciate it if you signed up on my website, joinpacman.com. We do have a coupon code available. That code is Elements of Bathrooms. We really are primarily supported by the work by the memberships that you get on my website. Really appreciate everybody signing up. Today's a great day to do it. I'm going to be back tonight to remind everybody. Second stream tonight. It is Election Day 2021, and there's a bunch of different elections tonight, which I will be covering. We will have live results, Virginia gubernatorial, and others. And we will even, I think what I'm going to do is I would love to open phone lines tonight. Wherever we end up today, we're at 28. If we say, let's say we get to 50, I'll start at 50 tonight just to make it even more likely that we get to 100 and open phone lines. We are banning an historic number of people, primarily on YouTube, but some on Twitch as well. People are getting taken out. People are getting permabanned. It's actually crazy what's going on.
YouTube chat crazy
if anybody believes they should be unbanned. We can take a look. No, it seems like they've... Oh, no, 6 people want to get unbanned. All right, let's do this real quick. A lot of people are asking to be unbanned. I don't have my mallet with me right now.
Oh, that must be so fucking fun.
Let's see. User Bob Juice Under Frank just typed boring in all caps about 50 times and they were banned, then their unban request is Kyle Rittenhouse is an American hero. That's a permaban. Very, very easy. User Raving Mage said it was full-on self-defense and was banned, and then said I did nothing wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's just like that's we're banning people on both sides with that stuff.
Just need a moment to...
Right. Oh.
I don't know. I mean, it's like,
Oh God. I'm on the wrong build for this shit.
Let's pause that one for now. Yeah, some of these.
How do I?
A couple of these I'm gonna unban because they are just expressing opinions about the case.
How do I take this build to the next step?
Yeah, some of these I'm gonna unban. Like, it's fine if you just are expressing an opinion. We're not gonna do like the free Kyle is a hero stuff.
Oh, that has to.
Yeah, I'm actually unbanning quite a few. Yeah, maybe I'll even handle these off stream. Some of these are complicated. It's all kind of hectic. I know people are everybody's trying to make the best decision they can at the time. Okay, Jen here and Two Guys One Shovel are new Twitch Prime subscribers, numbers 29 as well as 30.
Why is
and
this
I really
happening?
do appreciate that. People asking what's the best coupon code. I think the best coupon code is this one, Elements of Bathrooms, which is a 69% off code. It's a really good code. I feel good about that code. Okay? Let me get to a few other things that I had, just a few little things different people might be interested in. This was, as many of you know, Andrew Yang will be appearing on the David Pakman show soon.
Oh, really?
This was an interview that was done yesterday. This was Peter Boghossian interviewing Andrew Yang. I got a little bit of a shout out. Let's take a listen.
That's been of interest to me. So the right wing had a feeding frenzy on this story. And so this is partially how the game is played. So I put out a series of tweets. Here's a problem I'd like to talk about. So the president of Portland State University said that racial justice is the highest priority of the institution. Fact check that. You can put a link to it. And I'd like to have a conversation with people on the left, not a debate. I'll even, it's no gotcha. I'll even tell you the question beforehand. Should racial justice be the highest priority of a public institution? Nobody would have that conversation with me. CNN, NBC, MSNBC, OPB, which is the Oregon Public Broadcasting, NPR, the Oregonian, nobody on the left would talk to me. So here's how the game is played. So something will happen. The right will have a feeding frenzy. You'll go on right-wing shows. You express interest. You'll even call on the phone, or you'll send emails, or you'll make it public to your Twitter. Please, I'd like to have this conversation with you. Nobody on the left will have a conversation with you. I shouldn't say no one. I take that back. One person I've had conversations with him. His name is David Pakman. He's the only person on the left who'd speak to me.
David's a good guy.
Yeah, he'll actually have a conversation with you.
All right, so that's cool. Andrew Yang is going to be on with us soon, and I think that that's going to be cool. Another little shout out. This is the new Leftovers podcast with Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker, and got a little shout out there as well. Take a look at this.
It's so strange to see. It's like, dude, what
I
the
just
fuck?
wish you would have more left leaning.
We're talking about Rogan here.
Yeah,
people
he'll say
to challenge
Tulsi
that.
Gabbard.
It's annoying because I would like to watch him engage in a conversation with somebody that actually knows these issues.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have like Abby Martin on every now and then.
Liberals.
He'll have Abby Martin on every now and then. He has Kyle Kalinske on every now and then. David Pakman.
When's the last time he had any of those guys on? Like,
I don't think
I like
recently.
Pakman.
It was
actually
relatively recently.
Who? Which one?
I like Pakman. All right, so a little bit of a shout out there from Ethan Klein. Very, very exciting. And then let's see what else I have for you guys. Oh, thanks to David Montalbano, who just signed up on my website with the coupon code Elements of Bathrooms.
Obama.
Number 31 today at joinpacman.com. Also, thanks to Cyclone Force for the Twitch Prime subscription, number 32 today. Folks, the code is working. The coupon code is working. Please don't mess with me. It is working. One other element here that I wanted to play for you guys. This is the epitome or the epitome, as I once heard read off of a teleprompter. It was once pronounced epitome. It's epitome. I present this without comment, okay? Take a listen to this. This is on the podcast today. Very, very important clip.
What's the most important issue in the governor's race here in Virginia?
That I'm not...
An issue in the governor's race here in Virginia.
Getting back to the basics of teaching children, not teaching them critical race theory.
And what is critical race theory?
Well, I'm not going to get into the specifics of it because I don't understand it that much, but it's something that I don't... What little bit that I know, I don't care for.
And I know nothing about it, and I couldn't be more against it.
Have you heard that you don't?
I was like a politician.
I'm not gonna.
Oh.
You know, I don't have that much knowledge on it, but it's something that I don't care for.
Guys, I've never tried sea urchin in my life, but everything I know about it, I don't like. And I'm not caring for it.
Dude, sea urchin is god tier
never
food.
read
What the
anything
fuck are you talking about?
by Jean Le Carré, but I think it's terrible. I really do. It's terrible. At least he's honest about his ignorance. Exactly. Let me see if there's any other interesting clips.
There must be something I can do to make this build sick as fuck.
Let's see what this one is. These guys do really good stuff.
When do you think Trump is going to be back in office?
As soon as possible.
Are you guys pro-life, pro-choice?
I'm, well, it's a woman's body. It should be her choice.
Okay.
I have nothing to do with it. I mean, who am I to tell a person to do something?
If they think it's a mistake,
I mean, personally, I wouldn't do it, or she wouldn't do it. But
It's about individual freedom.
Exactly.
Exactly. Which is really, you know, that is a very, like, Republican woke way of looking at things, to quote, you know.
Hey,
exactly.
brother.
All right, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate
What? This is actually
it.
kind
So
of
you're
good.
seeing that's
The
an
life should be
interesting
better though,
viewpoint
but
we're seeing here.
Kinda good.
Which is a little at odds with some of the other bullshit that we've seen.
Holy shit.
That's kind of interesting. Let's see this one.
Actually, like American values are out the window.
All respect. You know what it's called?
There's no respect. And what does the shirt mean again?
This means fuck Joe Biden.
Okay, cool. Is this your son?
It is.
Oh, cool.
It is.
How old is he?
He's 14.
14. All right. It's like ever since.
Yeah. Wow. That's something else right there. Irony is dead. It really is. Thanks to Ryan Jones, who just signed up on my website using the coupon code Elements of Bathrooms. Let me see if I have that one. I actually don't know that I have that on my panel today.
We're looking very strongly at sinks and showers.
And what happened, if you watched the election, I was called by the biggest people saying, congratulations, political people. Congratulations, sir, you just won the election. It was 10 o'clock, and you looked at the numbers, and I'm sure you felt that way. This election was over, and then they did dumps. They call them dumps, big, massive dumps. In Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and all over. If you take a
Right, exactly. Okay, good. So we've gotten that out of the way, and we can all be really, really thankful for that. Okay, we have just a few minutes left here until they resume. I will acquiesce. I will do a few voicemails for you guys. We did get a very, very significant number of voicemails overnight, including about yesterday's coverage of this whole thing, but I've got some older ones as well. Let's just see what we've got, okay? Let's see what we've got here.
Butcher. Fuck.
Hey there, my name is Jason of Salt Lake and
The audio quality is too horrible on that.
Hi, David. It's Vernand calling again from Toronto. I called you last night on a different topic. I was just listening to your commentary on Nina Turner losing her election race, and you did speak on a couple of theories on maybe on the left that were saying because she's more black or too black, and then you said you found that not doesn't make any sense because Chantel Brown is also black. I would be interested to see the data.
You know what? This is a 2-month-old voicemail. I'm sorry, 3-month-old voicemail. We're just going through the voicemail. And I don't remember exactly what I said. I can assure you it was nothing racist. Yeah.
David, I love your show. I'm a 67-year-old white female. But I'm wondering why all your callers seem to me to be males. I'm not accusing you of anything. Do females not call you?
Yeah, I mean, shows like mine skew male in terms of the audience. Overall, we believe the audience is like 70-30 male. But on both TikToks and Instagrams, we have a much more even split, where it's much more 50-50. I like this caller.
Or what to deal, but they all seem to be males. Explain that to me. Thank you.
All right, very nice. I like that. Very nice, very nice lady. Let's see what else we got.
Hey, David. I had a question regarding vaccination and vaccinating children in divorced families. So I have an ex-husband who is just, he's not smart, basically.
Okay.
And he does not want our son to be vaccinated. He's 12, does not want our son to be vaccinated because he's until he'll become.
We're going to have Virginia election results, New Jersey election results, a bunch of mayoral races, and a bunch of other electoral elements tonight. Okay, so thank you.
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell.
For us?
Ever since I was a little kid.
When you say hunt, what sort of things would you hunt?
Deer, turkey, pheasant.
Self-defense, as to Mr. Rosenbaum, then they consider
places it tells you in plain language that it does not apply. Not for hunting purposes, it does not apply, period.
Of statements which are made to you by and called upon.
Exchange there for a while. Fine. Open that door and go all the way through it, but that's a mini trial on an irrelevant issue. And if it's going to come in, there's a way to get it in through an other acts motion, which was never filed by the defense. And I certainly have not opened
shots at that individual. He's not hit. He gets up.
Rabbit.
Can you describe your family's property in Ladysmith for us?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 13 acres of land with somewhat we would call a shooting range, which is like a big open gravel pit, and it's pretty secluded and private in the woods.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant was interested in hunting. Did you ever bring him along hunting up in Ladysmith?
I wouldn't say hunting. We did bring him once to go kind of just get a feel for hunting. And shoot guns and just kind of get away for the weekend.
Do you remember when that was?
I would like to say a few months before everything happened.
If I said it was in early May, around May 1st of 2020, would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, do you remember a time in which you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith and there was some discussion about purchasing a gun?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We were going up and we had stopped at a store that was local to buy like clay pigeons and ammo. Kyle had also wanted a gun similar to the one I had. He did not, or I did not have the money for it, so he said he would pay for it. I told him that wasn't a good idea. He wasn't 18, but we came to an agreement to where he could have it once he is 18, it would be kept at my house until then. So it kind of went on from there.
What kind of gun was this?
An AR-15.
Did you have one of those already?
Yes.
Did the defendant see that gun that you had?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he saw that gun?
Just from when I bought it, he had saw it at my house, or, just me opening it from the box.
And he indicated to you that he wanted a similar type gun?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you about why he wanted such a gun?
No.
Now, you just mentioned the fact that the defendant was not 18. How old was he in May to August of 2020?
17.
And you discussed that he couldn't have a gun because he was 18. Is that something that you and the defendant actually talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those discussions?
It was more along the lines of he would be 18 soon. I told him I didn't want to do it because I knew it wasn't, obviously he can't buy it legally. We did agree that it wouldn't be his until he was 18, and he was aware of that. And from then on, it did stay at my house.
So when you were up in Ladysmith, I think you said you went to a local store to purchase the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
In whose name was the gun purchased?
Mine.
So you were the legal registered owner of the gun?
Yes.
Where did the money come from to get that gun?
Kyle.
After the gun was purchased in Ladysmith, did the defendant use it?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We just target practiced. We bought a pretty good amount of ammo and just shot clay pigeons, and just went into the woods on our property.
Now, you mentioned earlier there was some sort of, I think you said a shooting range on the property. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you describe that for us, please?
It's about 250 yards long. It's an old gravel pit that they used to use to obviously get gravel. It kind of just turned into the shooting range for us. It was a big open field.
Did you and the defendant shoot your AR-15s on that shooting range?
Yes.
You mentioned it was about 250 yards long. Did you have targets that far away?
Not entirely. It was, more at the time it was just like iron sights, so that wasn't a realistic range to shoot. We would set up clay pigeons hanging on trees at the end of the range and just kind of walk a certain amount of distance until we felt comfortable it was the right spot.
What would you say the farthest distance away would be that you shot targets at with your guns?
Say about 75 yards.
Were you successful in hitting what you were shooting at?
Not all the time.
I'm going to ask the detectives here to show you a couple of exhibits that have been marked as exhibits 27 and 28. And I'm going to have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that. I believe that Detective Antaramian is holding up what is been marked as exhibit number 27. Detective, is that right? That's number 27? Okay. Do you recognize that item, Mr. Black?
Yes.
What is that?
One of the AR-15s.
Do you know which one that is?
I believe it's Kyle's. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that yours and the defendant's look very similar to one another?
Yes.
Do you remember if there are any particular markings on one or the other that would help you to identify them?
The only difference was the sights.
What was the difference in the sights?
One of us had a bigger one. I don't remember which one it was.
Okay. I'll have the detective now show you the next exhibit, which is exhibit number 28. Detective Antaramian is now showing you another item, which is exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
Not from the last time I've seen both of them, no.
Okay. And I noticed that the gun that he's holding up doesn't appear to have a scope on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are AR-15s the type of weapon where a scope could be added to them if need be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Detective. Okay, could you grab that, please? Detective Antaramian indicates there's a scope in the box, so we're going to show that to you as well. Maybe we could show both of the scopes, and you could tell us if you recognize which one might be yours. So.
TGL.
I believe Detective Antaramian is showing you one of the scopes. Are you able to recognize if that's yours or the defendant's?
That is not mine.
Okay. So that scope came, you believe, from the defendant's gun?
Yes.
Okay. And if you recall, thank you, Detective, the other weapon that we had that had a scope on it, now that you've seen this other scope, does that help you remember which gun was which?
Yes.
Okay. The other gun that we showed you, which is Exhibit 27 with the scope attached on it, was that your gun?
Yes.
Okay. So these two exhibits, 27 and 28, are, 27 is the first one is your AR-15, and the second one is the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibits 27 and 28 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you help us understand, Mr. Black, why you were interested in having an AR-15?
I kind of wanted like a personal project. I had mostly only had hunting guns, and I wanted to try something new to target shoot. I have a lot of family with guns like that. They kind of find it a hobby to build them up and put different attachments on them, so I figured I would try and get into it as well.
How long had you owned that AR-15?
I want to say 2-3 months.
Before May or before August?
Before May.
Okay. And in that time period, had you made any modifications or additions to the gun?
Just the scope.
I assume if life had kept going forward like normal, you would have continued to do so?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the night of August 25th. Other than that night, was there ever a time in which you went out in Kenosha holding or carrying that AR-15?
No.
How would you normally store or carry around that weapon if you did?
In my arms. I mean, if I'm driving, it would be, disassembled in the back of the car, unloaded.
Maybe I was not clear on my question. I believe you said that up until the night of August 25th, you hadn't went out armed with that AR-15 in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you did have it with you in Kenosha, was it disassembled in the trunk of your car?
On the way there, yes, but once we had arrived, no.
Where did you normally keep your gun on a daily basis?
Locked up inside the house.
Whereabouts inside the house?
In the safe.
Where was that safe located?
In my dad's room.
Did you have a key to that safe?
No.
Who did?
My dad.
When you wanted to get your AR-15, did you have to get your dad's permission?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, when you say dad, that's technically your stepdad?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, in May when you went up to Ladysmith with the defendant, who all came along with you?
It was me, Kyle, my brother Ray, my friend Cody, and Kyle's sister.
Do you remember approximately how long you spent up there?
I want to say it was the weekend.
When you went up there, I assume you brought your AR-15.
Yes.
Did anyone else bring any other guns along with them?
Yes. We also brought like a 12-gauge hunting shotgun, and then I think my friend brought his little .22 pistol.
And I think you said earlier that your dad, your stepdad, and your brother were also interested in hunting?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many rounds you and the defendant would have fired off at that firing range up at the property in Ladysmith when you were there that weekend?
A lot. I would say 100, 200.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Black, I'm going to show you a document which has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize the photograph on that document?
Yes.
Who is shown in that photograph?
Kyle.
Was that a photograph that was taken when you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith around May 1st of 2020?
Yes.
Does that photograph show the defendant holding his AR-15?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Is there objection?
No.
Received.
May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor, on the screens?
You may.
Sometimes these TVs are too smart for us. Could you turn that one on too, Natalie? And then could you look for number 1, please? Sorry, I'll do it.
TikTok. Oh, sure.
Mr. Black, do you recall what day that photograph was taken when you were up there?
I want to say the same day we arrived.
Does that photograph show in the background there the property that your family had up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who it was who actually took that photograph?
Yes.
Who was it?
My friend Cody.
Do you remember if that was before or after you and the defendant went to the firing range and
This is before.
practiced? Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, after you and the defendant returned to Kenosha from Ladysmith, and the defendant, that you purchased this gun for the defendant, what happened to the gun after that?
It was locked up in the safe.
Which safe is that?
The one in the garage. It was the one that required a code to open.
That's the garage at your father's place?
Yes.
Here in Kenosha?
Yes.
Stepfather? I'm going to use that interchangeably, but technically that's your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Did you have a code to open that safe?
No.
Who did?
Only my stepdad.
So the defendant didn't either?
No.
Why didn't the defendant take that AR-15 back to Antioch with him?
Because we had an agreement that he wouldn't do that.
What was the reason why?
He was 17.
Was the defendant accepting of that? Did he understand that?
Yes.
Do you recall having any discussions with his mom about that?
Not me personally.
I want to talk about the time period between when you came back from Ladysmith in early May and the night of August 25th, 2020. In that period of time, did the defendant ever possess that AR-15?
No.
On the day of August 25th, 2020, the day when all this stuff happened, did he possess that gun?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he gained possession of that gun on August 25th?
My dad had took a lot of the weapons we had out of the safe due to all the rioting and stashed them inside the house in case somebody were to come break into our house. And that gun happened to be one of those weapons.
Do you know how the defendant took possession of it that day?
I do not. All I'm aware of is that it was downstairs.
When did you first see the defendant with that weapon that day?
When I was in the kitchen. So about, I want to say, a few hours before we left.
And tell us what you saw when you were in the kitchen.
I saw him coming up the stairs with it.
With the AR-15?
Yes.
Did you hear him ask you permission to take that gun?
No.
Did you hear him ask permission from your father?
No.
When the defendant came upstairs with that gun, what, if anything, did he do with it?
I believe he set it down on the table and started looking for medical supplies.
What do you mean by medical supplies?
Like bandages, rubbing alcohol, certain things like that.
Do you know why he was doing that?
Yes, in case somebody was hurt downtown.
We've seen some photographs that night of the defendant with a bag that looks like a medic bag. Do you remember him having that night?
Yes.
One that night? Do you know what was in that bag?
All the medical supplies that he was gathering.
Were those medical supplies gathered from your house?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant got any medical supplies from Walgreens or any other store or anything like that, or was it just all from your house?
I know there wasn't any from any store, but I'm unaware of anything that happened after we had got to the lake.
Okay. So I believe you described that the defendant took the gun into the kitchen, put it on the table. He was gathering some medical supplies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We proceeded to get ready, and then we went down to the lake.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Kyle.
Where did you go when you went down by the lake?
At first, we had parked by a friend's house, and then we walked to, I want to say, the back parking lot of Ruther.
And what did you do there?
We met up with our friend Nick, and then we proceeded to go to the car source locations.
When you say Nick, do you mean Nick Smith?
Yes.
When you say car source locations, we've heard some testimony about 3 different locations. Can you help us to understand which one you're talking about?
The first one we went to was the one that would be closest to us right now, so further south.
I apologize, I was a little distracted there. Can you tell me again, which was the first one you went to?
The one that was further south.
63rd and Sheridan, does that sound right? And when you say we went there, was that the defendant, you and Nick Smith?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then we met the owner once again, and he gave us a ride to the north location and dropped us off.
Okay, I'm sorry. You say you met the owner once again. When was the first time that you met him?
Previously in the day, I want to say it was around morning time when we were cleaning up all the graffiti.
So maybe I've jumped around a little bit, so I want to make things clear. If I could have just 1 second. Let's start. I apologize, it's my fault. I kind of jumped in the middle of the day. So I want to start at the beginning of that day. That was Tuesday, August 25th, 2020, the day that all these things happened. So let me back up for a little bit so we can kind of go in chronological order. I think it's easier for everybody to follow. The night, Monday night into Tuesday, did you stay at your own home?
Yes.
Did the defendant stay there as well?
I do not recall.
Do you remember when the first time would have been that you would have seen him on Tuesday morning?
I don't know specifically what time, but it was before noon.
When you saw him, was it at your house?
Yes.
What happened when you first saw him? What did the two of you do?
Me, him, and my brother Ray decided to go down to the lake and kind of just look at how things were. And then from there on, we decided to help clean.
When you say you went down to the lake, do you mean the actual beach lakefront, or do you mean downtown?
Downtown.
Where did you go when you went downtown the first time?
We parked right next to the car source location that had already been burnt down, and then we walked across Sheridan to Ruther.
I'm gonna, may I approach, Your Honor? I have a map here of the area, and I'm gonna try and prop it in such a way that we can all see it. I wish I had an easel, but I don't right now. Mr. Black, I'll be a human easel for a moment. This shows the area of downtown, beginning on the north at 58th Street and going down to the south at 63rd Street. Sorry, Karen. And the area along Sheridan Road there. Do you see that, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to ask you that. What happened to our easel? Do we know?
Well, they
back
went
here?
upstairs.
Okay, and then put it, because right now the defendant can't see it, and I'm required to ensure that he does, and also I can't see it either. Now, and then also, once we get that, then
wait, is that okay? Can we
we're
wait
waiting
for
for the easel.
Yeah.
You can continue with examination on something else,
It's
or you
right.
can wait. There we are. Put it back so that the defendant can see it.
Or up there.
Can we maybe
Or up
angle
there.
it up there?
That's
Would that be
actually what
okay?
we use.
Yeah.
Yeah, use that.
Okay, thank you, Judge. This makes it a lot easier. Mr. Black, I put a little laser pointer right in front of you there. Could you use that and show us on this map? I'm going to focus in on the first time you say you came down with the defendant. And I think you said, was there anyone else with you the first time, or was it just the two of you?
No, it was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
There's another if you like. So I know, then you could if you want.
Yeah.
Or you can use the one Sister Mercy Ann gave me.
I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, so I'll use it as a laser pointer. So, thank you. Sure, I know how to turn it on now. Oh, there's the button. Okay. Could you please use that laser pointer and show us on this map? You said you parked near one of the car source locations when you first came down.
Yes.
Can you point out where that was?
About right. Say right here.
And for the record, you are pointing to an area that is, I believe, on 59th Street, just east of Sheridan Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on this map, there's a label there of one of the car source locations at that intersection, at that corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You described one of the car source locations as one that had been affected by the events of the previous night, and I'm not sure what word you exactly used, but can you describe for us when you were at that particular car source location, which is on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, what did you observe?
Every car was burnt to ash. There was a lot of garbage and graffiti everywhere.
Now, there's a structure on that property, an office of some sort. Did you observe that office as well?
Yes, it was burnt down.
Did you look inside?
No.
Is it fair to say that every car in that lot was burned to the chassis almost?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated you parked near there and looked at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
From then we walked to, which is now Harborside.
And on that map, can you show us where that would be?
I don't know if it's on the map exactly, but it would be more south up there.
And when you say south, you mean actually north?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the area near Ruther High School?
Yes.
Which would be right across the square from where we're at right now?
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrub the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend doing that?
I want to say 2 hours, about 2.5 hours.
Did you have any supplies on your own to use to clean, or did people already have some?
They had some. I personally left by myself to go get sandpaper, and then I came back to try it.
I've never tried to clean graffiti off a wall. How does it work?
Not very well.
Well, I appreciate your efforts. What happened then after that?
From then we went back to the house and went home.
So you got back in your car and drove back to your house?
Yes.
And your brother came along?
Yes.
What happened then?
From then, that's when we ended up getting the guns.
Now, we talked earlier about a time in which the defendant came upstairs into the kitchen with his gun. He started to gather some medical supplies. Are we at that point in the chronology?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I've got everything in order. Then let's go forward from there. What happened after the defendant was gathering medical supplies? He had the gun in the kitchen. What happened then?
As soon as we were ready, we went down to the lake, and that's when we parked at Nick Smith's house.
And I don't know if it is on that map or not. Is his house located somewhere in that area?
Yeah, it's not on the map, but it would be if the map was up more.
Okay. If the map was up more?
If the map were up more, yes.
Okay. So your friend Nick Smith lives somewhere near this area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, behind Ruther.
Okay. And you went to his house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who came with you?
Just me and Kyle.
Did you have your guns?
Yes.
Did you have any ammunition for your gun?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
We've had some discussions at various points already in this case about a strap or some sort of device for retaining the gun. Did you have that type of item with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant?
Yes.
Do you know how those were, how you acquired those?
Yes, from Jelensky's.
When did you do that?
I want to say the middle of that day, in between us getting back from cleaning up graffiti and before we left.
So earlier you described coming down, looking at the burnt out car source location, going over to Harborside or Ruther and cleaning up some graffiti, and then leaving the downtown area. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that when you went to Jelensky's?
We did stop at the house first, and then I believe it was like an hour until we did go to Jelensky's.
When you say we, who all went to Jelensky's?
Just me and Kyle.
What was your purpose in going there?
To get a sling,
Why did you want a sling?
so we didn't have to hold it the entire time we were walking.
Do you recall if you and the defendant both got the same kind of sling?
Yes, we did.
Who actually went in and purchased the sling?
Kyle.
And after that, leaving Jelensky's, did you then go back home again?
Yes.
And that's when you acquired, or the defendant acquired the gun and the medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said you came back down to the lakefront, is that right?
Yes.
Where did you go when you came back?
We went to Nick Smith's, and then we met him at the Ruther parking lot, and from then on we walked to the car's first location.
Now, I want to stop you for a second because you made a mention earlier of the owner of CarSource. Do you know that person's name?
I believe his name was Sam.
When, if at all, did you encounter him on that particular day?
We encountered him twice that day. The first time when we were cleaning graffiti, on our way back to the car, when we were leaving, we stopped and talked to him. And then after we had met with Nick later that day, he had brought us to CarSource to meet with him again.
So let's talk about the first time. You described cleaning graffiti at Ruther, which is kind of at the north end of this map. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you encountered this Sam on your way back to your car, which I believe you said was parked at 58th and Sheridan by that first CarSource location.
Yes.
Where in that process did you physically meet Sam?
On the corner next to CarSource, not the one that had originally got burnt down, but the next one over across the street.
Can you please use your pointer to show us where that was?
About right at the corner right there.
You're pointing to the southwest corner of the intersection of 59th and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you, at this particular moment when you were meeting with Sam that day, did you observe the condition of that particular CarSource location?
Yes.
How did it appear to you?
It wasn't entirely destroyed, but there were some cars that were damaged.
When you say damaged, what did the damage look like?
Like kicked in doors and hoods and shattered windshields.
Did there appear to be any fire damage?
No.
What about the building? Did you make any observations of that?
It was just boarded up.
Okay. And when you talked to Sam that first time, this first conversation, what did you talk about?
We basically just talked about the defamation that he had in his the one that had actually burned down, and how much money he lost, and how deeply he would be in case all his other buildings did burn down.
And was there anything more that you talked about with him?
We did exchange phone numbers in case he needed any help.
Did you feel at that point like you wanted to help him?
I mean, my help was definitely there, but I didn't offer any help at that point.
Do you know if the defendant did?
I'm not aware.
And when you say exchange phone numbers with Sam, did you personally give him your number?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
And then you said, we're going to fast forward a little bit because we've covered some of the intervening time period. You said at some point you came back down later, you parked at Nick Smith's house, and I think you said you went to the Ruther parking lot?
Yes.
And then at some point you said you went down to CarSource, is that right?
Yes.
Which CarSource did you go to after you left the Ruther parking lot?
The one that would be closest to Ruther, on the same side of Sheridan.
Is it that same one we were just talking about on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you came back downtown?
I'd say around 5 p.m.
And you and the defendant both had your guns with you?
Yes.
And those straps?
Yes.
And I believe you said you had ammo too?
Yes.
Okay. When you met with Nick Smith in the Ruther parking lot, was there anyone else there besides the three of you?
There was some other people that we didn't know that had also showed up.
And from there, you said you walked to the CarSource at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
We were kind of just following Nick. about halfway there, we found out that we were meeting the owner, Sam, again.
Did you actually meet the owner, Sam, again?
We met his brother, so the other owner.
Where physically on that map, can you use the pointer to show us where you actually met with the brother?
Right there.
So you're pointing again to that same car source at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
On the southwest corner?
Yes.
Was, when you met with him, do you remember, were you in the building? Were you outside?
We were outside.
Okay. Do you remember what you talked about?
We just talked about pretty much how to get in if we needed to, and then Nick had brought up if there was any way to get on the roof, and if there was any keys we needed to get inside.
Why were you having this discussion with the brother at that time?
Pretty much just to know where to stand, to make sure that a lot of us were safe and what we were allowed to do, and if we were allowed to go inside the building in case something happened.
So it sounds like there was some discussion of physically staying at that location.
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the locations we didn't want to end up burning down.
Was it your intention then to stay and protect that car source location?
Yes.
Was that something that the defendant was also planning to do, as far as you know?
Yes.
What about Nick Smith? Him too?
Yes.
Now, when the three of you, the defendant, and Nick Smith, meet with this brother at that car source at that time, was there anyone else involved in protecting that location at that time?
Just the people we had previously met with at Ruther. They weren't exactly in the conversation with who was going where at the time.
What happened after you met with the brother at that car source?
Me, Kyle, and Nick had got a ride from the brother to the, I want to say, south location, and then he had dropped us off there.
Could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where the south location is that you're talking about? And you're pointing to the car source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
And you said the brother gave you a ride in his car down there?
Yes.
When you got down there, did the brother stick around or did he leave?
He stayed for about 30 minutes and then he left.
Did you meet with anyone else down there?
Yeah, that's when a lot of people that we didn't really know had came from out of town and other cities to come help.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you remember the names of any of those people?
Very few.
What was going to be the plan for that night?
The plan was to have a decent amount of us split up between the two locations and then kind of stay there to make sure nothing bad happened.
Which location were you going to go to?
The one closest to Ruther.
The one up at 59th?
Yes.
What about the defendant?
He was going with me.
So the two of you were going to be assigned to protect the 59th Street car source?
Yes.
Was there another group that was going to be assigned to guard the 63rd Street car source?
Yes.
Do you know who any of those people were?
No.
Were those people there in person when you guys were making these plans?
Yes.
So as far as you could tell, everybody understood who was going to be at one location and who was going to be at the other?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Then we walked to the car source location closest to Ruther.
Once you got there, is that where you personally stayed for the rest of the night?
Yes.
And again, you had your gun?
Yes.
And the defendant had his as well?
Yes.
Tell us about what you did when you were at 59th Street car source.
I had climbed the ladder and got on the roof of the building to kind of just watch out for people, and that's kind of where I stayed all night.
Why did you decide to go up on the roof?
I kind of didn't want to be in the mix of a lot of problems. I didn't want any, I didn't want to get hurt. I didn't want to cause any problems. Figured it would be a lot safer up on top.
Why did you bring your gun?
In case something bad did happen and I needed to protect myself.
When you say something bad happened, what were you worried about happening?
Anything. Being shot at, somebody coming up on the roof. I mean, there's a ladder in the back, so anybody could get up. Anything,
So if someone climbed up on the roof, were you going to use that gun?
Not really. I mean, it depends what they were doing.
You talked about not wanting to be on the ground because of your concern about things happening on the ground. Did you feel that if you stayed on the ground, you would be in greater danger?
Yes.
Why was that?
People could easily get access to hurting me or coming up closer to me.
When you say people, who are you
Anyone.
worried about?
anyone rioting, you know, anybody that was there for the wrong intentions.
So, what got it in your mind that night that you felt there would be people out on the street that would want to hurt you if you were down on the ground?
I had heard about the previous night and how it was, and I knew that there was a lot of people fighting each other and a lot of violence. So I felt it would be best that I went there, if I was going to go there, making sure that I could protect myself if I needed to.
But you were also there to protect the car source location.
Yes.
How were you going to do that from up on the roof?
I'm helping anybody else that was there. I'm spotting people that were throwing things.
And then what? If you see somebody throwing something, you had a gun, were you planning on shooting them?
No. I mean, when somebody sees a weapon, you know, they're not going to want to start any problems, obviously. If I see somebody with a weapon, I'm not going to want to initiate a problem.
Was it part of your thought process that night that by having the type of weapon you did, that it would deter others from attacking you?
That's fair to say.
Were there others in your group at 59th Street Car Source besides the defendant who were similarly armed?
Yes.
How many?
Everybody except for one person.
And when you say everybody, how many people are we talking about?
6 or 7.
So it's fair to say that there were, other than you and the defendant, there were another 6 or 7 people that were all carrying AR-15 type weapons?
Yes.
When you were up on the roof that night, what observations, if any, did you make about the crowd and what was going on?
Oh my God.
There's a lot of violence, a lot of screaming, a lot of people throwing things. You could definitely tell that people weren't just there for the reason they were. It wasn't a safe place to be at all.
Now, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the timing of that evening. And I'll represent to you that at some point in the evening there were crowds right out front of this courthouse, and then there were crowds that were pushed south on Sheridan. Do you remember anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your own words, when you first got to Car Source at 59th Street, was there a lot of people out in front of the building on the street?
No.
Did that change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Later through on the night, the crowd got pushed back closer and closer to us.
And we say pushed back. Who was pushing them back?
The police.
And how were they doing that?
With the big trucks and, you know, a lot of rubber bullets. And
the crowd that was being pushed back, what was their behavior like when they passed in front of your location?
Very violent, very upset.
When you say violent, can you give us examples of the type of violence you saw?
Saying a lot of threats, throwing a lot of things, a lot of things along the lines of that.
And when you say they would say a lot of threats, who were those threats directed at?
Us, the police, sometimes even people in the crowd.
Do you have any idea why the people out on the street would make threats to your group?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see anyone actually injured as a result of any of this violence that you've talked about?
No.
Did you see anyone shoot at anyone else?
No.
Did you ever consider using your gun to shoot at anyone?
No.
Was there a time in which you and the other members of your group observed people on the lot to the north of that location, which is marked on that map as St. James Church? Was there a time when you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just use your laser pointer and point at that St. James Church for us, please? Okay, and that's on the north side of 59th, on the northwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm a good brother.
Now, on this map, which is a printout from a satellite, there's a structure there next to St. James Church. Was that structure standing on the night of August 25th, 2020?
No.
What was the condition of that lot?
A bunch of rubble and concrete blocks.
Now, I asked you about whether you saw folks on that lot, and I believe you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe about those people?
They were obviously hiding. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see anything besides a lot of shadows hiding behind the rocks.
What action, if any, did you and the other members of your group take as a result of seeing those people hiding?
We all started yelling, telling them to stop hiding and to go away.
Did you take any physical action with your gun towards them?
We were ready in case they did have guns.
And when you say you were ready, what exactly did you do with your gun?
We had aimed them.
You would point your gun at those people?
In the direction.
Did the defendant do that?
I am unaware.
You didn't see the defendant point his gun at those people?
No, I was looking at the construction site.
And you said you saw people hiding and you didn't know whether they had guns or not?
Not until the very end.
What did you see in the very end?
As soon as they did come from hiding, they started running, and I noticed one of the people did have a gun.
What type of gun?
It looks like a similar weapon to the one me and Kyle had.
When you say you saw them running, where were they running?
They were running, I want to say west towards the lake across Sheridan.
And you said it was dark. You said you eventually saw them with a gun. When they were in that lot north of you, did you see anyone point a gun at you?
No.
Did you see anyone with a gun at that particular moment?
No.
Did anyone fire any shots?
No.
And I believe you said earlier, during this entire evening, you stayed up on the roof the whole time.
Yes.
Did you ever get down and wander off that 59th Street lot to go anywhere else?
No.
We have heard in this case, after the fact, that there were some individuals out on the street that night whose names are Anthony Huber, Joseph Rosenbaum, Gage Grosskreutz. I assume as you sit here today, you're familiar with those names.
Yes.
On that particular night, had you ever met any of those people before?
No.
Did you know any of their names?
No.
Have you since seen photographs of those people so you know what they look like?
Yes.
Thinking back to that night, did you see any of them?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Joseph Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Anthony Huber that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Gage Grosskreutz that night?
No.
Now, I asked you a little bit about what you observed of the crowd on the street in front of this location. Where was the defendant when that crowd was going by? Do you know?
Around the Ultimate gas station.
Was there a time in which the defendant was at 59th Street when there were protesters out in front of that location?
59th Street.
Your car source location?
I want to say previously right before.
Right before what?
Right before they had got to us.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe the defendant doing during that time?
I noticed that as soon as they did get to us, there was somebody that was hurt, and he went and helped them and brought them back into the building. And then as soon as they were all like bandaged up, he brought them out.
Do you know what sort of injury they had suffered?
I do not.
And when you say you saw them go into the building, did you actually see with your own eyes them enter the building?
Yes.
And the supplies that the defendant had in his medic bag or something, did those all come from your residence?
Yes.
Now, there came a time in which the defendant was involved in some shootings that night, and we know that. What I want to ask is, what do you remember about that time period that we now know was the time of the shootings?
I remember that one of us had received information that one of the car source dealerships was being vandalized, or people were trying to burn it down. Kyle was not able to make it back to us, our location, so either me or Nick called him and told him about what was happening, and then the last I saw of him was him running towards that direction, and then from then on I just heard gunshots.
Now, you said you heard some information about the 63rd Street car source. Where did that information come from?
I'm unaware of that.
And you said somebody received that information. Do you recall if that was you personally who received that information?
I don't exactly know if it was me or Nick.
And you said somebody contacted the defendant. Was that over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
You've given a statement about this night already to the police, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I have talked previously with your attorney, Mr. Cotton, who's in the second row with the purple tie, about this situation, right?
Yes.
At no point did you mention to the police that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at no point have you mentioned in our meetings that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you saw the defendant heading down and then you heard some gunshots. What is the next thing you remember about the defendant after that?
I didn't believe the gunshots were actually his until I got a phone call. And I answered it, and he just said, I shot somebody, and then hung up right away.
When did you see him next after that?
I want to say just a few minutes right after that.
Was that back at 59th Street?
Yeah, that was at the original location.
What observations, if any, did you make about the defendant when you saw him?
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell he was just scared.
Did he say anything?
He wasn't really talking. He just said he had to do it. It was self-defense. People are trying to hurt him.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a gun?
No.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with
Oh,
a knife?
Tenet Exalted
Did he ever
Park.
say to you that anyone was trying to attack him with any sort of weapon?
No.
I'd prefer
What happened
a
after
normal
that?
one, I think.
After that, we kind of all tried to calm him down. There was some people yelling.
What?
But we kind of made the idea that he should turn himself in, but we couldn't do it in the one in Kenosha because there's people rioting at the front doors. So I took him home, and then we decided he should go turn himself in at the nearest police department.
When you say you took him home, did that mean you drove back down to Antioch?
Yes.
When you got down there, was anyone else at the defendant's residence?
No.
How long was it before anyone came back?
I want to say 5 to 10 minutes.
And who all came back at that point?
The rest of his family.
And that would be his mother and his two sisters?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at that time about what the defendant should do?
Leave. Get out of town.
To where?
One of their family's properties in either Michigan or West Virginia.
What was your reaction to that?
Said no, he should turn himself in.
Were you urging the defendant to not flee, but instead to go turn himself in?
Yes.
Did he follow your advice?
Yes.
Good fucking brother. Good job. Horrible
Couple more
situation,
things,
but
Mr.
good job.
Flack. Do you know
Dumb
what
fucks,
the
but good
defendant's
job.
occupation was around the time of August of 2020?
A lifeguard at the Rexplex.
We've seen some videos. I'll represent to you that at various points on that evening, the defendant tells people that he is an EMT. Do you know anything about that?
I know he has some training in that type of field, but that's kind of the
He
most
was
of my knowledge.
flexing.
Do you know
Yes.
whether he had ever worked as a paramedic?
No.
Do you know whether he'd ever worked as an EMT?
No.
Now, you have talked about the fact that there was an understanding between you and the defendant that because he was 17 years old, he could not legally possess a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes.
The jury has been
Oh,
told
fuck.
representing
Nah,
that
you
there's
can-
a charge against the defendant in this case for possession of a weapon by someone under the age of 18. Has the person who provided the gun to the defendant, which was used to kill other people, are you facing criminal charges?
Yes.
In fact, have I not personally drafted a criminal complaint against you, charging you with 2 felony counts of providing that gun to the defendant, which were used to kill 2 separate people? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a case, a criminal case, that I'm prosecuting that is still pending. Is that right?
Yes.
As a criminal defendant in that case, are you aware of the fact that you have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not answer any questions about any of that?
Yes.
Have you decided today to come in front of this jury and tell us the truth about everything,
Yes.
despite your Fifth Amendment right?
Yes.
Have I made any promises to you about what might happen in your criminal case in exchange for your testimony today?
No.
You have an attorney here, Mr. Cotton, who is your attorney in that case. Is that right?
Yes.
Holy shit, there's two of them. Oh shit.
Confer, see if there's anything else I wanted to cover. Just a couple more things, Mr. Black.
I am sure this is going to suck so hard.
You mentioned that you observed that the defendant was pale and sweaty. I think you said freaking out when he came back from the shooting.
That was the twin.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
There was some red marks on his head, but besides that, no.
Did he say anything to you about any injuries that he suffered?
Just that his head hurt.
Finally, at one point in the evening, there's some indication on some videos that there might have been some folks behind the 59th Street car source, maybe throwing some rocks or something like that. Do you remember anything about that?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I'm using. This is no good. This is no good.
On top of the roof.
What, if anything, did you do about that?
Tried to dodge them.
You had a gun, correct?
Yes.
Did you think about using that to defend yourself?
No.
Why not?
So they were just rocks. I mean, they were throwing them from a distance, so I didn't really feel like I was in like great bodily harm or being hurt.
Do you remember if the defendant said or did anything in reaction to those folks?
No.
I have nothing further.
No,
Thank you.
he didn't, or no, I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
God fucking damn it. Oh, am I actually going to lose this? I need more damage. More deeps. More deeps. Submit, heretic.
Dominic, excuse me, Mr. Black, I apologize. You knew Kyle Rittenhouse through his sister, Mackenzie.
Yes.
And when you were 18, 19, you were dating Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you and Kyle were good friends.
Yes.
And you referred to each other as brothers.
Yes.
And you talked about Kyle taking the gun out of your father's basement without permission. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so up until that point, according to your testimony, you knew nothing about Kyle taking the gun down to Car Source that night.
No, I was definitely aware of it. I kind of never really went into the inside my mind. I never really clicked that, you know, like, hey, he shouldn't have that.
No, what I'm getting at is whether it clicked at that point or not. It's your testimony to these 20 people from Kenosha that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that?
Damn
Yes.
it.
Okay.
Please don't fuck it up.
You tell
Don't
me
fuck
why
it up.
earlier in the date you guys did go to Jelensky's.
Oh, I'm fucking it up. I'm fucking it up.
Correct?
Yes.
You drove to Jelensky's.
Well, this was after he had brought the gun up.
That's not what your testimony was on direct examination.
Motherfucker.
That's how it went.
Okay, so he brings the gun up.
Fuck.
You go to Jelensky's.
Getting one shot. How can I?
Then go right downtown. That's what your testimony is on cross-examination.
Fuck, can I even? Don't fucking crash.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go to Jelensky's?
Oh my god.
But you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone.
Yes.
And you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's?
I knew why he was going in there.
Okay, why?
To get a sling.
Okay, and then out of the goodness of his heart, he bought you one?
The plan was for both of us to get one.
Okay, so you knew he was going there to get slings, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's gun this is your gun, correct?
Legally, yes.
And this is an optic on the top of that gun, correct?
Yes.
This optic, does it shoot a laser beam out of it?
Not out of it. I mean, it projects one inside of it, yes.
Right. But if I were to point this gun, and obviously I can't do it here in a courtroom, but if I were to point this gun at you from here, there would be no red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Can you just see it?
No.
Do you agree that this is?
Yes.
This does not project a laser dot.
No!
Either, correct?
No.
Oh,
So if someone
fuck's
said
sake.
Kyle Rittenhouse put a laser from his
How am I getting one shot?
on their chest, that's impossible, correct?
Correct.
Now,
100% explosive approach. I take half damage. Do a shit life though.
Mr. Binger asked you about the charges that you currently have pending against you, correct?
Yes.
And those charges are a result of you providing the gun to my client.
Yes.
And each of those is punishable by 6 years in the Wisconsin State Prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And you just,
Well, to be precise, Mr. Binger can't send him to prison. Mr. Binger can prosecute him, and a judge could send him to prison if he's found guilty.
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison.
True. And yes,
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're hoping that by you testifying, he doesn't make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
Probation.
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
There haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping.
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that I asked your attorney if you'd be willing to meet with me, correct?
No.
No? On August 26th of 2020, you were at the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August 26th by, I'm fine, Detective Antaranian.
Yes.
And he's the individual who's the second from closest to the jury, correct?
Yes.
You met with him for a little over an hour?
Yeah, it was well over an hour.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
But it's
Yeah, it was
much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told
fucking
him
damn it.
on that date, it was audio and videotaped, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaranian and telling him whose idea it was to go to CarSource to protect the property?
Yes.
Was it, I'm going to give you 3 choices, yours, Kyle's, or Nick Smith's?
Nick Smith's.
When you got to CarSource, after you'd stopped at Jelinski's, you meet with Nick Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at CarSource?
Yeah.
And he introduced you guys to Sam and to his brother?
I wouldn't say introduced. We had met Sam previously that day, but his brother we had not met.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Defendants 30. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the second location we went to when Sam, I don't remember if it was Sam or his brother, had given us a ride, me, Kyle, and Nick, to the location that would be more north. And that's where we met up with a lot of people that we really didn't know.
Okay, that would be CarSource at 63rd and Sheridan.
The one right down here.
Right here?
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
The far right of that photograph, who is that depicted in the photo?
The far right?
Far left, where I'm pointing, I'm sorry.
The co-owner of CarSource?
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right.
The far right?
Yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle.
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
A first aid box?
Okay. That's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
Yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is 2 people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with a cross on it? Yes?
Yes.
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
No.
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect CarSource?
No.
They just came along when you were at CarSource and offered their services to help, correct?
Yes.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
And Nick Smith said, no, we wanted Kyle on the ground.
Yes.
Because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
Yes.
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
Yes.
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And did you see anybody that evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you see the individuals who took the trailer from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street, and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
You weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over a porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Okay. And you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Rosenbaum let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road car source?
No.
Couldn't see it?
No.
Even though you're on the roof?
Yep.
The roof.
Now, I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records have you calling him and sending him down to car source 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
I'm not, if his phone records say he got a phone call from Nick Smith, you don't dispute that?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And the whole idea was to send Kyle down to car source 3, the 63rd Street car source, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had left, correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle had been separated from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there, you hear shots. He goes out of your view, there's a fairly lengthy period of time. You hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
Did not see.
I did not see.
And eventually, Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then...
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where
but,
were his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car and very quickly he like jumps back.
Okay, like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to car source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location, you guys meet up outside, you come down the ladder.
Yes, I come down the ladder. They had, by the time I had got inside the building, he was already sitting in there.
Okay.
So they had to open the doors for him and let him in.
Okay. And you described him on August 25th, the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective Antaramian as sweating like a pig. Do you remember using those words?
Yes.
White as a ghost?
Yes.
And hysterical?
Yes.
He told you he shot somebody?
Yes.
Told you he had to shoot somebody?
Yes.
Was self-defense?
Yes.
Hadn't met with a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't want to take him to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Why not?
It's impossible.
You can't get to it, correct?
Yeah, you can't.
And if you guys walked up there with guns, you'd be a target, correct?
Yeah.
And you agree
Oh.
to go home to Kyle's
God
residence,
fucking damn it.
and he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police.
Yes.
An hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, he did.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns.
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department.
Yes.
With Kyle's two sisters.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
And shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens with you, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you are worried about the fact that you had given Kyle the gun, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to your girlfriend, his sister, at the police department and asked about coming up with a story to protect you regarding the guns, correct?
I do not remember that.
If she said it happened, you wouldn't disagree, correct?
I would disagree.
Okay. And Detective Antaramium asking you a question on the morning of the 26th. So when did you first see the gun? You. About when we were getting into the car, when we walked outside the house. Detective Antaramium. Okay. Did you talk to him about it at all? No. I had a lot of stuff on my mind. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing bad had happened at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what did you have on your mind that was interfering with you saying, hey, Kyle, don't take the gun?
Kind of scared to go down there, not knowing what to expect.
Just you wanted Kyle to have the gun, correct?
That wasn't really an opinion in my mind at all.
You wanted a gun?
Personally, for myself, yes.
You had no objection or voiced no objection to Kyle, your brother, having the gun, correct?
It wasn't a thought in my mind.
Well, he walks out of the house with an AR-15, and you don't say boo, correct?
I didn't say anything, correct?
And you had the ability to speak.
Yes.
If you wanted to object, you could have said something to Kyle, correct?
Yes, I could have.
And you didn't.
No.
Because you wanted him to have the gun for protection.
Not that reason exactly.
You wanted a gun for protection.
Yes.
This is a statement that you made to Detective Antaramian on the morning of the 26th. But that's what I knew of it. Basically, we go down there and we walk up, and it's coincidental. We walk up and there's Sam, and I'm like, oh, Sam, I just met you not long ago or whatever. And he gives Nick keys to the building and showed him where the ladder was, correct?
Yes.
You guys had permission to be there.
Yes.
He wanted you to protect his property.
Yes.
And he wanted protection at the 59th Street address and the 63rd Street address.
Yes.
And once you found out there wasn't any protection at the 63rd Street address, you sent Kyle down there, correct?
Yes.
And initially, Nick was acting like he was in control of everything, correct?
Yes.
And he was leading the people from the West Bend area who you didn't know, like he was even the owner of Car Source, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't, correct?
No.
Holy fuck, this is boring.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was providing first aid.
Yes.
And the big
Oh my
orange
God, what
box
the
in
fuck?
Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Well, if I'm being honest, that is
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian
Looks like a,
the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was providing first aid.
Yes.
And that big orange box in Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came
Why
from.
is this
if I'm being
looping?
honest.
Water bottle and then poof. Detective Antaramian, what hurt? Did the bottle hit you? You. No. It was actually, I was on the roof, but the wind was blowing towards me, so it was a bunch of just like a tear gas bomb. Just a bunch of smoke in the air. It came towards me, and my eyes started to burn. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So they were throwing gas bombs at you on the roof.
Yes.
There were gas bombs on the ground.
Yes.
Now, do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian about somebody on the roof who was
What, the roof?
upsetting you because he was taking a laser pointer, not on a gun,
Who let
but a
the
laser
dog
pointer
out?
and pointing it at people?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that wasn't Kyle,
Oh.
correct? Because he was never on the roof.
The roof.
Correct.
Now, who was that?
One of the people that came from out of town. He was he was about in mid-30s, I want to say mid-40s.
Older gentleman.
He was on the...
Is
Rough.
he depicted in Exhibit
I might
30?
be sad.
If you have to walk closer, go ahead.
I don't think I see him. No, I don't believe so.
But it was a laser pointer, and the individual would point to demonstrators, rioters, correct?
Yes.
That upset them
Yes.
because it was pointing them out,
Yes.
and it also upset them because they could have thought it was a weapon.
Yes.
And you told him to stop,
Yes.
and he just kept laughing about it.
Yes.
Detective Antaramian asking you on the 26th, okay, anyone have inaudible? Kyle, he disappears out of view. You. Nick somehow finds out that there's nobody there, and there's people trying to break cars. And he tells Kyle and the other dude that he was on the ground with to go over there. So did he tell him this in person or on the phone? Phone. Do you remember that?
It was on the phone.
But you're not
Jag
sure.
vill mest
Yes, I'm not sure.
6:09. Very good.
Later on in that same interview, you speaking. He was actually on the roof at that
9,000.
point. Nick kept on going up and down, up and down. He called Kyle. Before he called Kyle, he told me, like, there's nobody there. They're trying to set cars on fire. I was like, oh crap, oh crap. And he called Kyle, and he tells him, and then Kyle starts running, and he bolts for it. Do you remember telling
Okay,
the
let's
detective
try.
that?
Yes, no, I do.
And you stated you saw him run from the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the fire extinguisher in his hands?
Yes.
Because you're only, if you're on the roof of the car source number 2,
Roof.
you're like one block
Right,
from
let's see how.
60, not one block,
If I get
less
one
than a half
shot
block
here.
from 60th and Sheridan Road, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You had a clear line of sight directly to the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Detective Howard, to you on the 26th. What makes Ryan supposed to be with Kyle? Why do you say that? I wouldn't say supposed to, but they were with each other the entire night. Every time Kyle left, so did he. So they were always together.
Yes.
And when they're going out to provide medical attention to people, they're going out with the buddy system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
And when Kyle would go out and put out fires that were going on, he would go with somebody else, the buddy system, correct?
Yes.
There was a time where he left with the female, Joanne Fiedler, with the white helmet, and went and put out a fire by the church. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you stated, so I figured they wanted to team up and go out and help people,
Yes.
telling the detective.
Hvorfor kan jeg ikke shift into knife med? Oh! Den gør den automatisk eller hvad?
This is Detective Antaramian questioning you on the 26th, asking you if you remember this. Okay, so then at some point you guys, so I guess, and I'm not trying to make you look worse, but I want to make sure I'm factually accurate here. I mean, the fact that he buys this sling for his gun, it's likely he's going out to take it with him that night. Well, the intent was to buy a sling for me. Do you remember that exchange?
I do not.
But even Detective Antaramian questioned you about the sling and the timing of it, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
And how hard was it to attach those slings?
I don't really recall.
Do you remember the detectives wanting your telephone?
My phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Didn't they talk to you? And I'm reading from Detective Howard at that same interview. So we're just going to apply for a search warrant. But absolutely, as it's laid out in that form, you have the right to refuse. Dominic Black. Okay, so I'm not understanding as far as what I believe. I believe I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? And I have not talked to the authorities yet, so I don't know. Do you remember the discussion about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and they wanted to download your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And eventually you said to him, fine, you can download my phone, I don't have anything to hide.
Yes.
Now, yeah. And that interview regarding the incident regarding your phone, and I'm sorry if I misled you, that was the November 6th incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, you were already under arrest.
Yes.
And the detective, both detectives interviewed you that night.
Yes.
And when you were in that interview, as it was wrapping up, they told you to have your lawyer, who was a different lawyer than Mr. Cotton at the time, reach out to Mr. Binger. He needed to talk to him about working something out.
Yes.
Okay? And from that day, they wanted you as a witness, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say from that day, no.
Okay. Your trial on your charges was set back in September, correct?
I don't exactly recall.
Let me ask it this way, not trying to trip you up on dates. Your trial on these charges, which Mr. Binger is prosecuting you for, was before today.
Yes.
Okay, about a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Okay. And you, your lawyer, and Mr. Binger walked into this courtroom and asked that the matter be set over until January of 2022.
Yes.
After you testified here today, correct?
Yes. Before
August 25th, 2020, that gun that Kyle Rittenhouse possessed on the night in question had never left the state of Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And you guys had the gun and you took it to Illinois so he could turn himself into the police.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Kyle did the taking off graffiti, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the late morning, right around lunchtime of the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And in that photograph is you, your stepfather, and your girlfriend, Mackenzie, correct?
Which photograph?
The photograph of this photograph right here.
My stepfather isn't in that picture.
He's not in that one?
No, it'd be my brother, and then Kyle and Mackenzie.
Okay, so you are where?
That might have been when I left to go get like the sandpaper.
Okay. And Kyle's wearing the olive green shirt with his hat turned backwards?
Yes.
And who's that standing next to him?
Mackenzie?
Okay. And you guys had spent the night before at your dad's house, correct?
I'm not aware of where he slept. I don't really remember.
Could have slept at your house?
He could have.
Okay. And Mackenzie slept at your house that night?
I'm not aware. I can't remember.
Do you remember watching live streams of the riots?
No, I do not.
Did your dad talk to you about the riots and that's the reason he got the guns out?
He did previously that night, yes.
Do you remember him talking to you as you told the detectives that there was a plan to board up the windows if the rioters came?
Yes.
Okay. So all that was going on, you're aware of it?
Yes.
And when you guys are target shooting up north, there was nothing strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately?
Yes.
And he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons?
Yes.
About 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
I want to pick up where that left off there. It sounds like there was a plan with your father to have the guns available, board up windows to protect the house that you live in. Is that right?
Yes.
But you decided on the night of the 25th to leave home and go downtown to protect CarSource. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you stay home? Protect your house.
The riots had been going on for a while. The house had been ready to be boarded up. All the guns have been out for, I want to say, ever since the riots started, and nothing happened. I felt that the house would be safe.
The timing of all of this, if I understand you correctly, is on Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon, 4 o'clock or so about, is when you and the defendant take the guns from your house and come downtown.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
You were somehow aware of stuff that had happened on Monday night and on Sunday night, right?
Yes.
That's part of the reason why you went downtown.
Yes.
But you decided at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon there was no danger to your house that night?
I mean, I kind of figured, I mean, it's not just me that would be staying at the house. I have a lot of brothers that live there. It wasn't entirely my responsibility to make sure that the house was safe. I mean, I felt that it was safe. Nobody was going to harm the house. Nothing in the area had happened.
Okay. On this particular evening, when you're at the CarSource at 59th and you're up on the roof, where was Nick Smith during that evening?
He was up and down. So he was on the ground, he was on the roof, he was inside the building.
Did he ever have a gun that night?
I believe so. To the best of my memory, I think he did.
Do you remember if he had it the whole evening or just a short period of time?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that Nick Smith stayed at that location physically the whole night?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
You've been asked by me, you've been asked by Attorney Richards, several variations of the same question, and I don't know that I think we've done some...
Don't comment on the witness's answer.
Who told the defendant to go to 63rd Street car source?
I'm not 100% certain.
At any point that evening, did you personally receive information from any other person that there were problems at the 63rd Street car source?
The only person I figured that out from was Nick Smith.
Do you know where he got that information?
I do not.
To your knowledge, did he physically ever go down to 63rd Street after you got to 59th, when you finally got all set up? Did he ever leave later in the evening to go check and see what was happening at 63rd Street car source in person?
No.
You said at some point in the evening, someone up on the roof was using a laser pointer to aim at the crowd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about something like this, shining it on a person. Is that right?
Yes, but a lot bigger.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the people who had this pointed at him felt like that was a gun
Yes.
pointed at him? You're telling us that it wasn't actually a gun, but the people on the ground thought it was.
Yes.
And you were upset by that?
Yes.
Why?
Because he shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason for it. And it's drawing attention towards us.
Did you feel that it wasn't appropriate for anyone on the roof or on the ground to be pointing a gun at anyone?
No, I didn't really feel like that was necessary at all.
Maybe I misstated my question. Let me just make sure I'm clear on that. Would you agree with me that it was not appropriate for the members in your group to be pointing their guns at people?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, when I was asking you questions, that someone was throwing rocks. You said in response to Mr. Richards' questions that someone was throwing some sort of water bottle or gas bomb up on the roof. Is that right?
Yes.
When these folks were doing these things to you and the other members of your group, did you point a gun at anyone?
No.
Did you fire at anyone?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need to. I mean,
Did you feel that by these people throwing rocks at you or throwing a gas bomb at you, that you were in danger?
I mean, pain, yes, but not danger. I knew it wasn't going to kill me.
So you felt like it wasn't enough to use deadly force?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about the discussions that you and I have had during the lead up to this case. Have I ever put any words in your mouth?
No.
What was the number one rule that I told you that I wanted from you when you testified?
Nothing but the truth.
Final question I have for you. Those slings, you were asked about how hard those slings were to attach to your body, and I forget, what did you say about that?
I don't truly remember.
Once they were attached to your body, did they hold that gun sort of dangling in front of you?
Yes.
Could we show that photograph of them? I think it's number 30, the one you just used. Okay. Yeah, I'll hold it. That's okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. May I approach your Honor? I've got this photograph that you've already seen. It's exhibit number 30, and it's showing you and the other individuals at the 63rd Street car source. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you wearing the sling in that photograph?
Yes, it appears.
And is that sling holding that gun in the front portion of your body?
Yes.
Does the defendant have his sling on with his gun being held similar to you?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough to hold the weight of that gun?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough so that if someone tried to pull that gun away, the gun would be held to your body?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Can you redirect or recross rather?
I would move exhibit 30 into evidence.
Is there an objection?
No.
Received. You may step down, sir. Let's take a break. Let's aim for about.
I have nothing further.
Can you redirect or recross rather?
I would move exhibit 30 into evidence.
Is there an objection?
No.
Received. You may step down, sir. Let's take a break. Let's aim for about 20 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Do you have anger?
I think on occasion, yeah.
You do have anger?
On occasion.
On occasion means you do have it. It just comes out on occasion.
Uniting the races with truth.
I would call you a pretty self-hating black man. Because, for example, you make statements
You
like...
call me that?
Yes, for sure.
Oh, good. You call me that?
Yes.
What do you call me?
A pretty self-hating black man.
What the?
Yeah, listen.
And why?
It's not to be offensive.
No,
I think
no,
it's just
be offensive.
Okay, well, all right, but it's just that you
Why?
say things like, I'm black and I'm slow.
A fanatic is a Twitch streamer and musical artist. Thank you for coming, fanatic.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm
So
excited.
does fanatic mean that you're crazy?
No. The name started, it was a nod to this guy named Combo Fiend, but long story short, I was really into combos. I used to be a professional fighting game player. And I was really into combos, and so my name was really Combo Fanatic.
Oh.
I just kind of shortened it down to Fanatic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
You're a Christian. And why do you think you are a Christian?
Well, I guess I was raised very Christian, but then I think beyond that, I developed a personal relationship with God, I would say. I guess all throughout my life, I always knew who he was and saw examples of who he was, but I feel like obtained a really personal relationship with him, with God. When I started really reading the Bible, I'd say around 19-ish,
Yeah.
is when I really kind of rededicated, because I think anyone raised Christian, you kind of step away for a bit. Rededicated to God, I would say, and started reading the Bible and developing a personal relationship with him. And
What is a personal relationship with God?
Well, I think when it comes to decision making or your character and how you interact with other people and things like that, I feel like there's enough things within the scriptures and the Bible itself that kind of dictate how you should be, how you should live. And I think the more you start praying and things like that, I believe God can personally talk to you. I think he has his hand and you start to see his providence over your life and over how you, just the direction you're going. You see him open up opportunities. You see his giftings and things like that. So it's just...
Do you sin?
I don't...
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to ever just say that I never sin. I would say that I don't make sin a practice. Like, it's not something that I am actively engaged in on a regular basis. But I think maybe there might be weaknesses, and every now and then I might fall or something. But I don't think it's something I do every day. And I think I should repent anytime I do.
So do you sin?
I thought I answered the question. But sure, I would say seldomly, but with repentance every time that I do.
And so you do sin?
Seldomly. Very rarely.
But you do sin?
Yeah, I thought that was an answer to the question, sure.
And so how does God feel about you having this personal relationship with him and with the devil?
Well, it's this. I think anytime you sin, I think it creates a barrier between you and God. And so I would say with repentant sin, then there's going to be this like almost irrevocable barrier. And while I do believe we're under grace, which means that God can forgive us if we repent from sin, so I would say sin is almost like a separation from
Jesus,
God.
15.
So whenever I do something like that, I see an immediate like disconnect in a way. My conscience is bothered and my faith is disturbed. And so that's why I would say pretty rare.
So did you make up those reasons or did God say that? All those things you just said
all those
about
things
your sinning.
All of those things are based on scripture.
And so can you serve two gods?
No, a man can't serve two
but
masters.
How is that you can be a son of God and a son of Satan?
I don't
come
think you
keep
can.
crossing the border and crossing back and crossing the border, coming back and coming back?
I don't think you can, but I just believe there's a scripture that says if we say we have no sin.
There's no scripture that says that.
Oh, okay. Are you sure? All right, I'll find it. I don't have it on me right now.
It says that if we say we have not sinned.
Sure, you're right. I believe you're right.
Yeah, it doesn't say we have no sin. We
Sure.
all are born into sin, right?
Absolutely.
But you overcome it once you're born of the Father.
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
And so it's impossible to sin once you're born of the Father. If a man says he's born of the Father, he's sinned, he's a liar, the truth not in him.
Sure.
According to the scripture.
Wait, what? I have no idea what Jesse's talking about right now. Of course we all said
It
no.
says that he cannot sin if you're born of the Father.
I don't know what he's quoting right now.
I'm not familiar with that specific scripture, but I would totally agree with you that as a Christian we should live free from sin, which
So
is
why
what I
don't you
tend to
do
do.
that?
I think I tend to live free from sin.
No, you just said you sin.
I think that's a really reductive way of taking what I was originally saying, which was that, sure, there have been occasions where I've sinned, like I might have fornicated or things like that, and I would say that to do that would be almost, like I said, a separation from God. I think that's, I would not be a person that's like actively fornicating and things like that.
So is fornication a sin?
Sure.
Where's that?
What?
Where's that?
Oh my goodness, it's in Corinthians.
It says that fornication is a sin.
Well, what it does is it lists a bunch of sins, and it says, from all of these things come fornication, backbiting, adultery, so on and so forth. And it
Right.
lists all of these other things.
But it doesn't say fornication is a sin. It says from sin come those things.
Sure. Okay.
So sin is not the fornication. Sin is the reason you're doing the fornication.
How do you define sin then?
A man, a woman who play God. Anyone that has anger is playing God.
Wait, what about the scripture that says, be angry and sin not?
Right. To see it, but don't hate it.
So, wait, the scripture tells you to be angry and sin not,
Right,
because
but
it
there's
recognizes that anger is a
that-
natural emotion that we probably wouldn't
Do
be
you
able
have
to avoid.
anger?
I think specific things can make me
He's going to
angry.
ask the same question
So
again.
do you have anger?
I think on occasion, yeah.
You do have anger?
On occasion.
On occasion means you do have it. It just comes out on occasion.
Sure, I think it's an emotion, yeah.
And did you know
Pre-watched.
that anger, any male that has anger is a female?
You can't be serious. What does that mean?
It's not normal for male to have anger.
Okay, what do you
Any
mean by
male-
anger then? You have to mean
Any
something
male that
different.
has anger has his mother's nature.
Why do you prefer Hellion over Man at Arms? Because I want to kill shit, okay? Not have a cuck class.
And so any male that has anger has the mindset and emotion of a woman.
Okay, what do you mean by anger then? There has to be a
kind you
different
have.
meaning. Well, you have, you don't, what does that mean exactly?
Anger, any anger period.
Okay, what does anger mean?
Meaning that you, anyone that has anger is judgmental.
Okay, but I'm asking you what it means, and you're saying...
It means that they're walking in darkness.
So anger just means walking in darkness?
And if a male has it, he has his mother's nature.
Mm-hmm.
And if a woman has it, it's unnatural for her to have it. But men are not naturally that way.
Okay, you're struggling to define it, but that's fine. What
I'm
about...
not struggling to define it. I said that anger is a person who's walking in darkness.
A person who is walking in darkness has anger?
Yes.
But what is anger?
It's the nature of Satan.
It's the nature... Okay, there we go. I appreciate that. So anger is the nature of Satan.
Yeah, and it's passed down to you from your mother.
So what would be the difference between anger
Fucking
and
women,
wrath?
true.
Wrath comes from anger.
Okay. And is that the only way that wrath comes?
Yes.
God has
There's a
displayed
proper
wrath on
way
plenty
of
of times.
You can correct people without being angry at them, but totally disagree with them because you see that are wrong, but you also see they can't help it. And so you don't judge them, and you still correct them.
Okay.
What about the wrath of God?
So God has displayed wrath. God has actually admitted that he has wrath.
Right.
And you're saying wrath comes from anger, and anger is walking
But
in
God
darkness.
does not have the anger that you guys have that have anger.
So he has a different kind of anger?
He has
It's
no
righteous,
anger.
right?
His anger is not emotional.
But you said wrath only comes from anger.
But there's a right one that comes with perfect love, and there's a wrong one that comes with anger.
So there's a righteous wrath that doesn't come from anger.
Right.
Okay. So then wrath doesn't exclusively come from anger.
The evil kind does.
Okay. So the evil
The
kind of
judgment
wrath.
kind does. Well, let me ask you this because of time.
It's okay. We can move past it. Go ahead.
You're a liberal.
No.
Are you a liberal?
No.
God, yeah, listening to Haas talk to this guy?
I'm conservative either.
And so what are you?
Well, Oh man, I guess it gets a little bit more complicated than just that dichotomy. I would say I'm a conservative progressive.
What does that mean?
It means that I was raised with really socially conservative values, and I think those things probably have a really strong impact on like my outlook on life and my decision making. However, I recognize that economically there's plenty of reason for progressive values in order to offset some of the damages caused by the best system in the world, which is capitalism.
Really? What are socially conservative values?
Well, I believe very much in traditional marriage. I believe in not having children out of wedlock. I definitely believe in like just strong family units and how absolutely important that is and integral that is into rearing life, into community in general. I guess those things are, I would say, pretty conservative values.
Do you support LGBTQ stuff?
In various ways, sure.
Is that wrong or right?
Well, how do you mean?
To be a LGBTQ person, is that wrong or right, that lifestyle?
So I would say spiritually, I would say that sort of lifestyle is probably not consistent with like biblical teaching. So I would say it's wrong in that regard. However, I would also recognize that I don't have the authority to judge and condemn other people for the way that they choose to live, and I recognize.
How am I getting 50% chance to hit?
To be Christian, so I allow them to live.
Is this guy having abilities?
He must. I tolerate, or whatever word you would like to use, their lifestyles and allow them to live the way that they want to, and respect their decisions while recognizing that they're not Christians, or at least I would imagine, I think being like that sort of lifestyle. And those sort of actions would be inconsistent with like biblical teaching.
But you see it as being wrong?
For myself, I absolutely would see it as wrong.
Even though they're doing it, do you see it as being wrong for them too?
For sure. I would say it's wrong, but but I also recognize that if they don't believe in God and don't submit to Christianity and the Bible.
One thing I will say, I'm torn on it. I don't know how I feel. One thing about this game, a big part of this game is a lot of the like abilities and everything are put on like a 50-50 thing. So there's a lot of literal coin flips, not figuratively, like literal, like 50-50. Like everything is like the blinds, 50% chance to hit, dodges, 50% chance to like, I don't know how I feel about that, but.
As their authority, then they're probably going to live in an entirely different way, that's up to them. I believe there's a truth, and I think the Bible is an objective truth, but I recognize I don't have the ability to push that on to other people.
You said that you're a conservative.
Progressive.
Progressive, and what is progressive about you?
Well, I very much believe in things like reparations. I think that's like a great idea for various problems. I believe that we probably need expansion of various social safety nets and things like that in order to shore up some of the problems that happen from late-stage capitalism.
When you say we, who are you talking about? People
in general, like society.
So all people should get reparations?
I would say people for which it's appropriate.
All people?
I don't think all people are required.
Well, who are you referring to that that should get reparations?
Well, okay, so I think Native Americans need specific reparations of some kinds. They've already gotten it.
Why do they need it?
Because of some of the previous damages that have been done to them.
What was done to them that would require that they need reparations?
Oh man, unfortunately, being honest, I'm not strong enough on Native American history to be able to answer that like coherently.
You know why? Because they don't need it. All they're going to do is buy some more pot with it.
Jeez. Okay. I don't have that answer. That's not my area of study.
Peyote, right?
I believe it. I believe there's probably a
peyote.
That's the pot we're smoking today. Well, I'm not smoking, but people smoke.
Yeah, white Americans smoke it too nowadays.
Yeah, they smoke
equal rates.
And so,
for example, okay, reparations.
What is positive affinity changes? Like building relationships.
People who were denied the GI Bill. I would say there should probably be reparations for that. I believe that the Japanese in the internment camps deserved reparations. Fortunately, they got them.
Well, who deserve? You say you believe in reparations today, and you believe it for the GI people?
Sure. Anyone surviving they
fought for the country.
Absolutely. So you would agree that they should get reparations if they were denied it systemically?
We somewhat take care of them now. I think we should do a better job at it, of course.
For sure, but the GI Bill specifically, we created that with the intention of helping people specifically who have been in war and that would come back and then not be able to assimilate properly.
Get reparations?
But hold on, just really quickly, with the civil rights thing, I'm sorry, when it came to the GI Bill, we systemically denied the GI Bill to black
that
people.
That should be corrected.
That should be corrected. Man, Jesse, I knew we agreed about a lot of stuff, man.
That's
go
not
ahead.
one thing.
Okay, sure, nah, but I think we're both Christians. I think you absolutely believe in, like, you know, the Bible as, like, the authority. I think you believe in living free from sin, as I do. So I think we probably agree about a lot. I think you're probably conservative, maybe more so than I am, but now you're agreeing about reparations for the GI Bill.
What?
The authority of, I think it's the ultimate authority, and I think it encompasses
of what?
It encompasses all things, right? I think it's the authority on how we should live our lives. It's the authority on how we should conduct ourselves, which I guess is a portion of living our lives. I think it provides like excellent structure as far as the way families should be
Where did
designed.
you get that from? That the Bible is the authority?
I guess it gets kind of convoluted. I believe God is like literally the creator of the universe, and I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
Where did you get that from, that the Bible is the authority?
Well, sure, I was going through it. That's why I'm saying it's kind of convoluted. I don't want to take up too much of your time here, but I would say that the scripture like plainly says that no man can come to the Father but by me, and then Jesus Christ himself said, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments and things like that. So then I would say that like, if you have to keep his commandments in order to reap the eternal reward, then clearly it's the authority on what would be right and what would be wrong.
Where'd you get it from that the Bible is the authority?
I feel like I just explained that.
No, you
didn't. Some things aren't dictated, like, verbatim, right? So, like, the Bible doesn't say, I am the authority, but the Bible does say, I am the way, the truth, and the light, right? So I would say that Jesus Christ is the authority when it comes to approaching God.
I hear a lot of Christians say the Bible is the authority, but I don't know where they're getting that from, and they can never tell me why they call the Bible the authority. There's nowhere in the scripture that the Bible is the authority.
What do you think the authority means?
The Bible doesn't call, what does it mean? Maybe I'm missing the understanding of it.
Sure, I would say that it is, I guess I don't have the definition offhand, but I would say the authority is probably like maybe.
What's the next good ability? You said highwayman is?
The rule, the guiding power, the ruling power. I would imagine.
What do you mean by that?
So I would say that God is the ruling power. I think all of the universe, all of the laws.
Bible.
Sure. Well, do you believe that the Bible is the word of God?
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe we don't agree about it. Okay.
The Bible is the word from God. The word of God is in our heart.
Okay.
Word made flesh.
Okay.
Do you believe that?
Oh, I think we're kind of saying similar things, but I guess it's maybe a word of semantics there.
Oh, so I want to go back to this progressive side of you.
Absolutely.
So you say you are the other half of you is progressive.
Sure.
And what do you mean by that?
So again, I believe in reparations for like the GI Bill. I also believe in reparations for like maybe some of the historic redlining and things like that, and then the subsequent reverse redlining. I think those things are important. I think we have to examine our education system and recognize how unfairly it's treating African Americans because of the way that it's designed.
What's up in vein a really good ability? Or I guess it's a bleed.
Progressive, whereas a lot of people might maybe more appeal to this is the way things are. This is tradition. Let's keep it that way.
Were you liberal at one time?
No, I've never been a liberal.
You've never been a liberal?
I used to be very, very conservative.
But never liberal?
Never liberal.
Okay. Should the blacks are begging for reparation. Should the blacks get reparation?
Well, I would say like the black people who were like denied the GI Bill, yes, they should. The black people who were affected by redlining,
so
yes, they
all
should.
people in the GI that should not get the GI Bill, just the blacks?
What was that?
Are you saying just the blacks should get the GI Bill, but all who?
I would say all the people who were denied the GI Bill, because there were extremely few given out. I think in some states there were less than 2% of the GI Bills administered.
But all people who were in the military should get it, never mind the color.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The problem is that the vast majority of, so there were no systemic barriers preventing white people in the military from getting it.
But the blacks are begging for reparations.
For specific things, I would imagine.
No, they just they think their ancestors left something.
Oh, so I don't.
Should the blacks get reparations?
If they can tie their situations to direct harms caused by federal guidelines or the government, then yes, I would say they should
Otherwise,
get reparations.
they should not get it.
If you don't have any direct harm, no, you shouldn't get reparations.
Do you, let me ask you about your music. You make music, right?
Yes, I do.
What type of music?
I make all kinds of music. I started out as a classical pianist. I was given a gift from God regarding just my musical ear. I started playing the piano before I can literally remember. I was about 3 years old, and I now have, I have a really phenomenal ear in the sense that I can hear a song for the very first time and play it back, like completely, and sound like I've been playing it for years. And then in church, very often I can play the piano and they will have like a guest singer, and the singer will bring some song that I've literally never heard, and I can accompany the singer and make it seem like I've been playing the song my whole life, having never heard it.
So you make music, like you make a living doing music?
Yes.
That's your thing to sing?
No, I don't sing.
Oh,
I play the piano
music. Oh,
and a few other instruments, yeah.
Nice. And so that's a natural gift for you from God?
For sure, I think it's a God-given gift.
Do you believe in internal racism?
Oh, absolutely.
Internalized racism?
Absolutely.
Because I read that in 2020 you put out a video on internalized racism.
Sure, it was a very painful experience. Yes.
What is internalized racism?
Well, in my case, and I think it can vary from person to person, in my case, internalized racism kind of demonstrated itself in the sense that I had all of these negative stereotypes, specifically about Black people, that I realized it gave me this sort of mentality that I needed to impress white people. So then in certain circles, I would change my way of speaking. I would carry myself in specific ways so as to distance myself from what I considered to be Blackness. And I felt that I realized that my doing that was based on a lot of these misconceptions and negative stereotypes of Black people. And I think that realizing that was really painful for me because it made me realize there was a part of myself that I was disliking.
And so when you be around white people, you will act white?
Sure. I would maybe
Is that
just
what
change
you mean by?
Yeah, sure. I would change my diction, change my interests, and, kind of chameleon-like fit in with white people while doing everything to distance myself from Blackness.
And then when you're around Black people, you act Black?
Sure. I think it's called code switching.
What way will you become Black?
I think I changed my diction quite a bit. I think my musical choices would be different. I like all genres of music, except for like pretty much heavy metal. But like, for example, I like country music. I wouldn't listen to country music around Black people. I wouldn't like volunteer that I like country music back in the day. Just those kinds of things where it was just anything culturally Black, I would intentionally just kind of distance myself from it.
Really? And what made you do that?
I don't know. I was raised in a pretty white society, where I grew up, and I felt like I had experienced a decent amount of racism. And I think part of my response to avoid conflict was to just try to distance myself from Blackness.
Oh, I see. And today, are you acting white or Black right now?
I'm acting like myself.
But you sound white.
I don't think I sound white at all.
No, you speak pretty white.
I think I speak
you
intelligently.
All correctly and intelligent.
Do you not think Black people can speak intelligently?
No.
Well, what am I?
But I'm trying to figure out now, are you being white with me or are you being Black with me?
Oh, I speak like myself. So here's what it is.
You sound white.
Okay, I disagree with that. I think Black people can speak rather intelligently.
Where are they?
Right here in front of you.
No, other than you.
My family, all of them.
Oh, they act white?
I don't think they act white. I think they speak intelligently. I'd say this. So my mother, very college-educated woman, she really instilled very much. And her father, who wasn't college-educated, were really, really big on just speaking properly. And I think we grew up with this as like a, part of just something that was necessary. We got chastised by other children for speaking white.
Other Black children.
Other Black children, for sure. And I think those sorts of things, it created some sort of distance. So in the sense that you start feeling like a loss of a sense of belonging because certain people are chastising you for speaking differently than they do.
Especially in kids and growing up like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you start internalizing a bunch of those things and you start feeling like, man, maybe I'm not Black enough, or maybe and all of those kinds of things. And so I think I've overcome a lot of that. That's
so do you identify more with white or Black?
I'm a Black man and I identify with Blackness.
You do?
I just realized that all of this is a part of the Black experience.
Do you date white girls?
No, I do not.
You don't date white girls?
No, I date Black girls exclusively.
When you were white, did you date white girls?
I don't think I was ever white, but I would say when I was around white people, I found everyone attractive. I think probably the last 3 years when I kind of moved more Black exclusive.
And so at one time you dated white girls? Were you more white?
Sure, I've been with white women.
You've dated white women?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Is it? I think, you know, they're women.
What?
They're women. They're just like anyone else.
Do you date Mexican women?
Oh my gosh, those were my favorite in high school. My Spanish used to be on point.
See?
Yeah.
So what is self-hatred?
I would think self-hatred is, again, oh my gosh, I think one of the easiest way of exemplifying it, there was this doll test that happened with these young children where they were doing, like, I think from like 4 to 6 to 7 years old, and they had them answering questions about attributes of dolls, white and black. And the kids are able to immediately, like when they ask them about negative attributes, they assign those to the black dolls. But the thing that was the most harmful about one of those things I saw was there was a black kid, she was doing the doll test, and she said, so she was assigning all the negative attributes to the blackness, and then when they asked her which doll more looks like you, she pointed to the black doll. So she was calling herself in that sense, like, you know, maybe indirectly, mean and bad and misbehave and all of these negative attributes. And I think that a lot of times black people can do that. I would call you a pretty self-hating black man, to be honest. Because, for example, you make statements like...
You call me that?
Yes, for sure.
Oh, good. You call me that?
Yes.
What do you call me?
A pretty self-hating black man.
What the?
Yeah, listen.
And why?
It's not to be offensive.
No,
I think it's just
be offensive.
Okay, all right. But it's just that you
why?
say things like, I'm black and I'm slow, or I'm black and I'm dumb. And it's like you assign these negative attributes towards black people, which are just not universally applied. We could look at white people in Appalachia and see something that we could see some pretty dumb white people there too.
So when
I
I
think
say
dumbness is just a general thing that can apply to all humanity.
When I say I'm black and slow, the black people think I'm talking about all blacks?
I think when you say you're black and you're black and you're slow, we recognize that there are these stereotypes that already exist, and so then when you reaffirm that thing, your white audience views that thing and says to themselves, see, so black people are pretty slow. They tend to apply those things
so
generally.
So you see, when I say I'm black and slow,
people will assume
white people and black people think I'm talking about all black people.
I recognize that you obviously have to know the difference between that, but I don't think everyone's thinking so deeply about it, and I would say that some of your constituency will assign those attributes across the board.
And why do you think that?
Because we already see that it happens on a regular basis.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for example, some of the times where you will mention things like criminality within black men, right? Or criminality within whatever, and so you'll have these people that just automatically assume that black people in general are this way. And so then it's hard for people to distinguish between individuals when they're thinking generally, and I would say that's why.
But how do you know that that's what white people think, though?
Well, so there's a number of studies that have already suggested things like, obviously when it comes to like hiring, there were studies that like demonstrated that even black and white people with the exact same resumes, when applying for a job, the black people were getting 50% less callbacks because some of these people in these positions have negative stereotypes about black people, which makes them feel like they shouldn't extend to them the opportunity of their direct employment.
So do you think that if black people were to stop being that way, being all mean and loudmouth and dirty
Jesus
and
Christ.
whites and being
there's that
late,
black hatred. I mean, there's that self-hatred I was talking about.
being late.
Was I on time today?
And complaining. Do you think if white people acted differently, the normal people would see them differently?
I think black people already act differently. So we already recognize that black women are literally some of the most educated demographic in the country right now by a percentage. We recognize already that, again, criminality is not very common within black culture. It's disproportionately found in black culture.
It's very common.
It's disproportionately found in black culture.
Disproportionately common.
Disproportionately found in black culture. But do you think that the average black person is a criminal?
Yeah.
So you would say more than 50% of black people are criminals?
Maybe a little bit more than that.
Oh, my Lord. So, okay,
But let me ask you this,
I can see that lack of information is where that self-hatred comes
But let
from.
me come back to something. If black people were to act civilized,
I think we
do
do.
you think the rest of the world would see them in that way?
I think black people act civilized.
No, you're not asking a question. If they stop robbing and stealing and
The majority of black people don't rob.
and hating
or
cops
steal.
and
kill.
and begging for affirmative action and reparation and free stuff, would the rest of the world see them as normal people if they act normal?
Do you think, first off, I'm just going to say, the average black person doesn't steal. Criminality is still going to be the minority of African Americans.
Nice.
So if we take 100 African Americans, not 50% of them are going to be criminals, right?
So if black
So then
people
that means
were
the
to
majority of them
act-
aren't criminals.
If they were to act normal, would we see them differently?
What do you mean by act normal?
stop being blaming and begging and robbing and killing. And,
So
and
the majority of black people don't rob, kill,
when they go into the
beg.
schools, when they want to get into the white schools, we have to lower the standards to let them in because they say the SAT score is white.
Jesse,
everything's white.
Who's the largest recipient of affirmative action?
That's not what I asked you.
He's going to say white women.
No, I got you, but this is really related to what you're saying. Hold on.
I need an answer for that.
I got you. But just listen to this really quickly.
No.
Okay,
if
go ahead.
If they acted differently, would we treat them differently?
I don't believe
that.
I don't believe that black people act the way you're saying. So I don't understand. So that your question doesn't really seem well founded.
You don't know we have to lower the standard to let them into the white schools?
It's crazy that you say that when the largest recipient of affirmative action is white women. Did you know that?
Do you know that we have to lower the standard to let the blacks in?
Are we lowering the standard to let white women into school?
You're not answering the question.
That's not the case.
No, we don't lower it for the white women, just the black ones.
Listen, Jesse, I scored in the top 5% of my entire state. So they didn't have to lower any sort of thing. No.
Yeah, I guarantee you didn't earn it.
Oh my God.
All of my state on state testing, I was in the top 5 percentile.
Right.
So while you might say that's affirmative action.
That's not real though.
What's not real?
Because behind the curtain, they lowered the standard. They saw there was a black student. So they lowered it.
I don't think you have an accurate understanding of how affirmative action works.
At UCLA, they lowered the standard so low now you can't find your way out. So that the blacks can get in.
Okay, listen, I'm sorry. You don't understand how affirmative action works. I don't know how to...
When you do leave items behind, do you still get credit for dropping an item? Does anybody know?
I do not understand how it works.
You think that they
lower
lower
the standard?
Do you think they lower the test scores, or they lower the standard for when
everything at this point?
So they just raise the test scores of black kids?
No, they lower it for the blacks and bring it. I mean, they lower it for the whites and bring it up for the blacks.
Like the test scores?
So they can pretend that the blacks are earning it.
The test scores?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If it wasn't for affirmative action, blacks would not be in white schools.
Oh, okay. I don't know how else to engage with it. I think I outscored like the vast majority of white kids. I outscored the vast majority of the state.
But that's hard to believe because you're black, and I know that.
That's that self-hatred.
I know that blacks are not earning their way.
Oh, man, see, that's that internalized racism.
Why is that internalized to face reality?
No, it's not reality.
Face reality.
Jesse.
Who banned for affirmative action?
So.
Who banned for affirmative action?
White women. They get it the most.
They got it because everybody use blacks to get what they want when they want dirty stuff, but what race is fighting for affirmative action?
White women, because they get it the most.
You're not being honest.
I'm being completely honest.
No, it's black people.
Do you think that
Where do you live in America?
Of course.
You don't act like it.
Huh?
You don't act like it.
How do I act?
Like you don't know what's going on.
Oh, no.
But I got to move on because of time.
Let's do that.
George Floyd, you know that unemployed drug addict?
Oh my God.
With the criminal record?
Sure.
Were you surprised when the blacks blamed the cop rather than blaming the unemployed drug addict for his death? Were you surprised when the blacks did that?
Do you believe? No, I don't see a problem with it. I'm answering your question first. Okay.
Yeah, were you surprised when
Wait, hold on really quick.